In the year 1492 of the Hyuan calendar, Duramos Island, an ordinary island located in the first half of the New World. Hey Jesse, you don't want the news that you wet the bed at the age of 8 to spread. In the messy alley, a little boy with long black hair and naked upper body was looking at the runny-nosed kid in front of him with a wicked smile on his face. In the distance, several little kids who dare not speak were also glaring at the long-haired boy. Hey, I watched it before dawn. How did you know, OS? Halfway through the words, the runny-nosed kid, Jesse, quickly covered his mouth, as if he was afraid that his friends in the distance would hear him. I said it a long time ago, nothing in the world can escape my eyes. Grabbing the little kid's hand of a few hundred Baileys of pocket money, the long-haired boy put it in his pocket in Jess's angry eyes and walked away with a laugh. After he left, several children dared to come and comfort Jesse, who was robbed, and they cursed, "Damn, this guy. I must take revenge when I grow up. Yeah, OSS, this guy robs our pocket money all day long. I must beat him up if I have a chance." But some children are more rational, just looking at the long-haired back with a bitter face. This kind of thing, it's impossible to do it. The mayor also said that OSS killed a wild boar when he was 6 years old. He is. As he spoke, there was still some fear in the child's eyes, and his mind seemed to recall the words his parents had warned him, a natural monster. Okay, another 500 Baileys in the account, and I could buy 2 more newspapers. OSS opened the door happily. This is the 9th year since he came to the world of One Piece. OSS, who was abandoned since birth and raised by the old mayor, has long been accustomed to this new world. However, he had not seen the truly vast side of this world, so he had been actively buying newspapers from the seagulls to learn about the major events happening on the sea. Today, as usual, he was going home for lunch, but for some reason, the old mayor was not at home. He looked around and saw no one, so he frowned and looked towards the door of the house next door, as if he was feeling something carefully. After a moment, he shook his head. No, there's no one at the widow's house next door. Probably because she went to drink wine, OSS didn't think much about it, and directly found some bread and ham from the kitchen, and sat on a chair to eat. While eating, he looked at the newspaper he had just bought today. The remnants of rocks are developing their own forces, among which Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and others are the most prominent ones. There's nothing much to pay attention to, but to be honest, the young Charlotte Linlin is really beautiful. Looking at the curvy figure in the newspaper, OSS sighed while chewing, and then continued to look down. The Roger pirates are suspected to be on Sandrilla Island. The living pirate king, OSS sighed while chewing, and then continued to look down. The next news is wait. O's mouth suddenly paused, as if he felt something was wrong, and then suddenly looked at the news about Roger's pirates. He didn't even notice that the bread in his mouth fell to the ground, and the whole person was stunned instantly. Sandrilla Island? Isn't that the island a few dozen miles away? Fuck! At this time, Roger has not yet arrived at Raftel, and he is not yet a pirate king. Against the sky, O's eyes widened, and within a few seconds a very bold decision came into his mind. I waited for almost 30 years in my previous life, but I still didn't know what One Piece was. Now, isn't it possible to see it? If I could join the Roger Pirates, what is this called? Peek at the beginning. The great treasure that ordinary pirates have been looking for their whole lives, but I found it within 2 years of going out to sea. When OSS thought of this, he became excited. Not to mention, the world's top masters in Roger's group. Just learning 2 moves is enough to be the final boss of a movie. The secondary point is the status bonus. Didn't you see that even Buggy in the future, with the identity of a member of Roger's group, was looked up to everywhere? Do it as soon as you think of it. Old man, I'm going to join Roger's pirate group. I'll repay you for raising me when I return home in glory. Wrote a farewell note. Carrying a stick on his shoulder with a bag of luggage tied to the end, OSS made up his mind that when he became a big man, he would come back to repay the folks who raised him. When the time comes, he'll take all the wild dogs in the village to those big kingdoms as police dogs, and they'll also eat a share of the royal food. That's enough, right? OSS immediately packed up the few belongings of the old mayor's family and ran towards the pier, walking briskly all the way. At the same time, a gorgeous red-gold pointed giant ship with 2 mermaid statues carved on the bow officially docked at the largest pier in Duramos. At the bow, a captain-like man stood there steadily. He was wearing a red coat and a captain's hat. Under his iconic mustache, he had a heroic smile that belonged only to the strong. His natural kingly aura spread all over. He has an extraordinary demeanor and a domineering aura. He is worthy of being the top strong man in the sea. OSS could already understand the abyss-like gap between his strength and the other party's strength just by perception. This is the Pirate King Joel D. Roger. At present, he has experienced the Battle of God Valley with his companions. He is sailing around, looking for the 4 lost historical texts and taking the last adventure. Now he has not suffered from an incurable disease and enjoys the freedom and travel of the sea. At the dock, people from Roger's pirate group disembarked one after another. They passed by here for the purpose of replenishing supplies. However, among these big men, 2 little guys walked through them, which seemed out of place with the surroundings. They were 2 little ghosts with a little red, one with red hair and the other with a red nose. Who are you talking about as having a red nose? Say it again if you dare. Young Buggy was furious, his face flushed with anger. No one said you have a red nose. Buggy. Shanks jumped off the deck, pressed down a straw hat that was blown up by the risk, and said helplessly, I can feel it even without any sound. Is your observation hockey a red nose? No, someone must have said it. This feeling can't be wrong. Baki clenched his fists and shouted loudly, then looked around and suddenly saw a figure running towards him from a distance. Hey, is that you, kid? Ha, you are so stupid, Buggy Shanks. OS ran over while smiling and greeting. Chapter 2. The Sea Demon. Oz on the dock, a multitude of sailors, including Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba, were laughing at the unfolding farce. What the hell? Although he was perplexed as to how this sudden little imp had learned his name, Buggy was unreserved in expressing his dissatisfaction with such familiarity. Do I know you? You just come up and act all chummy. While feigning annoyance, he mimicked Oz's jovial manner, eliciting hearty laughter from his companion Shanks, and causing others nearby to embrace each other in mirth. Come now, Buggy. Oz, with a bold demeanor, faced the ship's crew, comprising the world's top-notch experts. Without a hint of trepidation, his smile radiated confidence as he proclaimed, My observation hockey never lies. We shall undoubtedly become good friends. With long black hair cascading past his waist, Oz, though still somewhat youthful in appearance, possessed an undeniable charm. His infectious grin complemented his bare upper body, which bore faint scars and muscular contours. Clad in simple military trousers and boots, he carried minimal belongings, merely a bag slung over his shoulder. Hearing this, the first mate, Dark King Rayleigh, narrowed his eyes, intrigued by the young man's awakening of observation hockey at such a tender age. Could it be a special kind, akin to that of Riderfield? Roger, amused, interjected, leaning against the ship's railing as he observed the long-haired lad on the dock. Hey, little guy, what brings you here? Why, of course, I am here to join you. Oz, fully aware of the personalities of these formidable figures, grinned widely. Please refer to me as the Sea Demon, Oz. Curiously, Roger, the man who concealed the grand treasure at the ocean's end, known as the Pirate King, inquired, What compels you to board our ship? Oz, armed with a standard response, exclaimed, Ha ha, to turn this world upside down, of course. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this youthful declaration, both Roger and Rayleigh were taken aback momentarily before sharing a knowing glance and bursting into laughter. They recalled the very circumstances that had led to the inception of the Roger Pirates. In Oz, they saw reflections of their own youthful selves. Ha ha ha. If you are not afraid of death, then boldly come aboard. Roger, with his carefree nature, waved his hand in approval of Oz's request, while Rayleigh, unusually silent, permitted his captain's whim. However, Jabba and the others were somewhat bewildered by this sudden decision. Hey, Captain, are we turning our ship into a nursery for kids? Some crew members shrugged their shoulders in resignation, humorously accepting their captain's capriciousness. Within the Roger Pirates, all members shared a common understanding. They reveled in joviality, drinking, and playful antics. Yet when their captain issued an order, unconditional compliance was expected. This was a testament to Roger's magnetic charisma. Observing this scene, Oz mused. No wonder the Golden Lion was so enchanted by this man. His charisma is unparalleled. Thus, Oz successfully secured his position as an intern aboard the Pirate King's ship. Once a subordinate under rocks, and now returned home to become the mayor, Old Kike, upon witnessing his home ransacked and a note on the table, fell silent before erupting. Roger, you bastard. As Oz gazed at the receding shoreline, he noticed a figure hopping about by the sea. Despite his limited observation range, he could discern that it was likely the old mayor's silhouette. Oi, farewell. I will take care of myself. Oz waved his arms energetically, mistaking the old man's gestures for reluctance in parting, with tears welling in his eyes from the bond forged over 9 years. Such a stern figure. Yet he finally shows tenderness upon my departure. Old man, you rascal. His actions drew the attention of Shanks and Buggy, both fellow interns. They approached, patting his shoulder. Do not be sad. We shall be your family and brothers from now on. Shanks spoke with genuine sincerity. The man of the sea should not cry so easily. Buggy added, his sharp tongue softened by his good heart. Meanwhile, Rayleigh, sipping his drink, raised an eyebrow at the trio, contemplating whether to voice a quip, but ultimately refrained. With his keen observation, he could discern the old man's shouts, likely filled with curses directed at Roger. Roger, you scoundrel. Hey, Oz, remember to wear a shirt. Don't catch a cold. Old Kike shouted, gritting his teeth, wiping away tears as he watched the Oro Jackson vanish beneath the setting sun. Days turned into nights, and the sea breeze caressed the air. Time passed swiftly, and despite his preparations, Oz found life at sea far more monotonous than anticipated. The endless expanse of blue, occasionally interrupted by sea creatures lulled to sleep by the Conqueror's hockey, endless feasts, and never-ending cleaning duties rendered him restless. Without the company of his two companions to share laughter, Oz feared he might truly lose his sanity. Hey, Oz, why are you slacking off again? You're lounging on my bed. The cabin door swung open abruptly as a flustered Buggy stormed in, seizing Oz by the collar, his sharp tongue lashing out. Don't be so serious, Buggy. How about I give you a little something for your troubles? Oz, unfazed by Buggy's aggression, retrieved some berries from his pocket and playfully stuffed them into Buggy's. Watching Buggy's eyes light up at the sight of money, Oz straightened his collar. Recognizing that Buggy was perhaps the only genuine pirate on this ship, greedy, cunning, and loyal. A few coins were all it took to pacify Buggy, allowing him the occasional lazy day. At that moment, a youthful voice echoed from outside, Oz, Buggy, come out for training. Chapter 3. The Sharingan enhanced observation hockey. Upon hearing that voice, Oz, who had been sitting on the bed, sprang to his feet with palpable excitement and dashed towards the door. In contrast, Buggy wore a bitter expression. He truly detested strenuous training. After all, there were plenty of skilled individuals aboard the ship, and when it came to seizing treasure, he hardly played a pivotal role. Yet, witnessing Oz and Shanks racing towards the ship's stern, Buggy, not wanting to be left behind, feigned composure and called out, "Wait for me, you two." The trio emerged from the cabin and made their way to the back of the ship. Along the way, they encountered several burly men who had indulged too deeply in drink, sprawled across the deck in various states of inebriation. This sight, a common occurrence, elicited no surprise from the three. They hurried to the storeroom to gather their weapons. Buggy chose throwing knives, Shanks favored a rapier, while Oz paused, contemplating before selecting a flintlock pistol. This choice was the result of careful consideration. It not only aligned with his innate strength in observation hockey, but also suited his role as a secondary player. Moreover, the competition in the sword-fighting arena was exceedingly fierce. With the likes of Gold Lion, Roger, and Rayleigh, alongside the rising stars like Shanks, Mihawk, and the future presence of Roronoa Zoro, Oz deemed the cost-benefit ratio of pursuing a path as a swordsman rather low. If he was to pursue greatness, it ought to be as the world's foremost gunslinger. After all, as a former inhabitant of Blue Planet, he naturally harbored an affinity for firearms. Coupled with his innate observation hockey, the path to prominence in marksmanship seemed less crowded. The only notable sharpshooters were Usopp, Van Augur, and perhaps Ben Beckman. The competition was minimal, and Oz felt confident in his abilities. Once he mastered Conqueror's hockey, coupled with his foresight from observation hockey, and acquired some sea prism stone bullets. Taking down an Emperor of the Sea with a single shot might be ambitious, but dispatching one with a single bullet seemed reasonable. After all, Shanks could fell 30 billion with a single strike. In due course, as his skills blossomed and he attained the strength of an emperor, he envisioned a life of leisure, traveling the world to savor its splendors, experiencing legendary locales, and, in his twilight years, perhaps acquiring a few maids and establishing a quaint estate. Having endured a life of hardship in his previous existence, he yearned to embrace a more enjoyable and fulfilling life this time around. However, while dreams are often grand, reality can be stark. Currently, he was merely a child with a nascent awakening of observation hockey, slightly more robust than most. Though Rayleigh might be an unremarkable teacher, he could still impart fundamental skills. Thus, Oz resolved to make the best of his training. The first lesson aboard was physical training, the cornerstone of all combat styles. Whether wielding a blade or throwing a punch, Even ranged weapons like guns demanded formidable reflexes and haki to maintain an edge in battle. For the trio living in the New World, the concept of haki was far from foreign, so Rayleigh offered little explanation, shifting his gaze to the weapons each had chosen. Beyond physical training, each individual sought to hone their unique fighting style. Rayleigh took a sip of his drink and inquired, "What do you wish to learn?" "If I possess the knowledge, I will gladly share my experience and techniques. I want to learn swordsmanship," Shanks declared, his focus unwavering, perhaps influenced by Roger and Rayleigh. He held a particular fondness for the longsword. "Swordsmanship, you say?" Rayleigh chuckled. "Very well, starting today, you shall practice 5,000 cuts daily, beginning with the fundamental grip." He then turned his attention to Buggy. "The short dagger and long sword are quite similar. We shall commence with basic swings." Lastly, he focused on the eager-eyed Oz. Unfamiliar with the boy, Rayleigh inquired about his interests. "Is there anything you wish to learn?" "Anything is possible, but if you seek to master gunplay, the ship's sharpshooter, Van Augur, is unmatched," Rayleigh replied, only to be interrupted by Oz's unexpected ambition. "I wish to learn Conqueror's haki," Oz exclaimed, startling Rayleigh, who nearly spat out his drink. After a moment of disbelief, he retorted, "Kid, though I am unsure where you heard such terms, this advanced technique requires a person with the innate aptitude for Conqueror's haki." Implying that Oz might not yet possess such power, Rayleigh's words did not dissuade the boy. Holding on to a glimmer of hope, Oz asked, "So, if I do possess Conqueror's haki, would you then teach me?" "Why not?" Rayleigh dismissed it as youthful ignorance, agreeing casually. Before long, the trio commenced their foundational training, bearing heavy iron plates as weights. Oz, while performing one-handed push-ups, read a newspaper spread across the ground. Simultaneously, he focused on honing his observation haki. In his perception, Shanks was drenched in sweat, diligently practicing his swordplay, while Buggy, despite appearing to train, deliberately slowed his movements, revealing his intent to slack off. Shanks seemed to grow increasingly adept with each swing. After finishing his strength training, Oz observed Shanks complete his sword drills, marveling at the evident progress of the swordsmanship prodigy. Stealthily, Oz began to mimic Shanks, recalling the techniques and airflow he had sensed during Shanks's training. On the lookout, a long-haired man donning sunglasses observed Oz's determination. Remarking to a nearby blonde-haired companion, "He wants to learn both swordplay and marksmanship. If he approaches me for axe training, I shall refuse." While skeptical of a sharpshooter wielding a blade, he sensed something different about Oz. As Roger's crew's sharpshooter, Van Augur had demonstrated a keen awareness, and it was apparent that Oz was gleaning from Shanks's diligent efforts. Indeed, while Shanks had to practice 5,000 times to refine his techniques, Oz was able to master them after merely 1,000 repetitions. This realization filled Oz with elation. Could it be that he possessed a Sharingan-like version of observation haki? Though his naturally awakened observation haki had a limited range, after years of diligent effort, it extended to a mere few dozen meters. However, Oz's observation haki was distinct. While not as detailed as a microscope, it was innately maxed out, allowing him to perceive every subtle change in technique. Thus, in addition to his raw strength, learning any skill became exponentially easier for him. Chapter 4. Young Sea Ice, Take My Shot. In the ensuing days, OS's training predominantly focused on physical conditioning. Although he could not be compared to certain prodigies who exerted 200 times the effort, he demonstrated the ability to master both marksmanship and swordplay at double the efficiency of a talent like Shanks, thus qualifying him as a formidable individual. Therefore, it was imperative to enhance his physical strength and dominance above all else. Time swiftly passed, and 2 months had elapsed since OS left his hometown. His life had been both fulfilling and uneventful. At dawn, OS was roused by Buggy and Shanks to assist in cleaning. The previous night, due to an increase in Captain Roger's bounty, yet another banquet was held aboard the ship. Everyone was in high spirits, except for the notorious trio known as the Three Disgraces of the Sea. How could one sustain daily festivities without succumbing to fatigue? For this group of fervent fools, including Roger, who shared a temperament somewhat akin to Monkey D. Luffy, OS felt utterly helpless. It wasn't that he wished to refrain from joining in. Rather, the rum was simply too dreadful for him to appreciate, and as someone without a penchant for alcohol, he found no delight in it. This was far from the adventurous life he had envisioned as a pirate king. Aside from the occasional storm, thunder, hail, and hurricane, there was a distinct lack of excitement in their adventures. Indeed, the grand voyage of the so-called Pirate King was merely a gathering of elite warriors. After cleaning up until nearly lunchtime, OS and the others finally disposed of the bottles and remnants. Just as they prepared to indulge in a modest meal before heading to train, OS suddenly sensed something amiss. He halted in his tracks and gazed towards the distant sky. Something was approaching. It was Buggy who first heard the sound and rushed to the ship's railing. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it appeared to be a cannonball. What on earth? Who could hurl a projectile so far? A missile? OS had a nagging suspicion about who was responsible. Without time to shout a warning, he swiftly drew the long gun strapped to his back, aiming at the dark speck in the sky. Meanwhile, Captain Rogers' figure had mysteriously appeared at the bow of the ship, observing OS as he took aim. "Kid, that cannonball travels swiftly. Will you be able to hit it?" Roger grinned broadly, watching OS as he sought to steady his shot. "Who do you underestimate? I may not be able to match you, but hitting a cannonball is certainly within my abilities." With a slight curl of his lip, OS steadied his aim, enhancing his focus with his observation hockey. Bullseye. Through his heightened senses, he perceived the cannonball being struck by his bullet just yards from the ship, hitting the spherical object squarely in the center. However, to his astonishment, the cannonball did not explode as anticipated. Instead, it ricocheted off as if unharmed, plummeting back to the sea. This cannonball bore the mark of a formidable foe. Realizing he could not contend with it, OS decisively retracted his weapon and stepped back behind Buggy and Shanks. He remained unperturbed, for when the sky fell, there were taller figures to shield them. Indeed, as expected, divine strike. With a bellow from Captain Roger, a blade enveloped in dark red lightning cleaved through the sky, seemingly tearing it asunder. Alongside the one OS had targeted, several other cannonballs remained airborne, detonating spectacularly in midair. OS was momentarily dazzled by the sheer power of that strike. Although he had seen this technique exaggerated in the anime, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Could one truly slice open the heavens? What a divine technique! OS felt his scalp tingle with excitement, nearly drooling as he meticulously observed Roger's every move during the execution of his attack. Yet, perhaps due to his current inadequacy, he could only perceive a vast reservoir of power circulating within Roger, failing to grasp its full essence. OS felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps this was akin to the inability of the Sharingan to replicate forbidden techniques due to a lack of proficiency. Before he could dwell further on it, Shanks and Buggy pulled him back among the crew members who rushed to the scene. "Ha! Younglings, prepare to face the Navy," Roger exclaimed, his laughter echoing as he brandished his sword. This mad dog had barely eluded them for 2 months, and now he was back again? Jabba, clad in a sleeveless shirt and wielding dual axes, remarked with irritation. "Then let us present a welcoming gift." Rayleigh, ever direct, unleashed a colossal sword aura that cleaved through the surface of the sea. Unsurprisingly, as OS had anticipated, it bore no effect, being effortlessly scattered by a massive black fist from the naval vessel. OS swiftly ascended to the lookout, greeting his mentor, the sniper Bite-em. "Hey, Uncle Bite-em." Bite-em, despite his stout stature, moved with agility, smiling at OS as he joined him in the lookout. "Ah, OS, be cautious. What we face this time is no mere underling." "I shall take care of myself," OS replied with a smile, peering through his rifle's scope towards the distant naval ship. There stood a burly man with short hair and a beard, draped in an admiral's coat, weighing several cannonballs in his hand. The very cannonball that had previously vexed OS was launched by this individual. If OS were to comment, contemporary cannons were indeed lacking. The manual model easily outperformed the automatic. Hey, can you hear me, Roger? Surrender now." From afar, he recognized Carp wielding a massive megaphone, bellowing commands. Ha, not a chance, Carp," Roger replied with a grin. The two old rivals engaging in a boisterous exchange from a distance. What followed was the customary chase and counterattack, with Roger's crew brimming with skilled fighters and agility, making it impractical for Carp alone to capture them all. Moreover, Roger and his crew had no desire to engage in a protracted battle on the open sea against such a formidable opponent. After all, a mere slip from either side could lead to catastrophic consequences, forcing them to collectively swim to the next island. Occasionally, a foolhardy Navy soldier would attempt to approach the Oro Jackson, only to be thwarted by Rayleigh or struck down by OS's sniper rifle. Among this reckless group of naval recruits, OS discerned an unusual figure, a lanky man with curly hair. Hey, this guy blending in with the ordinary Navy surely harbored some nefarious intent. Had OS not recognized him, he could have easily been deceived by the young man. The user of the ice fruit, attempting to approach their ship, was destined for misfortune. Silently, OS retrieved the sole sea prism stone bullet he had painstakingly acquired from Bidem and took aim, a smirk creeping across his lips. This shall serve as a welcoming gift, young sea ice, Kazan. Chapter 5. Young OSI versus young Shanks. OSI closed his left eye, striving to regulate his breathing as he locked onto a tall figure among the numerous Navy personnel with his observation hockey. He gently placed his finger on the trigger and decisively pulled it. A shot of fate, aspiring to learn from the abilities of the fruit users. OSI refused to let his prowess fall short of others, even if it meant executing a basic attack using his observation hockey. With a sickening sound of flesh tearing, a spray of blood erupted above the ocean, cascading into the sea below. The figure descending from the sky was notably tall, towering over the surrounding Navy soldiers, yet appeared slender, his eyes reflecting disbelief and helplessness as he slowly sank into the depths. "Hey, Kazan!" A nearby Navy soldier, witnessing the scene, shouted while making his way to offer assistance. As a veteran aboard Vice Admiral Karp's ship, he understood the new recruit's potential and abilities. Realizing that such a promising talent could not be lost here, Kazan, gradually descending into the sea, felt excruciating pain in his thigh along with an overwhelming sense of weakness and suffocation. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Who the hell uses sea prism stone on a mere minion? Yet, just before he submerged, he vaguely caught sight of the shooter, a figure with long black hair. TCH, is this a man-s instinct? Even with observation hockey, I missed my target. The realization that he had not struck the intended target indicated that the first female admiral in Navy history would soon cease to exist. OSI smirked, feeling a twinge of regret, but he was not one to put all his eggs in one basket. Sharing the spoils seemed only fair, as it was also a means to rectify the imbalance within the Navy, restoring equilibrium upon the ocean. Thus, in a certain sense, OSI had taken a step ahead of Roger in claiming his kingship. If you were to ask what kind of king OSI aspired to be, undoubtedly, he desired to be the king of explosive singles. Engaging in close combat with a blade was not his style. Dominating from a high vantage point was the true path to kingship. Watching OSI's evolving marksmanship, Bidem, who was primarily focused on deflecting incoming cannonballs, felt a mix of relief and cold sweat. This kid truly had no regard for human life. The chase was intense, yet overall, due to the high average combat strength of Roger's crew, they maintained the upper hand, steadily distancing themselves from the Navy warships. Bang, bang. OSI cursed as he narrowly dodged bullets, only to be thwarted by his own hockey. Frustration mounted as he realized that while he could handle basic minions, any adversary possessing even a modicum of advanced hockey left him utterly defenseless. However, thanks to his meticulous observation hockey, no bullet could find its mark against him. Once I master armament hockey and foresight, let us see who can protect you then. With agility, OSI slung his gun over his back and swiftly descended the lookout tower. Since he had not yet fully developed, he decided against engaging in high-stakes combat. After all, those armed with advanced hockey could easily spell his demise. The other crew members on the deck, witnessing the small figure retreating with his weapon, chose not to comment. After all, facing such a cadre of elite Navy soldiers, a mere 9-year-old child would prove of little assistance, and they would need to split their focus to protect him. Similarly, Buggy and Shanks found themselves in a comparable situation. The crew had little time to spare for them, even though OSI believed that Shanks and Buggy combined could not rival his strength. The official crew viewed the three youngsters as roughly equal, each lacking in skill. "Hey, Shanks, that guy OSI has surely hidden away by now. We should hurry," Buggy urged. But Shanks countered, "Don't be like that, Buggy. This is a battle of men on the high seas." OSI, sensing two figures lingering on the deck with his observation hockey, paused and shifted toward the opposite side of the ship. At heart, OSI was a jovial spirit who enjoyed exploring the world and doing as he pleased. His fervent desire to grow stronger stemmed from a wish to seek joy rather than be treated as mere entertainment. Spotting the two amusing figures still on the deck, OSI smiled, deciding not to rush back to the cabin just yet. On the deck, a small boy with a red nose was tugging at the hair of another boy with red locks. Meanwhile, the boy with the black gun stealthily approached them, seemingly intent on joining the fray. Shanks, armed with a knife, was eager to fight, while Buggy tried to persuade him to hide, leading to their quarrel. Regardless of his mischief, Buggy was still a loyal companion. Buggy, who said anyone was hiding? OSI suddenly clapped a hand on Buggy's back, his sinister voice startling the two boys. "OSI, you jerk. Can't you walk without making a sound? Buggy exclaimed, his face flushing. However, upon seeing Osi's sudden appearance, he quickly hatched a plan to drag both him and Shanks to safety. After all, they dared not approach Karp's warship, and standing on the deck left them vulnerable to incoming bullets, for not everyone could awaken their observation hockey at the age of 9. Hey OSI, let us head back to the cabin together, Buggy suggested, and OSI pondered before agreeing. After all, like OSI, Buggy had only recently joined Roger's crew and had yet to experience the trials of battle, making his reaction understandable. However, Buggy was troubled by Shanks, who remained at the edge of the deck, eager to join the fray. This kid had been adventuring with Roger's crew since birth and was incredibly headstrong. What is going on? OSI shouldered his black gun and deflected a distant bullet, observing Buggy's troubled expression. It dawned on him that Shanks' presence was more a hindrance than a help. This wasn't like the Wano War of years to come, where the strongest faced off against one another. These elite Navy soldiers, with their powerful hockey, could easily end the life of a 9-year-old with red hair. While OSI knew Shanks would become formidable in the future, at present, he was still unrefined and should avoid recklessness. Noticing Shanks still peering over the side of the deck, OSI gestured for Buggy to step aside. In Buggy's bewildered gaze, OSI raised his black gun and aimed for the back of Shanks' head. Bang! With the strength of a natural prodigy, combined with relentless training, OSI was likely as strong as a young Whitebeard at this point. When that gunstock connected, even the Yonko Shanks would be left reeling. Indeed, young OSI versus young Shanks, with young OSI emerging victorious. Satisfied, OSI nodded and, to Buggy's astonishment, dragged Shanks by the collar toward the cabin. Chapter 6. Let us settle for a draw, us. In a nameless sea of the New World. Aboard the somewhat weathered Oro Jackson, the sky, freshened by the rain, was a sight to behold. With the weather turning fair, Roger began to rally his crew for a new celebration, the reason being as frivolous as one could imagine, to toast once more to their evasion of Garp's relentless pursuit. The feast commenced. Oh ho ho ho! As the captain raised his cup with a hearty cheer, the crew erupted in laughter, filling the deck with a lively and grand atmosphere. Amidst this revelry, a loud bang from the door seemed rather inconsequential, and no one noticed the red-haired boy with a swollen head, gritting his teeth as he surveyed the surroundings. His straw hat, askew due to the bump, added an element of humor, drawing laughter from the nearby crew members. Did you sustain that injury during the previous naval battle, Shanks? Roger, holding a bottle and in high spirits, noticed him. Seeing great potential in this new generation's prodigy, he approached and affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, inquiring, "Where's us?" Shanks, seemingly reluctant to mention the bump on his head, awkwardly shifted the topic. After waking up, he had interrogated Buggy about the source of his injury, only to have Buggy, with little loyalty, hastily sell us out to deflect the blame. Indeed, while Shanks prided himself on being easygoing, being struck unexpectedly by a comrade, leading to such a visible bruise, was a matter of pride for him, who didn't know that aside from his companions, Shanks valued his dignity above all. Having navigated the seas for 9 years, it was his first encounter with such a disrespectful individual. Thus, the once carefree Shanks now felt a burning desire to prove himself, or rather, to avenge that bump on his head. As he wove through the raucous banquet, he kept scanning the crowd for us, eventually spotting him amidst a group of burly men, devouring roasted meat. Hey, Shanks, why are you glaring at me? Are you craving some of this roast? What else with the knife? It's all cut up, the meat is just hanging off the bone. What, a man's fight? I'm too famished right now. Let me finish eating first. You don't want to win without a fair fight, do you? I'm stuffed, you understand, right? Just give me a moment to digest. Wait, I've digested, but I ate too much, and now I need to relieve myself. Want to join me? Are you serious? You want me to wait outside while you take a dump? You're insisting on a duel, aren't you? Fine, just watch me use this mop for my business. Shanks was well aware of Us's innate strength and his exceptional observation hockey. Thus, facing this makeshift weapon, he opted for a tactical retreat. He had no fear of a real fight. Even if he lost, he could just wrap himself in bandages for a few days. However, the thought of a mop smeared with filth was truly daunting. Yet, this incident led Shanks to keep a close watch on Us in the following days, making Us quite uncomfortable. Forget it, a kid is just a kid. If it comes down to a fight, then let us fight. Us shook his head, retrieving a regular long sword from the storage room and tossing it to the still pouting Shanks, who clumsily caught it. Us then beckoned him with a finger. a mischievous grin playing on his lips. "You rascal," Shanks exclaimed, exhilarated, for he realized Us was finally willing to engage him in a duel. He gripped the sword with one hand, ready to strike, but seeing Us standing still, he decided not to hold back any longer. "Are you going to use the gun on your back? I want to give you the chance to shoot." He acknowledged Us's remarkable marksmanship, but was unafraid of close combat. Observing Us's demeanor, Shanks felt a surge of defiance and leaped forward to slash at him. Trained under Rayleigh and Roger, his swordsmanship was formidable and fierce. Yet being taught by the same master, he found himself unable to breach Us's defenses. Swish, swish, swish. Us closed his eyes, refraining from striking, merely dodging by tilting his head and turning his body. "You coward, Us. Are you planning to keep dodging like this?" Shanks, now incensed, felt he was being toyed with. "Since you want me to use a weapon, very well." Us opened his eyes, initially intending to practice his observation hockey further, but reluctantly retrieved a small knife he had pilfered from Buggy. "Sorry, I don't have a smaller knife than this." What a joke. It became evident that peers with and without hockey were not on equal footing, even if the opponent was the famed red-haired Shanks. Yet, at the tender age of 9, he could only rely on his swordsmanship to engage Us. Each strike met with Us's playful blocks using the tiny knife, countering with precision, while his powerful blows forced Shanks to retreat repeatedly. Shanks found himself utterly overwhelmed by Us's prowess. Around them, several crewmates, including Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba, watched with keen interest. Rayleigh shook his head in bemusement, noting that while it appeared to be a mere sparring match, Us was indeed overpowering Shanks with his innate abilities. Such natural talent, in their experience, invariably signified royal potential. With such youngsters around, the future era promised to be thrilling. Roger laughed heartily. Among the spectators, Beatum, Us's mentor, even seized the opportunity to establish a betting pool. Us, 1-1, Shanks, 1-10, draw, 1-5. This maneuver even excited Roger, who pulled out a treasure to place his bet. Us, well done. Seize that victory. Hey, Shanks, don't concede so easily. Huh, what are you saying? No matter how you look at it, Shanks can't possibly win. What if he does? That's 1-10. Betting dogs meet their doom. The crew surrounding them erupted into animated chatter, with Roger placing his bet and cheering for Shanks, despite recognizing his slim chances of victory. After all, he had raised the boy from a young age and felt compelled to support him, especially since the treasure he wagered was one he had recently acquired. Of little use to him. Just as the excitement escalated among the onlookers, Us's observation hockey suddenly picked up on something unusual, followed by a voice echoing in his ear. "Settle for a draw, Us. Uncle Beatum." Chapter 7. OS's American Fishing Technique Match Fixing? "Uncle, that is not my style." OS's gaze revealed disdain. He was determined to suppress the man with the red hair, for only then could he maintain his supremacy in this new era. He aspired to be an unrivaled champion for life. Perhaps sensing the defiance in OS's eyes, Beatum could only smirk helplessly. After a moment, he managed to utter, once successful, "I'll share half of my earnings with you." "Master, your judgment of character is impeccable." OS's lips could not help but curl upwards. It wasn't a matter of lacking spirit, but rather the meager stipend for interns was insufficient, forcing him into this predicament. "Shanks, let us settle this once and for all." Huh. Upon hearing OS's words, Shanks, who was panting from the trickery, clenched his teeth. "All right, that suits me perfectly." The surrounding crew erupted in cheers. "Are we finally going to determine a winner?" "Go, Shanks, don't lose face." "Good job. OS, stay focused. Don't let the wind turn against you." The atmosphere was electric, with excitement palpable in the air. As the tension escalated, OS became serious, his fingers clenched tightly as he watched the equally earnest Shanks opposite him. In his slightly narrowed eyes, a glimmer of red light flickered, which drew Jabba's attention first. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he gaped, seemingly witnessing something extraordinary. Beside him, Rayleigh's pupils constricted, his expression grave as he stared intently at OS. "No, it's merely potential. That level of advanced observation hockey is beyond a boy of his age." Roger also felt astonished, his smile stiffening. The king of the next generation seems to have encountered a worthy opponent. At that moment, the focused OS was oblivious to the high regard held by the three legendary pirates. He was solely intent on discerning Shanks's sword trajectory, attempting to predict his moves. As Shanks unleashed his utmost powerful slash, OS merely observed the sharp blade glinting past the side of his face, catching a fleeting glimpse of the blurred trajectory. An impressive strike, Shanks, but unfortunately, OS held his breath, seizing Shanks's post-attack vulnerability. His clenched fist struck Shanks's abdomen with tremendous force, producing a dull thud that left him momentarily dazed. Ugh, while surged forth, and OS, relying on his monstrous strength, dominated the inexperienced Shanks. With a staggering collapse, young Shanks's figure swayed, his eyes rolling back, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Realizing Shanks would likely not remain conscious, OS sighed, then suddenly raised his fist, feigning an exaggerated expression of pain. My fist hurts so much. Did I get rebound? Ouch, it hurts so badly I might faint. OS glanced back at the crowd, then resolutely closed his eyes, collapsing onto the ground, coincidentally landing in sync with Shanks, both sprawled out in a dramatic fashion. A hush fell over the arena. Wow. Bidem, unable to contain himself, nearly burst into tears. You call that acting? Can you at least put some heart into it? You jerk. Could you be any more dramatic? Reluctantly, Bidem cleared his throat. It seems to be a tie. My apologies, everyone. At that moment, Buggy, who had been secretly stashing away his savings, emerged from the cabin. He surveyed the scene, Bidem being pummeled by the crew, the motionless Shanks, and OS lying on the ground, picking his nose, and was utterly bewildered. Don't do this, Shanks. Balance between work and rest is crucial. OS, observing Shanks squatting with a barbell, kindly advised, shut up. You jerk. Put down that iron on your back first. Shanks growled, his temper flaring despite his usual good nature, provoked by OS's antics. Ha ha ha. OS could only laugh awkwardly, continuing to lift the heavy weights in one-handed push-ups. You two monsters. Can't you settle down for a moment? Buggy, overhearing their banter, felt exasperated. He could only manage light dumbbell curls while OS and Shanks pushed their limits. As Shanks's training intensified, OS also reaped considerable rewards from his workouts, even motivating Buggy, the master of slacking off, to raise his training intensity, much to his chagrin. The following days grew monotonous. OS's few sources of joy consisted of reading newspapers, fighting, training, and fishing. However, his numerous interests left little time to indulge his passion for fishing. Yet, this did not deter the clever OS. Hey, OS, haven't you caught anything yet? Buggy leaned beside him, watching as OS sat motionless at the ship's edge, his eyes closed. Isn't it almost time to train? Hearing this, OS, who had just been practicing expanding his observation hockey, slowly opened his eyes, the faint red glow in his pupils fading. Relax. Have I ever failed to catch fish before training? However, Shanks had already begun. All right, I understand. OS sighed, drawing a pistol from his waist. Ever heard of American fishing techniques? Bang, bang, bang. A series of crisp gunshots rang out, and soon, several fish floated to the surface, seemingly smoking. OS flicked his fishing hook, swiftly snagging the unfortunate creatures, tossing them into the fish basket as he headed towards the cabin. I'm off, Buggy. Wait for me. OS has become stronger again, hasn't he? Indeed, he's an absolute monster. Reminds me of someone. I guess you mean Ryderfield? Close enough, but actually, I was referring to Whitebeard. On the deck, observing the young man sparring with the first mate, Rayleigh, many crew members discussed among themselves, including the two youngsters in the front row. OS, no matter what, he cannot be defeated. Don't be so pessimistic, Buggy. We will surely grow stronger. Perhaps due to frequent defeats by OS, Shanks gradually regained his calm disposition, returning to his easygoing nature. What foolishness are you spouting, Shanks? Just because we grow stronger doesn't mean OS won. Buggy felt no comfort, only sinking further into despair. With Shanks already aboard, he constantly faced pressure. And now with OS emerging, it was difficult not to feel hopeless. Don't mope around. Look, OS and the first mate's sparring has begun. Chapter 8. Aussie, the Iron Block. It has begun. It has begun. How long do you think Aussie can endure this time? Last time it was a minute. Surely this time it will be at least a minute and a half. I bet it will be 2 minutes. Care to make a wager, Minasan? Don't push me, or I'll have to slap you abatum. Perhaps out of sheer boredom, aboard the Roger Pirate's ship. A group of rugged men gathered excitedly, watching a brewing battle unfold. Aussie, clad in a mysteriously acquired shrunken black military uniform, with a black gun slung over his back, stood poised, gazing intently at the figure before him. His long black hair danced in the wind, and although his youthful face bore a resolute expression, it could not conceal his striking good looks, reminiscent of the unique charm of the Uchiha clan. Opposite him stood a middle-aged man with golden hair. Despite merely standing there casually, he exuded an undeniable pressure that Aussie felt acutely. Truly, this was Silver's Rayleigh. One glance at his stance revealed his formidable prowess. Aussie understood that no strong individual in the world of pirates had not been forged through battle. Mere diligent training was the path of lesser pirates. Aussie's approach, however, was all about sheer determination. Those who fear pain should not aspire to be pirates. As Rayleigh remained motionless, Aussie decided not to wait any longer. In the bewildered gazes of Buggy and Shanks, he vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. He disappeared in an instant? When did Aussie consume a devil fruit? They were aware of Aussie's partnership with Uncle Abaddon in a scam, and thus knew that the treasure wager lost by Captain Roger was, in fact, a devil fruit. When it came time to divide the spoils, Aussie had chosen not to take money, but rather the devil fruit itself. According to Captain Rayleigh, its name was purportedly the teleportation fruit. Not long after, Captain Roger appeared behind the two young ones, gently patting their heads with his large hands, and said, "You should have seen it. Aussie is utilizing the Marine's 6 powers." What? Shanks and Buggy gaped in disbelief. They were certainly familiar with the 6 powers, a high-level application of physical techniques, akin to a kindergarten version of hockey. The crucial point, however, was that this was a signature skill of Marine officers. Aussie had mastered it at the tender age of 9. Sure enough, when they turned their gaze back to the battlefield, Aussie had suddenly reappeared behind Rayleigh, delivering a swift kick aimed at his waist. Don't blame Wadashi, Shaki-san. However, just as he was about to strike, Aussie inexplicably withdrew his foot and swiftly distanced himself from his opponent. Rayleigh slowly turned around, his expression serious as he regarded Aussie, a smirk creeping onto his lips. "Why did you pull back?" Aussie glared at Rayleigh, who wore a mischievous grin reminiscent of a peculiar uncle, and retorted, "It's nothing, just a feeling that if I kicked, something quite unpleasant would occur." In truth, at that very moment, he had vaguely envisioned the scene of his leg fracturing. Adopting a mindset of better safe than sorry, Aussie chose to retract his kick and sought to recapture the sensation he had just experienced. Sometimes, an overly developed observation hockey can hinder your growth, young man. Rayleigh chuckled, nearly instantaneously appearing in front of Aussie. "Nanny." Aussie's observation hockey blared an urgent warning. Observation hockey, an enemy approaches. Brain, react quickly. Body, 666. You try to react and see what happens? This was one of Aussie's drawbacks. His excessively powerful observation hockey granted him a naturally superior perspective, akin to that of a deity. Yet, it could not alter the fact that he was still a child, and his physical responses could not keep pace. The disparity between the two was his shortcoming, unrelated to talent, and could only be honed through relentless combat, thereby developing a monster-like reaction and instinct to harness greater powers, such as hockey. In essence, the best tutorial for mastering armament hockey was to engage in more battles and take more hits. His naturally robust physique could only shorten this process, not bypass it. Thus, when faced with Rayleigh's sudden assault, Aussie quickly realized he could not evade it. Rather than dodging, he resolved to endure the blow and seize the opportunity for self-improvement. With determination, he summoned the recently learned rudimentary version of armament hockey, Iron Block. "I refuse to believe I cannot block a mere kick." "Aussie, you've finally awakened." "What the heck?" Aussie slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the two boys standing by his bedside. It took him a mere 2.5 seconds to grasp the situation. He had once again been lulled into slumber by Uncle Rayleigh's kick. Should we commend Rayleigh-san for his sheer strength, or lament that being put to sleep is a passive effect of this absurd skill? "If I use Iron Block again, I am a fool," Aussie silently vowed. "Hey, Aussie, are you really all right?" Buggy and Shanks expressed concern as Aussie rose from the bed. After all, they had clearly witnessed the dark purple hue of Rayleigh's armament hockey enveloping his foot when Aussie had fainted. Even Captain Roger had broken out in a cold sweat, inquiring whether Rayleigh had perhaps been too heavy-handed. Though Aussie was a monster, sustaining a solid kick like that should have left him bedridden for days. They could hardly fathom how he had managed to endure. Moreover, as Aussie's close friends, they were genuinely worried about his well-being. Aussie was undoubtedly reckless. Yet Aussie, the center of the incident, seemed largely unconcerned, stretching his limbs instead. "I'm fine. By the way, how long did I sleep?" "It wasn't he an entire day, was it?" Aussie behaved as if nothing had happened, only gasping when he touched his chest. "That hurts." Upon seeing this expression, Shanks and Buggy assumed he had re-injured himself and rushed to support him. "Don't be stubborn, Aussie. Yes, if you're hurt, you should rest, you idiot. Aussie grinned through the pain, unbuttoning his shirt to reveal a bruised chest, his lips twitching slightly. Huh. When did you learn to use armament hockey? Shanks exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Buggy, observing his reaction, was infuriated and retorted, "Are you an idiot? This is obviously a bruise." "Oh, ha ha, I see now." Shanks chuckled, realizing his error. "So that's what it was. You really know how to infuriate me, you jerk." Buggy often found Shanks' obliviousness exasperating, as he would frequently miss the point of others' remarks and remain nonchalant while Buggy fumed. Typically, at such moments, Aussie would laugh heartily, waiting for their argument to conclude before wrapping his arms around their shoulders and deftly steering the conversation elsewhere. "Don't be angry, Buggy, let us go eat." "TCH. I'll do it for Aussie's sake, but not because of you, Shanks." "All right, I understand." Chapter 9, Black Gun. OS in the year 1493 of the Sea Circle calendar. Why is this fellow named Odin wearing a diaper? The weather was splendid, and the scenery was delightful. The Roger pirates had just replenished their supplies on an island. OS returned with a newspaper, and Shanks and Buggy were huddled together, engrossed in it. One particular news item caught Roger's attention. It was about the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, a recently renowned figure on the seas. Samurai Kazuki Odin from Wano. "He appears quite dashing," Roger remarked. "Utterly hideous," OS scoffed, as he hoisted a barrel of liquor taller than himself onto the table before Roger. "Dressed like a pervert in an open-bottomed cloth. Is he convenient for relieving himself anywhere? In my opinion, black military attire is the most stylish, right, Barrett?" "Absolutely, Barrett," the Ironhead boy, who had joined the crew a month prior, affirmed. OS had observed the battle where Barrett challenged Captain Roger. It was not a fair fight, but rather a one-sided thrashing. As for the rumor of 15-year-old Barrett being a match for Peak Rayleigh, OS dismissed it with a smirk. "Do I look like a fool? Not only Barrett, but even 15-year-old Roger, Whitebeard, or Rocks would stand no chance against Peak Rayleigh. You think mastering all 3 types of hockey, wielding a great sword, and utilizing Conqueror's hockey is child's play?" OS reflected that Buggy often spoke without sense, claiming Barrett could rival Rayleigh, but he found some amusement in it. Having barely survived a kick from Rayleigh, OS hoped Barrett would boast about himself in the future, perhaps claiming, "I once stood toe-to-toe with Vice Captain Rayleigh at the age of 9. Although Barrett had not yet reached the level of the world's top combatants, he was indeed a formidable martial artist. Shortly after boarding, he had sparred with OS, and even the mighty Barrett had marveled at OS's exceptional observation hockey and strength. At just 10 years old, OS could hold his own against the 15-year-old Barrett, and while Barrett was confident he wouldn't be defeated, he knew capturing OS would not be an easy feat. Barrett did not trust comrades easily, but he respected strength, so when OS spoke to him, he merely nodded in acknowledgement, believing military uniforms were indeed the most striking attire. "Haha, diaper." Roger burst into laughter at OS's description, causing the liquor in his bottle to clink. However, Kurokas, observing this scene, snatched the bottle from Roger's hand, admonishing him, "You can no longer indulge in drink. You wouldn't want to collapse before your voyage is complete, would you, Roger?" Startled by this, Roger exclaimed, "Come on, Kurokas, just a little 1 hurt." Yet, in front of the ship's doctor, his authority as captain held little weight, and he could only watch helplessly as Kurokas carried away his precious liquor. With his spirits dampened by the absence of alcohol, Roger soon experienced a turn of fortune. OS stealthily approached him and discreetly produced a bottle of liquor from his cloak, swiftly placing it into Roger's hands. They exchanged knowing glances. "Good boy, OS," Roger praised. "No need for words, Captain," OS replied. "Is it all right, Rayleigh? How's Roger's condition?" Their little exchange did not escape the keen eyes of the crew, but they chose not to comment. "It's fine. Roger is not a man easily defeated." With the liquor in hand, Roger appeared revitalized, shouting to everyone, "Everyone, we are returning to the New World. Oh, big news, big news. The Roger Pirates, one of the New World's dominators, have appeared in the latter half of the New World, having continuously defeated several pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion. Is this the new age of rocks?" Ever since Roger learned of his terminal illness and resolved to embark on the journey to the final island, the Roger Pirates' voyage seemed to enter fast forward. In just 2 years, they had traversed east and west, relentlessly pursuing the truth of history. And just like that, 2 years had flown by. In the latter half of the New World, within the waters of Edwar, OS, your bounty has been announced. On the deck, a lively celebration was underway. Buggy, habitually wrapped in a scarf, rushed over excitedly, nearly stumbling in his haste. Upon hearing the news, all the crew members paused and then raised their glasses, signaling to the long-haired youth in the crowd, chattering animatedly, "You've made it, OS. Let us celebrate your bounty with another round of festivities." "All right." The sea breeze tousled the young man's long hair as OS approached Buggy, holding a bottle of juice, casting a discontented glance at the revelers. "Is my bounty truly a reason for you to celebrate?" "Don't be such a downer, OS," Buggy retorted. Shanks, also caught up in the celebratory atmosphere, seemed to enjoy the camaraderie. "Truly at a loss with you all," OS chuckled, taking hold of the bounty notice Buggy had handed him. The largest portrait depicted OS during a naval battle, standing tall, his eyes gleaming with a fierce crimson light, exuding an intimidating presence. He appeared overwhelmingly powerful. Black gun, Data OS, bounty, 139, 600, 000 berries, notorious criminal, life or death regardless. Is this for real? 139 million? Buggy exclaimed, shocked. Being naturally low-key and not particularly strong, he had yet to catch the Navy's attention, making OS's bounty all the more astonishing. Although it was bolstered by the reputation of the Roger Pirates and OS's penchant for hitting from the shadows in battle, earning the ire of many, including a certain curly-haired Navy officer who always sought him out, this bounty was nonetheless significant. It indicated that OS, at merely 12 years of age, had already been recognized by the world government as a formidable pirate. Shanks concurred, acknowledging that while OS could be infuriating at times, he was indeed a respected adversary. Just as they were about to continue their conversation, OS suddenly raised his hand, his expression turning serious as he gazed skyward, leaving the two youths puzzled, prompting them to look up as well. As they did, Buggy noticed something amiss. Several dark dots seemed to emerge slowly from the clouds. Indeed, they could not escape it. OS unslung the black gun from his back, tendrils of darkness enveloping the weapon, his eyes igniting with a terrifying crimson glow. Edward Naval Battle. Chapter 10. What head is exploding? The head of the Golden Lion. Enemy attack. Bucky gazed nervously at the descending pirate fleet, his voice rising in alarm. But it was quickly silenced as a large hand rested upon his head. "Captain Roger. Calm down, Bucky, prepare for battle." As he looked up, he was met with Roger's eternally unflappable visage. "Shiki." "Roger." Amidst the numerous warships, on the prow of the flagship adorned with a golden lion's head, stood a man with flowing blonde hair. This was the quintessential pirate. Even from a distance, us sensed an overwhelming aura of a top-tier powerhouse. Former cadre of the Rocks Pirates, one of the three great powers of the New World, Golden Lion Shiki. "How many times have I uttered this, Roger?" Shiki proclaimed, his long robe billowing and a cigar held firmly between his lips. "Although we have had our share of grievances in our youth, let us put them aside. With your knowledge of the ancient weapon capable of obliterating the world, combined with my military strength and plans, we shall undoubtedly conquer the world, and you will be my left hand." Bang! Before he could finish, Shiki's words were abruptly interrupted by the sound of a gunshot. Who dares to interrupt the governor's speech? They shall surely meet their demise. The underlings of the Flying Sky Pirates were drenched in cold sweat as they glanced towards the source of the shot. Sigh. Is it truly impossible? A voice sighed beside Roger. In the next moment, a pitch-black bullet continued to spin on Shiki's armed visage, eventually losing momentum and gently falling into the sea. Shiki's words came to an abrupt halt, veins bulging on his forehead, as his gaze swiftly locked onto the figure beside Roger, a young man in military attire with tousled hair, the barrel of his long gun still emitting wisps of smoke. "Damn! You seek death." Panic and fury erupted from the ranks of the Flying Sky Pirates, clearly offended by this act which had gravely disrespected their governor's authority. However, under the scrutiny of us's observation hockey, those who boasted could hardly evade the lethal strike, with crimson light flickering in their pupils, followed by the emergence of vibrant gun muzzles. The armed color bullets that foresaw the future could only be withstood by those whose mastery surpassed us's, or through even more potent armed color hockey. Non-officer pirates fell one by one. "Ha ha ha. This is my answer, Shiki." Captain Roger laughed heartily at this scene. It was evident that Shiki's face flushed red upon hearing this. "So, you mean to say that you wish for me to kill you here? To defeat all of you?" The first shot of the war had been fired by us, leading to an exceptionally fierce battle. Us initially fired a few stray shots, but as numerous enemy ships closed in, he unsheathed the long blade at his waist and vanished from sight with a swift shave, leaving many henchmen oblivious to his presence until they suddenly found themselves with numerous wounds. However, it wasn't long before an officer came knocking. A remarkably robust man, presumably a captain of the Flying Sky Pirates, confronted us. Given his lack of familiarity with some faces, us thought, that brat dares to challenge Captain Dark? He shall surely meet a cruel end. Though the surrounding pirate henchmen dared not approach us, it did not hinder their boasting about their officers. As the stark contrast in physique was evident, a 1.6-meter boy versus a 4-meter giant, the disparity was unmistakable. Yet, the imposing Dark found himself at a disadvantage, sensing a profound danger emanating from this seemingly frail boy. In your future, there are no victories. Us held his black blade with one hand. Though limited by his age, his mastery of armed color was sufficient for simple application. His pursuit of excitement and combat was merely for the purpose of honing his haki and gaining renown upon the sea. Roger's grand vision of the world, wealth, fame, power, he intended to seize it all for himself. Boom! The entire deck began to cave and roll. Countless pirate henchmen flew backward as Dark, enveloped in armed color, charged at us with a mighty punch. Clang! As the billowing smoke dissipated, contrary to the spectators' expectations of a crushing scene, the slender figure in military garb stood firm. Us, with merely one hand cloaked in armed color, had successfully blocked the forceful punch. Impressive strength, but your speed is as sluggish as a snail. Us's expression was laced with disdain. This haughty tone instantly broke Dark's composure and sent him into a frenzy of attacks. Surprisingly easy to handle. A smile crept across Us's face, seemingly pleased with his adversary's performance. The enemies he favored most were those who could only retaliate with impotent rage. However, Us acknowledged that Dark's mastery of armed color surpassed his own. Thus, he opted for a direct exchange of blows when he desired to fight. And when he wished to evade, he would simply maneuver around. Dark was overwhelmed with frustration, nearing a state of desperation. Initially thinking he would easily handle a mere boy who had offended the governor, thus earning favor from the governor while avoiding confrontation with the monsters of Roger's crew, he found himself facing a far more formidable opponent than anticipated, especially one so adept at mockery. Damn it, As Dark unleashed another punch, he felt as if he had struck something solid, accompanied by a resounding boom. Just as he began to revel in his success, a cold sweat trickled down his forehead. How can this be? Such monstrous strength emanating from a mere boy. Upon having his fist grasped by Us, he found himself unable to pull away. The opposing strength far exceeded his own. With terror in his eyes, Dark watched as Us wore a face of utter disinterest. Your purity is still too low. Your progress in armed color is slower than what it would take to receive a beating from the captain, you pathetic lung fog pirate. Us smirked, using an incomprehensible force to swing Dark around, eliciting gasps from the surrounding henchmen. Dark gritted his teeth, attempting to stabilize himself, but found it utterly impossible as he was sent spiraling through the air. With a forceful release, Dark was flung onto another ship, only to be met with a downward axe strike from Jabba. After disposing of Dark, Us chose to cease the melee. Observing that the nearby henchmen had been sufficiently dealt with, he executed a moonwalk combined with a shave, returning towards the bow of the Oro Jackson. Shanks and Bucky stood back to back, confronting the encircling pirates. One-sword style, black light. A streak of black blade light cut through as Us wielded his black blade, fighting his way through the throng to reunite with the two. Fantastic. It's Us. Us, come over here. The battle was intensely fierce. Even though the crew of the Roger Pirates was elite, they found themselves somewhat overwhelmed amidst the unrelenting onslaught. The fighters aboard the ship struggled to manage the three young boys, and while Bucky appeared fierce, he was inwardly filled with anxiety. As Us arrived, he seemed to radiate a luminous aura. Chapter 11. The Conqueror's Haki, or the luck of the Conqueror Baki, was fervently hoping for us to come to their rescue. But alas, Us had his own matters to attend to. My apologies, Baki, but I have other commitments. You and Shanks must hold on a little longer. Us patted Baki on the shoulder and, in an instant, sliced his way out of the encirclement. Wait, this is infuriating. Baki lamented, tears almost spilling as he and Shanks fought and retreated. They were not monstrous beings like us. Despite their 12 years, their combat prowess was commendable, yet they struggled against the overwhelming numbers of elite pirates. Shanks, however, remained unfazed. After bidding farewell to Us, he once again engaged the charging pirates, urging, don't slack off. Baki, the enemy is upon us. At this moment, Amidst the fierce battle at the main battlefield of the Marineford War, Roger and Shiki clashed with their conquerors Haki unleashed. Dark red lightning spreading across the battlefield, seemingly tearing the very sky apart. Some of the weaker pirates dared not approach, for the sight of their slumbering predecessors served as a stark warning. Their duel was nothing short of intense. God's avoidance, Lion's thousand cuts. Their sword techniques collided, and us, who had come to observe, dared not blink, fixated on the blades that barely touched. No matter how many times he witnessed it, the sheer force was always awe-inspiring. Conquerors Haki entangled. Us was overwhelmed, standing on the sidelines, feeling the residual might of their formidable Haki. As he fully immersed himself in this innate power, he admitted that for the first time, he felt fear, not from a lack of courage or awareness, but from a primal instinct in the face of death. He understood that should he dare to step even a few paces closer, no matter how robust his physique or dual-colored Haki, he would be annihilated by this force. Yet, Us did not retreat. He acknowledged the gamble he was taking, but evidently, he had wagered correctly. In confronting such overwhelming terror, one often breaks through their limits. Perhaps due to being too close, Us began to suffer numerous wounds. Even his armament Haki proved ineffective at defense, blood trickling from his orifices. Nevertheless, he dared not falter, for a retreat meant a lifetime of regret. To step back in fear of another's conqueror's Haki, based on Us's understanding of this potent force, would make awakening it again nearly impossible. He would be relegated to merely a vice admiral level, unable to flaunt his prowess or seek enjoyment. He refused to become one of those who could be easily dispatched by a single thrust of Haki, falling short of even admiral status, and in the future, standing powerless against Shanks. In his previous life, he had languished at the bottom, unable to rise. In this life, having finally discovered his talent and opportunity for growth, he aimed to become the world's strongest man, the greatest show-off, the freest soul. He wished to instill fear in all who heard his name, causing them to break into a cold sweat. Such simple yet profound thoughts filled his mind, allowing us to face the baptism of the two supreme conquerors Haki without hesitation. Boom. Just as Shiki and Roger were locked in their exhilarating battle, a youthful yet domineering will surged into the battlefield, and the dark red lightning suddenly caught their attention. Shiki and Roger widened their eyes, then burst into hearty laughter. "Little brat, it seems you have ambitions of your own. Join me, and I shall overlook that previous shot." "Not a chance, Shiki. This child is one of the futures of the new era." In the distance, Rayleigh and his comrades, engaged in battle, felt the high purity of his conqueror's Haki and smiled. Among them, Baki appeared the most astonished, his hair billowing in the tempest of this newfound aura. Eyes wide with disbelief. "Oh, Us, has he truly awakened conqueror's Haki?" "Ah, indeed, Us is remarkable." Shanks, more composed, genuinely rejoiced at his friend's progress. However, they remained oblivious to a seemingly inconspicuous pirate among the flying sky pirates, currently holding a Den Mushi. On the other end of the Den Mushi, at Marine Headquarters, Marineford, to awaken conqueror's Haki at such a young age, this kid from Roger's crew may possess potential rivaling the current Roger. "I know this fellow." A voice emerged from behind Vice Admiral Garp, startling him from his slumber. "Nanny, did it end already?" "Garp." As Garp returned to slumber, current Fleet Admiral Sengoku gritted his teeth, ready to erupt, only to be halted by Admiral Kong. Garp's ship's crew elaborate. Kazan, seated behind Garp, stood up, gritting his teeth as he gazed at the Den Mushi, upon which a military-clad boy radiated dark red lightning. He slowly produced a bounty notice, detailing a target named Us, age 12, proficient in dual and tricolored Haki, skilled in both gunplay and martial arts, and suspected of possessing a high mastery of observation Haki, potentially one of the inheritors of the great pirate Roger. If the previous information stemmed from the Navy's years of combat and financial intelligence, the last line was purely personal vendetta. As a natural type ability user, he still bore scars from his thigh that refused to fade. He had nearly transformed from a future Marine Admiral into a future Marine Lady of the Sea. Such a young monster must be suppressed in its infancy. Upon hearing Kazan's words, Admiral Kong's brows furrowed tightly. The rising number of genius monsters among pirates posed a significant challenge for the Navy, especially those affiliated with notorious pirates like Roger. Now, with the confirmation of possessing conqueror's Haki, should he grow and learn to wield it? The thought of another pirate of Roger's caliber looming in the future weighed heavily on Kong's mind. That boy with the gun on Roger's ship has now grown to this extent? Marine hero Garp, while munching on senbei, reflected, "Old man s senbei." Garp. Sengoku exclaimed, exasperated. One or two of them refused to be utilized for my benefit. Then let them perish. Despite awakening Conqueror's haki, Us was still merely a child, and Roger had no choice but to shield him. Just a single clash of their sword techniques sent Us flying once more. He adjusted himself and chose not to recklessly return to the heart of the battlefield. Instead, he gracefully approached Shanks and Baki. Seeing Us's figure, Baki was visibly elated. Us. There are too many enemies. What shall we do? Rest assured, Baki. Us flicked the rain off his blade, gazing at the tempestuous sky as if a storm were brewing. You possess luck in Conqueror's haki that rivals mine and Shanks. Chapter 12. Well done, Buggy. Do not lose face as if to validate Aosi's words. A tempest brewed on the horizon, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. What? In the face of such formidable natural forces, even the so-called world-destroying overlords of the New World must concede. Countless ships manipulated by the float fruit were engulfed by the storm and tsunami, and the Golden Lion himself, who held dominion over the skies, was no exception. Swept into the deluge, helpless in that moment, a ship's helm came hurtling towards them, setting sail. Everyone. The Oro Jackson, crafted from the legendary Atom Tree, remained remarkably resilient, coupled with a group of formidable warriors devoid of devil fruit powers paving the way. Not even the tsunami could impede the advance of the Roger pirates. This scene left Buggy and Shanks in utter astonishment. Hey! The kitchen door was suddenly flung open by Buggy, its already battered frame now teetering precariously. Aosi! Buggy exclaimed, excitement radiating from his flushed face. A mix of disbelief and exhilaration in his voice. Is it truly as you say? That storm which saved us was indeed a result of my luck. Aosi, indulging in a clandestine feast in the kitchen, was munching on meat with one hand and guzzling from a milk barrel with the other. Having consumed a mountain of food without any visible bulge in his abdomen. Having sensed Buggy's approach with his observation haki, he found no surprise in the intrusion. Merely amusement at Buggy's gullibility. Perhaps there was some truth to Buggy's so-called conqueror's luck, for one could hardly ascend to the ranks of warlord and even emperor with such mediocre strength. Yet, Aosi believed that their survival in this battle was more a testament to Captain Roger's fated lineage than to Buggy's luck. Any contribution Buggy made was likely merely supplementary. However, Aosi's thoughts were tempered by his emotional intelligence. After all, Buggy was one of his few good friends. Of course, Buggy, the fact that you've managed to board this ship and remain unscathed through so many battles speaks volumes, doesn't it? Aosi stated earnestly. Buggy, possessing true grit, recalled his past words clearly. Will your lives not cry out? Such magnanimity, even in weakness, marked him as a true pirate. Upon hearing Aosi's words, Buggy fell into silence for a moment, uncertain if he was being complimented. However, after a brief contemplation, he chose to trust Aosi. Although Aosi often teased him and occasionally irked him, Buggy believed he understood Aosi's character well. He had never lied to him, and in times of danger, it was Aosi who often came to his aid, unlike Shanks, who would trick him with false treasure maps, leading to their frequent brawls, albeit Buggy never won. With these thoughts, a smile crept onto Buggy's face, and he decided to join Aosi in their idleness. Among the entire crew, he preferred Aosi's company the most. Shanks was far too vexing, and the other crew members seemed to favor Aosi's and Shanks' superior talents, leading Buggy to occasionally contemplate abandoning his dreams. Only Aosi spoke sweetly and never provoked his ire, helping him with tasks while genuinely rewarding him with shares of treasure and affirmations of his worth. In truth, Aosi was Buggy's best friend. By the way, Aosi, aside from juice, you seem to have a fondness for milk as well. Buggy rubbed his red nose, tasting the milk and finding it sweet, yet unremarkable, prompting him to ask Aosi, huh? You actually don't like it that much? That's true, Aosi replied with a chuckle, but I drink it to grow taller. I aspire to reach 3 meters. Otherwise, I'd have to look up at the monsters of the sea, which would be quite humiliating. Is that really the reason? Buggy queried, astonished. Of course. My true favorite is orange juice, Aosi said, raising his cup to clink with Buggy's before they both drank heartily. Buggy clenched his fists, as if resolving something, and suddenly stood up, looking at the bewildered Aosi. Aosi, when I become a great pirate, I will treat you to the finest orange juice in the world. As he made this proclamation, a hint of bashfulness colored Buggy's cheeks, but he attempted to maintain composure, anxiously watching Aosi. Ha 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 ha, that sounds fantastic. Buggy, You will undoubtedly become a monumental figure in the seas. When I find myself down and out, I shall seek refuge with you." Aosi laughed heartily, but Buggy took it to heart, replying without hesitation. "Rest assured, Aosi, the position of my first mate is eternally yours." Though Buggy said this, recalling Aosi's and Shank's incredible prowess left him feeling uncertain. These two were simply too remarkable. Did he truly deserve to dream such dreams? The two lay back, hands behind their heads, eating and chatting until evening fell. It was not until the ship's cook, sensing something amiss, stormed in with a mop, that these two loafers were finally discovered. However, seeing Aosi, who had merely burped without any discernible change, and Buggy, who had unwittingly ballooned into a sphere, left the cook speechless. Aosi's monstrous constitution allowed him to digest anything instantly, while Buggy, clearly unable to keep up, had no excuse. Thus, Aosi had no choice but to carry Buggy back to his quarters. After bidding Buggy farewell, Aosi finally found a moment to himself, to wash away the blood and grime from battle. Yet, in this newfound leisure, he felt a familiar itch, a desire to unleash his conqueror's haki. When he first mastered the moonwalk, he reveled in the sensation of soaring through the skies, though the repetitive sound of stepping on air eventually led to an annoyed jab from Uncle Jabba, leaving a bump on his head. Considering it was now nighttime, unleashing his haki recklessly could very well invite a brawl, so Aosi opted to forego that idea. However, as he gazed at his reflection, his scarred physique radiated raw power. The black-armored haki enveloped his arms, subtly reflecting the room's light. Once they arrived in Wano, he planned to learn from Flowing Sakura, eventually mastering the haki binding technique. Aosi admired his formidable strength while meticulously plotting his ascent from the ranks of a mid-tier warrior to a vice-emperor, and finally to the pinnacle of kingship. To date, due to his monstrous physique, ordinary training had become insufficient to facilitate rapid growth and strength. The effects were almost negligible. The remainder of his advancement would rely on age, maturation, and the tutelage of higher-tier haki masters to maintain such a swift progression. But if one were to consider all avenues, there existed another method for augmenting his power. Aosi cast a glance toward the small treasure chest beneath his bed. Chapter 13. Shanks, what face do you have? Not a single hair. Within lies the very devil fruit that I acquired 3 years ago, the paramecia type, shifting fruit. In the original narrative, this fruit belonged to Van Augur, the sniper of the Blackbeard pirates, and could be deemed exceptionally suitable for a marksman. However, to Oth, this is certainly more than just a mere aid for snipers. When progress and strength seem stagnant, Oth may contemplate consuming this spatially related devil fruit, which, upon its awakening, could yield remarkable surprises, such as teleporting all enemy attacks miles away, swiftly evading to achieve a state of divine evasion, immune to all assaults, or casually teleporting fruit users into the sea. If a simple rubber ball can inflict pain, why couldn't the shifting fruit enable world travel? To Oth, while the mythical Zoan types appear formidable, paramecia is not to be underestimated, especially when it pertains to conceptual abilities. As for why he refrains from consuming it now, Oth is waiting. He harbors concerns regarding a certain speculation, whether, before the right moment, the devil fruit users might be rejected by the final island. In the original tale, Buggy missed the grand treasure due to an inexplicable fever that struck him on the eve of their arrival, while none of the others experienced such symptoms. The stark difference between Buggy and the others is that he is a user of the chop-chop fruit. Thus, Oth dares not gamble. After all, the fruit will not vanish. He can afford to wait these 2 years, during which he can focus on enhancing his haki. After all, as Master Kaido once said, only haki surpasses all. Oth certainly will not forsake the essence for the superficial, transforming into a fruit user who appears powerful yet crumbles under the slightest haki confrontation. Kid may boast of awakening the electromagnetic cannon, easily injuring an emperor, erasing fleets with a single shot, but if his haki cannot keep pace, Shanks could foresee the future, catch the slightest hint, and dispatch him with a swift blade, making the 30 billion bounty seem as trivial as slaughtering a chicken. Thus, regardless of circumstances, Oth will not abandon the cultivation of haki. He aims to master the world's hardest armament haki, to perceive the future more clearly, and to wield Conqueror's haki that surpasses all others. Following the Roger Pirates is currently the fastest way for him to enhance his haki, effectively mirroring Shanks' ascent. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted Oth's reverie. Uncle Bite him? A peculiar red gleam sparked in Oth's eyes, and he envisioned a portly figure opening the door, donning his trousers. Oth opened the door to find none other than his sniper mentor, Bidem, the marksman of the Roger pirates. "Oth, still awake?" Bidem exclaimed, brandishing a long staff wrapped in bandages, and patted Oth's shoulder familiarly. Oth nodded, inviting him inside. "What brings you here?" "I've come to congratulate you, Oth. Not everyone possesses the aptitude for conqueror's hockey." Bidem beamed, handing Oth the object in his hands. One must admit, as Oth's mentor, Bidem has been exceptionally devoted, diligently teaching him the nuances of observation hockey and marksmanship, truly deserving of the title master. Upon receiving the item, Oth immediately discerned its nature. It was a long gun, quite heavy. As he unraveled the bandages, a sleek, jet-black sniper rifle emerged, crafted from nothing but the finest materials, indeed, entirely made of sea stone. Oth was at a loss for words. He had initially intended to become a devil fruit user who could both fight and snipe, but how could he reconcile the teleportation ability with a sniper rifle? "Well, it is indeed a fine weapon," Oth remarked, glancing at Bidem's eager eyes, unable to voice any dissatisfaction. Perhaps he could simply use it wrapped in bandages. Moreover, this rifle was undoubtedly exceptional. An experienced sniper would know it could effortlessly strike targets thousands of meters away, if the bullets were imbued with armament hockey or other abilities. Theoretically, they could reach even greater distances. "Of course, I spent a considerable sum on this one," Bidem laughed heartily. "I simply grew accustomed to my old companion, hence the delay in replacing it. Consider yourself fortunate." His joy was evident, pleased that his treasured rifle found a worthy new owner, for Oth certainly deserved it. After all, there are few snipers blessed with conqueror's hockey. Oth is a rare gem with unlimited potential ahead. Without conqueror's hockey, one can hardly aspire to be among the world's strongest snipers, yet Oth holds that promise. Thus, Bidem's gesture was an investment in the future of marksmanship. "I intended to gift it to you tomorrow, but seeing Shanks was still awake, I thought you might be too, so I came over today." Upon hearing Bidem's words, Oth, who had been admiring his new weapon, paused, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "What madness has Shanks unleashed at this hour?" "Probably because of you," Bidem replied with a smirk. "Seeing you, of the same age, effortlessly defeat enemy ship officers likely stimulated him." He then burst into laughter. Having been raised by Captain Roger, Shanks was exceptionally gifted and regarded as the successor to Roger's will, while Oth, his pupil, had now surpassed Shanks. In a certain sense, could it not be said that Bidem surpassed Roger? Shanks, it seems, harbors the heart of a warrior. This is, of course, quite natural. When Shanks first boarded the ship, having already received Roger's straw hat, he possessed a budding attitude of superiority, burdened with the expectations of becoming the next king. The arrival of Oth undoubtedly imposed a ceiling on this invincible peer, as Shanks, who traveled with the Roger pirates, found himself eclipsed by Oth, who grew up in a town, akin to a prodigious heir unable to outshine a child of humble fortune. This implied that the will of Captain Roger ought not to be inherited by him, nor should the straw hat belong to him. Unable to accept this, Shanks instinctively compared himself to Oth, hoping to reclaim the title of MVP among the trio one day. Following Oth's display of conqueror's hockey during the day, Shanks commenced his rigorous training that very night. "Keep it up, Oth. You might just get overtaken." Bidem's words posed no significant pressure for Oth, who had never intended to inherit any will or become the pirate king. His curiosity merely sought to unveil the mysteries of One Piece, driven purely by sentiment and intrigue. If he truly aspired to be the pirate king, it would be a simple feat. Upon Roger's death, he could take the eternal pointer to Raftel, proclaiming he had found the grand treasure. Nonetheless, he did place great importance on strength. He could not allow himself to flee at the slightest challenge from Shanks, renowned for meddling in others' affairs. While Shanks may have clout with others, he holds none before Oth and Buggy. Chapter 14. Will you be the next strongest in the world? 1 month after the conclusion of the Edward Sea battle, the Roger pirates enjoyed a rare period of tranquility, disrupted only by the antics of Barrett, who continued to behave recklessly. Despite knowing he was outmatched, he fought stubbornly, a foolishness aptly described as obstinacy. OS felt this sentiment was entirely fitting for the current state of Barrett. What led this man to believe he could defeat Roger, a mere boy under 20? Especially when he charged in without mastering the basics, only to be dispatched with a single blow each time. Over time, the crew grew accustomed to this spectacle. They believed such farce would persist indefinitely until one fateful island landing, where Barrett was once again sent flying by a single strike, his demeanor markedly different, as if he had resolved something significant, a change only OS noticed. "Are you leaving, Barrett?" OS inquired, chewing on a piece of ham, leaning against the doorframe while observing Barrett packing his sparse belongings. Just a few articles of clothing, some headphones, and a handful of treasures. "Yes," Barrett replied, turning to meet OS's gaze, which he respected. "Roger's time is drawing to a close. I have lost all hope of surpassing him in this lifetime. It is time for me to depart." "And what are your plans after this?" OS asked, although he already suspected Barrett's intentions. As the final boss of the theatrical arc, Barrett's strength was unquestionable. He was a veritable hexagonal warrior, having faced the Navy's demon-slaying orders multiple times, earning the moniker of the Devil's Heir. Even Luffy and Gearforth appeared feeble before him, treating supernovas as mere playthings. Yet, what struck OS the most was Barrett's overwhelming mastery of hockey, which could envelop half an island's area. Ultimately, he had taken a misguided path, fixating on the study of colossal giants instead of honing his hockey, rendering him a target for many. Had he devoted his efforts to mastering hockey rather than pursuing giant forms, he would have undoubtedly ranked among the four emperors. "What are your intentions?" Barrett pondered. "I suppose I should first focus on growing stronger. And then, to challenge the next strongest in the world," Barrett asserted confidently, his eyes darting toward OS, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Will you become an existence that surpasses Roger, Model OS?" OS raised an eyebrow, sensing an ominous thought brewing in his mind, regretting his decision to bid farewell to Barrett. "I can see your spirit and talent are undoubtedly exceptional. Once you take the world stage, perhaps we can have a rematch." "I have no desire to bear the burden of Captain Roger's legacy. You should seek Shanks instead." Barrett did not respond, yet OS could discern from his gaze that his resolve remained unchanged. "However, since Captain Roger has departed, does that mean I must deal with the troubles he left behind? What sense does that make?" Although OS believed he might one day rank among the strongest in the world, it did not mean he sought out conflict. He had a degree of camaraderie with Barrett, and killing him simply to challenge himself seemed excessive. Even if victorious, he would be entangled in Barrett's affairs, much like Barrett had clung to Roger's ship, creating a cycle of incessant challenges that would be utterly tiresome. Before long, Barrett departed after they docked, surprisingly without any attempts at retention, not even from Captain Roger, who merely watched him leave. OS felt no different. After all, Barrett had never truly been aligned with them. He did not value companionship, relying solely on his absolute strength, a perspective that contradicted the crew's ideals, making their eventual parting inevitable. Moreover, even if Barrett remained, the crew would disband in 2 years regardless. Rayleigh stood at the ship's edge, observing Barrett's silhouette fade into the sunset, yet the sentiment of farewell was fleeting. Interrupted by OS. "Vice Captain, when will you teach me the Conqueror's hockey?" "You little rascal," Rayleigh sighed, feeling his spirits dampened, glancing at OS with a hint of regret for his earlier jest. "Such power lacks technique, OS. You still need to cultivate your Conqueror's hockey to a sufficient level." How do I achieve that level?" "As your strength grows, so too will your presence. It is still too early for you. There have been prodigies who awakened Conqueror's hockey in their youth, but how many have mastered its application at such a young age?" OS found himself at a loss for words, reflecting on the truth of Rayleigh's statement. Figures like Doflamingo, Ace, Yamato, and Katakuri had awakened early, yet none had successfully mastered the technique by their middle age. In the New World, many wielders of Conqueror's hockey existed, but only a select few had honed it into mastery. Perhaps this power truly relied on innate talent. After a prolonged silence, OS finally relinquished his dream of mastering the technique at 12. However, Rayleigh did not entirely dismiss him. He proceeded to explain how to entwine Conqueror's hockey around his body or weapons once his aptitude was sufficiently developed, emphasizing that while he could provide guidance, the execution ultimately depended on OS's own capabilities. Notably, he also shared techniques for employing a divine avoidance, which complemented the swordsmanship of a grand swordsman, a learning opportunity of immense value for OS. Meanwhile, nearby, Buggy and Shanks observed the exchange, both reflecting on a singular thought. Could they ever catch up to OS? "What are you two looking at?" OS interjected, playfully wrapping his arms around their shoulders as he smiled and inquired. "Nothing," Shanks replied. "Captain Roger said to hurry with our supplies. We are setting sail for our next destination." "Where to?" "To Wano Country." "Wano Country? Have we really made it this far?" OS mused, realizing the end was indeed drawing near. "My time is limited, OS," Roger said, approaching the trio with a smile, affectionately ruffling their hair. His words bore none of the lethargy or despair one might expect from a dying man. Venture into the islands of the New World. You may encounter unexpected surprises. OS could only remain silent, for the reality was that Roger had indeed found a way to decipher the true history within the limited time he had left. It seemed all was guided by destiny. Chapter 15. Flowing Sakura. Watashi has arrived indeed. The days upon the vast ocean are interminable. Despite Monkey D. Luffy's seemingly swift circumnavigation of the globe in merely a few months, the Roger pirates lacked such a clear objective. Much of their time was consumed by the journey itself. It could be said that Roger was the true child of destiny, fortuitously amassing all the prerequisites to reach the final island. In stark contrast, many ill-fated pirates spend their entire lives in vain, unable to uncover the buried truths of history or find those capable of interpreting them. A year has swiftly passed. In the year 1496 of the Sea Circle calendar, 13-year-old Us has begun to emerge prominently, yet he remains largely uninterested in his own development. As another matter has captured his attention. Hey, Buggy, great news. I've grown to 2 meters tall. Are you an idiot? This is hardly the moment for such trivialities. Despite being only 1.45 meters, Buggy could not help but scoff at Us, who towered over him. We are in the midst of battle. Ha ha ha. I know. Us replied cheerfully, deftly dodging a few bullets aimed at him before sidling up to Buggy. With a swift motion, darkened armament Haki enveloped Us's arm, resting perilously close to Buggy's temple. Bang! A bullet struck his hand, ricocheting off with a metallic clang as it fell to the ground. Be careful, Buggy. Us chuckled. Huh. Buggy suddenly realized how close he had come to death, his mouth agape, eyes bulging, nearly on the verge of tears. I almost died. Though he possessed the power of the chop-chop fruit, rendering him immune to slashing attacks, being shot in the head would surely spell his doom. Patting Buggy on the shoulder, Us leapt to the ship's edge, his observation Haki extending outward, instantly discerning the details of the 2 warships pursuing them in the distance. They didn't even dispatch an admiral for this? What kind of powerful enemies did these Navy officers offend? With one hand gripping his gun, Us's gaze turned toward Captain Roger at the bow of the ship. As Us approached, many crew members, including those wearing straw hats, closely observed his movements. Us was increasingly proving himself capable of standing alone. Ever since awakening his conqueror's Haki, he had shown a fervent enthusiasm for battle, believing that engaging in as many direct confrontations as possible would foster his development. After all, victory and fierce combat are the finest forms of mental training. The path of the Emperor has always been thus. As a result of this shift in Us's approach, his bounty had steadily increased over the following year, and he had now reached the remarkable sum of 500 million berries. Leave it to me, Captain Roger. They are merely a bunch of Navy grunts. Roger had no intention of intervening, but upon hearing Us's words, he sheathed his sword and gazed toward the distant island, shrouded in waterfalls. Wano country. Make it quick, Us. We are about to land. Understood. Us raised his sniper rifle, his formidable observation Haki sweeping over the 2 warships 100 meters away. Before him, their steel armor seemed inconsequential, as he had developed a unique application of observation Haki, akin to a divine perspective, reminiscent of a mind's web. Adjusting his breath, a crimson light ignited in Us's eyes. Explosive images flashed before him. Foreseeing the immediate future was no longer his pursuit, he sought to glimpse an even more distant fate. With a sharp crack of a gunshot, a pitch-black Haki bullet virtually vanished into the air, followed by a faint sound of sonic boom. After a brief silence, the air erupted in chaos. Boom. Like a chain reaction, a series of impacts rang out, followed by a cacophony of explosions. Amidst the wails and cries, an ironclad vessel began to tilt slowly, descending into the depths of the sea. This scene evidently terrified the Navy officers aboard the nearby ship, leaving them dumbfounded, their eyes wide in disbelief. Can one really pinpoint the ammunition hold from hundreds of meters away? This must be a trick. How could such a thing be possible? Witnessing the unfolding chaos, a Navy major, having just witnessed the spectacle, felt a rush of despair before quickly regaining composure. He bellowed orders to his soldiers, retreat. Change course. We cannot face such a monster. He commanded the ship to turn. Yet they failed to realize that for a formidable opponent, a distance of hundreds of meters was no different from being right next to them. Someone's coming. The target's too fast to see. It's Black Gun Us. As they beheld Us soaring through the air, the Roger pirates were unfazed, lying flat against the ship's edge, awaiting an inevitable confrontation. Meanwhile, the surviving Navy crew, seeing that the Oro Jackson had no intention of approaching, felt a momentary relief. After all, they were the New World Navy. The commanding officer of the two ships, Navy Major Tessero, was no mere nobody. Confronted with this recently rising young pirate, he possessed dual hockey and felt confident in stalling us for a while. If they could just hold out until their ships were at a safe distance, overwhelming a single opponent would be a mere formality. Blackgun us. If you have the ability, come at me. The surrounding Navy officers, who had briefly thought they had escaped, felt their smiles freeze in place as the reality set in. To die with a smile is my greatest mercy to you. Unbeknownst to them, Us had already appeared on the deck, casually flicking the blood from his blade as he turned to regard the grinning head of the Navy major on the ground. It was hardly surprising. He had foreseen this moment before unsheathing his weapon. The expressions of the surrounding Navy personnel shifted from surprise to despair, much like a peaking opera face-changing act. Us strolled leisurely, dispatching foes with a single stroke. Perhaps out of fear, two Navy officers even scurried into the kitchen. Hey, Navy, you should have prepared to meet your demise before drawing your weapons. The king of cowards does not tolerate traitors. Us showed no mercy. Had he been a weak pirate, he would surely have faced a lifetime in prison, and he was no saint. However, he did stumble upon a pleasant surprise. The Navy major's sword appeared to be a fine blade. Its black patterned blade was long and heavy, lacking the extraneous decorations typical of most swords, resembling a staff sword. Overall, it bore a resemblance to the fireline of a gambler, but was longer and more ornate. Us did not recognize famous swords, but he sensed it was superior to his own crude blade, and its length would serve him well at his towering height of 3 meters. With his spoils in hand, Us gracefully returned to the Oro Jackson, eager to discover whether the flowing sakura of Wano and the flowing techniques of armament hockey recently taught by First Mate Rayleigh differed in any way. Chapter 16. A Flaw Revealed. Marco, is this the land of Wano? After disembarking, the group began to explore the ancient island. Only OS was filled with excitement as he gazed into the distance, where a crimson light erupted. Has it arrived? Hey, OS, where are you going? As OS suddenly leaped onto the nearby hillside as if observing something, Shanks, squatting with a captain's hat and nibbling on chocolate, looked up and inquired. Following closely was Buggy, who, lacking OS's heightened observation, resorted to using a telescope to scan the horizon. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Captain Roger, it's the Whitebeard pirates, right across the island. In contrast, Roger displayed little reaction upon hearing this, merely laughing heartily. All right, let us have a fight. Just then, a figure rapidly approached. Captain, a samurai is charging towards us. OS remarked calmly, having sensed the identity of the intruder without the exaggerated reaction of Buggy. It was none other than Kazuki Odin, a hot-headed fool who played a poor hand. With a swift strike, Odin knocked 2 of Roger's crew members to the ground. Witnessing this, Rayleigh and Jabba brandished their weapons, preparing for battle. He is as formidable as the rumors suggest. Stop him, Rayleigh. Let us do it, Rayleigh replied. Wait, Jabba, Rayleigh. Roger, however, was already excitedly dashing past them. I can't let you get hurt. It seemed he was simply eager for a fight. OS chuckled, his gaze fixed intently on the imminent clash between Roger and Odin. The observation hockey enveloped the two, and OS was determined not to miss a single detail. He watched as Roger charged forward, his blade crackling with black-red lightning. God's avoidance. Such exquisite control of Conqueror's hockey. As Odin was sent flying by a single strike, OS savored the lingering power of the Conqueror's hockey. Having witnessed it numerous times, he began to grasp the principle behind its potency. It resembled what Rayleigh had taught him. Rather than a chaotic outpouring that indiscriminately knocked out enemies, the Conqueror's hockey was more about condensing power into a focused point, unleashing a far greater force. This was akin to how Shanks wielded his power at the peak of his capabilities, transforming the concentrated Conqueror's hockey into black-red lightning. A force that even vice admirals could scarcely withstand, and admirals would find diminished. However, unlike armament hockey, this power did not have a tangible form that could be localized on the body. A year had passed, and as OS observed the black-red arcs of lightning generated by friction in his palm, he realized he had merely scratched the surface of this mastery. All eyes were on Odin, who was sent tumbling 100 meters, crashing into countless trees before finally coming to a halt. Only OS, Roger, and a few others were gazing skyward, sensing a powerful presence rapidly approaching. It's coming. OS widened his eyes, fixated on the colossal figure approaching from afar, an enormous physique. Golden hair, a white cloak, and that iconic crescent-shaped white mustache. Edward Newgate, the world's strongest man. He charged straight for Roger, who did not falter. His blade also enveloped in an overwhelming conqueror's haki, slicing upward. The two blades never directly met. Instead, they contended with their respective haki, unleashing black-red lightning that sent shockwaves throughout the surroundings, toppling everyone except the two combatants. The sky seemed on the verge of tearing apart as clouds were swept away. Even OS, wishing to experience this power up close, found it impossible to withstand the force and could only brace himself against a nearby ancient tree that had not been uprooted. Meanwhile, Buggy Shanks and others had already been pulled away by Rayleigh, fleeing the battlefield. Facing this grand display of power, OS, undeterred, unleashed his own conqueror as haki and attempted to master its application. What an amusing little brat. Whitebeard noticed the stubborn child resisting the force, a smirk forming on his lips. Is he one of your crew, Roger? Roger laughed heartily. Indeed, this kid is quite the monster. Envious, are you, Newgate? Humph. My sons will never lose to anyone. After their usual banter, the two stood firm for a moment before bursting into laughter and resting their weapons by their sides, greeting each other formally. Leave all your possessions behind. At the command of the two captains, the pirate crews began their battle. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, a highly skilled sniper had taken aim from a distant tree, a glimmer of red light appearing in his eye. A flaw revealed Marco. Bang, it was OS. Stealthily taking a shot. Having just felt the potency of the haki, OS realized that engaging in minor skirmishes would do little to enhance his prowess. It was as if he had just savored a delicate dish and had no desire to return to coarse fare. Moreover, he understood that ordinary battles and slaughter could no longer elevate his conqueror's haki. His growth now depended on two paths. One, to allow age to mature him, enhancing his mental and physical attributes. Or two, to confront those with superior conqueror's haki for the chance to progress. Thus, he returned to his old vocation, sniping. As for why he didn't target Whitebeard himself, OS had considered it, but regrettably concluded that no matter how many times he glimpsed the future, the outcome remained the same. Failure, failure, and more failure. It appeared that such a formidable opponent was currently out of reach. Reluctantly, he set his sights on the 1st Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, the immortal bird, Marco. As Marco spread his wings, preparing to charge, he was suddenly struck, shattering his dreams of piracy. His wings retracted back to human form, leaving him immobilized on the ground, narrowly avoiding being trampled by his rushing comrades. Is this Seastone? OS mused, having revealed his position with the shot. He leaped from the tree, black gun slung over his shoulder, as a black-haired military-clad youth emerged from the shadows. Slowly drawing a long sword from his belt, the dark armament haki coiling around his arms before enveloping the blade, with hints of black-red lightning shimmering within. Upon recognizing him, the Whitebeard pirates erupted in anger. How dare you ambush us? Conversely, the Roger pirates displayed indifference. It's just OS. But it makes sense. This is his style. Despite revealing himself, OS seemed uninterested in the younger members of the Whitebeard pirates, instead narrowing his focus on one individual, the second wielder of Conqueror's haki within the Whitebeard crew, Kazuki Odin. Chapter 17. The depths of the prison. As OS took the lead, a chaotic battle commenced. However, with Marco being the first to fall and OS unexpectedly joining the fray, the overall advantage still lay with the Roger pirates. It is worth noting that within the White crew, only Odin possessed remarkable combat prowess, while Rayleigh and others were adept in haki, capable of felling their opponents with just a finger. Thus, rather than a fierce battle, it resembled a sparring session. OS, undeterred despite his relative lack of strength, relied on his incredible brute force and honed dual haki to momentarily match Odin blow for blow. OS began to comprehend why, in the world of One Piece, there were so many instances of seemingly evenly matched encounters. It appeared that while one side might be weaker, as long as they weren't overwhelmingly dominant, battles could stretch on for days with ease. Truly, everyone was akin to a tank. Moreover, compared to the formidable haki wielded by Captain Roger and his crew, Kazuki Odin's abilities were slightly inferior, and his conqueror's haki was not of the highest caliber. Although OS might not be able to defeat him outright, he could certainly use this confrontation to hone his skills, albeit with some discomfort. With a swift stroke, the blade, enveloped in a dense layer of armament haki and entwined with strands of conqueror's haki, unleashed a terrifying force that seemed to rip through the air. This was OS's first time exerting his full potential, his gaze constantly peering into the future. Extreme black light. Odin, taken aback by OS's audacity to unleash such power immediately, refused to back down. His mastery of armament hockey surpassed OS's, as he charged forward with a dual-wielded strike. In an instant, the two clashed, their overwhelming power causing the ground to tremble and crack. Though it did not reach cataclysmic proportions, it was enough to send dust and debris swirling. A spectacle of sheer force. Onlookers, still engaged in their own brawls, stood in stunned silence. Were the two truly serious? After just one exchange, OS furrowed his brow, a flash of red light igniting in his eyes. How could this be? I clearly evaded. In the next heartbeat, blood erupted from OS's mouth, shocking the beleaguered figures of Buggy and Shanks in the distance. Despite the absence of any visible wounds, he was still spitting blood. This phenomenon had been witnessed the moment OS engaged in combat, but he quickly deduced that it was the result of Odin's flowing cherry blossom technique. Thanks to OS's exceptional physical resilience, although he had absorbed a blow from the technique, he did not immediately succumb to incapacitation. Most of the impact had been anticipated by his observation hockey, leaving only a fraction of internal damage. With a physique rivaling that of a young Whitebeard, it would not be easy for him to fall. Flowing cherry blossom? An internal devastation that flows. OS meticulously reflected on the sensation, his observation hockey scanning Odin's movements, attempting to activate his armament hockey once more. That was indeed a fearsome strike. In truth, Odin also bore the brunt of the encounter, as his block had been entirely anticipated by OS. The blade had struck directly at his chest, leaving a long, gaping wound that bled profusely. Facing an opponent who could foresee the future was utterly frustrating. Unless one's strength was overwhelming, one had to be prepared to endure continuous injuries. For no matter how one sought to defend, the power of time would unravel every defense. The ensuing battle continued in a similar vein. Although Odin's raw power exceeded OS's, he could not overcome the latter's extraordinary observation hockey and brute strength. Odin even felt that in a simple contest of strength, he might not hold the upper hand. Moreover, as their conquerors' hockey clashed, OS continued to experiment with mastering the flowing cherry blossom technique alongside his hockey. With each exchange, he grew increasingly stronger, showcasing remarkable endurance. For the first time, Odin felt this level of frustration. Even when he had been swiftly defeated by Whitebeard and Roger, he had never felt so constrained. Gradually, the flowing cherry blossom technique that had once been able to injure OS was now being countered by him. After 2 days of relentless battle, Odin had finally been exhausted of all his resources. Having adapted to the situation, OS could no longer bolster Odin's strength. Instead, he had to remain vigilant against OS's peculiar strikes and sporadic shots. Uncle Jabba, switch out. After their exchange, OS chose not to continue firing shots, but instead called for assistance. OS, with his unusual prowess, had piqued Jabba's interest, who had found dealing with a group of immature youngsters rather dull. Now summoned by OS, Jabba's face brightened with excitement. Leave this to me. Before Odin could respond, OS propelled himself forward and vanished, only to be replaced by a burly man wielding dual axes, now evenly matched against a worthy adversary as they began trading blows. OS was not idle either. Noticing Shanks and Buggy struggling, he exerted himself and quickly arrived at their side. A Whitebeard crew captain felt a chill run down his spine as a sense of dread washed over him. With a swing of his iron chain, he hurled a massive iron ball toward his rear. Yet, rather than the anticipated shattering sound, a slender figure emerged from the smoke, effortlessly grasping the enormous iron ball. How is this possible? He caught it barehanded. Turning to Shanks and Buggy, their faces lit up with relief. Thank goodness, it's OS. They felt as though they had found their anchor, slowly retreating to OS's side. Stay safe, Buggy, Shanks. Observing their battered appearances, OS frowned, his eyes igniting with a crimson glow as he swiftly scanned the approaching white crew members. Simultaneously, he infused his sword and spear with armament hockey, albeit in a hue distinct from before, an ethereal, crimson hockey. There is no victory in your future. OS unleashed his attack, firing his spear at an unimaginable speed, sending projectiles spiraling in all directions. Each bullet was adorned with swirling red hockey, making evasion impossible. This was the unified sentiment among those targeted. Possessing exceptional observation hockey, but only able to fortify themselves with armament hockey as best they could. Even the seasoned crew members struggled. The inexperienced ones fared even worse, sustaining injuries that rendered them combat ineffective. One small, stout fellow suffered the most, barely grazing his neck, the projectile striking his shoulder, leaving him bleeding profusely and writhing in agony. Flowing cherry blossom was exceedingly difficult to fully defend against. If one could not evade, they would still suffer internal damage, making it overwhelmingly lethal. Even OS, with his extraordinary physique, would cough up blood from even minor strikes. A few resilient individuals attempted to advance despite their injuries. Yet OS was no mere fragile ranged attacker. None who dared to approach him found any advantage. The depths of the prison, foreseeing the future, monstrous strength, and flowing cherry blossom, would they not be obliterated if they dared to engage him directly? Chapter 18. Come dip the beans, OS. Thus, the great battle raged for 3 days, and the formidable power of the OS monster earned the recognition of all members of the White Crew, dark and potent, undeniably extraordinary. Fortunately, on the 4th day, a ceasefire was finally reached. Both sides began to exchange supplies and treasures from their respective ships, much like street vendors. The intensity of combat and the pressure of learning had exhausted OS, who now needed time to refine his skills and reflect. However, he held little interest in the exchanges, as his possessions consisted only of a single devil fruit and some daily earnings of berries and treasures. After wandering for a while, he traded a portion of his treasures for some sea prism stone with the White Crew, which would be convenient for crafting bullets or other uses. Bucky Shanks, are you two just going to stand there like fools? OS remarked, reclining against a fallen log behind the two, who stood with their hands on their hips, looking rather proud. Aren't they the ones who have been staring at us the whole time? Is that so? In front of them, the fallen Marco sat cross-legged, bandaged after being taken down by a single shot. Beside him was the similarly bandaged hefty figure, Marshal D. Teach, one of the future emperors of the sea, the rebellious Blackbeard. However, it seemed that the two were not focused on Bucky and Shanks, but rather on OS, who was enjoying his meal. Are those guys trainee pirates? Teach inquired seriously, studying the trio. Yeah, they've been with the Roger Pirates for quite some time, Marco responded. As a veteran crew member who had followed Whitebeard from the beginning, he was familiar with those aboard Roger's ship, having known of the trio's existence for quite a while. However, he was taken aback by the strength of the dark-haired fellow, which exceeded all expectations. How could that creature be merely a trainee on Roger's ship? Teach felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow. The pain from his shoulder wound throbbed, far worse than it appeared. The other two seemed rather unimpressive. How could there be such a disparity in strength? The first encounter with OS and the overwhelming power he displayed had left a significant psychological impact on him. As the two scrutinized the trio likewise observed their opponents. Hey, OS, Shanks, did you notice? Yeah, that guy hasn't slept at all during the ceasefire these past 2 nights. Why? Is not sleeping impressive? No, apparently he has, and Apos. T slept a wink since birth. Now, that and Apos, a genuine monster. Upon hearing this, OS and Apos' attention drifted to another matter entirely. Bucky had indeed been fixated on Teach for 3 days. How unsettling. Regarding Blackbeard, OS felt neither animosity nor fondness. After all, Blackbeard's greedy and treacherous nature aligned more closely with the public's perception of pirates, while figures like Roger and Luffy resembled travelers donning pirate attire. The earlier shot aimed at Teach was partly a test of his abilities, as leaving a scar on an adult Shanks was no small feat yet. From that shot, it seemed Blackbeard was still just a fledgling. OS had no interest in toying with children. He shifted his gaze toward the top of a towering tree, where Roger, Whitebeard, and Odin were engaged in discussion, occasionally erupting into heated arguments. OS even noticed the spatial rifts that had been shattered. Indeed, their journey was nearing its countdown. Slowly swallowing a sip of fruit juice, OS pondered, so, Odin has officially joined the Roger Pirates? As the Roger Pirates prepared to set sail again, Bucky gazed incredulously at the samurai aboard the ship. Well, more or less, it's borrowed from Whitebeard, came the reply. OS did not react strongly to this. Rather, he saw it as an opportunity to further inquire about flowing cherry blossoms, though he felt that his self-taught version was comparable to the original. Consulting the source would yield a more comprehensive understanding. What if there were special techniques he had overlooked? With his sword in hand, OS approached Odin, who was at the center of the gathering. He slowly drew it, startling Odin and the crew, the atmosphere momentarily stiffening. However, contrary to their expectations, OS was not there to fight. Why are you all staring at me? I'm here to learn about flowing cherry blossoms. Odin exhaled in relief. He truly did not wish to engage in another bout with this crafty young lad, as it had become a torturous ordeal for him, being unable to land a blow while receiving hits in return. The application of flowing cherry blossoms was nothing he couldn't teach, given that they would soon be comrades. However, when he inquired about OS's mastery of it, he was taken aback. OS merely extended his fist, the layers of red armament color beginning to spread across his surface like flowing water. With a casual wave, Odin's bottle shattered into countless pieces. Is there anything else I need to improve? OS smiled, his previous ferocity entirely vanished. I discovered this during the battles of the past 2 days. Upon hearing this, Odin opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, for he had nothing left to teach. What OS displayed was the most authentic form of flowing cherry blossoms, and he even began to suspect that OS might have already mastered it and was merely toying with him. Could there truly be someone who progressed so rapidly? In Odin's silence, OS was met with cold indifference. What? Just because I made you uncomfortable with my future sight a few times, you bear a grudge? How petty. He had used this trick to annoy countless others, yet Odin was the only one to react so strongly. Could he not reflect on his own shortcomings? After failing to gain any insight, OS quietly departed the center of the feast, under the watchful eyes of the crew who regarded him as a monster. Perhaps, at times, being too exceptional could lead to isolation. With nothing else to do, OS decided to seek out his 2 good friends. Using Kinbunchika hockey, he discovered them at the stern of the ship, diligently training. Frankly, the fruits of their training were of little use to OS now. The knowledge gleaned from Rayleigh and Roger had spoiled his appetite. Attempting to pilfer Shanks's training techniques with Kinbunchika hockey was entirely pointless. Therefore, he thought it best to take a break and work on extending his future sight from 3 seconds to 4, far more beneficial than anything else. However, he did not expect that upon seeing him, Bucky would merely greet him before returning to his leisurely ways, while Shanks, on the other hand, appeared invigorated. Dropping the dumbbells, he looked at OS with delight, his battle spirit ignited as he drew his sword. Come, let us duel OS. OS. Chapter 19. I'm sorry. I don't have smaller underwear than this. Before Shanks could react, Buggy leaped up, his jaw dropping in exaggerated disbelief. Shanks, what are you thinking? There must be limits to bravado. How could you possibly be a match for us? Although his words were somewhat hurtful, Buggy's statement rang true. Shanks had to admit that the disparity in strength between him and Us was indeed substantial. At the age of 13, Us was already on the brink of mastering the Conqueror's hockey, while Shanks could barely muster a faint sense of it, unable even to apply it in practice. However, there are times when one must embrace challenges to grow stronger. Understanding this, Us couldn't help but smile knowingly. Shanks was treating this as a learning experience. It was indeed true that the fastest way to enhance one's skills was to engage in combat with opponents who were a level above oneself. This approach ensured that one would not face insurmountable odds, nor would the experience be devoid of value. If you possess such determination, then bring it on, Us thought. Gazing at Shanks, who was noticeably shorter than himself, an idea sparked in Us's mind, prompting a playful recollection of their duel from years past, legendary for the phrase. I'm sorry, I don't have a smaller knife than this. Yet, despite searching high and low, Us could only find a long spear and a long sword, with no small dagger in sight. After a moment of contemplation, Us cleverly utilized his combat acumen and, from the clothesline at the stern of the ship, procured a makeshift substitute, a large pair of underwear. Us. Shanks stepped forward, gripping his sword, his voice brimming with youthful vigor. Isn't it fitting that the future Emperor of the Seas possesses the courage to face a stronger opponent? Accept my challenge. Ignoring Shanks's passionate proclamation, Us ambled over to the clothesline, retrieving his freshly washed undergarment. Under the bewildered gazes of Buggy and Shanks, he gave it a few shakes and twisted it into a rope-like form, then proclaimed, clang, as the dark hockey enveloped it. I'm sorry, I don't have smaller underwear than this. Initially, Shanks was filled with excitement, immersed in the anticipation of the impending battle, constantly strategizing about identifying Us's weaknesses. However, upon witnessing Us hardening his underwear with hockey, preparing to engage him, Shanks could no longer contain himself. You scoundrel Us, must you take disdain to such extremes? Last time it was a knife, and now you've resorted to underwear. How utterly farcical. As a companion of 5 years, Shanks was well aware of Us's formidable skill set. Be it marksmanship, martial arts, swordplay, or hockey, Us excelled in all areas of combat, effortlessly adapting to each adversary's unique strengths. Even unarmed, Shanks had witnessed Us utilize hardened haki on his fists, breaking through formidable barriers with sheer strength. Yet now, facing him, Us had carelessly chosen a pair of underwear as his weapon. Shanks felt 1,000 blows to his pride. Was this merely Us's twisted sense of humor? Or did he genuinely believe that underwear was the most suitable weapon against him? This was preposterous. Against me, you could at least wield your prideful sword. Shanks tightened his grip on his sword, determined to reclaim his honor. He unleashed the swordsmanship he had inherited from Roger, his fierce gaze betraying not a hint of his youth. After all, he was regarded as the next king, praised by Roger himself, a prodigy among his peers. A glimmer of sword intent flickered around his long blade, signaling his potential to become a swordmaster. Impressive technique, Us remarked, remaining utterly still, even foregoing the foresight of future events. He simply relied on his combat instincts to observe the rushing Shanks. An effortless movement that instilled a fleeting illusion of victory in Shanks. Could he truly land a hit? Even you, Us, are not entirely invincible. Clang. The sound of metal striking metal reverberated throughout the surroundings. Under Buggy's watchful gaze, Shanks's powerful strike landed squarely on Us's underwear. The confident expression on Shanks's face faltered, replaced by astonishment. When had Us blocked that? Even Buggy, observing from the sidelines, was taken aback. Shanks's mouth parted, his serious demeanor shifting to look at Us, only to catch sight of Us's mischievous grin and playful gaze. That was close. I almost didn't react in time. Us quipped with a toothy smile. Shanks, you truly cannot compete. You are simply outmatched, Buggy interjected, uncertain whether he was attempting to dissuade Shanks or stoke the flames of his determination. As expected, Shanks's face flushed with anger. Veins bulged on his forehead, and black haki began to shimmer on his blade as he turned once more to strike at Us. Clang! Another clash of metal echoed, as Us once again blocked with his underwear. The sound of their duel rang out repeatedly, Us skillfully retreating while wielding his oversized undergarment, which, adorned with haki, bore resemblance to a formidable black blade. In stark contrast to Us's nonchalance, Shanks was on the verge of breaking down. Striking a pair of underwear proved futile. Was his haki merely an illusion? He unleashed every technique he had ever learned, his frenzied strikes creating a dense flurry of cuts. Yet before the constantly shifting underwear, his efforts seemed a mere joke, unable to penetrate Us's defense. Even the blade's edge began to dull, while the underwear remained as resilient as ever, seemingly indestructible. Gradually, after the initial fury came an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Though Shanks had surpassed his previous limits in his heated state, he remained powerless against Us. Until suddenly, a rumble emanated from Us's stomach. Goo goo. I'm sorry, but let's call it a day. Shanks, taken aback by this declaration, barely processed it before Us vanished from his sight. A gust of wind rushed past him, and panic set in. No, don't let me be knocked out by underwear. Shanks resisted. Yet it was futile as a dark rod surged toward the back of his head, resulting in a crisp collision. Regrettably, he couldn't finish his protest before Us's black rod struck home, and in the astonished eyes of Buggy, Shanks succumbed to slumber once more. A large, red bump formed on his head, and Buggy winced at the sight. Shanks has indeed grown stronger in adversity, but at what cost? A lifetime of embarrassment awaits him. Chapter 20. Us. Yes, I am a fortunate dog. Shanks vowed that if he sought Us for a duel again, he would be a fool. Grimacing in pain while sprawled on the bed, the throbbing lump on the back of his head left him restless at night, leading him to frequently lament Us's heavy-handedness. However, Us seemed rather unconcerned. Not long after Shanks awakened, he arrived with Buggy to pay a visit. Oh, come on, Shanks, don't be so petty. Getting beaten up is a form of growth, and besides, it wasn't intentional, Us said, reclining with one leg crossed over the other, propping his chin on one hand while gnawing on a large meat leg, a grin adorning his face. Indeed, Us also helped you master the armament haki, didn't he? Buggy chimed in from the side. Us smiled, but in truth, he had acted deliberately. He knew that if he didn't strike now, when Shanks became stronger in 20 years, awash with Conqueror's haki, observation haki, and the ability to foresee the future, along with a crew rivaling Roger's, he would no longer find it so easy to spar with him. After all, Shanks had his own share of hidden talents. It was better to accumulate some dirt now, so they could have a good laugh when they met again in the future. Yet, Shanks seemed oblivious to Us's good intentions, throwing a childish tantrum by turning his head away and refusing to look at him. But as he did so, he inadvertently bumped the painful lump on his head, causing him to grimace once more. "Stop sulking. Meat, are you going to eat it?" Us asked, observing the still pouting Shanks, and directly offered the large bone he held. "I'm not eating." "Really not eating?" "Not eating." "Then I'll eat it. The kitchen is out of supplies, and we'll have to wait until tomorrow when the ship docks to restock." Upon hearing this, Shanks gritted his teeth. "I'm not hungry. Do as you please." Glug glug glug. Us and Buggy exchanged suppressed laughter, making Shanks' face flush with embarrassment. He could only express his frustration through clenched teeth. "Stop babbling. Both of you. If I say I'm not eating, then I won't eat. Even if I starve to death on the deck and get swallowed by sea monsters, I still won't eat." All right. I'll just leave it here. If you feel hungry, you can eat it yourself." Noting that Shanks showed no intention of turning back, Us exchanged a knowing glance with Buggy, who understood immediately. "Yes, Shanks, you should rest for a bit." As they approached the door, they opened it, but did not exit. Instead, they closed it again, creating the illusion that they had left. Shanks, having been caught off guard by their trickery, quickly turned around to reach for the meat on the table, as he could no longer resist the enticing aroma. Just as he prepared to indulge himself, he was interrupted by the sound of muffled laughter. Shocked, he turned to the door and discovered the two figures, grinning mischievously at him, which made his face redden even more. "You two rascals. Ha ha ha." During their journey with the Roger Pirates, Us had to admit that they had experienced quite an interesting adventure. At the end of the year 1496 of the Sea Circle calendar, since Kazuki Odin had boarded, the crew had retraced their steps along the Grand Line as per historical accounts, passing through the Doldrums, Sky Island, Water 7, and the Bridge Kingdom. They encountered many sights and delights along the way, and everyone thoroughly enjoyed the journey. Even with the impending farewells looming, Us still felt joy. He would never forget this youthful experience. After a brief stay at Sabaody Archipelago, they set sail for Fishman Island. Us had hoped to glimpse the fabled auction house and slave market of Sabaody, and perhaps ride the bubble car. However, due to Captain Roger's illness, they had to depart regretfully. Particularly as they passed through one street, he couldn't help but notice the scantily clad girls who beckoned him more than once. After spending years with a rough crew, although they now had Lady Taimatsu, she was still a married woman, and a new mother at that. Us thought to himself, crew members' wives are off limits. Having entered adolescence, Us felt an urge to use his riches to help these fallen girls, but he was helplessly pulled back by Buggy and Shanks. "All right, I'll wait. If the pirate crew disbands next year, I can return to explore at my leisure." He cast several lingering glances back before finally resolving to return to the ship. The Oro Jackson, freshly coated, slowly made its way toward the ocean depths. Notably, while Roger and Odin listened to the voices of all things, Us attempted to perceive them as well, but he heard nothing. This led him to ponder whether this ability was innate rather than a mere aspect of observation hockey. After all, a combat expert like him should not have been unable to hear anything. Bored, Us sat at the edge of the ship, repeatedly using his conqueror's hockey to fish, which delighted him. He realized he would never have to worry about starving at sea again. With a mere glare, a multitude of fish would float to the surface, ready for his feast. Even formidable sea creatures, when faced with high-level conqueror's hockey, would be too astounded to move, allowing themselves to be easily caught. After about half a day's time, a beautifully exquisite underwater island came into view. Having grown up in the New World, this was Us's first visit. Once ashore, Roger and the others were warmly welcomed by the newly appointed King Neptune. It was a necessity, as they were one of the New World's powers, and they could not afford to offend Fishman Island. During their stay, they also encountered a young shark fishman named Shirahoshi, who was the sister of Arlong and a well-known NPC proficient in divination. However, Us was uninterested. He believed that whether predicting the near future or decades ahead, no one could surpass his own prowess. It was merely a matter of divination regarding the birth of Shirahoshi. Upon returning to the New World, the year had now reached 1497 of the Sea Circle calendar. This year marked the arrival of the Roger Pirates at Laugh Tale, coinciding with the completion of their circumnavigation of the globe. It was also the year that Us, the fortunate dog, was swept along for the ride. Chapter 21. Arrival at Laugh Tale. Preserving an eternal pointer indeed. Altering history is no simple endeavor. OS crouched beside the crimson-faced Buggy, shaking his head in disappointment. Despite his conscious reminders to Buggy about maintaining a healthy diet and exercising, as the voyage drew to a close, Buggy unfortunately fell ill. OS felt powerless in this situation. He could hardly allow Buggy to risk his life by continuing the journey against his will. Just as in the original narrative, Shanks voluntarily offered to stay behind and care for Buggy. OS understood that as long as Buggy did not force himself to disembark, a few days of rest on the island would suffice for his recovery, so he did not worry excessively. After bidding farewell to Shanks, OS realized that the final moment was imminent. The novice protection period was about to conclude. In the days that followed, he sought out Jabba and Rayleigh more frequently, eager to absorb as much knowledge as possible to equip himself for future adventures on the high seas. If it weren't for his concern that engaging with Roger before reaching Laugh Tale might prematurely send him away, OS would have eagerly sought a formal match against such a formidable opponent. A contest that would not lead to his demise, yet would clearly illuminate the gap between him and the apex of the world. Alas, that opportunity had slipped away. As Uncle Jabba completed the drawings, OS gazed at the island marked as the final destination, his heart fluttering with anticipation. Upon reaching the island, OS and the crew advanced, with Roger leading the way. Suddenly, laughter erupted among them, revealing that they had indeed arrived a tad too early. OS had many speculations swirling in his mind, but upon witnessing the reality, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. So this was the fabled One Piece, as penned by that rascal Oda. As the ship gradually departed from Laugh Tale, OS sat at the stern, holding a peculiar bracelet-like object adorned with several glass spheres, within which 3 pointers resided. Roger stood at the ship's edge, gazing back at the receding island. "Captain, do you mind if I record a pointer?" OS asked, his tone devoid of subterfuge, as he observed Roger's contemplative expression. Initially bracing for rejection, OS was pleasantly surprised when Roger responded, "Of course. But I trust you won't let this artifact circulate indiscriminately, right?" "Just a memento," OS replied with a smile. Much like their jovial journey to this point, the return voyage was filled with laughter and merriment, with the crew engaging in cheerful banter over drinks, undeterred by the journey's conclusion. Yet, a sense of melancholy settled within OS, for he knew that the day of parting was fast approaching. Lying silently along the ship's edge, OS idly tossed the eternal record pointer into the air, catching it repeatedly. Jabba, sensing his gloom, approached with a newspaper in one hand and a bottle of liquor in the other. "OS, would you care for a drink?" he inquired. Surprised by the offer, OS, who typically shunned alcohol, hesitated but ultimately accepted, clinking his bottle against Jabba's. "Bitter," he remarked. "Men of the sea must imbibe to embody their boldness," Jabba exclaimed. Though OS found this sentiment hard to grasp, he clinked glasses with Jabba once more. They swiftly polished off the bottle, tossing it into the sea afterward. Jabba then handed OS a small slip of paper. "Here, this is my life card. If you ever have a change of heart and come to appreciate the taste of fine liquor, you can seek me out. You might be waiting a long time." OS chuckled, surprised to see this serious figure, one of the few stern parental figures aboard Roger's ship, reveal such a playful side. Nonetheless, OS relished the thought of visiting Uncle Jabba again in the future, especially as he yearned to explore Elbaf and witness how Jabba tamed a wild female giant. The prospect of learning how Jabba managed to secure a giant lineage intrigued him. Did he perhaps possess some secret technique? OS felt a surge of excitement. Elbaf was definitely on his agenda. After several days of travel, as they approached their destination, OS stood at the bow, watching the island gradually come into view, flanked by Uton, Rayleigh, and Roger. In the shadow of Roger's towering height, OS felt diminutive. But he was reminded of a conversation from his boarding days. "OS, do you recall what you said when you first boarded the ship?" Rayleigh asked, gazing into the distance. "Of course," OS replied, not forgetting the words he had uttered to secure his passage. "In truth, I once told Rayleigh the same thing. You, in particular, are the one best suited to inherit my will. Yet, I sense you are not a man to simply follow the dictates of fate, OS." Roger remarked with a knowing smile, ruffling OS's hair, his words laden with significance. OS did not deny it. Instead, he nodded in silence. "I have a keen eye for people, which is why I chose to leave Shanks and Buggy behind, but brought you along, OS. You are not someone the world awaits. And your talent and strength remind me of a man I deeply respect, a former dominator of the seas, rocks. Thus, I implore you, OS, grant me this favor. Allow hope to shape the world's future, just as you witnessed at Laugh Tale." OS was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the typically carefree Captain Roger harbored such depth. The hope for the world? Contemplating the new era Roger was about to usher in with his life, OS remained silent for a while before finally saying, "I understand, Captain." I promise you. Truth be told, he had never envisioned supporting the world government's dominion, nor did he harbor any desire to overthrow the old order. He simply sought absolute strength, the freedom to pursue his passions, and to live unbound by rules or power, existing solely for himself, embracing life as he wished. In other words, he felt ill-equipped to bear the weight of the world's expectations and would never sacrifice his life to advance the course of history. Upon hearing OS's affirmation, Roger appeared genuinely pleased, as though a significant burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He turned to reminisce with Rayleigh about their youth, and before long, the ship had docked. In the distance, OS spotted an exuberant Shanks, who then called Buggy to join them. The two erupted in joyous cheer, with Buggy throwing his arms around OS's shoulders as the crew engaged in lively conversation. However, the atmosphere shifted abruptly when Shanks, who had been conversing with Roger, suddenly burst into tears, disrupting the reunion. OS did not eavesdrop on their discussion, but he surmised that Roger had likely informed Shanks of the impending disbandment of the crew. Chapter 22 Farewell. Roger pirates. The subsequent developments unfolded, as expected by Aussie. Since the return from Raftel, Roger had been officially bestowed with the title of Pirate King, and countless newspapers clamored to herald this achievement. In that moment, the Roger Pirates, a mere crew of 30, ascended to the pinnacle of global notoriety. The status of Aussie and his fellow crew members rose correspondingly, for they were now the crew of the illustrious Pirate King, replete with wealth, fame, and power. A multitude of pirates flocked in hopes of defeating Roger and seizing the legendary treasure. Even the Navy was not exempt, dispatching elite fleets to scour the seas for any sign of the Roger Pirates. At the zenith of their fame, on an ordinary evening, all members of the Roger Pirates gathered on the deck. Captain Roger stood before them, smiling as he delivered his final address. Reflecting upon his imminent demise, he expressed profound gratitude for having journeyed this far with them. Upon hearing these words, even the most serious member, Jabba, felt a twinge of shyness, creating an awkward atmosphere that made even Aussie feel somewhat embarrassed. Observing his crew, Roger felt a sense of fulfillment, yet he knew he had to speak the inevitable truth. Gradually, he composed himself and said, "Now, I must speak." At this proclamation, everyone stood at attention, gazing at the Pirate King who had been with them through thick and thin. With a smile, he announced, "The Roger Pirates are hereby disbanded." The disbandment, though anticipated, left Aussie with a bittersweet feeling. As they sailed past Fishman Island towards the Four Seas, their first destination was the South Blue, where Roger would disembark first. That evening, the Roger Pirates held a grand feast, cherishing the moment, for such occasions were rare. Despite desires to prolong the voyage, the winds guided the Oro Jackson, reaching its destination nonetheless. In the South Blue, at Batarilla Island, Roger disembarked with a bag of belongings and medicine. The scene was rife with tears, with even Aussie unable to hold back a few silent drops. Farewell, Captain Roger. After the farewell, under Rayleigh's leadership, the crew continued their journey towards the New World and Wano. However, to everyone's surprise, the second person to disembark was not Odin, but Aussie. While passing through the Sabaody archipelago, Aussie unexpectedly chose to leave the ship. "Aussie, why are you in such a hurry to disembark? Why not stay with me and Shanks?" The one who wept the most was Buggy, whose tears nearly smeared Aussie. Aussie had his reasons. "Sorry, Buggy, but I wish to spend 2 years growing in paradise before I embark on my journey. Don't worry, we will meet again soon. My observation hockey never lies." "What observation hockey? Can't you only see 30 seconds into the future?" Buggy retorted, though deep down, he respected Aussie's decision. Another bout of tears followed as Aussie, carrying a small bundle of treasures, bid farewell to his comrades. Before departing, he hesitated and turned to Odin, offering a reminder not for Odin's sake, but out of camaraderie from their shared year at sea. "Odin, strength is always the solution to problems. The cunning of pirates surpasses your imagination. What are you suddenly talking about?" Odin queried, bewildered, but Aussie offered no further explanation, merely waving goodbye. In truth, he never had much fondness for Odin. His reminder stemmed solely from friendship. Had it not been for that, he would have disposed of the insufferable brat, Momonosuke. At their first encounter, Odin's fate was his own choice, and Aussie would not interfere, though he would inevitably involve himself in the affairs of Wano. After all, he acted on impulse. Perhaps removing Momonosuke would facilitate Odin's ascent to power. Free from the burdens of desire, he could focus on governance. The Kazuki lineage would endure. Thanks to Hiyori. With a wicked sense of humor, Aussie watched as the Oro Jackson, the ship he had called home for 5 years, gradually submerged towards Fishman Island. Farewell, Roger Pirates. Aussie believed he was mentally prepared, thinking that the devil fruit might indeed be repulsive, but he never anticipated its true hideousness. It was worse than a foul egg smeared on an old woman's foot binding, fermented for 3 days and nights. Initially, Aussie had intended to sandwich the teleportation fruit between slices of bread and swallow it whole, but he could not resist his curiosity. After all, it was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. After taking a bite, he stood by the roadside, retching into a trash bin for what felt like an eternity before resolutely swallowing the rest of the fruit. Although it was somewhat large, he managed to consume it with relative ease, as even Buggy had accomplished this feat years ago. Yet, despite the absence of the fruit's flesh, the lingering taste was still a torment to his soul. I need to find something to eat. With his belongings in tow, Aussie set off, simultaneously testing his new abilities. In no time, he fully adapted to the power of teleportation. How intriguing. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, Aussie moved like a specter, each step propelling him dozens of meters ahead, evoking the essence of the notorious Yuan Tian gang. However, he was not particularly familiar with the Sabaody archipelago, as he had never explored it thoroughly during previous visits. Although his observation hockey provided some awareness of the terrain, he had long forgotten which areas served what purpose. After several turns, he found himself standing before a vibrantly colorful district. Squinting, he mused, could this be fate's design? Observing the revelers within, alongside alluring women. Aussie needed no further explanation to discern the nature of this place, especially given the vivid battles between Beauty and the Beast occurring within the walls, which left him astounded. Having spent so much time aboard Roger's ship, surrounded solely by men, he had never encountered such sights. Oh my, I did not expect a figure of your stature to be found here. Chapter 23. The Red Light District in the twilight of the year 1497 of the Horn Calendar. Mere months remained until Captain Roger's surrender. The former members of the Roger Pirates disembarked and vanished into obscurity. Amidst the Shambaudi archipelago, the Red Light District came alive as the sun dipped below the horizon, contrasting with the tranquil homes where most returned after a day's labor. Within a luxurious edifice at the heart of this bustling area, a young man with long hair, clad in a trench coat, reclined in an office chair, eyes closed in a state of serene repose. One hand rested behind his head, while a young girl with silvery white hair, her delicate fingers dancing with care, massaged his temples. Her gaze fixed intently upon his face. Beside him lay a refreshing array of juices. With a mere beckon, another dark-haired girl would promptly feed him. In moments when he required no sustenance, she would extend her long, fair legs to serve as armrest for his comfort. Noticing the slight furrow of his brow, the white-haired girl hesitated before leaning in to softly inquire, Lord O.S., is there something amiss? Nothing at all, he sighed, the weight of fleeting bliss heavy upon him. The time for diligent training had arrived once more. The man savoring life was none other than O.S., who had disembarked over a month ago. He gently extricated himself from the delicate hands of his masseuse, propping himself up on the dark-haired girl's thigh. On the table before him lay a sleek black blade and a long spear, both meticulously maintained by the girls. Ah, my Lord O.S., have these two not attended to you adequately? At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing a woman in a figure-hugging dress, her long legs and ample bosom exuding a captivating allure characteristic of her age. Upon noticing O.S. seated upright, she quickly inquired about his apparent dissatisfaction. The two girls attending him visibly tensed at her words, their bodies rigid. O.S. noted their unease, yet merely shrugged. Not at all, Mrs. Sammy. I simply wish to stretch my limbs. Taken aback for a moment, Mrs. Sammy's face transitioned into a sultry smile, her cheeks tinged with a blush. As if to convey her realization of his intentions. Since you are in such a mood, I shall arrange a room for you. O.S. paused, quickly grasping her misunderstanding. No, Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi are splendid companions, but this matter can wait a couple of years. Though his body had begun to mature, he was unwilling to indulge at the tender age of 14, wary of jeopardizing his future potential and strength. Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi were the names O.S. had bestowed upon the girls, given to him by Mrs. Sammy, who sought to endear herself to him. Their fates were now intertwined with his, their identities shaped by his whims. Indeed, the Red Light District had welcomed a youthful presence. This establishment, also known colloquially as a pleasure house, was presided over by Mrs. Sammy, a self-made woman who had taken in many wayward girls and unfortunate souls. through sheer determination. She had nurtured this area into a thriving hub. However, as her influence grew, so too did the challenges she faced: exorbitant taxes imposed by the world government, predatory naval officers, and marauding pirates all sought to undermine her efforts, exposing her vulnerability in the face of power, a sorrowful plight of the weak. Recognizing this harsh reality, Mrs. Sammy swiftly adapted her strategy, seeking a formidable ally to safeguard her interests. Even if it meant relinquishing a significant portion of her profits, it was far preferable to being utterly consumed. This was the wisdom of those in precarious positions. Just as OS departed the Roger Pirates, he seemed to be a fortuitous gift delivered to her doorstep. After amicable negotiations, a man of strength and a woman in need of protection effortlessly forged a partnership. Should OS agree to be her guardian, she would offer 50% or even more of her net profits as compensation, with the added benefit of unrestricted access to her business ventures. Contemplating for merely a moment, OS readily acquiesced. Consequently, he found himself indulging in a lifestyle of unparalleled luxury, courtesy of Mrs. Sammy's comprehensive services. The pleasures were so intoxicating that he occasionally found himself tempted to remain there forever, yet reason ultimately prevailed. He understood that their lavish attentions were merely a reflection of his reputation and formidable prowess as a former crew member of the Pirate King, with a bounty in the hundreds of millions from the New World. To squander his potential would be the height of folly. Thus, aside from his visits to the red light district for massages and sustenance, OS devoted the majority of his time to training on a deserted island. Though some distance from the Shambadi archipelago, for OS, capable of instantaneous movement, it was a mere blink away. Once he fully harnessed his powers, his commute would shrink further still. His training regimen was simple, focusing on two primary pursuits: the mastery of Conqueror's hockey and the development of his devil fruit abilities. OS surmised that should he perfect these two disciplines, he would soon stand shoulder to shoulder with Captain Roger. Of course, he would not neglect his swordsmanship and marksmanship either. Such a life of divine indulgence had become the norm for OS. Finishing the last of his juice, he wiped his mouth and rose. Having grown to over 2 meters tall, a stature that appeared imposing to the several beauties around him, they understood that, compared to wealth and territory, this seemingly youthful lad was the foundation of their existence. In Mrs. Sammy's gaze, there lay a primal yearning for a potent male, a sentiment that only intensified in women of her caliber. Gently patting the heads of his two attendants, OS made his way to the door. "I shall take my leave now. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to contact me." He smiled at Mrs. Sammy. Chapter 24. The mastery of Conqueror's hockey. In the year 1498 of the Sea Circle, on an uninhabited island, a man with a bare torso stood alone at its center. His profound gaze exuded an innate sense of disdain, while his flawless visage bore a serious expression. His long, jet-black hair was carelessly tied at the back of his head. After gently placing down a small hill, OS wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. To train his grasp of strength, he had recently taken to tossing hills, which entailed throwing boulders resembling small mountains from one side of the island to the other, then teleporting to catch them and throwing them back. The distance had to be precise. If he failed to control the hockey, the boulder would shatter, necessitating a complete restart. OS endeavored to refine his innate strength in the evolving Conqueror's hockey through this rigorous training, and the results did not disappoint him. He indeed felt a growing mastery of his own power. One more time, after wiping away the sweat, OS took a slow, deep breath, allowing his aura to rise. As he channeled his Conqueror's hockey, he prepared to adopt the stance of Fishman Karate's tangled grass fist, which he had learned from his comrade, the Fishman Sandbell. As his mental focus intensified, the previously dispersed field of Conqueror's hockey began to contract, becoming increasingly dense, radiating dark red lightning, which gradually coiled around his fist, ultimately transforming into a black-red luminescence akin to thunder. With a series of crackling sounds, OS finally completed his charge. He unleashed a punch. In the center of the island, the largest and only remaining peak crumbled to dust beneath the terrifying black-red lightning. What was once a colossal mountain now lay transformed into a 10-meter-deep pit. Such was the magnitude of his power. A smile crept across OS's face, a thrilling sensation that sent shivers down his spine. Even more intoxicating than the pleasures of a massage. After months of arduous training, he had finally mastered the art of Conqueror's hockey. In high spirits, OS turned to simpler training tasks, focusing on mastering and developing the abilities of his teleportation fruit. The training primarily involved integrating his teleportation capabilities with combat experience and attempting to teleport various objects. Only when he had thoroughly exhausted himself would OS occasionally take a break to fish or read the newspaper, hobbies he had cherished since childhood. Time was drawing near. He could not miss Captain Rogers' execution. After completing his training for the day, buoyed by his mastery of hockey, OS indulged in an even larger meal than usual. As he stuffed food into his mouth, he perused recent news, searching for reports on the Roger pirates. Surely, if the captain had become the pirate king, his bounty must have risen as well. Just then, the sudden sound of a snail phone disrupted his thoughts. It was Sammy calling. On Sabaody Archipelago. In the lawless zone, island number 17, a raucous tavern bustled with pirates from all corners of the world, boasting, playing cards, and gathering information. As a gateway to the new world, Sabaody Archipelago was often filled with various crowds, hopeful newcomers eager to venture into the new world, human traffickers seeking to profit from the chaos, and bounty hunters living off rewards. Naturally, one could not overlook the failures from the new world, such as Torpole and others, returning in search of a king. Within the tavern, in an opulently decorated private room, a tense standoff was unfolding. Among the guests, a burly man clad in golden armor stood beside a grotesque man with sunglasses, who nonchalantly wiped his nose and brazenly laughed. Miss Sammy, we are certainly prepared for your arrival, but the ship is still en route. I trust you won't mind? What? You took the money and now say our people have not arrived? One of Sammy's subordinates found this absurd and could not help but question. Those who engaged in such business were rarely virtuous, and the underground world operated on a straightforward principle: money in hand, goods delivered. Torpole's approach, taking the money first and promising delivery later, was akin to a blatant affront, translating to, I dare you to do something about it. Before OS's arrival, Sammy had established her business, surely with her own enforcers, albeit unrefined. Faced with such blatant audacity, even Sammy, usually adept at concealing her emotions, could not help but display some anger, immediately instructing her subordinates to encircle the two men. No one leaves with the money until we see the people. As the boss, Sammy's aura remained formidable, her striking eyes glaring at the two men who displayed no reaction. It seems Miss Sammy intends to engage in some underhanded tactics? Despite being threatened at gunpoint, Torpole appeared unfazed, grinning as if to say, I've got you figured out. Furious, Sammy's chest surged with indignation, ready to command her subordinates to strike, only to be caught off guard as the opposing side acted first. Suddenly, the ground trembled, shaking the entire private room. Sammy's seemingly fearsome enforcers struggled to keep their weapons steady, panic-stricken as they clung to one another, ultimately toppling to the ground, swallowed up by the earth, leaving only their heads exposed to breathe. Seeing her subordinates suddenly consumed by the ground, Sammy's face turned pale, but she quickly regained her composure. You are devil fruit users? You guessed right, but alas, there is no reward. Just then, a woman dressed scantily burst in, startled by the escalating conflict. Sammy, her expression darkening, looked at her subordinate with a foreboding sense of dread. What happened, Airy? Airy, a woman from the red light district, gritted her teeth. Her voice tinged with a hint of despair. A multitude of unruly pirates have invaded the district. The taverns, restaurants, and casinos are all under attack. We are no match for them. Several leaders have been killed in resistance. Upon hearing this, Sammy's already pale face grew even more as she turned to the smiling Torpole. The timing of the attack, right after the conflict erupted, could hardly be a coincidence. Chapter 25. Pardon me, young man. Whom do you intend to kill? The Sabaody Archipelago. The red light district. Once a vibrant neighborhood filled with laughter and song, it now lay shrouded in an atmosphere of despair, engulfed by flames and echoing with cries of anguish. This was a lawless zone, an ideal breeding ground for the gray industry, yet precisely because of this, it was devoid of order. Neither the Navy nor the world government would impose any regulation here. Within the red light district, countless women struggling to make a living cowered in their homes, trembling with fear, cautiously peering out at the violence and slaughter unfolding on the streets, their heavily made-up faces marred by terror. Murder, arson, and assault, the sudden onslaught of marauding thugs seemed capable of anything. These brazen individuals boasted of their affiliation with the Don Quixote family, led by a few powerful and enigmatic figures known as cadres, who swiftly and decisively dismantled all armed resistance within the area. Initially, they wreaked havoc in the North Sea, committing unspeakable atrocities while recklessly expanding their influence in the underworld. Now, they were preparing to launch an incursion into the new world, their sights set on a particularly lucrative target, a woman who commanded a significant market share centered around the red light district, known as Mommy Sammy. She possessed not only a substantial market presence, but also exclusive resources in human trafficking and intelligence. Most importantly, she was perceived as an easy target, a soft fruit ripe for the picking, making her an irresistible prize for the fledgling Don Quixote family. The family granted Sammy a day to contemplate her predicament, hoping to resolve the matter without bloodshed if possible. In the red light district, a visibly distressed Sammy repeatedly dialed her contacts, surrounded by her loyal subordinates. From the balcony of a high-rise, she could witness the tide of marauders outside, the cadre members lurking in the distance, and the infamous newcomer to the underworld, Don Quixote da Flamingo, whose reputation preceded him. This newcomer had delivered an ultimatum: surrender her business and territory immediately, or he would personally obliterate the entire red light district and establish the largest slave market and auction house in the Shambadi archipelago. As Sammy dialed again, only to be met with silence, the weight of her anxiety was palpable. Then, suddenly, a connection was made, electrifying the atmosphere. "Hello, Sammy. What seems to be the trouble?" "Lord OS," Sammy exclaimed, relief flooding her voice, tinged with a hint of desperation. "We've been attacked." Her tone was almost tearful, a stark contrast to her usual proud demeanor, leaving her subordinates in stunned silence. Was this truly the same indomitable Sammy? In that moment, she resembled a frightened child seeking her guardian's intervention. Meanwhile, the figure on the other end of the line, now resembling OS, wore an expression of calm indulgence. "My apologies, I was preoccupied with training. I shall return shortly." On board the Flamingo pirate ship, a young maid carefully approached a towering figure at the bow, bearing a glass filled with blood-red wine. The man, draped in a pink cloak, sported a mane of defiant golden hair, his eyes obscured by sunglasses that concealed a piercing gaze. Yet, his audacious expression betrayed his rebellious nature. He gazed out at the island, known as the gateway to the New World, recognizing its immense potential. Whether it was a casino, an auction house, or a slave trade, the profits to be made were staggering. Allowing those women to engage in their trivial games seemed almost wasteful. Doflamingo's lips curled into a smirk, the lenses of his sunglasses reflecting a cold glimmer, as if contemplating the spoils that awaited him. "Should we send our men into action now?" "It appears that woman has no intention of capitulating," chimed in the grotesque figure who had previously threatened Sammy, sporting a wicked grin as he inched closer. "Duff, we should resolve this swiftly so we can set off," he urged, his impatience palpable. "A mere proprietor of a red light district? Just an astute woman with no right to negotiate with the mighty Don Quixote family. Doflamingo, destined to become the ruler of the world, valued his family members, but found the demand trivial." After a moment's contemplation, he responded with a sinister smile, "Indeed. Let us eliminate the troublesome women now." Dealing with a small faction in the Shambadi archipelago was hardly a challenge for him. The moment to witness history was near, and he had no desire to waste time. However, given the significance of business expansion and entering the new world, it was worth his personal involvement. Establishing a foothold in the Shambadi archipelago would allow him to spread the underground business throughout Paradise and the New World, positioning him as the new king of the underworld and providing ample leverage to reclaim Dressrosa. As he plotted, Doflamingo stepped lightly, invisible threads extending from his fingertips, connecting to the clouds above as he moved through the air like a phantom. Under the guidance of the cadres, all members of the Don Quixote family ceased their rampage, surging into the red light district. The women, filled with dread, watched as the entire street was surrounded by this motley crew, led by the cadre members, each distinct in appearance, while at the forefront stood a tall man in sunglasses, wearing a defiant grin. After ample deliberation, "It seems we must resort to bloodshed," he declared, preparing to give the order when suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, a silence that felt almost ominous. "Pardon me, young man, whom do you intend to kill?" Chapter 26. OS's rescue with the sound of crisp footsteps echoing. The henchmen on the outskirts of the crowd seemed unable to withstand the mental torment, their mouths agape, eyes rolling back as they fainted one by one, collapsing to the ground like wheat fields bowing to the wind. Within the central building of the district, sensing the chilling aura, Madame Sammy, accompanied by her subordinates and ladies, rushed out onto the balcony, their faces alight with surprise as they scanned their surroundings. "Who is it?" Show yourself, roared Diamante, one of the executives of the Don Quixote family, while others searched for the source of the footsteps. What a joke! This overwhelming presence. As the most powerful figure present, possessing the conqueror's haki, Doflamingo sensed the terrifying energy coursing through the air, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as veins throbbed. The ominous black and red lightning danced in the air, accompanying the footsteps like a harbinger of dread, instilling an unshakable fear in the minds of those present. Yet, in a chilling twist, despite hearing the footsteps clearly, no one could ascertain their origin. Finally, as the sound grew more distinct, they beheld a figure approaching from the distance. Amidst a sea of fallen minions, a tall man clad in military attire strode forth, his garments predominantly black, with a sword and gun marking his formidable presence. The elongated silhouette, surrounded by flickering black-red lightning, advanced with a languid grace, yet with each blink, he drew closer at a terrifying speed, akin to a specter from the depths of hell. Upon seeing this figure, Sammy, who had been tense to the breaking point, finally relaxed, nearly losing her balance, saved only by the support of a loyal aide beside her. "Ah, madam, seeing Lord OS has made you so excited that you can hardly stand," teased Airy, her trusted subordinate of many years, causing a blush to creep across Sammy's cheeks. Only you would say that. Yet she was not alone in her excitement. "Yay, it's Lord OS. So handsome. I want to bear your children, Lord OS." The once quiet red light district erupted as countless hidden women emerged from the windows, shrieking and cheering, eager to release the grievances they had endured through their exuberant welcome of OS. In stark contrast, the members of the Don Quixote family wore expressions of sheer horror. Where did this overachiever come from? They had been investigating Sammy for years, yet never had they heard of such a figure. As the women cheered and the Don Quixote family members stared in disbelief, OS moved deeper into the throng, unimpeded. With only the sound of bodies collapsing in his wake, even the elite and executives could not escape. Finally, as OS approached Doflamingo, he stood alone, untouched amidst the fallen. The disparity was unmistakable. Doflamingo, once brimming with arrogance and bluster, now clenched his teeth, veins bulging, his pupils trembling in disbelief as they locked onto the smiling man before him. How could someone like you appear in paradise? With his flowing black hair, distinctive black military uniform, and weapons at the ready, OS bore a face that seemed gentle, yet held a gaze that scorned all. A member of the Roger Pirates with a bounty of 1.09 billion berries, black gun doter OS. What a joke! OS curled his lips into a subtle smile, his expression cheerful yet devoid of warmth. Towering at 2 meters and 6 centimeters, he looked down at the still young Doflamingo. "Did you not hear my question?" He leaned slightly forward, his crimson eyes igniting with intensity as he studied Doflamingo's quivering gaze behind his sunglasses. "Who do you wish to kill?" His calm yet domineering demeanor, coupled with an overwhelming presence, rendered the onlookers speechless, their hearts pounding with unease. In the midst of the danger, the male employees in the tavern casino felt a thrill run down their spines, while the girls in the red light district were nearly swooning, filled with an overwhelming sense of security. "Did you see that? Little Seven, it's our master. Yes, yes, I knew Lord OS would come. So handsome." Despite OS not directing his attention towards them, the 2 young maids, Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi, waved their hands excitedly, having long been captivated by OS's power and charm. They firmly believed that he would arrive to vanquish the vile thugs. Had it not been for Sammy's timely intervention during the 2 unsuccessful attempts to contact him, the maids might have taken up arms against the skeptics. Under the scrutiny of so many, Doflamingo felt a pang of humiliation. After all, he was a wielder of the conqueror's haki and should not be rendered speechless. Suppressing the sweat on his brow, he gritted his teeth and spoke. "Black Gun, why is someone like you here? Even if you are a member of the Roger Pirates, isn't it a bit too much to meddle? Do not forget, Roger has just been captured by the Navy. How dare you appear so brazenly under the eyes of the world government? Let me remind you, my surname is Don Quixote." Upon hearing this, OS's smile widened, though his eyes remained devoid of mirth. "So, Doflamingo, your confidence lies in the world government you speak of? Or do you believe that they would wage war against me simply because you perish? Do you truly believe that nonsense?" OS's unwavering gaze pierced through him, his words cutting deep. "You are nothing but a discarded wretch expelled from Mariewa. Shut your mouth." OS's words struck a nerve, veins surging on Doflamingo's forehead, as hatred and humiliation clouded his judgment. What right do you have to judge my life? The shadows of his childhood haunted him, And with the veil of shame torn away, he could no longer maintain his composure. In the end, you are merely a 15-year-old brat. Chapter 27. The Don Quixote family, defeated. Despite being intimidated by the overwhelming presence of the conqueror's haki released by Us, Don Quixote Doflamingo's true dread did not stem from the 3 years his junior counterpart, Us, but rather from the potential remnants of the Roger pirates lurking in the shadows. Although the pirate king, Gold, Roger, had been captured, the formidable crew under his command had not met with any misfortune. With the current strength of the Don Quixote family, they were far from being able to contend with such monsters. Yet, this mere 15-year-old believed he would not succumb to his opponent as long as he eliminated all witnesses. Who would ever know it was he who struck? Such inflated thoughts could not solely be attributed to Doflamingo. After all, having grown accustomed to the four seas, he could not fathom the true terror of the powerful beings in the new world. Do not be overly arrogant, you fool. At that moment, a similarly shocking aura erupted, and torrents of black-red lightning, reminiscent of the conqueror's haki, spread out like a web. However, compared to Us's haki, Doflamingo's displayed a certain juvenile rashness and recklessness, emanating more of an evil and violent essence, as if harboring a deep-seated hatred for the injustices of the world. With a slight curl of his fingers, fine, sharp threads emerged from their tips, so slender they resembled hair, nearly invisible to those watching, save for a faint glimmer of cold light reflecting off them. The powers of the string fruit, once deemed worthless, had now been honed into a weapon sharp enough to slice through steel. His attack was a lethal strike aimed directly at Us's neck, yet Us appeared unfazed, calmly observing the aggressive Doflamingo. Die. You are merely a fortunate fool riding the winds of chance. What right do you have to stand before me? A bloodthirsty gleam flashed in Doflamingo's eyes as the nearly imperceptible threads sliced through the air, their black sheen enhancing their lethality. Even in his current state, Doflamingo was a paragon of superiority within the paradise, relying solely on his haki. Above, the women observing the battlefield gasped in horror. Lord Us. No. To them, it seemed as though Us was completely oblivious to Doflamingo's vicious assault, remaining rooted in place as if resigned to be slaughtered. Some, trembling in fear, had even closed their eyes, shielding themselves from witnessing the potential demise of the heroic figure they admired. Little 6 and Little 7 could hardly restrain themselves, nearly rushing to intervene, but were halted by Sammy, who too was trembling, her eyes glued to the unfolding scene. She understood that should Us be defeated, the enraged Doflamingo would not spare a single soul present. They would all pay the price for his wrath. As the onlookers held their breath, anticipating a bloodbath, none noticed the look of disbelief that flickered across Doflamingo's face. What is happening? Why do I not feel the usual sensation of cutting flesh? The towering figure before him seemed to exist outside the realm of reality for a fleeting moment, entirely disregarding his lethal maneuver. The ferocious expression on his face froze in disbelief as he beheld the unyielding figure of Us, who bore a faint, mocking smile, as though the events that had just transpired were merely a jest at the expense of a jester. With a gentle motion, Us extended a hand toward the black threads that had just passed through him, grasping them firmly. A subtle exertion, and the sound of snapping echoed as if he had casually crushed uncooked noodles. In the presence of Us's flowing, fluid grace, Doflamingo's razor-sharp strings, crafted with his shallow haki, shattered effortlessly. A dark, gleaming hand, pulsating with crimson energy, surged forth in Doflamingo's moment of distraction. The incomprehensible strength rendered him helpless. Even as he attempted to seize Doflamingo's neck, the overwhelming force did not budge, greatly shaking Doflamingo's arrogant heart. The abrupt shift in momentum caught the hundreds of women in the red light district off guard, their mouths agape as they witnessed Us's strike. Little 6 and Little 7 stood dumbfounded, and even Madame Sammy, who had been smoking, let her cigarette slip from her lips, for in that moment, Us had finally embraced his power. His long black hair billowed as if caught in an unseen wind. Boom! The black-red lightning erupted with renewed vigor, reverberating throughout the arena as bolts of thunder crashed against the surrounding buildings, stirring clouds of dust into the air. Materialized Conqueror's haki enveloped the battlefield, a technique Us wielded to assert his dominance, yielding remarkable results. Doflamingo, already at a disadvantage in the clash of haki, now found himself crushed beneath an unimaginable weight of pressure, rendering him incapable of even contemplating resistance. His worldview was being irrevocably transformed. What a joke! How could the disparity be so vast? Blood trickled from the corners of Doflamingo's mouth, dripping down his chin, as he resolutely refused to yield to the overwhelming haki, even if it meant biting off his own teeth in defiance of the terror surging within. This power was so immense that even as Us consciously avoided the young women of the red light district, the residual force compelled them to kneel, trembling uncontrollably. Amidst the tempest of black-red lightning stood a solitary figure, proud and unyielding, akin to a demon emerging from the abyss. This was the first time he had unleashed his full might without restraint, and even Us felt that, for his age, his conqueror's haki was perhaps excessively potent. Such overwhelming power would surely lead to an addiction to dominance. As he wrestled with the burden of his own strength, Us's grip did not wane. The convergence of conqueror's haki and uncanny strength, even when exerted at less than 1/10 of his capacity, rendered Doflamingo's haki-imbued neck creaking ominously. Under the dual onslaught of suffocation and psychological strain, the once dominant figure of the North Sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo, ultimately succumbed, his head lolling to the side as he lost consciousness. Thus, in the land of Sabaody Archipelago, the notorious pirate, Don Quixote Doflamingo, with a bounty of 340 million, met his defeat at the hands of the Black Gun, Us. Chapter 28. An early visit to Captain Roger at Madame Sammy's villa, in a lavishly decorated room. Elegant and soothing music filled the air as dancers clad in minimal attire gracefully moved about, their supple waists swaying, their eyes sparkling like water, all in an effort to capture the attention of the man amidst them. Yet, OS was evidently oblivious to the dancers who served merely as a backdrop. Before him, a phone bug buzzed incessantly, leaning back on the opulent sofa with one leg crossed over the other. OS smiled as he raised a large jug of juice to his lips, absorbing the copious amounts of sugar to replenish the energy expended during his recent training. "Hello, Buggy. Don't hog the line." Initially, the phone bug had the distinct features of a red-haired individual, but soon morphed into a red-nosed visage. "OS, I finally got through to you. How have you been?" "Everything's just fine, Buggy. No need to worry about me." "That's good to hear. By the way, quite a number of events transpired while Shanks and I were escorting everyone off the ship. We nearly traversed the entire New World." Relaxed on the luxurious sofa, OS reclined with one leg crossed, enjoying a massage from Little Six, while Little Seven delicately wiped his mouth. Listening to Buggy's tales, he simply waved his hand, signaling the girls in the room to depart, leaving only two little maids to attend to his needs. The maids, understanding their master's engagement in conversation, remained silent, as if they had not heard a word. As the conversation shifted, inevitably, to the topic of Captain Roger's execution, Buggy's tone grew somber. "We just escorted Uncle Biden back to his hometown. In a few days, Shanks and I will be passing through the Sabaody Archipelago before heading to Logtown. Are you coming?" OS nodded affirmatively. "Of course, I will be there to see Captain Roger for the last time." A sly smile crept across his face as he continued. "However, there will undoubtedly be numerous naval commanders stationed there, possibly even an admiral. You and Shanks ought to be cautious." "Huh." On the Oro Jackson. With only Rayleigh and two others remaining on the line, Buggy's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. "The Navy?" "Back when the Roger pirates sailed. My impression of the Navy was quite vivid, especially that boisterous Iron Fist. Even with Captain Roger around, he was troublesome enough. If an admiral, or even a fleet admiral showed up now, without the crew of the Roger pirates, we would certainly end up imprisoned in the underground city." "Vice Captain Rayleigh, I think you should come with us. There will be Navy presence." Buggy promptly sought a solution, his face a mask of despair as he turned to Rayleigh. "Rest assured, Buggy, the Navy will not lay a hand on you," Rayleigh replied with a reassuring smile, aware that OS was teasing Buggy but choosing not to reveal it. Roger gambled his life to ensure that all the crew members of the Roger pirates were removed from the world government's bounty list. How could it be? Captain Roger did so much for us. Hearing this, both Shanks and Buggy felt a swell of emotion, tears brimming at the corners of their eyes, touched by their captain's ultimate sacrifice. "No, no, no, Uncle Rayleigh," OS said with a twinkle in his eye as he drained the last drops of juice from his cup. He gently stroked Little Seven's soft white head and continued. "The bounty revocation that Captain Roger secured does not extend to these two who did not make it to Laugh Tale, and even if it were revoked now, any further mischief could lead to renewed bounties." At OS's words, Buggy's previously warmed heart grew cold once more. Fortunately, OS's next statement offered him a modicum of comfort. "However, Buggy and Shanks, you need not worry too much. After all, you both have no bounties. Unless you encounter someone familiar, you're unlikely to be recognized." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing OS's merciless laughter, Shanks and Buggy were momentarily at a loss as to whether to feel elated or disconcerted, awkwardly standing in place, anxious about being targeted by the Navy, only to realize that the Navy currently did not regard them as a threat. OS, are you all right? I saw your bounty had soared to $1 billion recently, which is a fifth of Captain Rogers. Aren't you at risk of being targeted? Once their own concerns were addressed, Shanks immediately thought of OS's situation, remembering how he had crossed so many naval officers. Even the infamous Garp had recognized his face. If the upper echelons of the Navy were to focus on you, even you, OS, would find yourself in a troublesome predicament, Shanks remarked. OS, however, brushed off the concern with a casual air, opting to disclose his status. There's no need for concern on my behalf. In fact, after disembarking, I consumed the devil fruit that Captain Roger had given me. With the powers of the strongest observation hockey and the ability to teleport, I can navigate anywhere in the world with ease. The group exchanged glances, astonished. On one hand, they were surprised that OS had consumed a devil fruit. On the other, they realized that with OS's unique combination of future sight and teleportation abilities, it was hard to fathom him being captured or defeated, not to mention his already formidable strength and innate talent. After an extensive and heartfelt conversation, they finally concluded their call with arrangements for a meeting time and place. Once the call ended, OS sat quietly on the sofa, leaning against the plush upholstery, pondering a recent thought that had crossed his mind, to meet Captain Roger a bit earlier. In his eyes, the world government's claims of the impregnable Impel Down were nothing more than exaggerations. With his powers of foresight and teleportation, even the naval headquarters seemed no more than a sieve to him. Should he be detected, OS was confident in his ability to retreat before any high-level forces could react. Even if an admiral were to block his path, he was certain he would not easily succumb. If anyone less than an admiral approached, it would merely be a matter of firing a sea prism stone bullet. With this determination, he was not one to hesitate. With unwavering confidence in his abilities, OS rose slowly, gently lifting the chin of a nearby maid and stating coolly, "Lock up Doflamingo and his cadre with sea prism stone, and I will address them upon my return. Also, inform Madam Sammy that I have pressing matters to attend to and that she can reach me through the phone bug." Understood, Lord OS. Chapter 29. Rear Admiral OSI on the sunlit and bustling islands of Shambadi. Throngs of diverse visitors traverse the landscape, a lively blend of cultures and backgrounds. Amidst this vibrant populace, the embodiment of justice, the Navy, cannot be overlooked. A contingent of patrolling naval officers strides through the streets, choosing to turn a blind eye to the occasional pirate gangs that appear, adhering to an unspoken rule: as long as the pirates do not cause trouble, the Navy is disinclined to intervene. Recently, following the capture of the infamous pirate King Roger, the audacity of pirates at sea has notably diminished, bringing good tidings of reduced conflict for these junior sailors. All right, our duty shift has concluded. Prepare to return to headquarters. Oh, fantastic. Finally, a chance to rest and visit my wife and children. Why the rush to get back? We should wait for our bonuses and enjoy a little leisure. Ah, that might not be wise. Quit joking around. Under the radiant sun, a naval vessel set sail for the Marine headquarters at Marineford. The chatter of the sailors echoing across the deck. In the adjacent galley, a tall figure occupies a chair at the dining table, his legs crossed casually. The cacophony from outside does little to disturb his tranquility. Even the gentle rocking of the waves cannot sway his imposing presence. Draped in a near 3-meter naval cloak, he exudes a commanding aura rather than appearing cumbersome, his military uniform complementing the regal fabric. The ornate epaulets adorned with intricate patterns signify his distinguished rank among the Navy. Any aspiring soldier cannot remain oblivious to the significance of this emblem. It represents the mantle of a general, the cloak of a rear admiral from the Marine headquarters. As OSI savors a piece of steak, 2 junior sailors stand nervously by, their eyes fixed ahead, unable to suppress a gulp as they inhale the delicious aroma. "Come in." OSI beckons, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing his command, a timid figure cautiously peeks through the door, a wrinkled face adorned with an ingratiating smile. "Apologies for the interruption, Rear Admiral Allen. I'm here to report on the work progress." The newcomer, diminutive in stature, fidgets nervously while addressing OSI, then turns serious, gesturing for the 2 junior sailors to leave. "Yes, sir," they respond, their expressions grave despite their disdain for the superior's demeanor. What is it? OSI suppresses a smile, maintaining a facade of the dignified naval officer. His sternness aligns perfectly with the expectations of the recently appointed Dick, who harbors grand visions of senior officers. Majestic, tall, and imposing. OSI's demeanor conveys a sense of ease that belies the gravity of his station, even as he casually fabricates a name and backstory. Donned in the spoils of a past victory over a Rear Admiral, Dick is entirely convinced of his identity. Rear Admiral Allen. I have completed the announcement of the patrol mission's conclusion and organized all essential tasks for our return journey. Dick reports with precision, despite OSI's apparent indifference as he continues to relish his steak. This scene does not escape Dick's keen perception. He muses on how such a relaxed demeanor is characteristic of a Rear Admiral, a testament to their experience and confidence. In the presence of such a distinguished individual, he feels compelled to perform admirably. Observing OSI, absorbed in his meal, Dick adeptly retrieves a treasured item from the galley's secure cabinet. Rear Admiral Allen, I hope you do not mind this humble offering, an exquisite wine from the land of fine spirits. I hope it pleases your palate. He bends over backwards to uncork the bottle, pouring it into a nearby goblet. Oh, how thoughtful of you. It pairs nicely with my meal. OSI lifts the glass, a glint of appreciation in his eyes, before taking a generous sip. An excellent vintage indeed. OSI's compliment is genuine. This wine, distinct from the rum and beer he previously consumed, pleases his discerning taste, albeit its exorbitant price dissuades frequent indulgence. Rest assured, if you enjoy it, I shall bring you more in the future, for I will rely on your support henceforth. Dick beams at this, eagerly pledging his loyalty and hoping for OSI's patronage. Upon hearing this, OSI chuckles, envisioning grand prospects, while Dick, overwhelmed with happiness, finds himself at OSI's service. Fear not, Colonel Dick. I shall certainly advocate for you to Admiral Sengoku and Commander Crane. Why worry about promotion opportunities? Dick, overjoyed, feels compelled to demonstrate unwavering loyalty, eager to serve. Yet, accustomed to the attentions of more charming aides, OSI finds little interest in the unappealing figure before him and swiftly dismisses him with a flimsy excuse. In truth, had this naval officer devoted even a fraction of his attention to the pirates instead of currying favor with superiors and oppressing the populace, he might have recognized that the esteemed officer before him is none other than the notorious figure sought in the wanted posters. Black Gun de Toro OSI. Chapter 30. Major General O.S. A day tour of the Navy headquarters at the Navy headquarters in Marineford. The patrol warship commanded by Colonel Dick slowly returned and anchored at the port. While Dick searched for the dignitaries, O.S. discreetly vanished into the ship unnoticed. Strolling on the grounds of the Navy headquarters, O.S. casually strolled with his hands in his pockets, feeling as if he had returned home. Indeed, Marineford was a place filled with formidable figures. Within the central headquarters building, O.S. sensed several presences akin to those of Rayleigh and Captain Roger. In terms of raw strength, O.S. knew he would not fare well. After all, Carp and Sengoku were likely still present at the Navy headquarters. However, O.S. had no intention of causing a commotion. His plan was to find a warship heading to impel down to meet Captain Roger, as Marineford was not far from the underwater prison, and it was the Navy's most populous and elite region. The number of captured pirates was immense. So the ship he saw did not necessarily have to be one that transported high-profile criminals. After all, many of the inmates in the first and second levels of Impel Down were merely minor characters with bounties in the tens of millions of berries, not requiring the constant escort of a vice admiral or the watchful eye of the warden. Having scanned the vicinity of the naval port with his observation hockey, O.S. found no ships transporting prisoners. He decided to wait, for he could not believe that in such a vast Navy headquarters, not a single vessel was heading to Impel Down. Although a forceful entry into Impel Down was feasible, having the Navy provide cover would undoubtedly facilitate the journey. Much like Monkey D. Luffy hiding beneath the skirts of the Empress. If all else failed, he could always rely on his raw strength to teleport inside. With this thought, he leisurely wandered about Marineford. Perhaps it was due to the handful of hair he had tousled upon disembarking, resulting in an unexpected fringe, but throughout his walk, he was met with numerous salutes rather than shouts of battle. Good afternoon, Major General. Hello. O.S. nodded at the young soldiers saluting him, having encountered the 10th one by now. Indeed, in the world of One Piece, everyone seemed muscular and brainless. A mere change in hairstyle and attire rendered them unrecognizable. As he ambled through this island, recognized globally by pirates as a forbidden ground, OS realized it was not merely a colossal military base as depicted in the comics. Rather, it was a genuine place for Navy operations and offices, merely a fraction of Marineford. Additionally, there were many areas where Navy families and ordinary residents lived: housing, markets, restaurants, taverns. Given the proximity of the Navy headquarters, it could be said that this was one of the most habitable cities OS had ever encountered, unlike other nations or islands that, despite their prosperity, could devolve into hellish chaos at the mere encounter of a ruthless pirate. As evening approached, in a restaurant within the residential area, clusters of Navy personnel, having completed their duties or ended shifts, gathered to enjoy dinner. They would order several barrels of beer, indulging in hearty laughter and merriment. "Ah, refreshing," exclaimed a young soldier in a Navy vest, finishing a barrel in one go, a satisfied smile adorning his face. They chatted and complained about the recent intensity of their work. With the execution day of Pirate King Roger just over a week away, the headquarters was under strict lockdown. Honestly, there's no need to be so tense. What Pirate King? He was captured by Vice Admiral Carp. After all, we have a Navy hero with us. As a group of soldiers discussed current events, boasting and venting their frustrations, one soldier, distracted by the entrance, suddenly gasped in disbelief, spitting out his beer. The soldier beside him, drenched, expressed his annoyance. "What are you doing?" "Shut up." Before he could finish, the startled soldier stood at attention, cold sweat trickling down his face. Realizing the others were still in shock, he shouted, "Good afternoon, Major General." Upon hearing this, even the dullest among them reacted. A flurry of soldiers hurriedly stood upright, ignoring the fallen stools beneath their feet, aligning themselves in perfect military posture. Panic washed over their faces. Had they just been caught discussing headquarters orders in front of a major general? Particularly the one who had just boisterously criticized the orders after a few drinks. Now he regretted it deeply. Standing before them, having come to the residential restaurant instead of the officers' mess, was none other than OS. He sighed, somewhat bemused, for he had merely come to dine. "You all continue with your meal. Pay me no mind." "Ah, yes." Observing that OS did not seem to hold any grudge, the soldiers cautiously resumed their seats, finally exhaling in relief as they continued their meal. "Thank goodness we encountered a lenient officer. Indeed, I thought we were surely doomed to punishment. I've heard some commanding officers are incredibly strict, like Vice Admiral Akainu. But I've been here for so many years and have never seen this Major General before. How strange." "What are you talking about? This officer looks familiar, as if I saw him just recently." "Yes, I feel the same way. It seems like I've seen him somewhere not long ago, but I just can't place it." The soldiers continued chatting, their conversation reaching OS's ears without fail. Perhaps they had seen his bounty notice, he speculated. However, their initial perception was misguided, mistaking familiarity for recognition of a Navy identity, which was impossible to find. Yet, even someone like him, a mere figure aboard a ship, had entered the public consciousness. The new era ushered in by Captain Roger had indeed left a profound impact. Chapter 31. The Malevolent Pirate and the Beautiful Navy. If no warships head towards Impel Down today, I might as well teleport there, thought OS. Although the likelihood of being discovered would increase. In the early morning, Marineford gradually buzzed with activity. At a breakfast shop on the residential street, OS quietly resolved his course of action. After finishing dinner the previous night, with nowhere to go, he utilized his observation hockey to scan the officer district, eventually finding a single brigadier general who was away on a mission and spent the night at his place. Who would have thought that in the heart of Marine headquarters, Marineford, a pirate with a bounty exceeding 1 billion, could live so brazenly? It was indeed a case of darkness beneath the lamp. As OS savored his breakfast, two formidable presences soon emerged nearby, one of which was rapidly approaching. Had he been discovered? Maintaining an indifferent expression, OS continued to eat his wontons, appearing merely as an unassuming passerby, tall and somewhat handsome. To avoid being greeted repeatedly by the junior soldiers today, he had chosen not to wear his Navy cloak and had changed his attire. Despite his ostentatious appearance yesterday, he had not been suspected. Now, in such low-key attire, he was immediately recognized. OS pondered this as he finished the last bite of his wonton, a peculiar red glow igniting in his eyes. "Excuse me, sir? May I see the sword you carry?" A voice called from behind him. He turned slowly to see a woman with long black hair. However, what first captured his attention were her long, bare legs, adorned with a black spider tattoo on her left thigh, which added a striking contrast and wild beauty. Judging solely by appearance, gleaning from his months in the red light district, OS estimated her status to be at least on par with the top courtesans under Sammy. Coupled with her navy cloak, she exuded an additional allure. Was this an evil pirate clashing with a righteous navy beauty? OS's thoughts wandered. He could suggest this new venture to Sammy next time they met. It would surely be a lucrative endeavor, provided they weren't afraid of the Navy's retribution. However, on a serious note, he actually recognized this Navy officer, Brigadier General Guillaume. OS admired her impressive figure before shifting his gaze to the shadow behind her, then nonchalantly retracting his attention. Hey, you jerk, your disdain is far too evident. Khaki was clearly infuriated by the look, and coupled with the fact that even behind sunglasses, OS's stunning looks radiated an undeniable charm, it sparked a sense of crisis in him. Thus, he shouted angrily, "Khaki!" Guillaume scolded, causing him to instantly behave. She then turned her focus back to OS. "I apologize, sir. Please forgive my companion's rudeness. I merely wish to see the sword you possess." This one? As OS noticed, they seemed not to recognize him. He sighed in relief while secretly marveling at how a mere change of clothes could render him unrecognizable. It wasn't entirely surprising that Guillaume and Khaki were unable to identify him. Since the time he fought with the Roger pirates and had been marked with a bounty, he had rarely shown his face publicly. During the latter part of their voyage, OS had often operated from the shadows during significant confrontations with the Navy, wielding his weapon only sparingly, thus remaining below the radar. Years had passed, and OS had grown considerably taller. His demeanor transformed significantly. Without the black military uniform and his iconic black gun, who would associate this towering figure with the once diminutive child he had been? Indeed, to maintain a low profile, OS had chosen to dress down for this outing, even leaving behind the black gun gifted to him by Master Tam, opting only for a long knife and a few berries. On the sea, many could recognize someone in military attire armed with a black sword and gun, but few could identify a man in a trench coat with a knife at his side and sunglasses. Observing that they had completely failed to recognize him, OS felt his decision to change attire had not been in vain. He had wagered that among the multitude in Marineford, not every officer would know him. "Is this blade familiar to you?" OS inquired, generously offering the sword to Guillaume under Khaki's vigilant gaze, confident in his ability to reclaim it instantly. Indeed, Guillaume did not notice Khaki's peculiar demeanor as she carefully examined the weapon after receiving it. "Yes, this is indeed the Great Blade, 21, the Shadow of the Dark Crow." This sword had once belonged to a rear admiral of the Navy, who had gone missing alongside it after an encounter with the Roger pirates in the New World. Who would have thought it would turn up here? "Where did you acquire this?" Guillaume asked earnestly. Fortunately, like most, she subconsciously believed no pirate would dare to appear brazenly in Marineford. Thus she did not question OS's identity. OS scratched his head. He could hardly admit that he had slain the rear admiral for this sword. "I bought it from a merchant I happened to encounter." A blatant lie. Is that so? Guillaume accepted his explanation, acknowledging the possibility of such rumors circulating over the years. After a moment's hesitation, she bit her lip and requested, "I have an unusual favor to ask." Guillaume suddenly stepped forward, grasping OS's hand fervently, her body pressing close, her eyes fixed earnestly on his sunglasses. "I hope to purchase that long knife from you. After all, it belonged to a hero who sacrificed for justice." She attempted to appeal to his sense of morality. After all, as a resident of Marineford, he would surely understand. "Please don't do this, Guillaume, you're too close." Khaki, seeing the scene unfold, felt his teeth grind in frustration but could only fret from the sidelines. "Damn. If it weren't for being a Navy officer and the discipline that forbids me from acting against ordinary residents of Marineford, I would certainly pull this guy away." Frustration bubbled within him. How enviable. As for OS, he displayed not a hint of emotion, unaffected by Guillaume's proximity or the subtle allure of her form pressing against him. He didn't even blink behind his sunglasses. What a joke. Did they think they could purchase my hard-earned trophy with mere words? Did I appear foolish? Having experienced the warmth of companionship, OS had developed an impressive immunity to the charms of beautiful women, a skill honed through countless encounters. "Apologies, but this is my personal collection." "Surely, the Navy wouldn't resort to coercive purchases?" "Certainly not, but I'm not selling." Chapter 32. The Indifferent Sassy Dana. Kazan-san, I implore you to contemplate this matter earnestly. "Not for sale." OS secretly lamented, pondering whether there existed an almanac in the world of One Piece, questioning if today was an inauspicious day for venturing outside. How could a mere descent for breakfast result in being accosted by such enthusiasts of famed blades? He could not claim to be a renowned swordsman himself, for such a declaration would only invite further scrutiny. Yet, to assert he was merely a collector would be perceived as a squandering of precious artifacts. How vexing! Had he foreseen this, he would have preferred to teleport to impel down, don the guise of a guard, and infiltrate directly. Ah, at last, Gion and Kaji. I have found you. Just as OS was becoming thoroughly exasperated, a familiar voice resonated from the other side of the street. Upon hearing this voice, OS glanced skyward and sighed. Indeed, venturing outside was ill-advised. In such a vast marine fort, encountering an enemy was most unfortunate. Oh, it is Rear Admiral Kazan. Please. Wait a moment. I am currently. Gion and Kazan were old acquaintances from the Naval Academy, so his appearance was not unexpected. OS intended to explain his preoccupation, but a sudden chill enveloped him, the creeping frost leaving him momentarily bewildered. Surely, it was not so severe. Was it merely a delay in attending a meeting? OS. To his surprise, Kazan seemed disinclined to acknowledge her, instead directing a fierce gaze at her side, his expression menacing. It was the first time Gion witnessed Kazan, typically so laid back, display such seriousness. What? Are you referring to me? OS attempted to feign innocence, his countenance betraying a facade of ignorance. Huh. You think I wouldn't recognize you simply because you've changed your attire and donned sunglasses? What a farce. You scoundrel. My animosity toward you has never waned. Having pursued the Roger pirates alongside Karp for many years, Kazan was perhaps the Navy's most knowledgeable regarding OS, and he had been the target of OS's deceptions on numerous occasions. Eventually, during their pursuits, Kazan preferred to avoid confronting OS directly, unless engaged in ship-to-ship combat, solely to guard against this rogue. If anyone were to claim expertise in predicting the future and the worth of hockey-infused sea prism stone bullets, Kazan would confidently assert that he ranked second, with no one daring to claim the first position. As the palpable aura of hostility thickened, OS sighed, opting to remove his sunglasses, revealing a serene and perfect smile. Indifferent sassy Dana, the young sea ice. Almost instantaneously upon removing the sunglasses, a fist imbued with frigid air loomed larger in his vision, the dark, righteous fist inherited from Karp advancing menacingly toward OS's face. Yet, the looming fist could not wane the smile upon OS's lips. As the punch descended, smoke enveloped the arena, but all present were adept at utilizing observation hockey, fully aware of the unfolding situation. At this moment, Gion and Kaji finally grasped the reality that the tall figure adorned with sunglasses was, in fact, a pirate. Had he vanished in an instant? Was that the technique known as Soru? Kaji assessed the situation with calmness, while Gion's face flushed with embarrassment. Realizing she had been outmaneuvered by a pirate within the Navy headquarters, anger surged within her, and she drew her prized sword, prepared for battle. If it were merely Soru, he could not escape the grasp of observation hockey. It must be the power of a devil fruit. Hey, you two must exercise caution. This individual is not easily subdued. As he cautioned his companions, Kazan's icy aura swiftly spread outward. That man was once a member of the Roger Pirates, though he was reluctant to admit it. That rogue's strength rivaled that of the young Roger himself, an adept user of all three hockey forms, a grand swordsman, possessing remarkable observation hockey, an unknown devil fruit user, and a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. Kazan's expression was grave, even though he felt disdain and fury toward OS's actions. He could not deny that this man deserved to be regarded as his rival, much like Roger's relentless pursuit of Vice Admiral Karp. The current Kazan was far removed from the lethargic man he had become after the O'Hara incident. He now adhered to the principles of burning justice. And encountering such a fervent youth like OS was indeed a challenge. OS, realizing retreat was his only viable option, thought to himself that he should play for a while and then make his exit. With that in mind, OS's figure inexplicably appeared behind Gion. "Excuse me, Miss Navy. May I have my sword returned?" Before she could react, upon sensing a presence behind her, Gion swiftly unleashed a precise and powerful draw of her sword, akin to a shooting star of icy brilliance, slicing through the air and leaving fissures in the earth. Upon confirming OS was a pirate, this previously approachable and gentle female naval officer transformed into a battlefield rose, ready to spill blood at the slightest misstep. How terrifying it is. A swordswoman of such caliber at such a young age. Whoosh! Before anyone realized, OS's towering figure had once again materialized behind her. His pristine coat unblemished and his demeanor one of utter composure, indicating that Guillaume's earlier strike had not even grazed the hem of his attire. In contrast, OS simply grasped her wrist with ease, exerting just enough force to immobilize Guillaume's arm holding the sword. The sheer strength was frightening. A subtle cracking sound echoed as he applied pressure, causing her delicate hand to tremble and relinquish her weapon, pain contorting her features. The prized sword returned to its rightful owner, albeit he could not truly be considered the original owner. "You detestable pirate, do not lay a finger on Guillaume." As OS appeared behind Guillaume, a furious roar erupted nearby, the battle cry of one charging forth for love. Kaji barreled in, his fist enveloped in a thick layer of haki, his gaze aflame with rage as he glared at OS, who had Guillaume pinned. Seeing Kaji step forward instilled a flicker of hope in Guillaume's eyes. This brute's strength was outrageous, and if Kaji could distract him, even for a second, she could seize the opportunity to escape. "Die. Well done, Kaji. Oh, I do not understand what fuels your fire." Clang, in mere moments. A swirling crimson haki enveloped OS's feet, and with a sudden explosive strike, his black foot appeared before Kaji's chest, as though time had halted. "What?" Kaji's instincts screamed danger, yet he could hardly respond. Then, with a thunderous crack, the terrifying strength and flowing haki converged upon his corpulent frame, rendering him nearly unconscious in an instant. Kaji's hefty form, propelled by an unfathomable force, sped away, crashing through building after building. Under Guillaume's despairing gaze, he ultimately lay sprawled in the ruins, eyes rolled back, unconscious. Chapter 33. The invader of the naval headquarters is an intern? Incredible, overwhelmingly powerful. This was the first impression that Guillaume felt deep within her heart, and it was no wonder that Kazan harbored such apprehension towards this seemingly youthful man. In terms of raw power alone, he surpassed everyone present. "Hey, don't pretend I'm not here, Black Gun." With a swift motion, a man enveloped in frost emerged, attempting to seize the opportunity to catch us off guard. Crystals of ice proliferated in the air, freezing the moisture around them into resplendent blossoms of ice, while us, mid-kick, was instantly transformed into a colossal ice sculpture. "Your mobility is indeed peculiar, Dodorus, but while you are attacking, you must have a tangible form. Unless you are perpetually evading. If you teleport, you cannot strike. If you do not teleport, you will inevitably be frozen by me." Us reluctantly acknowledged that Kazan possessed a certain innate combat talent. Achieving this level of prowess was already enough to tarnish his reputation. Within the crystalline clarity of the ice, Us remained poised in his kicking stance, resembling a statue. At that moment, Guillaume endured the agony of dislocated bones and forcefully withdrew her wrist from Us's grasp, retreating a few steps to stand beside Kazan. Indeed, as a crew member of the Pirate King Roger, he was utterly defenseless. Guillaume, gripping her blade with a grave expression, regarded the dashing man encased in ice, pondering whether the ice could truly hold him indefinitely. Kazan, too, shared this sentiment, continuously emanating waves of cold to reinforce the stability of the ice, while keeping his gaze fixed on the figure trapped within. Seizing a brief moment, Guillaume adjusted her stance, recalling the information she had on Us. She remembered Crane occasionally mentioning him, highlighting him as a significant threat to the Navy, with a bounty that had escalated remarkably. At that time, she had thought of Us merely as a young man riding on the coattails of the Pirate King's crew, yet today, encountering this so-called newcomer from Roger's ship, she realized just how vast the seas truly were. If memory served, he was only 15 years old, younger than all the new naval officers. What had she been doing at 15? Perhaps not even a swordsman yet. This monster must be contained in Marineford. Guillaume gritted her teeth. Who do you intend to leave behind? What? Who would have imagined that in the blink of an eye, the figure within the ice would vanish, a chilling sensation sweeping over them? Without a moment's thought, both launched an attack behind them, only to strike nothing but air. Us had swiftly reappeared atop a distant building, lazily resting his elbows on the balcony, observing the two who appeared to be preparing for battle, a calm expression ever present on his face. "Hey, I suggest you both just pretend you haven't seen me. I'm merely here for a visit, not causing any trouble. Even when I dine, I pay for it honestly, contributing to Marineford's GDP, right?" Naturally, Us's response was met with a chilling projectile. "Black Gun Us. Do you take Marineford for what? This is the naval headquarters, the bastion of justice. You cannot simply come and go as you please." Guion declared with righteous indignation. Yet inwardly, she recognized the opponent's overwhelming mobility and formidable advanced observation hockey. With just the two of them, it was nearly impossible to detain him. Thus, albeit a tad underhanded, she resolved to use provocation to stall for time until the arrival of Sengoku and Garp's reinforcements, hoping to capture him and send him to the underwater prison, sharing a similar fate with his captain. As a crew member of the Pirate King, do you only know how to flee? Answer me, Dodorus, Guion shouted, seemingly forgetting who had just effortlessly restrained her. Us merely chuckled, fully aware that this was a taunt, yet intrigued by her words. He wondered if a future admiral and candidate could truly provide him with a satisfying challenge. Extending a hand, he beckoned with a finger. Indeed, it has been quite some time since I faced someone directly. You two, come at me together. I believe I can conclude this battle before Garp arrives. Us's words pierced through Guion's stratagem, inciting her ire, while Kazan was equally provoked by Us's audacity. Don't be so arrogant, Black Gun. In an instant, ice crystals surged forth from Kazan's body, forming massive ice spikes that propelled forward with tremendous force, followed closely by sharp blades of icy wind. Meanwhile, on the periphery of the battlefield, numerous junior officers sensed the commotion and rushed to provide support. After swiftly evacuating the residence, they were taken aback to find that the adversaries engaging Kazan and Guion were pirates listed on wanted posters, prompting them to join the fray. However, faced with Kazan's escalating ice attacks, they could only watch from a distance, unable to approach the high-stakes conflict, while simultaneously contacting the command center at naval headquarters. Beep, beep, beep. Bang. This is Sengoku. What is the matter? Sengoku, at the southern residential area of Marineford. Major Kazan and Colonel Guion are engaged in combat with remnants of the Roger pirates, requesting reinforcement. What? Why did they choose to strike while the fleet admiral is at the Holy Land? What audacity! Those pirates, Roger's crew, dare to intrude upon the naval headquarters. Still unrepentant? Is it Rayleigh or Jabba? Neither. It's Black Gun Dodorus. Black Gun? Upon hearing this, Sengoku paused, momentarily stunned. If memory served, that boy was merely an intern of the Roger pirates. How could he be so audacious? Chapter 34. The Alliance of the Golden Lion. An assault on the Navy headquarters? Bang, bang, bang. As AUS finally ceased his efforts to evade, the tumult of battle among the three erupted within a defined range, the frigid air and swirling dust intertwining as they ascended towards the heavens. The once clear sky gradually descended into a somber gloom. Turning again to draw his sword, AUS unleashed a torrent of immense black sword energy, intercepting all incoming assaults. He then lifted his gaze to the sky, which appeared ominously dark, as if heralding an approaching storm. Is this your doing, AUS? The two companions looked up, clearly noting the unusual change in the sky, gravely questioning AUS. Could you refrain from attributing every misfortune to me? This is certainly beyond our capabilities. It seems a significant figure has arrived. A terrifying crimson radiance ignited, and Aus's expression shifted to one of surprise. After a moment's contemplation, he deemed it only natural. Indeed, with Captain Rogers' execution imminent, the time has come. However, witnessing a historic event was a worthy endeavor, rendering his journey not in vain. It appears your schemes are destined for failure. The Navy headquarters is facing an extraordinary threat. With keen interest, AUS sheathed his sword and, devoid of any semblance of combat decorum, teleported toward the plaza of the Navy headquarters. Who else would dare invade Marineford? He mused. Wait. Guion intended to pursue, but was halted by Kazan's grip on her shoulder. Confused, she turned, only to find Kazan rooted in place, his expression grave as he gazed skyward. Following his line of sight, Guion too looked up, her forehead beating with cold sweat, her pupils trembling uncontrollably. Is that even possible? Is it a meteor? No, it seems more like an island. In the heavens, massive stones resembling islands burst through the clouds, descending en masse toward Marineford. The two were no longer able to concern themselves with AUS, and indeed, the elite forces of the Navy were absorbed in the chaos unfolding in the residential areas, preoccupied with the impending catastrophe capable of submerging Marineford itself. The Golden Lion, Shiki, was on the attack. While acknowledging the exaggeration, AUS mused about the sheer absurdity of such power. Perched atop the Navy headquarters building, he observed the apocalyptic assembly of islands cascading down, irresistibly drawn by gravity, toward Marineford. Nearly all high-ranking Navy officials, including several familiar faces, were using their abilities to confront this crisis. Garp, Sengoku, Tsuru, and Akainu. Though the disparity in strength was significant, it was not insurmountable. After all, even the younger version of Garp possessed the might to obliterate an island with a single punch. Not to mention the formidable admirals and the nature-based entities responsible for sweeping attacks. Despite their efforts shattering the majority of the islands, it was estimated that nearly half of Marineford lay in ruins, excluding the building where AUS had taken refuge. As the clouds rolled, a torrential downpour followed, heralding the descent of a hovering figure. Ignoring Doflamingo, there stood the Golden Lion. AUS, seated atop the Navy headquarters, regarded the golden figure in the distance and greeted him. "Hello? Huh." Upon hearing the voice, Shiki, who had stormed the Navy headquarters in a fit of rage, paused, turning to the source of the sound. A figure clad in a trench coat sat calmly atop the building, observing him. "It's you. I remember you, the little monster from Roger's ship." Surprised to find a familiar face, Shiki exclaimed, "Hey, kid, did you come here for Roger too?" AUS initially intended to clarify that he was not there to disrupt the execution. After all, he understood that Captain Roger had willingly surrendered, but he indeed came for Roger, hoping to infiltrate the Navy ranks to visit Impel down. Well, sort of. Ha ha ha. Indeed, those who possess Conqueror's Haki are akin to one another. Roger could never be captured by a mere band of inept Navy soldiers, nor should he perish in humiliation in the weakest East Blue. Join forces with me, kid. Let us show these Navy fools the terror of great pirates. Just as AUS opened his mouth to respond, his observation Haki sensed an imminent danger. "What do you think you pirates are doing, treating the Navy headquarters as your playground?" Boom. Accompanied by a blinding crimson light, torrents of black and red lightning erupted, heralding the arrival of a robust figure whose fists crackled with terrifying Conqueror's Haki, charging straight at AUS. The magnitude of this power was one AUS had felt from afar on numerous occasions, but this was the first time it bore down upon him directly. Now, there was no Captain Roger to shield him from the onslaught. As the roof of the building shattered beneath the impact of that formidable punch, the residual force reverberated through the turbulent clouds, stirring waves of chaos. Disregarding martial ethics, I am but a young man of the new era. Unbeknownst to him, AUS had already materialized beside the Golden Lion, his continuous movement through the teleportation fruit allowing him to traverse the skies with almost suspended grace. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he moved as if on solid ground, observing the imposing figure atop the Navy headquarters. With fists still crackling with black and red lightning, AUS felt a twinge of trepidation. After all, this was a top-tier powerhouse, and his own Haki seemed insufficient before such royal strength. At least for now, he felt ill-equipped to face that punch head-on. Ha ha ha. Garp, are you so old that you cannot even land a blow on a child? Perhaps you should return home and enjoy your retirement. As Garp missed his punch, Shiki mercilessly unleashed his taunting prowess. Meanwhile, among the ranks of Navy personnel below, many held up their transponder snails, capturing the scene of AUS and the Golden Lion standing shoulder to shoulder in the sky. Seeing this, AUS felt a pang of resignation. He had merely come to witness the spectacle, yet now found himself perceived as an accomplice. What a predicament, like yellow mud falling into my pants. It's not excrement, but it certainly feels like it. Peering down, he beheld countless Navy officers, from admirals to rear admirals, a contingent that rivaled even the top war. In truth, it was perhaps even greater, as during that conflict, Garp and Sengoku, the two trump cards, alongside two admirals, had barely contributed, instead opting to take it easy while only Akainu and a few vice admirals strained themselves. Now, however, they faced an all-out effort from Sengoku, Garp, and numerous Navy leaders, including the future three admirals. To be honest, AUS felt an overwhelming urge to teleport away from the chaos. Yet, gazing upon this unprecedented grand spectacle, he admitted that, despite his overestimation of his capabilities, he was genuinely eager to test his limits. Without further ado, he resolved to act, planning to retreat should the situation become dire. After all, after such extensive training, he truly wished to ascertain the extent of his abilities. With Garp and Sengoku holding the Golden Lion at bay, he decided to give it his all. Chapter 35. Clearing the field of Conqueror's Haki confronted with this epic and grand spectacle. OS acknowledged that he was now so exhilarated that he felt a warmth coursing through his body. Following the entanglement of Garp and Sengoku with the Golden Lion, OS was poised to face the might of the entire Navy, encompassing all the vice admirals beneath the highest ranks. Although no admirals were present, the remaining forces were indeed formidable, comprising 3 notable natural-type Navy brigadiers, Guion, Dalmesia, and Fire Mountain, along with a multitude of elite commanders and countless Navy soldiers. The dreary rain fell incessantly, and the howling winds whipped OS's trench coat and Shiki's robe, creating a cacophony of sound. At this moment, these 2 notorious pirates, each with a bounty in the double digits, formed a temporary alliance. Their adversaries consisted of nearly the entire Navy headquarters supreme combatants. "Kid, if you dare to slow me down, I will kill you." Shiki, the Golden Lion, threatened with a cigar clenched between his teeth, a brazen grin plastered across his face as he directed his warning at OS. "As long as you can hold Sengoku and Carpet Bay, we certainly won't lose." OS merely chuckled lightly. He believed that as long as he did not face an opponent well beyond his level, he could at least secure an equal footing, even if victory eluded him. It was evident that the still youthful newcomers of the Navy were not yet capable of overpowering him decisively. In the face of overwhelming pressure, even against a multitude of adversaries of equal caliber, the 2 displayed remarkable composure, engaging in casual conversation. Observing this scene, the vast number of Navy personnel on the ground felt quite differently. They perceived these 2 as madmen. The sight of 2 pirates with 10-digit bounties simultaneously confronting them left many new recruits weak-kneed, instinctively aware that even a mere aftershock from such figures could decimate them. Were it not for the presence of high-ranking Navy officers, they might have fled long ago, resorting to conversation as a means to alleviate their inner turmoil. "I have seen the bounty of the Roger Pirates crew member, Black Gun OS, and the legendary pirate, Flying Admiral Golden Lion Shiki. Could it be that these 2 formidable pirate factions have joined forces? Such pirates are surely doomed." Conversely, the Navy commanders ranked above were notably more composed, recognizing that the Navy held the advantage. However, the notorious reputations of the Roger Pirates and the Golden Lion Pirates instilled in them a lingering unease. Facing such formidable foes, even the slightest lapse could lead to death. Bolstered by their overwhelming numbers and the officers' confidence, the morale of the Navy soldiers soared. Not a single one faltered. They shouted fervently, creating an imposing atmosphere reminiscent of the Great War at Marineford. "How noisy. I wonder what fuels their fervor. They're merely a horde of foot soldiers," mused OS. Observing the fervent soldiers whose attacks were futile against the 2 with aerial supremacy, perplexed by their enthusiasm. "Perhaps. The ignition points in the world of pirates are generally quite low. Let us clear the field," he declared, standing aloft, surveying the vast Navy forces with neither sorrow nor joy in his gaze, only disdain for the ants below. In an instant, an overwhelming aura emanated from OS, expanding outward, enveloping nearly half of Marineford in a black-red energy field. Dark crimson lightning surged around him, wreaking havoc and swirling violently, as if heralding the apocalypse. This oppressive force indiscriminately swept everything in its path. Thud, thud, thud. The sensation was akin to being struck by a colossal hammer. Under the might of this dominion of conqueror's hockey, numerous Navy personnel could scarcely endure a second before collapsing, eyes rolling back as they fell to the ground. Even the lower-ranking officers struggled to remain conscious, half-kneeling and gasping for breath. In the sky, the figure radiating black-red lightning loomed like a demon, casting a gaze of judgment upon all below, as deep as an abyss. "Ha! No wonder Roger praised you so highly. Despite your youth, you possess such audacity. But alas, the era of us old-timers is far from over. The seas are not yet ready for you youngsters." In the next moment, an even more intense golden-red conqueror's hockey erupted from within OS, overwhelming the surroundings. With this double-layered pressure, very few below the rank of admiral could retain their consciousness. The ensuing confrontation would be one of true prowess. "You scoundrels! Marineford is not a place for you to run rampant," roared a voice filled with fury. Before OS and Shiki, a figure leaped forth, radiating a dazzling holy golden light. The Buddha fruit user, Admiral Sengoku, now unleashed in anger, sent forth a terrifying shockwave. Buddha's shockwave. The blinding golden light surged forth, yet the 2 in the air remained unperturbed. One was unafraid, while the other had anticipated this very moment. Amidst the radiant golden glow, a flash of crimson flickered past. This spectacle could not escape OS's observation. He merely smiled as he gazed at the approaching shockwave. "Lion's thousand cuts. The clash of their exaggerated techniques resonated ominously in the sky, a terrifying aftermath rippling through the air. Clearly, Sengoku alone could not suppress the Golden Lion. Shiki had come today with no fear of death. Soon, Carp joined the fray, swinging his fists as he entered this elite battle. Such a confrontation would not conclude unless one side was utterly exhausted. The terrifying shockwaves radiated from the three of them, wreaking havoc upon the earth and sky. In the heart of the plaza, the remaining Navy forces, led by the three natural-type behemoths, observed this battle in which they could not intervene. After all, these were young men barely in their 20s, having graduated from the Naval Academy not long ago, still far from reaching their peak potential. While they gazed upward at the titanic showdown between the two, a tall figure with hands in pockets gradually approached from the plaza's far end. Bayu, without warning. A beam of laser light shot forth from the ranks of the Navy, targeting the man's head with blinding speed. Ambushing is not a wise habit, Borsellino. OS smiled, making no effort to evade. He allowed the beam to approach his forehead, and to the astonishment of all the Navy personnel, OS appeared to be devoid of physical form. At the moment of impact, the laser passed through him as if he were an illusion, leaving him unscathed. Chapter 36. O's versus the young three admirals. O. Could it be that my observation hockey has completely captured him? He is as formidable as a monster. Black Gun O's. At this moment, among the naval commanders, a rather unsavory man dressed in striped attire and draped in a navy cloak stepped forward. His voice was laced with a peculiar tone that immediately evoked discomfort. He was Vice Admiral Bartholomew Kuma, the user of the glint fruit. In response, Oz merely smiled with keen interest and remarked, "Ah, I have long grown accustomed to being called a monster. So, are you all planning to confront me together to take down this monster? It seems you are not up for the challenge." Black Gun Doter Oz. Against a world-threatening menace such as you, the Navy need not adhere to any sense of morality. Flame eruption. Unperturbed by O's words, Akainu, his body transforming into molten lava, erupted with a fierce intensity. Plumes of sulfur billowed from him as thick lava cascaded down. His attire glowing red. His fist, clad in black leather, amassed power akin to a volcanic eruption, expanding ominously. Even from a distance, a wave of heat surged forth, causing O's long hair to dance wildly in the steam. The might of the magma fruit was indeed formidable, capable of hurling hundreds of tons of volcanic rock into the sky. Such explosive power is to be expected. However, this technique was not without its flaws. It was painfully slow. Unlike the swift maneuvers of the glint fruit or the expansive range of the ice fruit, the magma fruit's unprecedented attack power came with an equally substantial wind-up. In the face of O's foresight, this impressive build-up posed no real threat. Indeed, the Logia type possesses inherent advantages, which O's begrudgingly acknowledged. Yet, some Paramecia types, governed by the concept of rules, transcend this. O's could easily evade this attack, but doing so would contradict his desire to truly unleash his power. After all, opportunities to confront an adversary of his caliber are rare. Others are either too weak or overwhelmingly strong. Until now, Oz had never experienced a full-throttle battle, which was somewhat detrimental to his future growth in Conqueror's hockey. Thus, facing Akainu's colossal molten fist, O's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, devoid of emotional fluctuation. Clearly, what he foresaw of the future aligned closely with his expectations. With a resolute motion, Oz slowly balled his fist, his flowing armament hockey spiraling around it. The naval commanders, who had strategically spread out to avoid the searing lava, momentarily narrowed their eyes in disbelief at this spectacle. What is he thinking? Does he intend to clash directly with Akainu? Such audacity, even with armament hockey, which theoretically allows one to injure a Logia-type user. The sheer ferocity and heat of the attack would surely sear his hand instantly. What an arrogant youth. Yet, O's true strength clearly surpassed their calculations. In an instant, swirling black and red lightning coalesced around his armored fist. The oppressive aura fractured the ground beneath them, as if this force carried an inherent terror simply by existing. That boy. This energy immediately drew the attention of the three combatants engaged in a fierce melee nearby, momentarily halting the chaos of battle. How is this possible? A 15-year-old wielding Conqueror's hockey. Sengoku's eyes sparkled with intensity, blood vessels visibly straining. Haha, truly worthy of being called a monster by Roger. That boy with the gun possesses the potential to challenge the world at such a young age. Garp bellowed with laughter. Then let him remain here forever. Hey, You two dare to be distracted while fighting? Have you no respect for me? I am the Golden Lion. Clearly, Garp and Sengoku's exchange incited the lion's fury, intensifying the pressure in the air. Even Garp and Sengoku felt the weight of this force, let alone the barely 20-year-old Akainu. What? This haki? Sweat trickled down Akainu's brow, quickly evaporating amidst the rolling magma. He steeled himself and summoned all his strength. The explosive power of the magma fruit surged forth as his colossal lava fist advanced towards Oz. In response, Oz unleashed his own full-power flowing cherry blossom haki punch. The two forces collided, instantly melting the ground into liquid. Boom. Despite the clash, something peculiar occurred. The searing heat that should have reduced Oz to mere ash could not touch his fist. Before the flickering black and red lightning, an invisible barrier seemed to separate them, preventing the lava from making contact. Akainu's expression darkened, while the naval officers stared in disbelief. This is the power of haki, Akainu. Even your proud volcanic eruption pales in comparison to my might. With black and red lightning crackling atop his fist, Oz observed the eruption of magma. He merely crouched slightly to gather strength, and an overwhelming force surged from his waist. The ground around him sank as though unable to bear the weight, the terrifying backlash revealing the sheer magnitude of his strength. In an instant, Oz, enveloped in black-red lightning and flowing haki, broke through the core of Akainu's molten fist and appeared before him, as if a demon king from the depths of hell. The crimson light flickered in his eyes, and a terrifying aura enveloped his fist. With a single charge, Akainu's chest caved in, the flowing cherry blossom and conqueror's haki intertwining, preventing him from elementalization for defense. He took the full brunt of this monstrous punch. The sight of Akainu rolling his eyes back, blood spilling from his lips, was even more exaggerated than when he was turned to pulp during the Marineford War. Oz contemplated delivering a finishing blow, but the other naval officers were not mere spectators. Beams of laser light surged forth, accompanied by a deluge of ice, forcing Oz to retreat beyond the range of attack. Yet, the black-red lightning upon his fist did not dissipate. Amidst the tempestuous winds, Oz stood resplendently, his long hair and coat billowing, a serene smile adorning his handsome visage. Clutching his haki, the crimson light in his eyes, which pierced through the future, remained unwavering. With him alone, despair enveloped the younger generation of the Marines in Marineford. So, who shall be next? Chapter 37, OS, Divine Evasion. A chilling wind entwined with torrential rain swept across the ravaged battlefield, where a solitary figure stood defiantly, instilling a sense of trepidation in the hearts of all the Navy personnel. With a mere accumulation of energy, the ground sank 100 meters. And amidst the defeated monsters scattered in the collision, stood Sakazuki, his formidable flowing haki and conqueror's haki intertwined. That invincible aura, though intangible, weighed heavily on the spirits of every Navy officer present, even affecting Kazan and Borsellino. Kazan gazed, somewhat dazed, at the man he had longed to capture. He could have relied on his superior observation haki and fruit abilities to toy with his comrades, yet he had instead given them an opportunity for a direct confrontation. However, no one dared to express confidence, nor did anyone claim they could withstand those black and red iron fists. Even Sakazuki, with his unparalleled offensive strength, felt the weight of this challenge. As for a sneak attack, such intentions were mere fantasies in the face of those eyes capable of perceiving the future. Moments later, a cough echoed across the field, and from within a massive pit, a figure clad in a crimson suit staggered to his feet. Fresh blood lingering at the corners of his mouth, it was the imprisoned dog. One must admit, this fellow had remarkable resilience. But from the pain etched on his face and the bloodstains, it was evident that the previous punch had inflicted significant damage, leaving him in a wounded state. With Sakazuki rising anew, the previously stifling atmosphere among the Navy shifted dramatically. Is this the Red Commander? Hey, what are you hesitating for? Regardless of how formidable the opponent may be, as Navy officers tasked with safeguarding these seas, we must expend every ounce of our strength. Even if it leads to our demise, it matters not. Observing his comrades, who were tinged with despair, Sakazuki's expression darkened, his furious shouts resounding like thunder. This rekindled the fighting spirit in many Navy generals who had previously lost their resolve, prompting them to grit their teeth and raise their weapons once more. Concurrently, a biting chill and dazzling flashes of light erupted on the battlefield as everyone prepared to unleash their full power. Watching the Navy's future leaders, Brimming with determination akin to a theatrical production, OS couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. For a fleeting moment, he believed he had subdued the crowd. But it was evidently not so simple. Heroes were as plentiful as the fish in the river, and while OS might stand out, he could not diminish the brilliance of others. In the Navy headquarters, devoid of cowardice, there truly were no weaklings. Observing the warriors draped in Navy cloaks, OS offered them his respect for battle, a smile of sheer excitement illuminating his face, his eyes ablaze with crimson light. Slowly, he shed his windbreaker, revealing a physique brimming with explosive power, marred by a few scars. Few, indeed, for he had rarely been injured due to his monstrous innate observation hockey. With his dual-colored hockey enveloping the Black Raven, one hand clenched into a fist while the other gripped a sword, he recognized that this group of Navy officers was worthy of his utmost effort. He then raised his left thumb, appearing to offer a gesture of approval, surveying the crowd until his gaze settled on the curly-haired man he often targeted. His mark was set. Nanny, Kazan, his body infused with chilling frost, was momentarily taken aback by this gesture. It soon became evident that when someone pointed a thumb at you, it might not always signify praise. It could very well indicate a target. From Kazan's perspective, those red eyes, initially 100 meters away, suddenly bored down upon him, now mere inches away, still fixated on him. However, the motion of the hand had shifted, and the long blade, crackling with black and red lightning, descended upon him with blinding speed. What a joke! As OS's blade fell, a terrifying sword aura, infused with hockey, cleaved through Kazan's icy form. The strike was so swift that it caught him completely off guard, even as Kazan instantaneously activated his elemental form. A vivid red wound materialized before quickly freezing to staunch the blood flow. OS intended to follow up with another strike, but a laser beam surged towards the back of his head. He opted not to endure it. Instead, he sidestepped and pivoted, cleaving through the incoming lava with a swift stroke. The battlefield was no longer marked by the earlier vast confrontation with Sakazuki. The Navy was now engaged in a tightly coordinated assault. Had it not been for the visions of future events flashing before his eyes, OS might have been overwhelmed by the relentless barrage of attacks. Yet, endowed with the power to foresee the future and teleport, invincibility was inevitable. Dodging with agility, OS evaded the encroaching glaciers while remaining utterly composed amidst the Navy's onslaught. Utilizing his immense strength and hockey, he dispatched any who drew near with a single kick. He charged forward, countering a sudden appearance of the Amaterasu sword, and as he teleported away from the Hellhound, he delivered another punishing blow to Sakazuki's chest. Despite occasionally suffering from the disjointedness of his future foresight and physical reactions, OS bore wounds that, while painful, only fueled his obsession with progress. The thrill of engaging in close combat was addictive. His crimson eyes scanned the remaining opponents, as if to ask, "Do you wish to dance?" Even as fresh wounds, burns, penetrations, and frostbite accumulated upon him, the number of Navy personnel visibly dwindled. After all, not everyone was a blood cow. The majority of the younger leaders, after sustaining a single hit, would, like their predecessors, lose all combat capability. Gradually, only 4 figures remained engaged in battle. Yada no Kagami. OS's form flickered with teleportation, his eyes gleaming red as he visualized the trajectory of each light projectile descending, expertly dodging them. However, as he teleported to a specific gap, he felt the ground beneath his feet smooth and cold, a chilling aura wrapping around him. Utilizing the openings in the light beams forced him to evade to a designated spot, only to be encased in ice. A commendable tactic. OS regarded the ice encasing his right foot with indifference, his eyes flashing red, indicating he had already foreseen this moment. Yet, this was also one of the characteristics of wide-area attacks. To avoid freezing, one must endure the light projectiles. Observing the Navy officers on the ground who had been affected by the beams, OS understood they were genuinely desperate. At the very moment OS was ensnared in ice, a charged lava fist surged towards his face, accompanied by a brilliant beam of light and a massive ice bird emanating an intense chill. In the face of these 3 formidable assaults, OS remained unflustered. Instead, a smile spread across his face, deepening with intrigue. How interesting. I shall take this seriously. His conqueror's hockey coiled tightly, gradually enveloping the entire blade of the Black Raven. Prepare yourself for this. Divine Evasion. Chapter 38. The Conclusion of War. The escape of OS faced with the lethal assaults from the three formidable nature elementalists. OS chose not to forcibly teleport away, for he yearned to test the limits of his own prowess. Divine avoidance. With OS's resolute voice resonating through the air, an overwhelming chill enveloped the attackers. The dark crimson blade, infused with a tangible color of supremacy, complemented by the sheer might of a figure resembling a demonic deity, cleaved towards the trio with an almost imperceptible velocity. The black-red lightning, intermingled with elemental ruptures, illuminated OS's exhilarated visage. Its immense power and his familiarity with such force prompting the likes of warring states and others to glance in awe. Could it be Roger's divine avoidance? It bore a striking resemblance, though its potency was not as exaggerated. Ha ha ha, what a promising little brat. Is this the extent of the new era's navy? Shiki mercilessly mocked. Despite his own discontent with Roger's crew, he preferred witnessing the Navy's disgrace over their triumph. These fools could never capture that guy Roger. As for the Navy's future admirals, I concede you have earned the right to spar with me. With a single stroke of his divine avoidance, OS cleaved through the catastrophic elemental onslaught, his eyes shimmering with zeal as he pointed his blade at the trio. Come, attempt to slay me. OS's dismissive demeanor infuriated the three, their bodies emanating exaggerated natural powers, causing the very environment around them to transform. The sheer force they unleashed could permanently alter an island's geography and climate. After both sides unleashed their full might, OS acknowledged the pressure he felt. He could handle one opponent with ease, manage two with some effort, but against three, he could merely maintain his ground. This was particularly true given he wielded two invincible abilities. It was no surprise that Oda had once proclaimed that no individual could defeat two admirals alone. The combination of a bloodline trait, mastery of Haki, and the destructive capacity of nature made it nearly impossible for one to topple two or more foes unless one were to overpower them due to a significant disparity or employ an extraordinarily unique fruit ability for a surprise attack. Observing the myriad of wounds adorning his body, OS realized this was indeed his current limit. Yet, even in this understanding, OS still sought to challenge his boundaries, believing it might serve as a catalyst for elevating his Haki to new heights. This was fundamentally the reason he chose to engage in this battle. He refused to believe that his ambition had swelled to the point of challenging three admirals without the potential for growth towards attaining the pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki. He envisioned a future where he and Shanks would share the stage, both unleashing their Haki in a grand spectacle, an awe-inspiring scene. For who would falter in such a display? Shanks? Just a pompous little brother. The fierce battle persisted, as duels of the elite were measured in days, not hours. After 5 days and nights of relentless combat, even the monstrous OS began to feel the strain. His body, riddled with a multitude of injuries, some fresh, others healed into thick scabs, stood in stark contrast to the three future admirals, whose injuries were comparably grievous. Were it not for their elemental forms occasionally mitigating some damage, they would likely be in an even worse predicament. Borsellino's glasses lay shattered, revealing the once nonchalant and sly older monkey now missing several teeth. His body marked with numerous bruises and cuts. Adjacent to him, Sakazuki was no better off. After initially absorbing a punch from OS, his reflexes had clearly diminished. Without the protective layer of magma, he would surely display a visage of significant bruising. However, the most severely affected was undoubtedly the focus of OS's wrath, the infamous Old Sea Lion. His face and body bore the marks of a fierce battle, and his left leg twisted in an irregular shape, as if fated to endure a calamity. Thankfully, it remained intact, wrapped in a robust bandage, and would likely heal within 10 to 15 days. It was not that they were inept. Rather, OS was simply too monstrous. Aside from a slight deficiency in battle experience, he boasted no apparent weaknesses. Whether it be in martial arts, swordsmanship, or Haki, he consistently outmatched them. Coupled with his elusive teleportation fruit, it was exceedingly difficult for his opponents to inflict significant damage. Moreover, as the battle raged on, his conqueror's Haki only grew stronger, each strike imbued with increasing ferocity. At last, after what felt like an eternity, the battle reached its denouement. Across the chaotic battlefield, three powerful figures from the bygone era had resolved their contest. Shiki, Roger's demise heralds the dawn of a peaceful era. We, the Navy, shall not permit anyone to disrupt it. Calm. With the final blow of his fistbone, Galaxy Impact. The proud yet defiant golden lion ultimately succumbed. Perhaps the helm above weighed heavily upon him, or perhaps his unyielding spirit led to his defeat against overwhelming odds. Shiki fell, and once shackled by sea stone, he could no longer retaliate. Almost simultaneously as Shiki crumpled, OS felt a chilling sensation ripple down his spine. His senses heightened by the imminent danger. Zoom. Having been locked in an exhilarating duel with the three admirals, OS instantly teleported away from his position. Boom, ha ha ha. You dodged quite swiftly, little brat from Roger's crew. A fist, radiating a fierce crimson glow, descended upon the very spot he had just vacated, fracturing the ground for miles and forcing the injured admirals to stagger backwards in its wake. The ambusher was none other than the legendary marine hero, Monkey D. Garp, who had repeatedly pushed OS's captain to the brink of despair. Gazing at the ground shattered by Garp's strike, OS couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Without Captain Roger here, you choose to bully me, an apprentice? Garp, this hardly reflects the conduct of a justice-seeking marine. I've long foretold your fate, OS. At that moment, Warring States, still in his towering Buddha form, joined the fray, sternly admonishing OS. To confront a villain such as you, the Navy needs no semblance of morality. Is that so? Then, as a pirate, is it not customary for me to flee when faced with insurmountable odds? OS retorted nonchalantly to Warring States' outburst, flashing a grin at the trio. The moment he witnessed the Golden Lioness defeat, he understood it was time to retreat. He had relished the battle, made his mark, and if he lingered any longer, he risked being imprisoned alongside Captain Roger. Nanny? Upon hearing this, Warring States' face flushed crimson. You scoundrel! His anger stemmed from the realization that, armed with his nearly insurmountable abilities, if OS wished to escape, few could impede him. But what would that mean for the dignity of the Navy at Marine Headquarters, Marineford? Perhaps exacerbating the situation. A flock of seagulls equipped with cameras hovered above, capturing every moment. OS smiled at the lens, waving goodbye to the Navy, and amid their furious retaliation, amidst the explosions and billowing smoke, the figure of Black Gun OS vanished into thin air. Chapter 39. The Future King? A shocking news reverberating across the seas. On the day following Ace's escape from Marineford, the eruption of the Marineford invasion incident struck like a thunderclap, completely overturning the recently tranquil seas. The world's public opinion began to boil. As one of the three great overlords of the New World, the formidable Golden Lion Shiki's audacity to single-handedly infiltrate the Navy headquarters, while astonishing, was not entirely beyond reason. Such grand pirates often engage in reckless acts. However, the emergence of the name Black Gun Doflamingo has instantly captivated the gaze of countless nations and factions worldwide. The bounty notice read, Black Gun Doflamingo us. Formerly a crew member of the Roger Pirates, master of the three-color hockey, suspected user of the superhuman teleportation fruit ability, one of the masterminds behind the Marineford invasion. With a bounty of 2,649,000,000 berries, wanted dead or alive, a criminal of utmost severity. This name, once a mere whisper among a select few, had transformed into a blazing sensation, elevating this young intern of the Roger Pirates to the status of a coveted pirate superstar. No, this was beyond mere stardom. According to an exclusive report from the World Economic Journal, this young lad from Roger's ship might already possess the strength to rival the highest combat power of the world government, the Marine Admirals, the king of the new generation. A monster cultivated by the pirate King Roger, poised to dominate the next era, the king of the next generation. On the Sabaody archipelago, within the already bustling red light district now undergoing reconstruction, the past splendor gradually returned. Madam Sammy, we have news about Lord Us. The two mascots of the red light district, Us's devoted maids, Little 6 and Little 7, excitedly dashed into Sammy's office, too exhilarated to knock, startling Sammy, who was enjoying her tea. Bounding with joy, they placed the newspaper on the table, exclaiming, Look, look. The newspaper says Lord Is fought against the Navy headquarters and departed in style. Yes, yes. The world is saying that Lord Is the next king of this era. So handsome, truly worthy of being Lord Us. Little 6 and Little 7 gazed at the description of Us in the newspaper, their hearts swelling with pride and satisfaction even more than Us himself. Yet, the two naive young maids were oblivious to the profound impact this news had on Sammy, a woman well-versed in the dark underbelly of the world. As she meticulously examined each word of the newspaper, Astonishment and shock were etched on her face, her refined pupils quivering incessantly. She had anticipated that Lord Us might be extraordinarily powerful, but never to such an exaggerated degree. If this were indeed true, then perhaps the report had not exaggerated. Lord Us truly possessed the qualifications to contend for the title of the strongest in the world. As the report concluded, it summarized, Black Gun Doflamingo Us, a despair-inducing genius, with a monstrous physique, an absolute master of the three-color hockey, wielding a devil fruit ability that grants him complete dominance in battle, suspected to be cultivated by Roger, the leading figure of the new era, displaying an aura and potential that suggests he will likely wield absolute dominion over the world's top powerhouses for at least the next 30 years. On an unnamed island in the first half of the Grand Line, a magnificent ship docked. Not far from the pier, in the forest, 3 individuals sat around, roasting a beast caught from the island. Rayleigh, Shanks. There's big news. Just as Rayleigh and the others were preparing to return to the Sabaody archipelago, Buggy came rushing from the beach, clutching a newspaper, shouting excitedly, There's news about us. It's a major event. Really? Let me see. Shanks leaped up from the ground, quickly snatching the newspaper from Buggy's hands. The more he read, the more stars sparkled in his eyes. Indeed, it's us. So cool. Causing a ruckus at the Navy headquarters. Buggy, unable to contain his joy, added, right? The world is buzzing that Captain Roger was defeated and captured by the Navy, and now us has avenged us. The two enthusiastically discussed the news before turning to Rayleigh, who was still grilling meat, and hurriedly approached him with the newspaper. Rayleigh, observing the two impulsive youngsters, said nothing but smiled as he received the newspaper. A glance was all it took for astonishment to wash over his face. The front page featured a large image captured by a reporting bird on that day. Us, bare-chested, wielding a long sword, his hair flowing and body marked with wounds, wore a smile as he fixed his gaze on the 5 Marines before him, including Admiral Sengoku, Marine hero garb, and the 3 monstrous vice-admirals of the natural elements. Aside from the lavish praise for us, the article also depicted scenes of him single-handedly battling the future 3 admirals. In those images, Us, enveloped in black and red lightning, fiercely engaged the 3 natural disasters without losing ground. It was evident that as these 3 young Marines advanced in rank and combat prowess, the value of this image would only increase. In the face of such an exaggerated lineup, to cause an uproar and then retreat unscathed, what a nostalgic feat. Just from the techniques displayed in the photographs, Rayleigh could discern that these were among Roger's signature moves, now masterfully perpetuated by Us. The concluding remarks about Us were striking. Gazing at that unparalleled figure, he could almost perceive a glimpse of Roger's youth. Yet, Roger had not been 15 but 25 at the time. What a formidable youth. Rayleigh mused, pondering the implications behind Us's actions. Was it merely to avenge Roger? Meanwhile, 1,000 meters above impelled down, seated cross-legged among the clouds, Us casually captured a passing reporting bird. After purchasing a newspaper with the coins from its pouch, he released it back into the wild. Upon reading, Us could no longer contain himself, feeling a mix of incredulity and amusement. That Morgan's fellow, in the early days of his venture, would say anything for sales, nearly portraying him as the future king of the world. Moreover, while none of the photos were fabricated, they misleadingly suggested that the entire Marineford incident was orchestrated solely by Us, with the Golden Lion merely making an appearance. Whether battling 3 admirals or utilizing hockey techniques, it seemed to paint him as both the protagonist and the ultimate antagonist. However, Us reflected upon his true intentions for infiltrating Marineford. It was never about seeking fame. Even his desire to fight stemmed from a spontaneous urge to test his full strength and bolster his spirit, a notion that had only arisen later. Gazing at his bounty notice, emblazoned with most heinous crimes, dead or alive, Us felt a twinge of helplessness, realizing he had even garnered a specially formatted bounty notice. Being forcibly labeled with such grand titles, Oz actually does not mind too much. After all, no one can truly affect him. However, being manipulated is still being manipulated. When he encounters Morgans, he will undoubtedly seek to settle the score with that foolish bird. Chapter 40. Infiltrating Impel Down. Have you heard about it? The battle at Marineford. Of course, I've heard that the legendary pirate, Captain Shiki the Golden Lion, will soon be transported here. To which level? Huh, are you an idiot? Naturally, it's the 6th level, Infinite Hell. That's true. Behind the Gate of Justice, there stands a cylindrical structure, mostly submerged in seawater. Two gatekeepers were idly chatting, one of whom was on the verge of dozing off. Suddenly, a faint sound of something landing broke the monotony, instantly alerting one of them. What was that noise? Hey! At the sound of the shout, the dozing guard sprang up in panic, nearly losing his grip on his firearm, tossing it into the air a couple of times before finally regaining hold. He quickly aimed behind him. However, upon glancing back, he found no one there, and the gate remained tightly closed. What are you doing, you fool? There's a limit to jokes. No, I definitely heard footsteps. How could that be? The guard himself began to doubt, wondering if he had imagined it. At this moment, just beyond the gate of Impel Down, a man with a bare torso, numerous grotesque scars, and a long sword at his waist, casually strolled by, carrying a bag. It was Ors, who had bypassed multiple layers of security and teleported directly from the sky. It is hard to fathom that within one of the world government's 3 great gates, a place where countless pirates tremble in fear and which is notoriously deemed escape-proof, a vicious pirate who had just infiltrated the Marine headquarters could roam freely. Having breached Marineford and now Impel Down, he wouldn't need to visit Judiciary Island, would he? Though he said that, the guards there were so trivial that even the novice Luffy could get through them. Ors held little interest, considering it merely a potential sightseeing trip. However, truth be told, Impel Down was indeed vast. Just the first level, within the range of Ors' observation haki, was nearly too extensive to encompass, resembling a small town. But he didn't intend to linger on the first level. As he walked, Ors was seeking the optimal point to teleport downward. He couldn't just teleport randomly and land in the midst of the guards. Although Ors was confident he could dispatch those lowly soldiers immediately, once exposed, he could easily be overwhelmed, especially since Impel Down was a confined space. If a horde of guards rushed to their demise, he would miss his chance to meet and converse with Captain Roger, not to mention the formidable Magellan and others who posed a considerable challenge. Soft footsteps echoed in Impel Down, but this unfamiliar figure inevitably attracted the attention of many prisoners within nearby cells. They saw a man who neither wore a guard's uniform nor belonged to the prison administration striding confidently past. After a brief moment of disbelief, a desperate survival instinct erupted. Hey, you over there. Please take me with you. I have buried a treasure outside, and I'll do anything. Take me along. You brat. Let me out, or I swear I'll kill you. Amidst threats and pleas, a clamorous uproar ensued, as if the very foundations of Impel Down would be overturned. Or's expression darkened instantly, and he glared at the prisoners, his body surging with dark red lightning. Shut up. Buzz. In an instant, silence enveloped the world. The previously hysterical pirates lay sprawled on the ground with rolled eyes, for they were mere fodder, unworthy of being imprisoned on the first level, with not a single one boasting a bounty over 100 million. Notably, even the surveillance snail on the wall succumbed under Or's conqueror's haki, saving him the trouble. With an exaggerated sweep of his observation haki, Ors glimpsed the scenery at least 3 levels below. Through continuous teleportation, he descended deeper into the prison, effortlessly evading patrolling guards by exploiting visual blind spots or incapacitating them with his solidified conqueror's haki, perfectly stealthy within the underwater fortress. As he continued downward, reaching the 5th level of hell, he sensed a familiar presence with his observation haki, the future warden of Impel Down, the current deputy warden, Magellan. As Ors sensed this individual, he immediately retracted his perception, his eyelid twitching involuntarily, his expression souring. Not for any other reason, but because Magellan was at it again. The scene was too grotesque. Ors felt as though his observation haki had become tainted. Fortunately, after some twists and swift actions, Ors finally reached his destination, the 6th level of Impel Down, Infinite Hell. Upon arriving, Ors chose not to linger, for those worthy of confinement here were historical pirates, each more notorious than the last, with a bounty over 100 million merely being a baseline. Such individuals could not be subdued by mere conqueror's haki. To prevent any disruption during his meeting with Captain Roger, Ors directly honed in on Roger's cell with his observation haki and teleported there. In the deepest, darkest solitary cell of Infinite Hell, devoid of any light, a formidable figure sat cross-legged. You've come, Ors. Possessing the ability to hear the voices of all things, Roger could recognize Or's presence in the darkness without relying on observation haki. With a soft rustling sound, a flicker of flame illuminated the cell, casting a dim yellow light that revealed Or's remarkably handsome face. Is it this torturous here? Not even a glimmer of light. Ha ha ha. There's nothing to be done. They only provide one meal a day. Had I known, I would have surrendered later, huh? Observing the shackled Captain Roger, who remained unfazed. Ors couldn't he help but feel a mix of exasperation and amusement. Say, Ors, Roger smiled, glancing at Ors with a hint of implication. Did you bring any wine? I haven't had a drink in ages. No. What? You must be joking. Please no. Hearing this, Roger's expression turned sour, wailing like a child. At this sight, Ors revealed a mischievous grin. All right, truth be told, I did bring some. Chapter 41. Oh no. Have I become a remnant of the old era? In this cramped cell, an elderly man and a youth sat facing each other, encircled by the flickering light of a small oil lamp. The dim glow danced uncertainly throughout the room, and for the first time in days, Roger revealed a smile. OS took out 4 bottles of rum from his bag, uncorking each one in turn. Initially, he had no intention of partaking, but considering Captain Roger's impending journey, he decided to indulge. Come on, Captain Roger. Although I'm not particularly fond of it, I shall make an exception and drink with you this time. OS proclaimed boldly, feeling a surge of masculine camaraderie. To his surprise, Roger looked at him disdainfully upon hearing this. Well, if you don't enjoy it, then you can leave it all for me. I barely have enough as it is. This old rascal, should he be deemed immature or merely a devoted drunkard? How stingy he was. A vexed expression slowly surfaced on OS's forehead, darkening his features. Yet fortunately, after some persuasion, Captain Roger relinquished 1 bottle. OS then retrieved several neatly wrapped large bones. Recognizing that with execution looming just days away, this simple meal could serve as a final farewell feast, albeit modest. Roger appeared quite pleased, his face brightening visibly at the sight of the meat and drink. However, the shackles on his hands hindered his movements. Shall I assist you in removing these? Oh, is that possible? Roger chuckled, for the torment of illness and prolonged hunger had sapped his strength, rendering even the use of his hockey a struggle. Observing this, OS felt a pang of discomfort. With a gentle touch of his flowing hockey, the sturdy shackles shattered into fragments. 2 individuals, each having once stirred the seas, now engaged in jovial conversation while feasting on meat and alcohol. This scene prompted OS to reminisce about the joyful and free days aboard the R.O. Jackson. OS, how is everyone faring now? Roger inquired, holding meat in one hand and drink in the other, his face flushed with merriment. Uncle Rayleigh has sent everyone back to their homeland. There are no more naval pursuits or bounties, and I've heard that everyone is doing well. Is that so? Roger replied with satisfaction, taking a hearty gulp of rum, feeling justified in having insisted that the world government cease their pursuit of his crew. However, although my bounty was revoked, I ended up in a scuffle at the Navy headquarters, and now I'm being offered over 2 billion berries again. Upon witnessing Roger's joyous demeanor, OS could not resist adding, puffed. Cough, cough. Hearing that twist, Roger lost his composure and sprayed the rum everywhere. Just as he was about to chide OS for his knack for causing trouble, he suddenly realized he had wasted yet another mouthful of precious drink. My rum, Roger exclaimed, his mouth agape as he began lamenting the loss of his spirit, only to regain his cheer when OS offered him the remaining rum. By the way, Shanks and Buggy mentioned they would come to witness the execution in a couple of days. I'll be going with them. Shanks and Buggy? Upon hearing the names of those 2 youngsters, a nostalgic expression crossed Roger's face, and he cautioned OS. They're the hopes of the new era, OS. You must look after them well. Huh, am I not also a person of the new era? Why must I take on this responsibility? OS queried, somewhat bewildered. The new era? Haven't you already seen the One Piece? We arrived too early and have lost our qualification. Roger stated matter-of-factly. OS sensed something amiss and quickly became dazed. He was still a young man. While sailing, he had been caught up in nostalgia and merriment, joyfully embarking on the journey to Raftel, only to find himself aged prematurely. Oh no, have I become a remnant of the old era? OS felt a wave of confusion wash over him, standing still for a moment as he regained his composure. Furthermore, it seemed that he would have no opportunity to compete in the upcoming battle among the 12. Although he did not particularly care about that, the sudden shift to being labeled an old-timer was disconcerting. He had hardly begun to explore the seas. How had he already become part of the era that should fade into obscurity? Never mind, he thought, for he had never aspired to be the pirate king. His ambitions lay elsewhere, and thus it mattered little. Coming to this realization brought him considerable relief. He could still revel in his freedom. That night, the 2 conversed extensively, sharing views on the world government, reminiscing about their past maritime adventures, and discussing the future trajectory of the world. After indulging in food and drink, it was finally time for OS to depart. However, just before he left, OS recalled something and turned to face the formidable man who had dominated the seas for a lifetime. "Hey, Captain, I remember you have a wife and child, right?" "Oh, how do you know that?" Roger responded, somewhat taken aback. "Did you forget? My observation hockey." "Ha ha ha. Yes, I almost forgot. Such an extraordinary ability. Do you need me to help look after them? You must understand that the world government and navy will undoubtedly not spare them." OS replied coolly, his gaze fixed intently on Roger. "Ah, rest assured, OS. I have entrusted them to Garp, correct?" OS turned to face the ever-optimistic, bearded man with utmost seriousness. He acknowledged that Roger was indeed a fine captain, a great pirate with ambition and spirit, yet undeniably a failed husband and father. OS felt unqualified to judge Roger's choices, but as someone who had once benefited from his kindness, he could not help but voice his concern. With just Garp, a Navy vice admiral, what authority does he possess to confront the entirety of the world government and Navy? Or do you believe that a bond of mutual respect will compel Garp to betray the Navy? As it stands, she is merely a defenseless pregnant woman. Faced with OS's probing questions, Roger fell silent, his usual mirth replaced by a solemn expression. He found himself at a loss for words. Seeing Roger in this state left OS neither saddened nor delighted. He continued, "After all, you have cared for me for so many years. I will ensure that they are settled in a safe place. Of course, I will not overly interfere in their lives. As for the path that child chooses to tread in the future, that decision lies with him." With that, OS observed the unresponsive, bowed Roger before he swiftly exited the cell, stepping into the world outside. Just as OS was about to vanish from Roger's sight, he heard a soft whisper through his observation hockey. "Thank you, OS." Chapter 42. The cost of a lazy victory. High above the clouds, the frigid winds gusted past. Yet for Oz, they held little significance as he made his way towards the South China Sea. In truth, he did not wish to rush. But with only 2 days remaining until the execution, he felt compelled to act swiftly. He recalled that shortly after the execution, the Navy had traced the faintest of clues to Bartolomeo Island in the South China Sea, where Captain Roger's wife, Port Gasti Rouge, had delayed her childbirth by over a year to evade their scrutiny, ultimately succumbing during the process. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, Oz had no choice but to set forth earlier, and with the remarkable speed at which he could teleport. Reaching the South China Sea would take merely a couple of hours. If all went well, he should arrive just in time for the final execution. Bartolomeo Island in the South China Sea was a picturesque locale, one that Oz deemed ideal for romance. Love often blinds the heart, and young maidens, in their infatuation, are frequently drawn to gallant souls upon the waves. Yet Rouge understood that while Roger loved her, a man of his stature could never be ensnared by love alone, especially as death loomed near. He cherished her, but his greater passion lay with the sea and his dreams. Nonetheless, Rouge was willing to endure, to ensure the continuation of his lineage. Standing at the precipice, Rouge gazed out at the ocean, the gentle breeze caressing her hair. She held Roger's wanted poster, memories of their tender moments together lingering in her mind. Should their child be a boy, he would be named Ace. If a girl, she would be called Anne. These were the names Roger had once promised. Alas, he would never have the chance to meet his offspring. "Please accept my condolences, madam," a voice shattered Rouge's reverie. Startled, she turned to find a tall young man clad in black military attire standing beside her. Panic surged within her. Her first instinct was to flee. After all, Roger's notoriety was immense, and both pirates and the Navy would stop at nothing to eradicate his bloodline. She had to escape. "Do not be alarmed, madam. I am not a villain. Captain Rogers sent me, concerned for your safety," he reassured her. Roger? Perhaps it was the familiarity of the name or the absence of any overtly hostile action on Oz's part, but Rouge hesitated, remaining still. After all, as a pregnant woman facing a towering man, where could she possibly run? Seeing that Rouge had not fled but remained wary, Oz felt a twinge of frustration. What could he present as proof of his identity? He regretted not having Captain Roger write a letter. After pondering, a light bulb moment struck him. He retrieved his own wanted poster and displayed it before Rouge, pointing to the section that detailed his identity. "Madam, this will clarify everything." Rouge scrutinized the paper, her expression shifting to one of heightened vigilance upon reading the description of his alleged crimes. "A notorious criminal?" I pointed to the wrong section. Oz corrected hastily. Are you a member of the Roger Pirates? Perhaps sensing the confusion in her eyes, Oz rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat helpless. He had forcefully boarded the ship mid-journey, riding the waves of fortune alongside Roger, and now found himself in a position of privilege. He felt he owed something in return. Unlike Roger's other crew members, who had followed him out of camaraderie or a shared dream, Oz lacked such a bond. The Roger Pirates were not a family bound by blood, and there was no obligation for them to care for the widow and child left behind. Their primary mission, entrusted by Roger, was to guide the rightful heir to his legacy to Raftel at the right moment, rather than to safeguard his bloodline. However, Oz was not like Shanks or Buggy. Having come aboard as a youth, he had received undeniable guidance and protection from Roger. In this dynamic, Shanks and Buggy represented the hopes of a new era, striving for the One Piece, and their journey into this new age served as the ultimate tribute to Roger. Shanks inherited the straw hat, perpetuating Roger's legacy, and he was poised to reach Raftel at the opportune moment. Even if he did not succeed, he would maintain the balance of the seas, paving the way for the next inheritor of Roger's will. Buggy, a potential seed of the new era, received little expectation from Roger, yet his training was not insignificant, and their mutual lack of pressure balanced their relationship. Oz, however, belonged to neither category. He was a remnant of the old world, living in the new. Roger had never imposed any demands upon him. Upon their return from Raftel, he understood that Oz's greatest aspiration was joy and freedom, and thus Roger refrained from requesting his protection over the air. He merely asked that Oz pass on the world's hope to others, with no further obligations. This ambiguous position left Oz feeling compelled to take action. After all, he did not inherit any legacy, yet had reaped all the benefits. Thus, ensuring the well-being of Roger's wife and child became the only way he could repay his debt to Roger. Indeed, Captain Roger entrusted me with your care before his departure, Oz said with a gentle smile, weaving a kind-hearted light devoid of pretense. These simple words shattered Rouge's final defenses. Tears flowed like pearls from a broken string as she leaned against Oz, biting her lip, still clutching the newspaper announcing Roger's impending execution. The age gap between them was significant. Her love for Roger had compelled her to respect his dreams and choices, yet that did not diminish her emotions. Upon realizing that Roger still held concern for her and their child, Rouge felt no doubt and chose to trust his crewmate, Oz, willing to follow him. After all, she and her child needed a safe haven, and Oz, as a member of Roger's crew, appeared to be a reliable ally. Without delay, they set forth. Oz accompanied Rouge back to her modest abode, where she quickly gathered a few belongings. With ease, he hoisted an enormous bundle onto his back and, while surveying the room, noticed a dusty sword in the corner, Roger's prized blade, the supreme grade sword, Ace. If you desire it, I can give it to you, Rouge said with a smile. Noting Oz's gaze. After all, she had no use for it. Roger's legacy consisted of more than just this one item. With Oz being their only support, a member of Roger's crew, she felt at ease allowing him to take it as a gesture of goodwill. Chapter 43, Dare to Refuse. And your nation shall perish, smiley face. Approximately an hour later, two figures, one large and one small, emerged from the quaint little house. Lu Jiao glanced back at the abode that held so many cherished memories of her and Roger, her eyes glimmering with nostalgia. They truly had spent a splendid time here. With a hefty burden perched on her shoulder, OS, standing nearby, made no effort to rush her. Shall we proceed, Mr. OS? Lu Jiao inquired gently after a brief moment. OS mused quietly. Perhaps Ace's gentle yet shy demeanor had been inherited from his mother. He smiled in response and nodded. Indeed, it was remarkable how much Lu Jiao had packed. It was uncertain whether someone with lesser strength could even manage the load. She seemed to have taken everything that had once belonged to Captain Roger. The bowls they had shared meals with, the trousers he had washed but never worn, and his captain's hat. If Lu Jiao were not so infatuated, it was hard to imagine how a middle-aged man like Captain Roger could have captured her heart. Although the little house was by the sea, it was not in proximity to the bustling dock. As they walked, OS observed the numerous residents going about their lives. The Navy would soon come to search the area, and it was all too easy to become exposed. If they strolled in plain sight, many would certainly take note of their towering figures. It was difficult not to notice OS, who bore a load nearly as large as himself. With a little investigation, it would not take long for others to deduce his identity. He was not afraid of trouble for himself, but rather concerned about potential danger to Lu Jiao. Perhaps sensing OS's slightly narrowed gaze, Lu Jiu turned to him in alarm, her eyes wide with suspicion. Mr. OS, do you intend to eliminate everyone to cover our tracks? Though she did not vocalize the latter part of her thought, the mere possibility startled her. Not at all, OS chuckled. Did he seem that brutal? With a hum of his conqueror's hockey, those who had been working or dining nearby lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Thus, they proceeded unhindered to the dock. If they continued in a straight line, they should arrive in 2 days, OS estimated. Upon reaching the dock, they were greeted by a multitude of vessels, predominantly merchant ships, alongside a few luxurious yachts likely belonging to some noble seeking to savor the beauty of Batalira Island. Mr. OS, which ship is here to take us away? Lu Jiu asked as she noticed OS pausing at the dock. How about this one? He suggested. Lu Jiu was momentarily taken aback. Was he asking her opinion? Had there been no prior arrangements? It seemed as though they were selecting a vessel on the spot. Well, since you are with child, let us go with the most extravagant one, she finally decided. Still in a daze, Lu Jiu followed as OS hefted the luggage towards the grandest ship, confidently climbing the gangway. However, it was not long before the guards noticed them. Hey, who are you two? This is the royal ship of His Majesty the King of Solaron. You lowly peasants. With a swift motion, the guard fell silent, succumbing to OS's aura. Upon boarding the vessel, OS quickly drew the attention of the ship's guards. Under the command of the royal guard captain, they swiftly surrounded the unwelcome guests. A figure clad in armor stepped forward, brandishing a spear and demanding, "Who are you?" Lu Jiu felt a surge of nervousness, yet OS remained unfazed, exuding an air of confidence. He was not worried about the weapons. He was certain he could neutralize them before any shots were fired. However, if that were the case, no one would be left to navigate the ship. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and produced a folded paper, extending it toward the guard. This is my identification. The guard captain paused, momentarily thrown off balance by OS's words. Identification? The notion sparked the thought that perhaps this individual was a high-ranking official of the world government, seeking passage away from here. After all, Solaron was one of the affiliated nations. If that were the case, they could indeed accommodate him. But they would have to wait for the king to return from his excursion. As the guard captain took the paper and slowly unfolded it, he was met with the bold letters that read Bounty Notice. Staring at the bounty notice that bore the likeness of the man before him, the captain's mind momentarily faltered. Upon seeing the exorbitant sum displayed, his eyes widened in shock. This was the notorious pirate who had famously obliterated the Marine headquarters and yet continued to roam free. You, is it possible for us to set sail at once? OS inquired, his demeanor calm and collected, resembling a traveler casually visiting. Leaning closer to the visibly trembling guard captain, he whispered menacingly, "Should you dare to refuse, I could easily decimate your entire nation." Upon hearing this, the guard captain turned pale, utterly convinced of the gravity of OS's threat. Inform all crew members to set sail immediately. But the king has yet to return. Enough of your prattle. The guard captain, in a fit of panic, kicked the dissenting crew member to the ground, leveling his weapon at the captain's head, commanding him to depart without delay. As for the king, left stranded on the island with no means of returning home, for the greater good of the nation, he would simply have to endure. Witnessing this scene, OS nodded in satisfaction. To some, a bounty notice represented a threat to one's life, but OS viewed it differently. It could serve as identification and at times, even as a pass for easier navigation. The opulent vessel soon roared to life, with the guard captain ensuring that Lu Jiu was provided with the most comfortable royal quarters, leaving her feeling slightly embarrassed, especially upon realizing the ship they were boarding had been commandeered. It was indeed true what they said about the crew of the Pirate King. Fortunately, OS had no intention of sailing straight to the Sabaody archipelago. He planned to disembark from the luxury liner in the waters adjacent to the archipelago, for he was wary of revealing his ultimate destination to those aboard the ship. Before departing, he discreetly secured several chests filled with treasure. Though he had no need for the wealth, he considered it a living allowance for Lu Jiu. As he watched the cruise ship gradually drift away, he took out a transponder snail and dialed a number. Moshi, is this Sami? I am currently on Tamiyara Island. Please send a ship to retrieve me. Chapter 44. The greatest tragedy is dying on a sickbed. The archipelago of Shambaudi has finally returned. As the vessel under Sami's command gently approached the shore, OS stepped off with Lu Jiu. This was a port leading directly to Area 17, surrounded entirely by Sami's enterprises, devoid of any idle onlookers. Upon his return, OS immediately recognized several familiar faces. "Hey, OS." Before OS could utter a word, a figure leaped toward him, the most noticeable feature being the prominently red nose. "Sassy, ignore Dana. Bucky." OS felt a wave of joy upon seeing that familiar silhouette. Not only was it Bucky, but also Rayleigh and Shanks followed closely behind. OS had previously informed them of his whereabouts. "That's so cool, OS. We've all read the reports about you." Shanks greeted OS with a cheerful smile. "Well, that was merely a coincidence," OS replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. For the newspaper exaggerations were quite overwhelming. It was easier to face strangers than acquaintances. Rayleigh, however, was quite pleased as he patted OS on the shoulder, smiling at him. The once inexperienced boy who could barely last a round under his tutelage had now become a formidable pirate in his own right. Reflecting on the time when a bare-chested, long-haired child expressed his desire to join the Roger Pirates seemed like a recent memory, evoking a sense of nostalgia. "By the way, I almost forgot to introduce you. This is Lugio." Given her status as Captain Roger's wife, and the fact that she was expecting his child, OS felt it imperative to make the introductions. However, before he could elaborate further, all three men stared at him with astonishment, particularly after noticing Lugio's slightly protruding belly. "OS? Hey, OS." Bucky, exasperated, wrapped his arms around OS's neck and whispered, "I know you're interested in the red light district, but this is far too swift. You've only just disembarked a few months ago." Shanks, though silent, wore a similar expression of surprise. Even Rayleigh shared the sentiment. To indulge so young, the future path could easily become precarious. OS. Upon hearing their comments, OS felt a wave of frustration. "What are you all talking about? This is Captain Roger's wife, and she carries his child." The air fell into a brief silence, the gravity of the revelation settling in. After a moment, they all exclaimed, "Huh." Without lingering, after entrusting Lugio to Sammy and Rayleigh for care, the trio promptly set off towards Lobetown. "I never imagined Captain Roger had a wife, and why did he entrust you with her care, OS?" While dining together, they reminisced and conversed about the unexpected emergence of Roger's family. Shanks, still incredulous, couldn't help but inquire, while Bucky mirrored his curiosity, gazing intently at OS. "Well, when I visited Captain Roger in Impel Down, we discussed it," OS explained after swallowing a mouthful of noodles. Bucky nodded in understanding. I see. So that's it." But as OS continued, his voice dwindled, and Bucky's eyes widened, suddenly sensing something was amiss. "Wait, are you talking about the underwater prison, Impel Down?" Even Shanks gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape, while Bucky's eyes bulged. "Is there another Impel Down? Why are you so surprised?" OS chuckled lightly. "Are you an idiot? Being surprised is the natural response. That's the underwater prison rumored to house countless sea monsters, deemed absolutely escape-proof." Bucky exclaimed, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Do you think everyone is like you, a monster? No, you're a monster among monsters." OS, however, remained unfazed. While he may be the first, there would soon be a second, his temporary ally from earlier, the Golden Lion, Shiki. Having reunited after a long separation, there was much to discuss. Yet, as the conversation drifted, they ultimately arrived at the purpose of their journey, Captain Roger's execution. With the introduction of this topic, the atmosphere gradually turned somber. Only OS continued to shove food into his mouth, seemingly unaffected by the gravity of the situation. Shanks, feeling a bit gloomy, couldn't resist asking, "OS, aren't you saddened? After all, Captain Roger is about to be executed. Just a year ago, we were all sailing freely on the sea." OS shook his head. "Of course, there is some reluctance. But more than that, I feel joy. Captain Roger died for his dreams. Is there anything more romantic than that? In contrast, if Captain Roger were to succumb to illness and suffer on a sickbed, that would truly bring me sorrow." Hearing this, both Shanks and Bucky were taken aback. They genuinely felt OS's reasoning held merit, yet they remained aware of his youthful naivety. Even if they recognized the truth, it did little to quell their sadness. To say that OS was entirely untroubled would be disingenuous. After all, he had been cared for over many years, forming genuine affection. However, having witnessed Captain Roger's execution scene over 1,000 times in his past life, OS's emotional response to this anticipated event was inevitably dulled. As their conversation continued, time aboard the ship passed swiftly. By the following morning, the trio finally set foot on the land of Lobetown, arriving just in time for the execution scheduled for the morning. "By the way, OS, Shanks, have you noticed the numerous Navy personnel around?" Bucky observed the several warships docked at the pier and the Navy officers wandering through Logtown, instinctively feeling apprehensive. Don't worry, Bucky. Besides, you hardly have a bounty on your head, OS replied with a light-hearted smile. He surveyed the bustling crowd surrounding him. Pirates, townsfolk, aristocrats, all mingling in this small East Blue town of Logtown. The Navy would not dare to make a spectacle of arrests here. Should chaos ensue, the execution, which held immense significance for the Navy and the world government, would risk becoming a global laughingstock, a scenario they would never permit. Chapter 45. Join the Seven Warlords. Captain Gold. Roger hosted a grand funeral for himself. The trio walked through the streets, their pirate attire causing many citizens to hastily avoid them. However, the congestion in Logtown had reached an absurd level, making it nearly impossible to evade the throngs of people. Suddenly, OS encountered a collision with something, and upon looking down, he realized it was a small boy with white hair. He seemed somewhat familiar. OS squinted, stroking his chin while the boy, nursing his head and teary-eyed, sat on the ground with a bright red bump on his forehead, clearly in pain. It felt as though he had collided with a steel wall rather than a person. Hey, little one, what is your name? OS bent down slowly, gazing at the reckless child. Why should I tell you, you pirate? Surprisingly, the boy, despite the swelling on his head, dared to retort against OS's towering figure. He's just a kid, let us go, OS. Buggy urged, feeling that conversing with such an unpleasant child was a waste of time. All right, OS replied softly, then chuckled as he observed the boy glaring at him with grit teeth. He extended a hand and gently tapped the bump on the child's forehead. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. The boy instantly cried out in pain, rolling on the ground while OS couldn't help but laugh even more, continuing to walk ahead with his companions. Well then, until we meet again, Smoker. How do you know my name? Damn it, that hurts. Witnessing OS's mischievous antics alongside the swollen-headed childhood Smoker, Shanks adjusted his straw hat, a glimmer of inexplicable amusement in his eyes. For a fleeting moment, he seemed to see a reflection of his younger self in OS. OS, you haven't changed a bit over the years. It was just a joke, OS grinned wickedly. At that moment, in the execution square of Logtown, a multitude of people from all corners had gathered. Whether they were renowned pirate newcomers in the New World, fledgling revolutionaries, or local residents drawn by fame, all encircled a massive platform at the center of the square, awaiting the arrival of a historical moment. In a corner of the square, BRRR, a voice reported. As anticipated, the trace of Black Gun has been discovered in Logtown, accompanied by the suited figure holding the transponder snail abruptly halted, his expression stiffening. This raised curiosity on the other end. Who else is there? The transponder snail displayed a serious face, demanding an explanation. However, the suited man was too preoccupied to respond, for he noticed a towering figure casting a shadow over him, cold sweat instantly covering his body. Excuse me, were you just calling for me? Turning around, he was met with a handsome, smiling face leaning down. Although the smile was gentle, the man felt a chill permeating through him, as if the temperature around him had vanished. Apologies, my observation hockey seems to be overly sensitive. If you call my name, I will certainly notice. With a casual kick, OS struck the suited man's abdomen violently. The man, who was about to draw a weapon, turned pale and collapsed, spewing bile. OS paid him no mind, and instead seized the transponder snail from his grasp. Moshi, may I ask why you are investigating me? Observing the transponder snail mimicking the distinctive features of a scarred man with a beard, OS smirked, his interest piqued. St. Gorsei watchily, on the red line. In the holy land of Mariewa, within a room symbolizing the highest power of the world government, 5 figures stood or sat, all wearing serious expressions as they gazed at the transponder snail resting at the center of the table. Suddenly, the previously respectful and tense demeanor of the transponder snail shifted dramatically, its eyes glowing red, transforming into a nonchalant grin. Black Gun.os. How did you discover our identities? St. Watchely of Saturn asked first, astonished. Perhaps I foresaw the future and heard your self-introduction, OS casually fabricated, knowing he could simply attribute it to his observation hockey. Upon hearing this, after a brief moment of astonishment, the 5 exchanged glances. Observation hockey, how far-reaching is that? Now, let us speak plainly, our time is precious. The world government seeks to recruit you as one of the warlords of the sea. What say you? Warlords of the sea? OS paused, taken aback. He had initially assumed the world government intended to pursue him, perhaps setting a trap. Yet he never expected that he, a key figure in the destruction of Marineford, would receive such an invitation. The thought amused him greatly. Is it truly acceptable? After all, I recently invaded Marineford, and I am currently a formidable adversary to the Navy. The Navy's reputation is of no concern. Before OS could finish, Saint Saturn interjected. The transponder snail morphing into an elderly man wearing a flat cap, his demeanor grave. We have conducted a thorough investigation and analysis of you, Blackgun. Your abilities and talents pose a significant threat to the world government. With your nearly impossible to capture devil fruit powers and monstrous hockey, the world government cannot simply disregard such a threat for the sake of the Navy's reputation. This predicament stemmed from the moment the Gorosei first heard of OS's notoriety and exploits. They considered dispatching CP0 for assassination and capture. But upon thoroughly analyzing OS's combat records and data, they found it virtually impossible. Moreover, as he aged and grew stronger, the likelihood of capturing him diminished even further. Should they provoke him, even his ability to launch continuous assaults on affiliated nations and Navy branches would inflict severe damage on the world government's authority. Thus, despite their reluctance and frustration, they had no choice but to placate this formidable entity, extending an olive branch even if it meant letting bygones be bygones. Chapter 46. Buggy and Shanks in summary. Due to their assessment of the existing threats and potential capabilities posed by Othos, they even cast aside any lingering doubts regarding Othos's possible arrival at Raftel. After all, should Othos's destruction be allowed to continue unchecked, the world government's control over the seas would undoubtedly descend into a perilous state. At that juncture, Lord M and the elders would find their authority diminished, their countenance marked by cold sweat and trembling pupils, stripped of the imposing demeanor they once commanded before their subordinates and the Navy. Thus, during their discourse with Othos, they refrained from exhibiting any condescension. They were seasoned politicians, acutely aware that pride is the most futile of possessions in this world. So how to proceed? They awaited Othos's response in silence. A clean slate of past grievances, a legitimate pirate raid? Such an enticing offer it seemed, yet Othos responded with a gentle smile, only to deliver an unexpected twist. No. The five elders, feeling duped, furrowed their brows and exchanged glances. Regardless of whether it stemmed from self-interest or the dignity of the world government, this answer was the last they wished to hear. Anger and displeasure flickered in their eyes. After a prolonged silence, the chilling voice of Saint Vacheli resounded once more through the transponder snail. Daughter Othos, you must comprehend that while we may be at an impasse with you, your enterprises and allies in Sabaody Archipelago live under the watchful eye of the government. If bribery fails, we shall resort to coercion. They could not contend with Othos directly, but through intelligence gathered. They knew of the strong ties between Othos and individuals like Sammy in Sabaody. If they could manipulate those connections, even the mightiest would be compelled to submit. Akin to the likes of Roger and Whitebeard, who were known for their loyalty and camaraderie. From future observations, it was evident that the world government often employed such tactics, reminiscent of how they lured Whitebeard with Ace. And from the intelligence gathered, the nature of Othos's relationships with the women of the red light district could be exploited. Feel free to kill them, Othos interjected, abruptly interrupting their thoughts. What? Saint Vacheli's expression stiffened, while some of the five elders bore expressions of foreseen inevitability. The transponder snail, though still adorned with Othos's smile, seemed to emanate an undercurrent of frost. The individuals from the red light district are merely my tools for profit. Do as you wish. However, should you provoke my ire, I shall uproot every marine branch in the New World, followed by the seizure of heavenly gold, and subsequently, the destruction of the allied nations. Othos's expression remained unchanged, his smile unyielding, his tone as casual as one discussing mundane matters, yet the implications sent a chill through the hearts of the five elders. Such emotional manipulation was utterly ineffective against Othos, and they swiftly arrived at this conclusion. The negotiations had reached an impasse. Yet Othos's subsequent words served as the final shroud to their exposed vulnerabilities. In truth, you need not cast me as your foremost adversary, Othos lamented, shaking his head at the cunning old men before him. Their repetitive strategies had grown tiresome, and he wished to avoid prolonging the discourse, for the execution was imminent. I hold no interest in overthrowing the world government, nor in Lord M, Joy Boy, the Void Century, or the D. I pursue my endeavors primarily for whimsy and amusement. Though such uncertainty may appear threatening to you, I am more than willing to extend you a favor, provided the world government grants me the same consideration. Click. The transponder snail was disconnected. On the other end, within the corridors of power, the five elders remained silent for a considerable time, their expressions heavy with unshakable gravity. Dr. Othos, from where did he acquire such knowledge? Did Roger inform him? Perhaps not. It could very well be the troublesome individuals on the final island. It seemed trouble lay ahead. Yet, he exhibited no overt hostility. Perhaps there were occasions when he could be of use to them, allowing for some concessions in the future. Agreed. Agreed. The five elders deliberated amongst themselves, ultimately deciding on a stance of appropriate tolerance and concession towards Othos. This was the most astute course of action they could conceive at present. Hey, Othos, over here. Where have you been? Buggy and Shanks had already squeezed their way to the front, greeting the tardy Othos. Nothing much, just made a phone call. Don't wander off. Captain Roger will be out soon. The three stood firmly at the forefront, and as seconds ticked away, the time for execution drew ever closer. During this interval, Othos spotted several familiar faces. Moria, with his sharp fangs and devilish appearance, was still ambitious, yearning to become the Pirate King, though Othos found his aspirations somewhat laughable. The Cold Sweat King, Monkey D. Dragon, observed from a distance, his face yet unmarred by the marks of Carp's wrath. The youthful, fair-skinned Mihawk, the future world's greatest swordsman, stood in his prime. Doflamingo, who was supposed to be present, remained confined due to Othos's earlier reprimand. And then, Othos's gaze fell upon a familiar figure, though uncertainty lingered. A slicked-back hairstyle, a distinctive scar across the face, draped in an overcoat. These traits matched someone perfectly. However, he hesitated. "Ma'am, who are you?" Standing not far from him was a strikingly voluptuous woman, and Othos struggled to recognize her. Could it truly be Crocodile? The sultry figure with an icy demeanor, the scar only enhancing her allure, exuded the essence of a queen of the underworld. Indeed, it was true. Crocodile had sought Ivankov for such a transformation. Upon seeing Crocodile, the spirit of mischief within Othos ignited once more. What if Ivankov had not performed the surgery on Crocodile? Or better yet, what if he did so on someone else? The audacity of his thoughts startled him. How utterly insane. "Hey, Othos, what are you daydreaming about?" Othos felt himself nudged twice and instinctively turned to face his two good friends, Buggy and Shanks. Chapter 47 Farewell. The eternal pirate King OSS was startled by his own thoughts. Upon deeper reflection, the possibilities were boundless. It wasn't just about the present. Even figures from the past such as Luffy, Zoro, Akainu, and Aokiji came to mind, not to mention the legendary Whitebeard, Garp, Rayleigh, and Jabba. A chill ran down OSS's spine. What a perverse thought. He dared not dwell on it any longer, fearing it might lead back to himself. Striving to rid his mind of such grim notions, OSS finally regained a semblance of clarity. Regardless of others' fates, at least Crocodile had not undergone a transformation into a man. OSS found himself rather fond of her current appearance. Determined, OSS's playful spirit resurfaced. How could he thwart Crocodile from seeking Ivankov's assistance? An idea began to form in his mind. Perhaps sensing OSS's gaze, the still feminine Crocodile furrowed her beautifully shaped brows and shot him a glare. To OSS, if she were in her male form, there might be some intimidation. However, being glared at by this frosty beauty only stirred a wicked curiosity within him to toy with her destiny. "Crocodile, your identity as a woman is now set in stone. Not even I can change that, I assert." Fortunately, this brief interlude did not cause any disruption. Moments later, a commotion arose from the distant crowd. In OSS's observation, he distinctly sensed the presence of that man again. Step, 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 accompanied by slow yet powerful footsteps. All eyes were drawn toward the scene. With two guards leading the way and two squads escorting him, a figure clad in a deep red captain's coat, handcuffed and bearing a grand beard, slowly emerged. His steps were firm and steady, as if facing not death but something far less daunting, his expression calm yet spirited. Upon seeing the man, both Buggy and Shanks gaped, their faces alight with excitement, their eyes fixed on this towering figure as they watched Captain Roger ascend the platform alone, step by step. Tears and snot streamed uncontrollably down their faces. Despite their preparations, witnessing this figure engulfed their hearts in immense sorrow. This was destined to be a monumental figure. Even the most rebellious of the new pirate generation, upon seeing Roger at this moment of demise, could not help but be awed, silently watching with solemn expressions. As for OSS, he stood frozen, his gaze somewhat vacant as he beheld the figure seated on the platform, soon to face execution. He had thought that having witnessed this iconic scene countless times before, he would be immune when it occurred yet again. At the very least, he believed he wouldn't be as devastated as Shanks and Buggy. However, as he extended his hand and observed the droplets that fell upon it, he realized the sensation was entirely different than expected. "Hey, OSS, be careful without your shirt, you might catch a cold. Let us go ashore and buy some clothes." "Haha, OSS understands me the best. I told you, a little drink doesn't harm the body, right? Cough, cough, cough. Want to wrap your weapon in hockey? Let me show you how, pay attention. Truly, OSS deserves praise. Let's celebrate for OSS's bounty increase." "Thank you, OSS." Scenes from the past flashed through his mind like a film reel. Facing the sorrow of parting life and death, OSS felt both joy and sadness. The joy stemmed from Captain Roger's glorious exit, pursuing his dream without regret. The sorrow arose from the inevitable loss of a respected captain and a mentor who had once shown him kindness. With a smile that seemed eternally unyielding, Roger sat cross-legged on the platform, his eyes devoid of fear in the face of death, resembling a true victorious king. Just before the execution, someone finally could not contain their excitement and boldly shouted the famous line, "Pirate King, where have you hidden the treasures you found? You must have acquired the legendary treasure, the one and only treasure, One Piece." Silence, the executioner shouted, but nothing could suppress Roger's final words. With a defiant smile, his booming voice resonated throughout the square. And thanks to the transmission of the Den Den Mushi, it echoed across the world. "Want my treasure? If you want it, you can have it all. Go seek it. In the Grand Line. I've placed everything in the world there." Upon the completion of his proclamation, the crowd fell into a brief silence, stunned. No one paid any attention to the figure pierced by the long blade, blood slowly oozing and spreading. The entire world erupted in madness. Excitement over the existence of the treasure. Amidst the cries of ambition and the cheers of embarking on voyages, only 3 figures remained silently fixated on the bowed head, tears streaming down their faces. Especially OSS, a remnant of the old era. As someone who knew everything, he cared not who would ultimately discover Raftel or possess the world's treasures. He understood that this man, who boasted of fame, wealth, status, even everything in the world, left the ship with merely a small bundle, living alongside Rouge with only a single pair of pants to change into, and had clung to the same captain's hat for all those years. Oh, Captain Roger. Once, OSS had heard many doubts cast upon Roger. Some claimed that he had initiated the pirate age, resulting in a surge of pirates wreaking havoc. Yet, having journeyed the world and witnessed its myriad nations, OSS comprehended that even without Roger's declaration, countless wars and thefts would persist. This was the consequence of the celestial dragons and the world government's 800 years of decaying rule, oppression by nobles, and the opportunistic chaos of ambitious individuals. Conversely, the advent of this grand pirate era, amidst the turmoil, would eventually herald the emergence of those capable of inheriting the will of Captain Roger, even Joy Boy, leading to the liberation of the entire world. Roger may not have been a traditional hero, but he was indeed a great captain, a true hero. For OSS, recognizing this was enough. At that moment, the sky grew ominous, as if the world mourned Roger's passing. Raindrops began to fall, and Shanks lowered his straw hat, weeping silently, while Buggy was far more flamboyant, his mouth agape in sorrow for the captain's demise, tears streaming down his face. OSS slowly lifted his head to gaze at the sky, fixating on the dark clouds. The water cascading down his face became indistinguishable from tears or rain. Dark clouds? What a jest! Anger flickered in his eyes, his expression chillingly fierce. Captain Roger's death was not a sorrowful event. It represented his ideals and convictions. With his long hair flowing in an unseen wind, OSS gradually drew his long blade from his waist. A torrent of Conqueror's hockey surged forth like lightning, instantly causing chaos and astonishment among the crowd. Countless eyes turned to the figure radiating black and red lightning. Buggy and Shanks stared in disbelief at OSS. That sword belonged to Captain Roger. He pointed his blade toward the heavens, resembling a man who once stood against the world. God's wrath. In an instant, amidst countless astonished gazes, the heavens parted. Rays of sunlight cascaded down anew, illuminating the figure adorned with a smile, resplendent in golden radiance. Chapter 48, Diverging Paths. The formal end of an era, the execution has concluded, and a legendary era has reached its poignant conclusion. Mourning, too, serves as the highest tribute to the departed. OS did not succumb to despair, neither did Shanks or Buggy, for they had long prepared themselves for this moment. Captain Roger would not wish for the youth of the new era to linger in sorrow over his passing. As the crowd began to disperse, a few figures lingered in the square before the gallows, recognizing OS, the infamous black gun who had recently invaded the Navy headquarters. Some regarded him with caution, others with curiosity, some sought to provoke, while a few brandished weapons, filled with fervor. It was evident that OS's recent display of might had left a profound impact on their hearts, particularly the youth bearing the black blade, whose eyes shimmered with a fierce determination akin to discovering a rare treasure. Under ordinary circumstances, OS would have relished the opportunity to engage with these future titans, perhaps teasing the little eagle or playfully interacting with the little crocodile. However, his mind was elsewhere, fixated on Captain Roger's lifeless body. He slowly retrieved a din mushy from his pocket, and after a brief exchange, the world outside remained oblivious to the details of his conversation. What they did know was that, following the call, the Navy headquarters received a supreme order from the world government to surrender Roger's corpse to the Black Gun OS. He was, after all, the most wanted criminal responsible for the destruction of the Navy headquarters, a sworn enemy of all naval forces. The prospect of handing over the body to such a notorious figure left Admiral Sengoku visibly uneasy as he responded to the din mushy, cautioning, "Mind your words, Kong. What does the Navy's dignity amount to? Merely a vassal of the government." The unwavering stance of the five elders left Sengoku speechless, as he repeatedly battled the urge to retort, only to be quelled by the icy gaze from the other end of the line. Ultimately, he had no choice but to begrudgingly comply with the order. The command cascaded down the ranks, and despite their misgivings, no one within the Navy dared defy it. What does the Black Gun OS intend to do? They wondered. Does he seek to reignite the flames of war? Such audacity was almost unfathomable. Yet, to their astonishment, both the Navy and the world government's guards merely observed as OS ascended the platform, taking deliberate steps without daring to intervene. Even the admirals could only glare at him in disbelief. Disregarding their stares, OS approached the platform, hoisting Captain Roger's bloodied body onto his back. He cast a fleeting glance at the onlookers before turning away, vanishing from sight with the corpse. Indeed, his devil fruit powers had yet to develop to the extent of teleporting living beings, but with Roger deceased, there were no constraints. As the central figure departed, the remaining spectators gradually dispersed. Buggy and Shanks, having failed to locate OS, proceeded to the outskirts of Rogue Town. However, a quarrel erupted between the two friends. Buggy, glaring at the seemingly indifferent Shanks, shouted, "You promised we would set sail for Laughtail together." Shanks, maintaining his calm demeanor, lowered his head, the straw hat obscuring his eyes, yet he offered Buggy an unexpected response. "Yes, but I've changed my mind. I'm not ready to go just yet, but I will still be a pirate." He then extended an invitation to Buggy, "Come aboard with me." This declaration ignited a surge of anger and betrayal within Buggy, who clenched his teeth and swatted Shanks's hand aside. "You coward. You fool. Only OS is worthy of being the next king. Captain Roger misjudged you." Buggy struggled to comprehend why Roger had not chosen OS as his successor, and his disappointment in Shanks reached a breaking point. "You haven't forgotten, have you? You lost my treasure map. When we meet again, we will be enemies." With that, Buggy stormed away, leaving behind the painful scene. Shanks stood motionless, watching Buggy's retreating figure, lost in thought. These two had indeed been stubborn friends. Had Shanks simply explained that now was not the right time, Buggy might not have left in a huff, feeling that Shanks had betrayed Roger's legacy. Consequently, two childhood friends found themselves estranged, perhaps not to reunite for over a decade. Buggy had always been impulsive. At some point, OS appeared beside Shanks, observing Buggy's departure without attempting to intervene. Men of the sea possessed their own choices, and as a good friend, OS respected that. When Buggy eventually found his resolve, OS would naturally be there, intrigued by the prospect of becoming a king's subordinate. "I understand, Shanks. Now is indeed not the right time." However, OS paused, turning to meet Shanks's steadfast gaze. A familiar smile graced his face as he added, "How can you be certain you are the right person? The future pirate king might very well be Buggy." Yet, OS had no intention of mediating, after all. If Buggy were to become Shanks's first mate, would the future Emperor Buggy still exist? Buggy had never lacked the potential to become a king. Each individual possesses their own choices in life and their own journeys. In truth, when the Roger Pirates disbanded, the trio of the old era had already begun to drift apart. They seemed to be on diverging paths. Once joyfully united, no ship now accommodated them, and it was time for them to part ways. Such is life. Moreover, they would inevitably encounter one another again upon the vast seas, and that reunion would surely be intriguing. On this day, O.S., Shanks, and Buggy formally parted ways, embarking on their respective journeys across the ocean. End of the Old Era Chapter. Chapter 49. The selection of the 7 warlords, angel investors, or fund seekers, after the execution concluded. It took approximately an hour for O.S. to successfully return to the Sabaody archipelago. Unlike his departure, he returned alone. Upon entering the central hall of the red light district, he opened the door to find not only Sammy, but also Little 6, Little 7, as well as Lugio and Rayleigh present. Lord O.S., you're back. Little 6 and Little 7 eagerly bounced towards him. O.S. smiled as he patted their heads and greeted everyone before plopping down onto the sofa, crossing his legs. O.S., I witnessed the live broadcast of the execution, Roger's remains. Rayleigh, holding a bottle of wine, was quite curious about how O.S. had managed to procure the body from the world government and what he had ultimately done with it. O.S. pondered for a moment, deciding there was nothing that needed to remain unsaid, as there were no secrets among friends. Well, it was merely a business deal with the Gorosei. As for Captain Roger's remains, they have already been cremated, and the ashes scattered into the sea. I see, Rayleigh responded, nodding, a flicker of nostalgia appearing in his eyes. It truly was a fitting resting place for Roger. As for O.S.'s mention of the deal with the Gorosei, he held no interest in prying further. Sammy and the others felt similarly, though they harbored curiosity about matters involving such high-profile figures. They understood the importance of discretion and refrained from asking questions. That evening, in a prison once used to confine unruly female slaves, the rhythmic and crisp sound of footsteps echoed through the hollow corridor. This sound instantly invigorated Doflamingo, who had been reading the newspaper, as he sat up in bed. The footsteps were unmistakably different from those of the usual food deliverers, and he was all too familiar with them. In recent days, it had haunted him in nightmares, accompanied by an ever-growing sense of oppression, causing him to awaken gasping for breath countless times. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, his jaw clenched tight, yet he dared not let a vein bulge in fear. Roar. Unexpectedly, the Haven Tea subjected you to any punishment these days? O.S.'s teasing tone cut through the tension, as he had taken a seat at Doflamingo's bedside, casually examining the newspaper he had been reading. Reading the news is a good habit. Upon glancing at the paper, O.S. discovered it was the latest edition, featuring an article about Roger's execution, heralding the dawn of the great pirate era. The final image depicted O.S. carrying Roger's remains, looking down from the gallows with a cold gaze. Who on earth is this photographic genius capturing me looking so dashing? I don't earn my living based on my looks. As he observed O.S., casually crossing his legs while perusing the newspaper, Doflamingo felt a knot of anxiety form in his throat. Despite O.S.'s seemingly relaxed demeanor, the sight of this formidable figure rendered Doflamingo stiff with trepidation, the feeling of suffocation lingering, leaving his breaths somewhat erratic. The more he read the newspaper, the more he was struck by the realization of the terrifying entity he had offended, capable of brazenly infiltrating the Navy headquarters, hailed as the next generation's monarch, unchecked by the Navy or the world government. The threat posed by this monstrous figure loomed high, as he was the one most likely to reign over the seas. Black Gun, Dodoru O.S. Indeed, it was only a being of such near-royal stature who could possess the overwhelming conqueror's haki. Just a single clash had extinguished any thoughts of resistance within him, leaving only the primal instinct of fear. In Doflamingo's eyes, O.S. had undoubtedly positioned himself among the strongest in the world, for it was only by being defeated by such a being that he could find an excuse to soothe his own spirit. Losing was not a reason for collapse. Losing to a weaker opponent was. Rest easy, I'm not here to kill you. As O.S. flipped through the recent newspaper, his gaze remained averted from Doflamingo. Yet his observation haki allowed him to sense the depth of Doflamingo's anxiety. Was it merely a crushing defeat? What is the big deal? You still possess Conqueror's haki. Shanks was crushed into slumber by you multiple times, yet he didn't shatter like this. No wonder he is destined to become one of the 4 emperors. He has a remarkable tolerance for torment. Hearing O.S.'s words, Doflamingo slowly regained his composure. Indeed, if O.S. had intended to kill him, It would have been a trivial task for such a monster, with no need for excessive dialogue, unless OS were the type to seek amusement in his demise. He furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the casually composed figure. Well, a being of your caliber wouldn't require the likes of me, a nameless nobody, would you? You are no nameless nobody, Don Quixote Doflamingo. OS closed the newspaper with a smile, suddenly appearing right in front of Doflamingo with his hands clasped behind his back, grinning amiably. Being defeated by me doesn't imply you lack strength. On the contrary, I see great potential in you, and I am willing to invest in your ambitions. His eyes locked onto Doflamingo's tense expression, a celestial dragon abandoned by the Holy Land, who had glimpsed the inferno of the mortal realm, now awakened with Conqueror's haki. The potential for growth was immense and would surely yield many intriguing developments. Allow me to lend you my support, and you must be sure to express your gratitude afterward. OS's smile curved upward, his gaze reminiscent of a cat eyeing its prey. What did this monster intend? Even the typically arrogant and unruly Doflamingo felt a twinge of unease within. Slowly, he retrieved a den mushy from his pocket. Beep, beep, beep. Click. A figure with an air of authority appeared on the den mushy, coldly staring ahead. What do you want, OS? Let us keep it brief. We made time for you only because it's you. At the sound of the den mushy, Doflamingo's pupils quivered violently. The incredulous smile on OS's face was unfathomable. How is this possible? Those voices were ones he could never forget, the voices of the Gorosei, the highest authority in the world, pronouncing his death sentence as a celestial dragon. And now, they were conversing so casually with a pirate? His worldview shattered and was being reconstructed. Facing these titans who nearly held dominion over the world, he witnessed OS engaging in nonchalant discussion. This is regarding our previously agreed matter, as a condition for the exchange of Captain Rogers' remains. It also symbolizes our peaceful coexistence. One of the candidates for the Shichibukai I have already found for you. Note, a patch of realization struck. My memory betrayed me. It turns out the teleportation fruit allows for the teleportation of others. I was caught off guard by my own ignorance. Chapter 50, OS, entering the game. In the holy land of Mariehua, amidst the corridors of power, 5 individuals representing the pinnacle of authority in the world gazed solemnly at the den mushy on the central desk. Upon hearing OS's words, they exchanged glances and nodded slowly. In their view, there was never any need for concern regarding the list OS provided, nor about his loyalty to the world government. After all, even the most obedient wolf remains a wild beast, always inferior to the loyal dog of the Navy. What they sought was merely the deterrent power of the notorious pirates among the 7 warlords of the sea, which would facilitate the world government's dominion over the seas. Of course, it would be ideal if OS, revered as the next king of the seas, could join them, though he had recently been declined. Now speak, OS. After all, you were once a crew member of Rogers' ship. We respect your judgment. Who is this man you have in mind? After a brief silence, Saint Satan took the initiative to inquire. Hearing this, Don Quixote Doflamingo tensed momentarily, but OS, unhurried, replied, You should be quite familiar with this individual, Don Quixote. At the mention of that surname, the 5 elders were momentarily stunned. Celestial Dragon? Don Quixote? The 5 elders exclaimed in disbelief. Observing the shock and confusion on the den mushy's face, OS chuckled. Indeed, it's the young man you expelled from the Holy Land, and he has now become a wielder of Conqueror's haki. I cannot fathom your reasoning in abandoning a kin with such power, only to send an admiral to protect those who merely ride on the backs of slaves. OS intended to continue his playful banter, but was abruptly interrupted by the cold voices of the 5 elders. Matters concerning the celestial dragons are not your concern. Let us discuss the situation regarding the young Don Quixote. The usually cold and taciturn Nasharu spoke up, his sword cradled in his arms. After all, this was an internal matter of the celestial dragons. Even if mistakes were made, it was not for an outsider like OS to judge. No, it must be said, the celestial dragons could never be wrong. You should understand, OS. The position of the 7 warlords of the sea is reserved for those capable of instilling fear across the oceans, renowned pirates. Doflamingo? While we have heard of him in the North Sea, in the grand expanse of the seas, he is still far from sufficient. Indeed, to them, an 18 or 19-year-old punk from the North Sea, regardless of his influence in the underworld, was still lacking. They envisioned that he should possess at least one notable achievement, such as having faced an admiral or clashed with one of the 4 emperors. Surely, you must grant the youth an opportunity esteemed five elders. OS had anticipated their refusal, but being the astute individual he was, he had already devised a countermeasure. Do you not desire fame and deterrence? It is quite simple. What if I were to vouch for him? What if I were to inform the media that the notorious pirate, Don Quixote da Flamingo, was narrowly defeated by my subordinate, yet managed to escape unscathed? This statement left not only da Flamingo, who had been instantaneously defeated, dumbfounded, but even the seasoned five elders, who had witnessed countless storms, were momentarily taken aback. Could this indeed be a viable strategy? Treating the denizens of the sea as mere inhabitants of Wano? However, upon further contemplation, they realized that it might just work. With OS's status as a member of the Pirate King's crew and the astounding accomplishments that would reverberate throughout the world, embellishing the details in the newspapers would easily deceive the masses. Even the original owner had consented. Who could possibly dispute it? Having resolved the issue of qualifications, the five elders engaged in a brief discussion before reaching a consensus. However, one of them, Peter, issued a cautionary note. OS. Since you are willing to stake your reputation as a guarantee, we have no objections. Yet, you must be aware, on these seas, the seven warlords of the sea, as a nominal counterbalance to the navy and the overlords of the New World, must never be allowed to suffer defeat. This meant that should Doflamingo fall, not only would the world government's prestige be tarnished, but your own reputation would be at stake as well. This was made abundantly clear in more straightforward terms. If Doflamingo lacked the strength to uphold his position, forcing him into a high rank would only backfire, resulting in a loss of face for all involved. However, this concern was trivial for OS, as he recognized the potential of the fiery phoenix birthed from the flames of rage and hell, having held the title of warlord for many years without issues. Even when the protagonist arrived and toppled him, though partly due to his insufficient strength, he still proved himself a worthy subordinate. Since you harbor doubts, shall we make a pact? OS squinted, smiling. Do tell. A cold voice replied. If Doflamingo should lose his qualification due to defeat, I shall take his place. Surely, that is a weighty enough proposition? OS entered the fray, and indeed, upon hearing this condition, the five elders did not even deliberate, but readily agreed. This was undeniably a deal that bore no risk. If Doflamingo stood firm, with OS's guarantee, the flag would not falter. Conversely, should he fail, the addition of OS, the Black Gun, among the seven warlords, alongside other formidable allies, would undoubtedly transform them into a genuinely powerful force capable of contending with the overlords of the New World, a tremendous boon for the world government's authority. With a click, the call was swiftly terminated. The once bustling cell fell into silence, illuminated only by the flickering of dim candlelight, casting shadows upon the perplexed and perspiring profile of Doflamingo. The events that had just transpired felt surreal, as if he were ensnared in a dream. How could this happen? In mere moments, a figure of prominence from the seas had been elevated by the world's most elite individuals, as effortlessly as lifting an ant. Conversely, should they wish to annihilate him, it would be as simple as crushing an insect. Observing the man calmly reclaiming the den mushy, his expression as serene as water, Doflamingo acknowledged that he was witnessing true power for the very first time. Chapter 51. I hope you can calm your anger, Lord OS, in just a few words. Securing a position among the seven warlords of the sea was a matter of monumental significance for Don Quixote da Flamingo, a pivotal moment that could alter the course of his destiny. However, for OS, it was merely a trivial move in a leisurely game. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps due to a gradual increase in his own audacity or the continuous expansion of his prowess, he now perceived the ability to sway the tides of the sea as a trivial endeavor. As night descended, enveloping the bustling red light district, OS entered a luxurious private room. Shedding his outer garments and exposing his bare torso as he stepped into the VIP area of the bathing center. Of course, a legitimate establishment, devoid of any misconceptions. The mist swirled around him as he entered the opulent chamber, typically closed to the public, where a tall figure reclined by the warm, inviting hot spring, arms outstretched in relaxation. Shortly thereafter, three figures entered quietly. Sammy, clad in a light and airy robe, gracefully knelt by the spring's edge, her delicate hands gently massaging OS's shoulders. Xiaolu and Xiaoqi, donned in revealing swimwear, submerged themselves into the soothing waters, playfully attending to him with delectable delicacies and chilled beverages, respectfully feeding him morsels. I am quite satisfied, OS remarked, relishing the soft, white warmth of the spring. Observing the devoted attentions of Sammy and the twins brought him a sense of warmth and delight, prompting him to smile appreciatively. Wandering outside all day can be exhausting. In his past adventures alongside Captain Roger, he had witnessed the true nature of the vast ocean, not merely a realm of travel and adventure, but a battleground where pirates clashed recklessly, vying for islands and territories. The world government's corruption prevailed, self-proclaimed nobles ran rampant, and the common folk struggled to survive in the margins. It was only due to his formidable strength and the protection of the Roger pirates that OS had been spared from experiencing the ocean's malevolence firsthand. However, ever since departing from the ship, OS found himself reliant solely on his own capabilities. Though his modest strength allowed him to live comfortably, he knew that treachery and intrigue lay ahead, whether it be against the Gorosei or the so-called sea overlords. The only places that felt like home to him, apart from the Old Town Mayor's residence and the Roger pirates, were the domains of the girls he protected on Sabaody Archipelago. Despite their devotion stemming from his strength and his modest charm, it was indeed a result of OS's relentless training. He cherished this sanctuary of tenderness. Noticing OS's relaxed demeanor, Sammy massaged his temples, though her expression revealed a hint of hesitation. If there is something on your mind, you need not hold back. We are old acquaintances, after all. OS encouraged, sensing her internal struggle. Upon hearing OS's sudden inquiry, Sammy's expression grew serious, and she dared not conceal her thoughts. It's nothing, Lord OS. I merely pondered about Doflamingo. In my years of conducting business and discerning people, I can assure you he is not one to exhibit loyalty to others. Especially with a demeanor akin to yours, that royal aura. I have no doubt in your strength. Yet I fear he may turn out to be a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. Ever since OS decided to release Doflamingo, she had felt an unsettling intuition, which peaked following a clandestine conversation. After an inconceivable discussion, to the astonishment of everyone in the red light district and the tearful lamentations of the Don Quixote family's subordinates, OS emerged from the prison, Doflamingo, imprisoned for days, by his side, publicly declaring his release. This action undoubtedly incited dissatisfaction among the women and girls who had suffered at the hands of the Don Quixote family. Yet they were willing to suppress their feelings for OS's sake. Understanding this, OS leaned down with a smile, whispering in the subdued Doflamingo's ear, "You should know what to do, right, Doflamingo?" At these words, Doflamingo appeared to snap back to reality, though the sunglasses obscured his expression. Having been imprisoned for days, the warmth of sunlight brought him chills rather than comfort. Under OS's mischievous gaze, the once arrogant golden-haired youth lost his typical bravado. After a brief pause, he silently approached the prisoners of the Don Quixote family. Upon seeing Doflamingo approach, Toripol and the others initially believed their young master had negotiated with the Black Gun OS. They were uncertain of the terms, but were relieved to finally be free. "Hey, Doflamingo, we are finally," Toripol began, but the silent Doflamingo disregarded him, moving instead toward the crowd behind him. These were the family thugs and underlings who had instigated a riot in the red light district, also imprisoned and awaiting OS's judgment. Their treatment was far harsher than Doflamingo's. Abuse was commonplace. As their master approached, hope ignited in their eyes. Truly, he was the king they believed in. How wonderful. Finally, liberation. However, before their smiles could fade, a sense of unease washed over them. They suddenly realized, this is my body? In the fleeting moment before decapitation, their consciousness lingered, but before they could comprehend the reason, their awareness was engulfed in eternal darkness. This was destined to be a massacre, with some of those who had followed Doflamingo for years meeting a grim fate as he silently strangled them with threads. Sammy and the others stood in shock, witnessing this scene unfold. Even the women who had suffered at the hands of the thugs found this brutality excessive. The faint-hearted among them covered their mouths and began to retch. Yet, Sammy, despite her discomfort, kept her gaze fixed on the silent Doflamingo, soon witnessing a sight that left her astounded. After eliminating all but the officers, Doflamingo astonishingly broke into a smile. Seeing this, Sammy felt a chill far more unsettling than witnessing fury. He bowed his head towards OS, a grin on his lips, though his eyes remained hidden beneath the shades. "I hope you can calm your anger, Lord OS." Chapter 52, Defeated by OS. Yet it is a form of glory the beast that knows how to endure instills more dread than the hunter himself. This was Sammy's immediate impression. However, this sentiment was solely her own. For OS, it would be more akin to saying, A biting dog does not bark. Should it dare to bark, its teeth shall be knocked out. Strangely, it rhymes. Moreover, it hardly qualifies as a dog, for it bears the color of a conqueror, at best resembling a rebellious flamingo. Of course, before releasing this flamingo, OS had it tethered. A portion of its life card was retained, ensuring that no matter how far it fled, it would be of no avail if OS wished to reclaim it. Fear not. OS gradually relaxed his head backward, resting it upon the soft, white surface. Gazing up with a smile at Sammy's delicate visage, as long as a gun is aimed at its head, even a wolf can be transformed into a dog. Not to mention, it was a gun that disregarded both space and speed. On the contrary, as an angel investor, OS had also bestowed a bit of sweetness upon this individual, such as the techniques for utilizing flowing sakura. After all, he had guaranteed the world government that, although he had violated his word as a pirate, he still wished to maintain a semblance of face. If, immediately after making such a guarantee, this fellow were to set sail and meet with disaster, OS would find himself in quite the embarrassing situation. Wouldn't that diminish his prestige? Just 3 days after releasing the flamingo, a significant piece of news, propelled by some mysterious force, swiftly spread across the globe. Extra! Extra! The rising pirate news star. Tenyakasha. Recently, in the Sabaody archipelago, he faced off against the legendary pirate, a former crew member of the Pirate King, the next generation king, Black Gun, and retreated in defeat. Whether it was the newsboys peddling in the bustling markets or the countless seagulls soaring over the ocean, all were fervently conveying this message to the world. On a deserted island, one of the protagonists of this report, OS, had just concluded his training in utilizing the powers of the shifting fruit. Bring. Moshi Moshi, is there trouble? OS inquired while munching on food, glancing at the phone bug with adorable feminine features. Lord OS, the news you were waiting for has been released. Yes, you still look incredibly dashing. Lord OS, do you need us to assist you? As the conversation veered off course, OS found the clinginess of the little maid to be somewhat vexing. He was unsure if others experienced such annoyance, but he had certainly encountered it. In the gentle embrace of comfort and the tomb of heroes, OS declined the offers of assistance and hung up the phone bug. Speaking of which, it had been many days since he last read a newspaper. While at the Sabaody archipelago, he never had to buy one himself, as Sammy would naturally send someone to prepare everything. Now, he had to procure one himself. So, where might he find a news-delivering seagull? OS lifted his gaze skyward, and as if the heavens had anticipated his need, or perhaps due to the seagull's unique ability, they always appeared promptly whenever someone wished to purchase a newspaper. Cawing, a news-delivering seagull flew across the sky and noticed the uninhabited island. Typically, such islands are devoid of human presence, save for the occasional mooring of a ship. Hence the seagull was merely there to complete its routine. However, it was then that it curiously discovered a person waving at it from below. A customer, indeed. It descended, ready to finalize another transaction. But as it approached a height of 100 meters, something seemed amiss, and it abruptly halted its descent. OS, upon spotting the seagull, felt fortunate. What a serendipitous encounter. Just as he was about to request a newspaper, the seagull refused to descend any further. Instead, upon recognizing his face, it squawked a few times, conveying the sentiment, "You're one of those on the blacklist," and promptly turned to flee into the distance. With his arm still raised to signal his presence, OS exhaled slowly, his expression darkening. Unappreciative, he fixed his gaze on the retreating seagull. With a mere thought, he instantaneously appeared 1,000 meters above. This spectacle startled the seagull to the point of forgetting how to fly, plummeting straight down until OS caught its tail. Really? Just because I once forgot my wallet, you blacklist me? Moreover, I did pay, just with your money. Return and inform Morgans that if he dares to blacklist me again, I'll pluck every feather from him. I spare your life this time. After once again using the funds tucked away in the seagull's pocket to purchase a newspaper, OS released the frightened creature and teleported back to the deserted island. Savoring a bone, OS opened the newspaper, and the first thing that caught his eye was a striking photograph, one capturing his encounter with Doflamingo in the red light district, where the clash of conquerors hockey was immortalized. It was likely taken during a moment he had not noticed, and while it was termed a clash, it was more of a complete domination, with black and red lightning erupting chaotically, making it impossible for anyone to discern the source of each bolt. A classic opening image, the content crafted entirely from imagination. Upon their meeting, neither side yielded, resulting in a collision of conquerors hockey that left everyone present reeling. Ultimately, after a fierce battle, with his subordinates nearly annihilated, OS covered Doflamingo's retreat. When did my subordinates become the ones to be slaughtered? It was astonishing how a bit of material could be spun into a tale. OS held no objections to this alteration. It did not affect him. However, the powerful individuals at sea who also laid eyes upon this newspaper perceived matters differently. They were unaware that this was merely a marketing ploy orchestrated by OS and the world government. Thus, upon reading the report, they immediately etched Doflamingo's name into their memories. This man was indeed a formidable character. Despite his shameful retreat, it was crucial to consider the identity of his adversary. OS, at this juncture, could be deemed a luminary of the seas, one of the top figures in the world of pirates, invading the Navy headquarters, opening the gates of Logetown, confronting 3 admirals single-handedly. For a young man to escape from his clutches was no ordinary feat. No one would look down upon him. Rather, they would regard him with awe. It was akin to Crocodile surviving against Whitebeard or Moria escaping Kaido's grasp. Both were actively courted by the world government. A similar principle at play. Among the sea's denizens most invested in OS's news, a few men scrutinized this report multiple times, including Shanks, Buggy, and Mihawk, each reacting in their unique manner. Chapter 53. The Advancing Little Eagle. Although the organization known as the 7 Warlords of the Sea has not yet been officially announced by the world government, preparations have long been underway to suppress the increasingly powerful forces in these waters. Naturally, they spare no effort in promoting Don Quixote Doflamingo. Even the pirates of the New World have become familiar with the name Don Quixote Doflamingo. In the East Blue, on an unnamed small island, within a bustling tavern filled with the clinking of glasses, a red-haired man wearing a straw hat is engrossed in his meal, contemplating where he should recruit his crew. As he ponders his life choices, the voices of several burly men at a nearby table, discussing current events, catch his attention. Have you seen the recent news? Yes. That big shot, Black Gun Ors. Can you believe a young man managed to escape from him? Who is Ors? Is he famous? One of the men asks, clearly oblivious, which piques the interest of another nearby. This man had witnessed the legendary cut of the sky by Ors in Logetown, and ever since that life-altering experience, he had become a fervent admirer of Ors. You don't know? Let me tell you, Black Gun Ors was once a crew member of the pirate King Roger. He was quite a formidable figure. Shanks, having adjusted his straw hat, initially perked up at the mention of Ors, but as the tale unfolded, his expression turned increasingly perplexed. The fans' exaggerated claims of Ors battling all the Navy's generals and being entrusted with significant responsibilities by the Pirate King were somewhat credible. But as the narrative grew more ludicrous, Shanks couldn't help but frown. According to rumors, Black Gun Ors possesses a very secretive ability. Do you know why he is called Black Gun? The man says with a serious expression. Is it because his gun is particularly black? A foolish suggestion arises. Where did you get that idea? The man glares, continuing. It is said that while he often uses blades and fists, his most formidable weapon is the gun on his back. You all know Kazan from the Navy, right? The monster who could fight alongside the others against Ors without defeat? It is said that his current leg injury was caused by a gunshot from Ors. Had he not managed to dodge afterward, it might have been severed. The surrounding men, though not fully grasping the conversation, nod in agreement, only to blurt out. So is Ors a good guy or a bad guy in the reports? He is a protector of the realm, so he should be good, right? Shanks' mouth twitched, and unable to contain himself any longer, he purchased a newspaper. After scrutinizing its content, his expression grew grave. Echoing the sentiments of many across the sea, Doflamingo is indeed a formidable character. As someone who had spent many years alongside Ors, Shanks was among the few who truly understood his strength, having experienced it firsthand more than once. This deep understanding led him to realize how astonishing it was for a young individual to escape Ors' relentless pursuit. Shanks, reflecting on his own capabilities, mused that unless someone like Rayleigh intervened, he would not have survived if Ors had been determined to eliminate him. Doflamingo, huh? Another formidable adversary in this new era. I must seize the opportunity to confront him in the future, Shanks resolved, vowing that once he had honed his strength, he would challenge Doflamingo to see who truly deserves the title of king in this new age. He no longer harbored illusions about being the next generation's king. As Roger had stated that Ors belonged to the old era, he doubted such a prodigious figure could still exist in the new age. In another part of the East Blue, in an obscure town, Buggy, the future great pirate, was reveling in his newfound notoriety, buoyed by his fragmented abilities and the foundation he had built on Roger's ship. Meanwhile, he stumbled upon the familiar name in a newspaper, Ors. Seeing this name stirred something within Buggy, but as he read further, astonishment washed over him. Nanny? A young man can contend with Ors and safely retreat. No way, this must be a deliberate fabrication. Aren't they afraid of Ors seeking revenge? They truly dare to write anything. Curiously, amidst the vast ocean, Buggy seemed to be the only one with clarity. Perhaps it was due to the protection he received since childhood. Buggy had a keen understanding of Ors, perceiving him almost as an invincible entity. While he could believe that figures from the older generation, like Whitebeard or Gold Lion, could be matched by Ors, the notion of a young contender without external interference was unfathomable to him. Hey, you imbecile. How could you underestimate my dear friend Buggy? I'm furious right now. Hey, you lot. Bring down every seagull delivering that newspaper I see. Yes, Captain Buggy. In a certain maritime region of the Grand Line, a young man clad in black, wielding a black sword, sat in a solitary boat, his sharp gaze narrowing, radiating intense combat fervor. Sabaody Archipelago, huh? You escaped from me in Low Town, but this time, you won't get away. As he maneuvered his boat, the young man, who was none other than one of the most renowned newcomers on the seas, the future world's greatest swordsman and the founder of the new style of swordsmanship known as the small blade style, Dracul Mihawk, set his sights firmly ahead. Upon witnessing Ors unleash a devastating sword technique, he understood that this young man could very well be his next formidable rival in his pursuit of swordsmanship. Being a figure of immense repute in the world, a successor to Roger and Rayleigh, he firmly believed that if he could defeat Ors in a duel, he would take an unprecedented step toward becoming the world's greatest swordsman. Experiencing your swordsmanship firsthand will surely enrich my journey. I eagerly anticipate our encounter. Don Quixote, Ors. Chapter 54. Just because I wield a sword, does it necessarily make me a swordsman? When the young man bearing a large sword stood before him, OS acknowledged that he felt a flicker of intrigue. Although he had heard of Mihawk, who, in his youth, akin to Roronoa Zoro, relished the challenge of confronting various swordsmen in pursuit of the title of the world's greatest swordsman, he never anticipated that this individual would seek him out so swiftly. 3 days prior, upon his arrival, Mihawk learned of OS's absence and proceeded to loiter outside the red light district, vigilantly waiting for 3 days and nights. Eventually, a staff member, unable to contain their curiosity, approached him to inquire about his purpose, which revealed that he had come to challenge Lord OS. Sammy, upon learning of this, did not take it to heart. After all, Lord OS's reputation resonated far and wide. If he were to concern himself with every random challenger, it would lead to an unbearable hassle. Thus, the future world's greatest swordsman, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the Emperor's father, Dracul Mihawk, was left to resemble a guardian deity stationed at the entrance of the red light district, his keen, eagle-like gaze scanning the passers-by with greater caution than a security guard verifying a delivery. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had quietly materialized at the bathing center within the district. Having spent days honing his fruit abilities while surviving on a deserted island, OS, now weary and travel-worn, was welcomed with astonishment and trepidation by the bathing center's manager. He shed his garments and entered the hot springs, indulging in a rare moment of leisure. Come in, he beckoned. Sammy arrived promptly with a battalion of beautiful attendants and an abundance of delectable food, orchestrating a seamless service. OS reclined languidly, discussing recent maritime events, when he was met with an unexpected revelation. You mean Mihawk has been waiting for me outside the red light district for several days? His expression shifted to one of curiosity, and after a moment of contemplation, a smile graced his lips. Very well, let us meet. Mihawk, having awaited the arrival of his long-sought opponent, found himself momentarily taken aback upon discovering that OS had been indulging himself in the district for quite some time. His eyelids twitched, yet he raised his black sword, Yuru, and declared, Doratoru OS. Accept my challenge. Challenge? Why? OS inquired. To defeat you. I am destined to become the world's greatest swordsman. One could not help but notice that the youthful Mihawk, in his fervor, lacked the composure that would come 2 decades later. His passion mirrored that of Shanks during their time aboard the Roger pirates. However, OS, a seasoned veteran without aspirations, found it difficult to empathize with such a spirited individual, especially since no one was vying for the title of the greatest sharpshooter against him. The prospect of victory posed a dilemma for OS. Should he triumph, he would undoubtedly inherit the title of the world's greatest swordsman, thus inviting a plethora of challenges, and he was not one to shy away from conflict. After all, he was OS, the undefeated war god. The notion of genuine defeat was foreign to him. Such a word did not exist in his lexicon. Well, Mihawk, it's not that I refuse to fight. It's just that I am not a swordsman. What would a duel between us signify? At this, the young Mihawk felt his intellect insulted. A fierce sword intent seemed ready to burst forth from his eyes. Just because one can wield a sword does not make them a swordsman. Does the ability to cook necessitate one to be a chef? Mihawk was rendered speechless by OS's retort. After a prolonged silence, seemingly resigned to the notion that OS would not engage, his eyes darkened, and a look of regret crossed his youthful face as he prepared to depart from this disheartening encounter. Yet, OS's next words piqued his interest once more. I would accept, but I have a condition. If you lose, OS rose to his feet, having been inspired by his earlier mention of chefs. He realized that he would inevitably set sail in the future. Even if he did not establish a pirate crew, he wished to experience grand adventures. He could not undertake such journeys alone, for while the occasional meal of grilled fish and meat was acceptable, it could not be his sole sustenance. Moreover, having a companion to converse with would stave off boredom. However, bringing along the women of the red light district would prove cumbersome, requiring care and attention. Thus, OS required a reliable companion, one who was capable, skilled in the culinary arts, possessed years of solo sailing experience, and had an impeccable sense of direction. Who could that possibly be? A condition? Upon hearing this, Mihawk halted, slowly turning to face OS with a piercing gaze that suggested he believed he had encountered a jest. His eyes, fierce as an eagle's, bore a resolute fighting spirit. State your terms. If you fall to my blade, he declared, pointing to his chest with seriousness. Take my life, it matters not. This display caused OS's eyelids to twitch. Such fervor. What would I do with your life? I simply require your company for a few years of adventure at sea, along with some culinary assistance. Mihawk contemplated for a brief moment before responding affirmatively. Very well. But after I defeat you, I shall continue my search for the next opponent. OS approached Mihawk with a smile. You may need to wait several years for that. Are you suggesting that I must grow stronger for several more years before I can defeat you? Mihawk inquired. No, rather, once a few years pass, and I am in a better mood, I shall naturally allow you to leave. Mihawk remained silent, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. What an arrogant man he was. Of course, it was impossible for the two to engage in combat on the Sabaody archipelago. Instead, OS merely focused his thoughts, causing the surrounding space to warp. Do not be alarmed, Mihawk. This is merely my fruit ability. Having previously concentrated on the growth of his haki, OS had neglected the development of his fruit powers. However, after several days of intensive training, he had devised a few practical techniques, such as instantaneously transporting others and summoning distant objects to his side, akin to the Kimui and flying thunder god techniques. After several instances of teleportation through the air, the two soon found themselves on an island dense with primordial forests. As they materialized in a clearing adjacent to the woods, Mihawk, with his eagle-like eyes narrowed, was about to take a step when he sensed an unusual texture beneath his feet, as if something sticky clung to him. My apologies. This was my first time teleporting someone else, and it appears I brought you to a rather sticky situation. OS chuckled mischievously. Chapter 55. Why do you not shout the name of your technique, Mihawk? With a grim expression, Mihawk's eyes glinted fiercely as he swiftly drew the sword from his back, executing a horizontal slash aimed at us. With a mischievous smirk, did not flinch or evade, allowing the blade to graze his body without drawing a single drop of blood. Hey, I truly did not mean to provoke you. Is it really necessary to be so furious? Your expression suggests otherwise. Is it that obvious? Us chuckled, unable to contain his laughter as he observed Mihawk subtly shifting his foot to rid himself of the debris. Teasing the youthful Hawk-Eye gave us a thrill akin to teasing young Shanks. Seeing us openly laugh, Mihawk's grip on the knight tightened, intensifying the force of his strike. However, this time, Us did not evade with intangibility. Instead, he drew the ace from his waist and boldly blocked the lethal blow. Is that the supreme great blade, Ace? Mihawk recognized the weapon, recalling the rumors that it once belonged to the pirate king, Roger, and was passed down to its worthy successor, Doflamingo Us. Yet, the reality was that Us merely took care of it for a family member, and he replaced his previous sword simply because Ace was sharper, harder, and felt better in hand, offering no significant advantage in power. The two stood resolutely, each wielding their dark blades. Since this is a swordsmanship duel, I shall refrain from utilizing my devil fruit abilities. Otherwise, you may contest my victory. With a calm demeanor, Us activated his armament hockey. The youthful Hawkeye would not yield, positioning the black blade, Knight, before him, its edge shimmering ominously. Without your devil fruit abilities, can you evade my blade? My knight has been honed by the blood of countless adversaries, rendering it extraordinarily sharp. My ace is no less formidable. Both combatants, enveloped in a dense aura of armament hockey, regarded one another with grave expressions. Us discerned that Mihawk's strength was commendable. After all, at 19 years of age, he was of similar age to the 2-year trained Zoro, thus unlikely to be inferior. In a contest of combat awareness, hockey, and swordsmanship, Us found himself evenly matched with the young Hawkeye while solely employing sword techniques and dual-color hockey. Exhaling slowly, Us tightened his grip on Ace. The hockey that once coiled around the blade began to flow like water, vibrant red hues resembling cherry blossoms. Yet, the trace left by the blade was akin to a dark abyss. One sword style, cherry blossoms and black light. The flowing hockey danced upon Ace. Yet the strike unleashed a torrent of black sword energy, tearing through the air and cleaving the earth. Mihawk furrowed his brow, but remained unfazed, lifting Knight above his head and striking down fiercely. In an instant, a colossal emerald blade of energy surged into the sky, eclipsing the crimson sword energy in size. The two energies collided with tremendous speed, intertwining despite the green blade being sharper and larger. The disparity in hockey caused the flowing armament to continually disintegrate the opposing force, resulting in a stalemate. Yet, Us was preoccupied, noting Mihawk's stoic demeanor as he slowly raised his blade for another strike, exuding an aura of coldness befitting a master. Us's irritation flared. Why did you not speak when you attacked? It feels as if I unleashed a grand move only to be effortlessly countered by your basic strike. Do you think I am unaware? From now on, if I shout the name of my technique, I shall consider myself a fool. Feeling deceived, Us's mood soured, and his earlier intent to tease Mihawk diminished. A fierce red light flared in his eyes, and he charged forward, determined to unleash his full power. It is time to teach you a lesson, Mihawk. Mihawk, taken aback by Us's sudden shift in demeanor, was momentarily bewildered. However, true to his nature, he launched himself into the fray, clashing blades with Us. The clash reverberated, sending shockwaves that fractured the ground. The battle of the great swordsmen was fierce, with sword energy erupting sporadically, snapping trees, and cleaving animals caught in the fray, even splitting worms in the earth. After several exchanges, Mihawk's hand trembled slightly from the relentless force. Had he known he should have engaged from a distance, he might have fared better. Us's swordsmanship, augmented by sheer strength, transformed each swing into a devastating blow. The two continued their fierce combat, alternating between sword energy and close combat techniques, their struggles spanning the island from south to north, leaving no stone unturned. Days and nights passed without a victor emerging. How is it that this old Hawkeye's swordsmanship is so impeccable? No matter how I strike, I cannot find a flaw, Us mused, observing Mihawk, who gasped lightly yet remained resolute. Truly, the future world's greatest swordsman is deserving of his title. My own talent, combined with the techniques learned from Captain Roger and Uncle Rayleigh, have proven only an even match. Although Mihawk is a few years my senior, it speaks volumes about the caliber of the world's greatest swordsman. Gradually, Us lost his patience. With a surge of terrifying energy, black and red lightning flickered from Ace, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Us instinctively wished to shout out God's avoidance, but caught himself just in time. At that moment, Mihawk's hawk-like gaze narrowed, a dangerous intuition igniting within him. This was reminiscent of the technique used in Logtown. Chapter 56. In this rampaging era, surely you haven't forgotten me? This sensation feels remarkably familiar. The black and red lightning evokes an uncontrollable shudder. Mihawk, do you not enjoy feigning a simple strike? Then why not attempt my straightforward attack? The playful tone laced with sarcasm left Mihawk somewhat bewildered. What does feigning a simple strike even mean? He considered himself a pure swordsman, unskilled in the art of conversation. In his eyes, this was the norm. After all, which serious swordsman would divert their energy from honing their swordsmanship to concocting fanciful names? Observing Os' body radiating an intense black and red glow, Mihawk's long-honed battle instincts began to sound alarm bells. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead. This was it. The moment Os revealed a sinister smile, unleashed an incredible force, and dashed forward. In an instant, The ground beneath him collapsed under the sheer recoil. Clang, entwined with black and red lightning. Ace surged forward with an overwhelming presence, aimed directly at Mihawk. In response, Mihawk sidestepped, his body slightly sinking as he executed a powerful slash towards OS. Yet the outcome was evidently unsatisfactory. Crimson spilled across his vision as, at some point, the black blade, Knight, spiraled into the air, embedding itself in the ground after several rotations, its hilt quivering as if to attest to the immense power it had just endured. Why not evade? OS, his countenance darkening, regarded the steadfast youth before him. During their clash, after sending the Blade Knight soaring, OS had indeed held back. He had no intention of slaying Mihawk. However, the young man had recklessly collided with the residual force of his strike. Evade? Mihawk staggered a few steps, barely managing to kneel as he touched the blood flowing from his chest. Yet his face betrayed no agony, only an unwavering composure. His eagle-like gaze seemingly unfamiliar with fear. I am destined to become the world's greatest swordsman. How could I flinch before another's blade? Not even yours, Duther OS. Nevertheless, regardless of how eloquently he spoke, defeat remained defeat. Against OS's full-force strike, whether it was Conqueror's hockey, swordsmanship, or sheer strength, Mihawk found himself utterly outmatched. His loss was inevitable. After years in the field, he had felled countless renowned swordsmen, but upon encountering this man, Duther OS, he finally grasped the vastness of the world. Such a monster truly exists in this realm. After the battle, on the Shambadi Islands, in a private room atop a bar in the red light district, Mihawk, his upper body bared and bandaged by several female doctors, seemed indifferent to their presence. Instead, he fixated intensely on OS, as if the latter were the embodiment of beauty itself. Oblivious to Mihawk's demeanor, OS leisurely enjoyed a massage from a young maid, seeking to relax his battle-weary muscles. Upon hearing Mihawk's inquiry, OS finally opened his eyes, meeting the penetrating gaze of his companion. No, that was merely a casual strike, he said, rolling his eyes dismissively. Mihawk remained silent, unwilling to engage in trivial disputes, yet he could not shake the feeling that this attack was identical to the one in Logue Town, exuding an overwhelming sense of inevitability, as if no one could withstand it. Is that black and red lightning your devil fruit ability? Do you wish to know? Indeed. Then you must beg me, OS teased with a mischievous grin. Seeing OS' triumphant expression, even the typically composed Mihawk felt a vain throb on his forehead. As OS closed his eyes again, dismissing him, Mihawk chose to remain undeterred. All right, you're being rather petty. This is a method of utilizing Conqueror's hockey, enveloping it around the blade. Since I stated I wouldn't use my devil fruit abilities, I cannot employ them. Upon hearing this, Mihawk, who had just shut his eyes, finally opened them once more. OS secretly chuckled, recognizing the prideful spirit of his companion. Yet Mihawk ignored OS's gaze, his fighting spirit undiminished as he solemnly addressed him. Someday, I shall grow capable of countering that technique, but until then, allow me to accompany you, Duther OS. OS merely chuckled lightly, nodding. Very well, I believe you will indeed succeed. OS had garnered a fair understanding of Mihawk. Observing the determined, yet somewhat naive expression on his face, he realized that at this stage, Mihawk had yet to experience significant betrayal or the trauma of the Navy's cruelty. In the future, he would likely choose to hide under the mantle of Buggy, seeking a sanctuary free from disturbance, possibly due to this very reason. Thus, he had yet to reach the depths of loneliness or distrust in humanity. In a way, he had unwittingly offered Mihawk a lifeline. Though unaware, Mihawk owed a debt far heavier than that to Doflamingo, and thus he would spend a lifetime repaying it. As Mihawk observed OS's playful expression while savoring a glass of red wine, his demeanor stiffened, feeling a sense of foreboding about OS's thoughts. This powerful yet peculiar individual. In the days that followed, OS refrained from causing further disturbances, as there were no grand spectacles worth attending. Most of their time was spent training and battling on the deserted island, indulging in the pleasures of the red light district. Gradually, the solitary future swordsman began to embrace this lifestyle. Even if each challenge ended in failure, his progress was astonishingly swift. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Without OS's presence, numerous events transpired across the tumultuous seas. On a shattered, unrecognizable island, amidst several leveled peaks, 2 figures sat and stood. "Isn't it about time, Mihawk?" inquired the tall, handsome youth with long hair, now standing at 3 meters and 17 years of age. seated on the ground as he addressed the white-shirted young man beside him. Ah, indeed. Then let us set sail and witness this rampaging era. It is bound to be fascinating. OS's wicked grin sent a chill down Mihawk's spine, leaving him to ponder whether the world had indeed grown more entertaining or had forgotten the remnants of the old era like himself. Chapter 57. A glimpse of the new era. Welcome back, Lord OS. Mr. Mihawk walked through the streets of the red light district, where the girls along the way were all aglow with excitement at the arrival of the two, especially upon seeing OS. Their enthusiasm bordered on adoration. Thanks to their formidable reputations, Sammy has thrived in the underworld, garnering a reputation as a potential kingpin, with the red light district's operations ranking among the top 2 globally, rivaling the scale of business in the New World South Joy Street. The profits amassed daily were measured in billions. Thus, the two men were not only guardians to the ladies, but also figures of fortune. Who wouldn't adore them? OS walked ahead, smiling as he greeted the beautiful girls, occasionally raising his chin or tousling their hair, his handsome visage adorned with a gentle smile, leaving both young women and married ones utterly captivated. Mihawk, in contrast, maintained a more aloof demeanor, arms crossed, silently trailing behind OS. The allure of the crimson-haired sirens did little to sway his unwavering dedication to the way of the sword. Notably, as they reached the center of the red light district, they encountered a lovely young woman cradling an infant. To be present in this central area while holding a child could only signify one identity. Long time no see, OS-san, Mihawk-san, Ruju greeted warmly, her gaze towards OS filled with gratitude. Oh, is that not Mrs. Ruju? Since OS had brought Ruju back to Sabaody Archipelago, she had settled down comfortably. After all, the expenses of a pregnant woman were trifling for OS, who no longer regarded money as a concern. He was generous, especially considering that the sword Ace alone was worth over 1 billion berries. Moreover, over a year ago, Ruju successfully gave birth to Captain Roger's son, Ace. On the day of the birth, OS had made a special return from a deserted island. He recalled how Ruju had wanted Ace to recognize him as a godfather, which startled OS, prompting him to hastily decline. How would I address Uncle Rayleigh in that case? Call him old brother Rayleigh? And then have Ace call me brother? It simply wouldn't feel right. Captain Roger, at his age, fathering a child is quite a twist in the lineage. After much contemplation, he decided it was best for Ace to simply call him Mr. OS. You've brought little Ace out for some sunshine. What a lively little fellow. Truly the offspring of Captain Roger. Perhaps endowed with innate intelligence, Ace reached out his arms as OS and Mihawk approached. OS gently lifted the child, weighing the son of Captain Roger in his arms, and then, noticing Mihawk observing with an indifferent expression, quipped, "Hey, Hawk, would you like to hold the baby?" Mihawk, taken aback by the suggestion, appeared momentarily flustered as OS handed the child to him. "Wait, hold on." Mihawk's serious demeanor faltered as he awkwardly cradled Ace. OS couldn't help but laugh heartily. It was evident he relished teasing Mihawk more than Ace himself. All right, OS chuckled, reclaiming Ace and returning him to Ruju's embrace. We returned to prepare for a sea voyage and may be away for some time. If anything arises, please reach out to Sammy or contact me via the snail phone, Mrs. Ruju. After playfully pinching Ace's cheek, OS waved goodbye. The two then ascended to Sammy's office, where they were welcomed warmly. "Oh my, Lord OS and Mr. Mihawk, why didn't you inform us of your return? I'll have everything prepared immediately." Accustomed to Sammy's hospitality, they sat on the couch, OS lounging with his legs crossed, while Little 6 and Little 7 promptly served orange juice and red wine. "Sammy, Mihawk and I are preparing to set sail. Please assist us in gathering the necessary provisions," OS casually remarked, with Mihawk silently savoring his wine, as this had been a prearranged plan. Over the past 2 years, OS had meticulously plotted the timeline and route for their journey. Sammy, however, was already well prepared. "Everything is ready, Lord OS. We have all the supplies and essentials in place." The two little maids chimed in. "Yes, indeed. We have clothing, food, and around 10 billion berries packed into several crates." "Is that so? Quite thorough indeed," OS mused. "Can we bring Little 6 and Little 7 along?" Lord OS, we can provide massages, serve meals, and warm the beds. That won't do. This isn't a mere game. The ocean is perilous, and I cannot guarantee your safety, even mine." "How could that be?" As they engaged in light-hearted banter, Mihawk, initially quiet, grew increasingly agitated, eventually interrupting. "Hey, Aren't you overlooking something? We need a ship to set sail. At this, OS paused, as if struck by a revelation, clapping his hands. Oh right. Having relied on his ability to teleport for so long, he had forgotten that they indeed needed a vessel for their journey. Sammy, unhurried, responded. Actually, I've already anticipated that, OS. A weathered yet familiar voice interjected, accompanied by a somewhat disheveled figure appearing at the door. OS, sensing the presence, greeted warmly. Sabaedy's very own Rayleigh. Mihawk's sharp gaze scrutinized the legendary swordsman, his urge to duel ignited, yet he recognized the appropriateness of the moment and restrained himself. In the past 2 years, Rayleigh had often lingered in Sabaody Archipelago, frequently indulging in drinks at OS's expense. Though they had encountered one another multiple times, Rayleigh's approach had always been lighthearted, never engaging Mihawk seriously in combat. Given OS's prowess, it was clear that Mihawk was still too inexperienced to contend with Rayleigh at his peak. Upon Rayleigh's arrival and the preceding conversation, OS raised an inquisitive eyebrow, choosing to glimpse the future through his foresight, only to be taken aback. Rayleigh, you actually. Hey, OS, if you continue using your observation hockey this way, life will lose its thrill. Rayleigh chuckled, surprising OS. Go forth, OS, and represent our old guard by witnessing this new era. Set sail aboard the Oro Jackson. Chapter 58. The ambitions of the matriarch in the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, at the port of the Shambaudi archipelago. A long-dormant colossal ship is being polished and refurbished, now docked at the shore. Ah, how nostalgic it is, the Oro Jackson. As O steps onto the deck, surveying the various facilities, those days feel as if they were just yesterday. There is no sense of longing or farewell. After all, with O's speed, he can return instantly if needed. The only one who watches the grand vessel depart with a glimmer of tears in his eyes is Rayleigh. Simultaneously, among the crowd witnessing this scene near the port, several unusual figures are present. While for Sammy, Rayleigh, and others, O's voyage is merely a minor episode in life. As they are well acquainted with him, to the outside world, O's is far more than just a name. He symbolizes an era. Before the birth of the new king, he is regarded by the vast majority as the man most likely to ascend the throne. Black Gun Doflamingo O's. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, a voice burst through the transponder snail with urgency. Report to headquarters. An emergency has occurred. Hearing this frantic report, the operator furrows his brow, his expression tensing. Please proceed. At this morning's dawn, Black Gun O set sail accompanied by Hawkeye Mihawk. The operator momentarily finds himself speechless. O's frequent appearances in the red light district of the Shambaudi archipelago are hardly a secret. After all, the world government has been aware of this for years. As for Mihawk's involvement, it hardly registers as significant to the Navy, merely a newcomer in the field. Yet, the intelligence officer's next words leave him rooted in shock. His pupils trembling, cold sweat pouring forth. The two are aboard the Oro Jackson, the former ship of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. All signs indicate that this is not a mere fleeting excursion. What? Thus, the news of Black Gun O's return to the sea reaches the ears of countless powerful factions worldwide, instantly capturing their heightened attention. This is precisely why Oz chose not to embark discreetly. He aims to declare to the world that unlike other members of Roger's crew, he has not yet retired. Consequently, the Navy headquarters convenes an emergency meeting. According to reliable sources, today, the Black Gun and Hawkeye are aboard the Oro Jackson, preparing to resume their activities upon the seas. The Navy must be ready. Sengoku, seated at the forefront, has gradually begun to oversee many affairs within the Navy. Addressing the numerous generals before him, he speaks gravely. Ahaha, Sengoku, if you had given the order, I would have already set off to capture that kid in the Shambaudi archipelago. No need for such trouble. Carp chortles, munching on Sun Bay as he speaks. Silence, Carp. Sengoku, his anger boiling, stands and roars at the old man. The world government has mandated that we do not engage O's. In truth, it is not only Sengoku who finds the situation grave. Many others in attendance react with even greater alarm. Boom. The office is filled with a sulfuric heat wave and an icy gust of wind, both of which manifest on the faces of two vice admirals, contorted in displeasure. Upon hearing O's name, even Kazan, whose temperament is typically less extreme, displays an attitude no better than Akainu's, raising doubts about whether they might risk violating military discipline should O's appear before them. Their reactions are understandable. O's has been audacious. He once brutally beat Akainu. the Navy's staunchest foe of pirates, to a pulp. As for Kazan, it is unnecessary to elaborate further. Those who understand, understand. In contrast, Kizaru shows little reaction upon hearing the name, merely breaking into a light sweat. Known for his laid-back demeanor, he was the least injured among the trio and, not being particularly obstinate, simply murmurs, "Oh my, that monster among monsters, Oz, is stirring up trouble at sea again? Kazan, Akainu, temper your tempers. This is not the time for foolishness." Observing the two's inability to restrain their elemental outbursts, Sengoku feels a headache coming on but maintains his seriousness. Our immediate priority is to execute the world government's order to impose the demon slaughter order on O'Hara. You two must refrain from causing further disturbances. Upon hearing this, the previously agitated duo finally quiets down, their expressions darkening. In the New World, within the Totland Sea area, stands the nation of Totoland. This realm resembles a fairy tale kingdom, adorned with trees bearing candy, rivers flowing with chocolate, and flora and fauna that dance and sing. Dominating this whimsical land is one of the New World's overlords, the innate monster and former member of the Rocks Pirates, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. Within her opulent castle, a figure rushes into the lavishly oversized chamber, exuding urgency. "Mama, we have the latest news on Black Gun Oz. He has set sail." Upon hearing this report, the plump matron, who had been engrossed in her desserts, finally raises her head. Beside her, a towering man wrapped in a massive scarf, concealing his face and mouth, also turns his gaze, his expression grave. The current Big Mom, no longer possessing the enchanting allure of her youth due to years of indulgence in sweets and childbirth, has transformed her physique, though not yet resembling the rotund figure of her later years. Upon receiving this news, she initially freezes, then her terrifying gaze locks onto the messenger. Homie, her interest in the cake before her fading. Once she confirms she is not misheard, a smile spreads across her face, brimming with unparalleled excitement and desire. "Ahaha, has that little rascal Oz finally come of age? How delightful." Witnessing this, Katakuri's expression darkens, for he knows precisely what Big Mom covets. "Mama, regarding Black Gun Oz, Yet, if the order were to bring Oz here, it would be an impossible task. He has come to understand that even his prized observation haki may not suffice against the legendary individual who possesses it innately. Of course, I am aware. Oz is not someone you lot can handle. However, we can relay the message to him. I believe he would be intrigued." The world's strongest woman, Charlotte Linlin, raises her arms triumphantly, her eyes gleaming with madness and excitement. "If he agrees to inherit our conqueror's haki, combined with my steel skin talent and his innate brute strength and observation haki, the child born from us will undoubtedly surpass Roger, Whitebeard, and even Rocks, becoming a being powerful enough to dominate the world's strongest monster." Chapter 59, Daily Life on the Oro Jackson in summary. Any power with even a modicum of awareness on the high seas has already received news of Ossie's departure. Reactions vary widely. Some, like the Navy, are on high alert. Others, akin to Whitebeard, regard the young crew aboard Roger's ship with disdain, while the young supernovas are eager to seize the opportunity. At this moment, the Oro Jackson is the epicenter of countless discussions, and Ossie is, well, fishing. It has been quite some time since he last fished on this vessel, and he finds himself nostalgic. Sitting on the edge of the Oro Jackson, Ossie wields an extravagant fishing rod, patiently casting his line. Even after 2 hours, he has yet to catch a single fish. This, of course, is not merely a fishing endeavor. It is also a form of cultivation. It is well known that the advanced application of observation haki, which allows one to foresee the future, necessitates a calm state of mind. While Ossie hones his patience and willpower, he continuously strives to enhance the duration of his foresight. From the initial moment of awakening to nearly a minute now, his persistent efforts have borne fruit. Such tranquility may also benefit his mental state, and during this process, his conqueror's haki has seen a slight increase. Meanwhile, Mihawk, having just finished his sword practice, approaches Ossie with a towel draped around his neck, wiping away sweat. Although he does not comprehend why Ossie insists on going to O'Hara, he acknowledges that the two of them alone cannot navigate the ship there in a short time. With a stern expression, Mihawk glances at Ossie, who is lost in meditation while fishing, and reclines in a deck chair, propping his feet up. Observing Ossie ignoring him, Mihawk's lips twitch slightly. He is not one for excessive words, Yet he finds himself unable to suppress his irritation whenever he is in Aussie's presence. Is it your plan to head to O'Hara first? Yet you seem incapable of navigating, steering, reading maps, or even cooking. When will we? The stoic hawk, noticing Aussie's serene demeanor, feels the urge to draw his sword. Relax, relax, my hawk. Aussie slowly opens his eyes, stretches lazily, and leaps down from the ship's edge to stand before my hawk, his expression carefree. Isn't sailing merely a means to reach our destination? You guide the way. As he speaks, Aussie lifts one foot and gently steps down. Buzz. In that instant, my hawk feels something amiss. The surroundings appear unchanged. The vast sea remains the same. Yet there is an undeniable sense of difference. I use Shave to accelerate our progress and simultaneously train my devil fruit abilities. We'll arrive in no time. Aussie gestures in an affirmative manner. On the ocean, devoid of any reference points aside from the water, the change in speed is not particularly noticeable. However, from an aerial perspective, the Oro Jackson resembles a phantom ship, moving with an eerie swiftness across the waves. Having finally sensed Aussie's capabilities, my hawk decides to relinquish control and tosses him a compass. This is a collection of eternal pointers meticulously gathered by Sammy based on your designated route. Just follow the direction indicated. Seeing Aussie nod in understanding, the small hawk heads to the storage room, retrieves some vegetables and meat, and makes his way to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Aussie, witnessing this scene, follows him inside. Aren't you supposed to be steering the ship? Why come to the kitchen? My hawk glared at him, but Aussie merely smiled as he retrieved a glass of orange juice from the fridge. What difference does it make? My observation hockey can cover a radius of 10,000 meters. It's all the same, no matter where I am on the ship. Upon hearing this, my hawk loses interest in Aussie's enthusiasm and begins to wash the vegetables, preparing the meal. Aussie leans on the dining table, intrigued by my hawk's skillful movements. In a mere 2 seconds, my hawk expertly peels a potato with fluid precision, showcasing that his mastery extends not only to swordsmanship, but also to culinary arts. Aussie's eyes sparkle with admiration. Having previously subsisted on roasted meat on deserted islands or indulged in extravagant meals at brothels, he has longed to witness my hawk's cooking prowess, which he had always been denied. Finally, the moment has arrived. As the dishes are served, Aussie takes a bite, and stars seem to twinkle in his eyes. He realizes that persuading the small hawk to join him on the ship was indeed a brilliant decision. The flavor rivals that of the renowned chefs he had previously engaged. He is the world's mightiest swordsman, yet does not lose his way. A master chef crafting exquisite dishes, yet remains unaffected by lust. What a combination. A high-spec version of Moshage and Lou Swallow. One crew member, quadruple the value. After devouring every last morsel, Aussie reclines contentedly in his chair, only to find my hawk elegantly wiping his mouth with a napkin, his gaze fixed coldly on Aussie. Why are you staring at me, little hawk? Perhaps due to the repetitiveness of the nickname, my hawk has grown accustomed to it. He coldly replies, since I prepared the meal, you shall wash the dishes. My hawk secretly relishes this moment. The sense of frustration has lingered since he boarded the ship. Regardless of the task, he bears the burden alone while Aussie merely observes. It's high time that this lazy king did some work. Oh, that's fine. Aussie responds nonchalantly, thinking it a trivial matter. My hawk's lips curl into a smirk. And just as he is about to remind Aussie of the essential tips for washing dishes, he sees Aussie raise a hand, followed by the sound of a snap. In an instant, the chaotic remnants of their meal vanish completely, leaving only a few impeccably clean plates on the table, as if freshly removed from the cupboard. What tips? Aussie muses, I can just teleport these things overboard. With another snap, the clean plates neatly return to the cupboard. Why are you silent, little hawk? Is it that you are naturally reticent? Come, let us duel. Chapter 60, The Unstoppable Power of the Malevolent OS. Pray tell, why did you choose O'Hara as your first destination? The ship was in disarray, and after a prolonged duel lasting several hours, my hawk finally released his pent-up frustration. Observing as OS restored everything to its original state with a mere snap of his fingers, he finally remembered to inquire. The reason, you see, is simple. If we delay our arrival, we may miss it altogether. After all, a journey is meant to be marked with memorable stops. Miss it? My hawk was perplexed. An island of this magnitude does not simply vanish. How could one fail to reach it? With their instantaneous travel from the Grand Line to O'Hara, the journey took hardly any time at all. Any pirates encountered along the way, intent on plundering, either could not match their speed or were swiftly dealt with by my hawk's blade. As the ship drew nearer, The Oro Jackson gradually docked against the sheer cliffs, and OS and Mihawk teleported to this island of knowledge. Indeed, as rumored, the trees were astonishingly colossal. From a distance, OS spotted the immense tree at the island's center, reputed to house every book in existence. He wondered if such volumes might indeed be present. What? Mihawk was confused, furrowing his brows at OS. It's nothing. Just disregard my musings. Realizing Mihawk's lack of interest in such matters, OS opted to forego the instantaneous entry into the tree. While convenient, it deprived him of the essence of travel, which he cherished, an experience of witnessing everything firsthand rather than hastily arriving and rushing to the next destination. Had he chosen that path, OS was confident he could visit every island in the world within a few months. However, he was not inclined toward such a militant approach. Emerging from the forested cliffs, the two were untroubled by the prospect of getting lost. Their observation hockey aided them, but the sheer size of the trees made navigation straightforward. However, as they walked, OS sensed several young figures nearby, particularly one who piqued his interest. Noticing OS's sudden change in direction, Mihawk raised an eyebrow but chose not to question him. They soon arrived at the other side of the forest, where a commotion was unfolding. Look, look! It's that monster. Everyone, attack her with tomatoes. Laughter erupted among the children. The innate malice of youth, perhaps a quest for amusement or a tendency to conform, was evident. The small girl, having grown up without parents and preferring the company of books, was an easy target for bullying. A tomato struck her head, not particularly painful, but the mess was bothersome. Her greater concern lay in returning home to wash off the tomato juice, wondering if her aunt would scold her for it. Yet, the children appeared unrelenting in their torment. Desperately, she resorted to her so-called monstrous powers, hoping to frighten them away. Unfortunately, having used this tactic too often, many of the children had grown desensitized. After all, how formidable could a starving little girl truly be? As she braced herself for the inevitable harassment, a surprising turn of events unfolded. What is happening? She gasped as she beheld a towering figure standing before her. The very children who had tormented her were now being hoisted by their collars, their heads adorned with bumps. Who is he? Is he here to protect me? Like Saul did? Why do you ugly brats come out to bully others? Truly, the ugly breed trouble. With that, he delivered a few thumps to their heads, and they fled in tears. Mihawk observed OS's satisfied and somewhat mischievous expression after dealing with the bullies and felt a sense of exasperation. It lacked the gravitas one would expect from a strong individual. Still, he shared a mutual disdain for the wretched children. OS, on the other hand, relished the moment. Since the age of 6, he had been the king of the children on Dalamo's island, always the one to assert dominance rather than being bullied by others. Hey, Nico Robin, where are you off to? OS called out to the fleeing girl, who halted in her tracks, stunned. Had he just called her name? Yes, I'm referring to you. Come, let us explore this island together. If I'm in a good mood, I might reward you later, he said with a smile. Yet, despite his considerable charm, his attempt faltered. The childhood trauma of Robin rendered her distrustful of strangers. She turned and sprinted towards the town. TSK, you're quite the challenge. OS muttered, pouting. After spending time among the girls of the red light district, he had assumed his charisma was unparalleled. Then, with a gentle yet firm tone, he uttered, "Do not move, Nico Robin." As his clear voice resonated, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The slender girl, who had been racing forward, now stood frozen in place. As if ensnared by an invisible force, her expression locked in a moment of panic. What is this? Mihawk furrowed his brow, witnessing OS's newfound ability for the first time. Is it a newly developed power of his fruit? OS gazed at the immobilized Robin, a wicked smile curling upon his lips as he approached. Observing the tremors in her pupils, he extended his sinister hand toward the books she clutched. Hey, little Robin, if you dare to flee, I shall set your book ablaze. With a glint of malevolence in his eyes, OS extracted the tightly held volume from her arms, unable to decipher its contents. It was no surprise, considering he had been raised by pirates and had never attended school. Recognizing all the words on a newspaper was already a feat for him. By the standards of this world, OS was, in truth, among the illiterate. As expected, upon hearing OS's wicked proclamation, when he released his hold, Robin did not flee. She merely stared at the striking yet ominous figure before her, her eyes filled with fear and trepidation. Please don't burn my book. Chapter 61. The Demon-Slaying Order Approaches. Let us go make an introduction. Why are you bringing that little imp along? Do you want her to board the ship? Coldly observing the path ahead, little Robin, who wished to cry yet restrained herself, my hawk could no longer contain his curiosity and voiced his thoughts. He was indifferent. After all, he was merely a companion of us, with no authority over the matter. Huh, how could you think that? I have no habit of looking after others while traveling. I didn't even bring my most cherished little 6 and 7 aboard. I merely thought, having come this far, we ought to meet the protagonist of this incident. Incident? My hawk furrowed his brow. Yes, it must be related to recent events. You will soon find out. Was teased, for in his view, the terror of the so-called demon-slaying order was merely a threat to ordinary nations and isolated strong individuals. For him and my hawk, it posed no danger whatsoever. Watching little Robin lead the way, oblivious to their conversation as she kept her head down and walked forward. Us initially assumed she would take them on a leisurely tour of the town. However, to his surprise, his observation revealed something peculiar within a 10,000-meter range of hockey. She was leading them to a rather strange location. My hawk, while walking, turned his head to survey the surroundings. As he had no sense of being lost and could still discern some clues, Us nodded, his hands in his pockets, disregarding little Robin's thoughts. A smile playing on his lips. This Robin, she's just a bit wary after a little teasing, and she's directly taking us to find her guardian. This little one, does she think she can evade us this way? Perhaps sensing Us's gaze, little Robin, somewhat anxious, made her way towards a cliff, disregarding Us's peculiar abilities, and hurriedly ran towards the precipice. Of course, she was not intending to leap off. Sorrel, she called out loudly, her diminutive figure dashing forward without a moment to ponder why the two behind her did not intervene. It seemed she had misconstrued them as villains, though Us mused that he hardly resembled one. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then turned to my hawk. Hey, little eagle, do I look like a villain? To this, my hawk chose to ignore him. Instead, he drew the black blade from his back, his keen gaze fixed on the cliff ahead. With a slight tremor beneath their feet, a massive shadow loomed, revealing a giant towering several dozen meters high. It was the former marine giant, Vice Admiral Sorrel. His robust upper body paired with short, slender legs gave the giant a rather unbalanced appearance. Yet he was also Robin's best friend from her childhood. What has happened, Robin? Sorrel exclaimed, lifting the little Robin into his hands, his small eyes filled with confusion. It was only then that he noticed the two figures following her. Upon catching sight of one, a wave of recognition surged through him. You must be mistaken. How could it be? There is no mistake. Us exclaimed, his presence unmistakable, an entity that no marine could ever forget. Yet, hadn't he vanished from the seas for quite some time now? Seeing the giant's astonished and disbelieving expression, Us simply smiled and greeted him. It has indeed been a while since I last encountered a giant. The last time was with Captain Roger at Elbaf. Before he could finish, Us had somehow positioned himself in the palm of Sorrel's hand, hands tucked into his pockets, observing with keen interest. Despite Us's diminutive stature against the giant's colossal frame, Sorrel dared not move. Though he had never witnessed the legendary power of this next-generation king, he was well aware of his good friend Kuzan's might, which was akin to that of a monster, an insurmountable force. The individual before him, however, was even more formidable. 2 years prior, he had visited Kazan after his leg injury, and it had taken a full month for the monster to walk normally again. Watching little Robin frozen in place, Sorrel, standing beneath Us, dared not make a single move, his expression darkening with a pleading undertone. Please, do not harm Robin. She is truly a kind child. If she has offended you in any way, then take my life instead. Spare hers. Sorrel. Wah. Witnessing the deep bond between the two, Us felt a twinge of peculiarity, his brow twitching slightly. It seemed that his arrival had become akin to the demon-slaying order. Was his notoriety spreading across the seas? Hey, can you all understand me? Or do you suffer from paranoia? I'm merely here for a journey. Is it not normal to have a local guide? Ultimately, Us, having realized how terrifying his name had become over the past 2 years, departed from the forest in mild exasperation. After all, he had finally encountered a character from the original work, only to end up with an image of a strange man. This experience also successfully dispelled Us's previous idealization of the main cast. They were not so different from the majority of pirates. Feeling somewhat bored, Us took Little Eagle on a stroll around O'Hara Island, savoring local delicacies and touring the giant tree at the island's center. Most notably, he captured numerous photographs with a snail camera. Surveying the various pictures in his hands, Us nodded in satisfaction, noting the diversity. such as little eagle lounging with legs crossed while reading within the giant tree, a snapshot of him with Myhawk, and a panoramic view of O'Hara captured from a height of 1,000 meters. Throughout this time, Myhawk, despite occasionally showing reluctance, still half-heartedly accompanied us to explore all the noteworthy spots in O'Hara. Truly a case of the mouth says no, but the body says yes. However, Us refrained from exposing him, merely smiling as he observed Myhawk, who had just claimed he wasn't hungry, now relishing the local delicacies of O'Hara. What are you looking at? Little Eagle squinted in response. Nothing much. I simply thought it's about time to conclude our visit to O'Hara. Some old friends are arriving at sea. Us chuckled lightly, for within his extended observation range, countless warships brimming with swords and cannons were cutting through the waves towards O'Hara. As for the impending demon-slaying order, neither Us nor Myhawk felt a shred of anxiety. Well, it's been a while since we last met. Let us go greet them. Myhawk. Chapter 62. The prominent figures appearing in O'Hara? On the island of Knowledge, O'Hara, several kilometers off the coastline, waves surged as soldiers assembled on deck, loading cannonballs with precision. At the shoreline, countless locals and visiting outsiders gazed perplexedly at the enormous fleet in the distance. Could it be the Navy? The warships adorned with seagull flags certainly suggested so, as countless naval vessels sliced through the waves surrounding O'Hara, their cannons adjusted and aimed ominously at the homeland. On the deck stood numerous high-ranking officers rarely seen in the West Sea, among whom were two towering men, one with curly hair and sunglasses, the other robust and wearing a hat. Nearby, a man clad in a gray and white striped cloak held a uniquely designed golden transponder snail, exuding an air of arrogance as he seemed to be orchestrating operations. If any knowledgeable observer were to glimpse that golden transponder snail, they would surely be astonished. It signified that the last vestige of restraint from the world government had been breached, with no possibility of de-escalation. It heralded the imminent launch of absolute sanctions, the demon-slaying order. Typically composed of over 10 warships and 5 elite vice-admirals, this order mandated indiscriminate destruction of the targeted area. The atmosphere thickened with smoke, inciting confusion among the coastal populace. Why do I feel like the Navy is heading towards O'Hara? Could it be that a notorious pirate has surfaced here? What kind of pirate could warrant such a grand mobilization? The Pirate King? The crowd murmured in panic, unaware that there truly was a figure worthy of such an elaborate display. The so-called formidable pirate they spoke of was leisurely perched on a cliff, sipping orange juice through a straw. Reflecting on history, OS reminded himself that after this demon-slaying order concluded, 3 great admirals would likely emerge. Beside the juice-drinking OS sat the fair-skinned and handsome Myhawk, dressed in a red floral shirt, arms crossed as he stared blankly at the distant fleet before shifting his gaze to OS. Noting his indifference, as though he had anticipated the situation, he calmly inquired, "Is this massive Navy operation intended for US?" It was no surprise Myhawk held such thoughts. After spending a few days on the island, he recognized it as merely an ordinary isle in the West Sea, devoid of any formidable hockey users. How could it attract such a large-scale military campaign? Contemplating this, he slowly drew his magnificent sword, the Black Blade, Uru, ready to unleash a 100-meter sword aura as a greeting gift for the Navy. It was evident that, barring any powerful interruption, Myhawk possessed the ability to slice through a naval warship with a single strike, leaving a smooth, unwrinkled surface in his wake. In the presence of such a true powerhouse, the numerical strength of the opposition became meaningless. Only the 5 leading vice-admirals might survive his blade. Why would we be so significant? OS remarked, well, perhaps we do possess some qualifications. However, this demon-slaying order is certainly not aimed at us. And the world government must know that the order is laughable in relation to me. If they truly intended to deal with me, they would need to deploy several top-tier forces for a surprise attack. A massive naval encirclement? To me, that would be akin to confronting a throng of live targets. Their true objective is the annihilation of O'Hara. Have you seen the books stored within that giant tree in O'Hara? Here, known as the Island of Knowledge, many scholars are delving into a segment of history. History? A history so taboo that the world government would go to the extent of erasing an entire nation to conceal it. Upon hearing this, Myhawk's expression grew serious, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This is far more intricate than I imagined. Would you like to hear it? I could summarize it for you, OS offered, glancing at the aloof Myhawk. Forget it. I have a feeling that knowing might lead to complications, and I harbor no interest in past histories. The cold and aloof swordsman declined OS's offer to divulge secrets. OS, not wishing to press the matter, continued to observe the unfolding apocalypse, grasping the weight of an impending cataclysm beyond his capability to bear. Whether deemed an ideal or a death wish, OS lacked the self-righteous heart to intervene. On the naval vessels, amidst numerous sailors, a tall figure stood at the bow clad in a black naval coat, his expression obscured by sunglasses. Vice Admiral Kazan. He silently gazed at the shoreline, listening to the murmurs of the sailors behind him. Are we truly going for indiscriminate bombardment? There are many civilians on the shore. Silence. This is an order. Despite the doubts lingering within the Navy ranks, the CP organization, the world government's henchmen, showed no signs of mercy. Under command, successive rounds of cannon fire erupted, unleashing indiscriminate bombardment across the entirety of O'Hara, inciting chaos. Boom. The smoke from the explosions and the cries of the civilians quickly became the dominant theme of the once beautiful island. A hell on earth? Both local citizens and unwitting tourists found themselves victims of the relentless artillery fire. They gazed in disbelief at the so-called righteous Navy, executing the slaughter of innocents. Before long, personnel from several warships began to disembark, aggressively pursuing scholars among the panicked crowd. Amidst the throngs of terrified individuals, two figures stood out as they strolled leisurely, completely out of sync with the surrounding wailing and panic, as if they belonged to a different dimension. OS had no intention of concealing his identity. There was no presence in this sea that necessitated stealth. Any falling shells or stray bullets, along with the ensuing blasts and debris, vanished without a trace upon nearing him. The two ultimately found themselves atop a tall building, documenting the destruction with the transponder snail. Check-in, O'Hara's Destruction 1. Their unique demeanor quickly attracted the attention of the Navy and the CP organization. However, when they surrounded the building and truly recognized the figure waving cheerfully at them, they stood frozen in shock, mouths agape, unable to utter a sound. Even their guns trembled and dropped to the ground, too afraid to retrieve them. How is this possible? After a long pause, one soldier shakily produced a transponder snail, nearly shouting in fear, re-reporting to the commander. An unmanageable big shot has appeared. Sailor, what are you saying? What big shot would dare obstruct the demon-slaying order issued by the world government? A stern voice on the other end questioned. It's him. The sailor, overwhelmed with anxiety, tears and snot streaming down his face, stammered, Black Gun OS. Chapter 63. Do not move, Kazan. Upon hearing this alarming news, the naval officer across from him gasped, his breath catching in his throat. After a moment of stunned silence, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and cold sweat drenched his face as he gritted his teeth and demanded, Hey, Marine, are you certain you saw correctly? This is no jest. However, before he could hear the report, the expression of the snail phone shifted from one of tension to a faint smile, its eyes glowing with a sinister crimson light. This transformation sent a shiver down the naval officer's spine, and he was unable to suppress the horror welling in his eyes. At that moment, in the tall building, OS was observing the snail phone that had been teleported into his possession with keen interest. Leaning casually against the railing, he exhibited an air of nonchalance that left the encircled Navy and CP agents below paralyzed with fear. The gravity of the situation was underscored by the fact that the man before them was a notorious criminal who had once decimated half of Marineford, a figure feared even by the highest echelons of the Navy. The CP members, directly under the authority of the world government, were further intimidated by a prior command they had received from their superiors. If you encounter .OS during your mission, cease all actions and await further instructions from the higher-ups before proceeding. Meanwhile, the naval commander on the other end of the snail phone was equally tense. As he hesitated, contemplating whether to hang up and report to his superior, a soft voice emanated from the device. Moshi Moshi, is this a naval officer? Please connect me to Kazan. Just tell him an old friend is looking for him. If you dare hang up, you'll regret it. I have memorized your facial features. Upon hearing this, the naval officer turned pale, feeling as though he had swallowed bitter gall. He knew all too well that he had been explicitly instructed not to engage with OS without orders. Should OS take the initiative against the Navy due to his provocation, he could only imagine the repercussions from the world government and Marineford. Cursing his misfortune, he had no choice but to sprint towards the nearby warship, carefully cradling the smiling snail phone in his hand. The officers stationed near the ship, eager to inquire about his frantic demeanor, were taken aback as he dashed past them as though they were invisible. On the deck, Kazan was just about to disembark when he noticed a subordinate rushing towards him. What was this fellow's name again? Dick? Upon closer inspection, he realized Dick was holding a snail phone. Little did he know, Dick was grappling with his own misfortunes, feeling as if he were being pursued by the very thing he feared most. Since the incident of OS's incursion into the naval headquarters, he had recognized the gravity of his actions upon seeing that handsome face on the news. The infamous Black Gun OS had been brought to Marineford by him. If the admiral and the generals found out, he would surely be court-martialed, or worse, executed. Thus, he had confided in no one, even going so far as to silence the Marines who had seen OS's face that day. He had hoped the matter would fade into obscurity, but unexpectedly, he found himself entangled with this formidable figure once more. Now, all he wanted was to deliver the snail phone and distance himself from these perilous individuals. Alas, fate had other plans. Just as he was about to reach Kazan and place the snail phone down, two figures emerged slowly from the air. One of them bore a mischievous smile and patted Dick on the shoulder, observing his astonished expression with amusement. "Thank you, Colonel Dick, for so kindly guiding me once more." Dick felt as though his very being was unraveling, envisioning a grim future ahead. Indeed, Dick was not the only one taken aback by the appearance of OS and his companion, Kazan, upon seeing the tall figure clad in black military attire. His appearance slightly altered and, armed with weapons, stood momentarily frozen, his expression hardening in disbelief. This is impossible. The intel indicated that Black Gun had only recently departed from the Sabaody archipelago. How could they be here in the West Blue? While Kazan was grappling with shock, the other naval officers, slower to react, were equally incredulous. They had only just analyzed the whereabouts of Black Gun in their recent meeting. All eyes were drawn to the striking young man with long black hair. In the presence of numerous naval officers, OS merely smiled. However, Kazan could not muster any admiration for that perpetually composed smile. Instead, he felt an icy aura enveloping him, a manifestation of his rising fury. "Still so lively, Kazan," OS remarked, seemingly oblivious to the palpable murderous intent radiating from Kazan, greeting him as one would an old friend. Meanwhile, the naval brigadier generals, witnessing this encounter, gritted their teeth and approached the increasingly volatile Kazan, urgently reminding him, "We cannot engage with Black Gun OS without orders, Kazan." Kazan lowered his expressionless gaze, his sunglasses frosting over as he looked at his colleagues attempting to restrain him. "No orders? Isn't the demon-slaying order a command? Daughter OS is currently on O'Hara Island. Is he not?" The naval officers faltered at his words. "So, I am merely fulfilling orders, my friends." As his voice faded, an explosion of ice flowers erupted from beneath OS's feet, though he deftly evaded the attack, vanishing from sight. Mihawk, who had not accompanied him in the teleportation, swiftly dodged and took position on another part of the deck. "Hey, Kazan, long time no see. Is this how you greet friends? Do not forget, OS, all I harbor for you is endless murderous intent." OS's lips curled into a smirk as he suddenly appeared behind Kazan, who sensed the movement through his observation hockey. He instantly gathered his dark, armored hockey, ready to retaliate, but then heard a faint whisper, freezing him momentarily in place. "Do not move, Kazan. Note, I stayed up late tonight to add another chapter, so please forgive me for any shortcomings." Chapter 64, Escalation of the Situation, Report to the Five Elders. "Do not move, Kazan." As these words fell, the figure poised to turn and strike was instantly frozen in place, as if time itself had halted. Upon the deck, numerous naval officers gazed in astonishment at the motionless figure of the monstrous vice admiral before the composed young man in military attire. What strange power is this? No, it is not complete stasis. Vice Admiral Kazan is still in motion. Among the Navy, there are those proficient in observation hockey, and their keen scrutiny revealed an anomaly. It was a pair of keen eyes that first discerned the truth of this technique. Mihawk, arms crossed, recognized the method when Oz executed it for the second time. It involved continuously shifting the enemy's body back to a previous moment, thereby creating an effect akin to suspension. "Come on. There's no need to explain the technique to our own," remarked the little eagle. "Even if I don't say it, the opponent will soon realize it, right? The method to counter it is quite simple." With a swift motion, a fierce punch broke through the restraint, aiming directly at Oz's face, only to be effortlessly intercepted by the similarly armed strength of the formidable foe. To counter the fruit's ability, an excess of hockey is required. However, even if it can be countered, there will still be some impact. The two engaged once more, their overwhelming haki clashing and generating a wave of force that threatened to collapse the deck beneath them. Mihawk leapt gracefully to the shore, where Oz's figure materialized beside him. Amidst a cloud of dust, a terrifying shadow flickered, the reflection of a chilling white light glimmering off his sunglasses. A voice imbued with lethal intent resonated at that moment. Daughter Oz, according to headquarters orders, I am not permitted to strike you. If you seek blame, direct it towards your presence on this island, destined for destruction. Oz merely shrugged, an air of disdain evident in his gaze. I harbor no intention of instigating a war. I merely came to extend my greetings. Otherwise, do you truly believe that this so-called demon extermination order would leave any Navy personnel alive? Upon hearing this, Kazan felt a deep sense of insult. Oz seemed to possess a natural talent for provoking those he wished to anger. Even the most amiable and gentle souls could not suppress the urge to kill. Then come and try? For the past 2 years, I have dedicated myself to eliminating you. An extreme chill and sharpness radiated from him as he wielded an ice blade forged from condensed haki. To contend with you, I have trained relentlessly with Captain Garp. Long before, after a brutal battle that nearly cost him a leg, Kazan pondered how to defeat a creature like Oz. And Garp's punch that forced Oz back in Marineford inspired him. The fruit's ability could only serve as an aid against Oz. True combat relied on the power of haki. Surrender, Oz. With a resonant clang, the formidable haki enveloped the ice blade, and Kazan moved through the sprawling ice and snow with ghostly speed. He clashed with Oz, whose speed was equally terrifying, and in terms of haki mastery, neither could claim superiority. You've made considerable progress, Kazan, Mihawk noted. It was evident to him that Kazan's level of haki had significantly improved since 2 years ago, and his integration of the fruit's ability added to his complexity, earning Mihawk's silent admiration. However, this complexity was merely a challenge for the young Oz of 2 years prior. Since you are so inclined, I shall indulge you, Oz replied, shaking his head in resignation. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura enveloped half of O'Hara Island, black-red lightning crackling and dancing skyward. Seeing this, Mihawk felt cold sweat trickle down his brow, his expression grave. Is he truly going to use that technique? The other naval officers, witnessing the tense standoff, secretly lamented. What began as a plan for extermination had transformed into a true demon hunt. Yet, as members of the Navy headquarters, they showed no intention of retreating, wrapping their weapons and fists in haki, prepared to support Vice Admiral Kazan. Just as some were about to charge forward, suddenly, an exaggerated, 100-meter-long green sword aura surged past them, separating the battlefield of the two combatants. A figure, radiating arrogance, emerged from the haze, and several naval officers clad in cloaks turned pale, cold sweat beading on their foreheads as they looked back. What kind of eyes were those? Like a top predator soaring high above, the hawk-like gaze held no emotion, and standing before him felt akin to facing a drawn, icy blade. The ornate, jagged black blade rested before him, its cold gleam harmonizing with a noble demeanor, enhancing rather than detracting from its beauty. The haughty tones seemed innate, pitiful, weaklings. Should you wish to intervene in this battle, first survive beneath my blade. Who can tell me what that exaggerated sword aura on the coast is about? On the sea, still aboard the warship, Sakazuki gazed solemnly towards the coast, where the towering green sword aura erupted, turning to his aide for answers. The aide, seemingly just receiving the news, paled, cold sweat pouring down as he rushed to report to Sakazuki. Report, Vice Admiral Sakazuki. The latest news from the front indicates that the one appearing on the coast is Black Gun Oz. What did you say? Boom. Before he could finish his second sentence, upon hearing Oz's name, Sakazuki's reaction mirrored Kazan's. After a brief moment of shock, he immediately realized that he could finally use the demon extermination order as an excuse to eliminate this heinous pirate once and for all. In an instant, his body became elemental, transforming into a volcanic blast of terrifying explosive power, surging toward the shore, leaving behind a bewildered aide and a group of confused soldiers. Simultaneously, the commander of the Demon Extermination Order, Spandane, was also struck with disbelief. Upon realizing the situation, his eyes widened, and he directed his gaze at the subordinate who had just reported. Who did you say was battling the Navy on the shore? Is it Black Gun Oz? Nanny. Upon hearing this name, he collapsed to the ground, mouth agape, eyes wide with terror and disbelief. as the individual responsible for gathering information on Oz for the Five Elders. He possessed the most profound understanding of Oz's strength and the Elders' stance. It was precisely because of this knowledge that he recognized the perilous signal Oz's appearance in the demon extermination order represented. No, this has exceeded my ability to control. Struggling to suppress his panic, guided by reason, he quickly retrieved the most well-maintained and precious den mushy from his pocket. Beep, 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 click. As the phone was answered, a serious figure emerged, marked by a scar on his forehead and adorned with a prominent beard, exuding an air of authority. He spoke with a commanding presence. What has transpired, Spandane? Chapter 65, Fistbone Galaxy Impact. In the West Sea, O'Hara, along the coastline, the vast expanse of ocean, stretching for miles, has been entirely encased in frost. The piercing cold wind, paired with an overwhelming aura, seemingly momentarily suppresses Oz. The extreme low temperatures significantly affect one's physical condition. Fighting in such an environment against Kazan reveals the monstrous nature of Oz's physique. I am shivering. Let us end this swiftly. Not merely for the sake of your amusement, Kazan, but also as a test of my 2 years of training. Oz shook his arm, his previously relaxed demeanor now sharpened. His entire being was enveloped in the Conqueror's haki, manifesting as lightning that ravaged the skies and slowly coiled around his fist. He glanced at Mihawk, who was effortlessly engaging multiple opponents nearby, and called out, "Oi, Little Eagle, you might want to step back a bit." With a swift motion, Mihawk dispatched another Navy Rear Admiral, turning to Oz with a puzzled expression, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "Are you really going to use that move? Creating such a commotion right after setting sail? Indeed, it has been a while since I emerged from my retreat. Consider this a modest greeting to this new era." Oz replied, a smirk gracing his lips as the black-red lightning in his hand intensified. The exchange left not only Kazan, who had just been forced back, but also the struggling officers bewildered. Before they could react, Mihawk, who had just demonstrated his prowess, ceased his battle. A colossal emerald sword aura surged forth, driving back numerous naval officers before swiftly retreating inland. Before the officers could intervene, an overwhelming sense of pressure surged through their minds. The sensation was paralyzing. What is happening? They turned to witness the already fearsome figure at the center of the battlefield, now erupting with even more black-red lightning. No, it could no longer be termed mere lightning. It was akin to a tempest. In the face of this unrestrained and potent Conqueror's haki, several officers, now visibly pained, knelt on the ground, clutching their swords for support to avoid collapsing in disgrace. Those positioned at the battlefield's periphery were similarly affected, not to mention Kazan, who was now the primary target, feeling the pressure multiply like a mountain. Beneath his sunglasses, Kazan's eyes brimmed with disbelief and horror. How could you possibly wield that move? Dolos. Oz did not respond, his gaze ablaze with crimson light, a hint of cruelty in his smile. "I'm sorry, Kazan, but this time, there is no escape for you." The next generation king's black-red tempest gradually constricted, coalescing upon his fist until it formed a dazzling orb of red light, reminiscent of a laser emitted by Borsellino. It shone even more brilliantly than before, illuminating the entire coastline, even in broad daylight. In the next instant, that terrifying light and figure vanished. The officers, who suddenly felt unburdened, stood up, still dazed, glancing around. Only Kazan, drenched in cold sweat, remained tense, mouth agape as he gazed skyward. Noticing his reaction, the other officers followed suit, but what they saw nearly caused their hearts to stop. What is that? The sun, the blinding red radiance, suspended at an altitude of 10,000 meters, plummeted towards the earth like a fallen sun, reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. Boom! The magnitude of the impact and its rapid descent left no room for escape. Moreover, their anticipated movements had already been anticipated, having been pursued by Carp since childhood. Kazan had witnessed this technique countless times. How could he not master it? Previously, the Conqueror's haki was too immature, but now, things were different. Even without the powers of a devil fruit or the enhanced observation haki, the nearly adult Oz had firmly crossed the threshold into the realm of the Emperors, signifying his initial ascent to the pinnacle of global combat prowess. What a terrifying man! Observing the resplendent light above, Mihawk, having retreated a kilometer from the battlefield amidst the officer's suppression, couldn't he help but commend. Even though it's not my first time witnessing it, it remains astonishing. Fistbone Galaxy Impact. The crimson cross-shaped light descended, and after a brief silence, The immense residual force radiated outward like an inferno. What tremendous power! In the face of this human-shaped nuclear explosion, the Earth was effortlessly torn asunder, leaving devastation in its wake. Though it didn't compare to Karp's full-force island-destroying strike, the land within several thousand meters lay shattered. Enormous clouds of dust surged into the sky, creating a scene reminiscent of the end of the world. Whether the residents of O'Hara Island or the Navy and CP personnel still afloat in the sea, all trembled, mouths agape, rendered speechless by the spectacle. It's over. It's over. It's over. On the warship, witnessing the cataclysmic scene, Spandam, the once arrogant chief of CP9, now knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed by the intensity of the conflict. Remembering the urgent orders from the esteemed Gorosei, he abandoned his fear. Springing to his feet, he commanded the nearby CP personnel, quickly informed the Navy on the warship to approach O'Hara Island immediately, in compliance with the highest authority of the world government. We must swiftly intervene to halt this battle. Upon hearing this furious proclamation, the previously astonished subordinates, who had been grateful not to be the first to land on the island, turned pale. Wait, did I hear that correctly? We're supposed to stop this war? Just us? Seeing his subordinates frozen in disbelief, Spandam nearly lost his mind, drawing his pistol and aiming it at his own head. Disregarding the tears and snot on his face as he shouted, "This is an absolute command. Before we understand the circumstances, how can we possibly engage that black gunnos in battle?" Chapter 66. The worth of the world's strongest sniper. What exactly transpired in this scene? Gazing upon the shattered earth, with a massive crater spanning 1,000 meters, and the sight of the seemingly doomed brigadier general and the fragments of the major general, Sakazuki's expression darkened ominously. Cough, cough. Amidst the ruins, there lay a naval vice-admiral, buried beneath the debris, emitting weak coughs of blood. Sakazuki hastily cleared away several piles of rubble, only to be astonished to find none other than Kazan, who had been the first to land on the island, lying among the debris. The alarming amount of blood loss and his deathly pale visage spoke volumes about the severe injuries he had endured prior. Several kilometers away, the accurate OS appeared beside Mihawk. Is your current strength sufficient to instantly incapacitate a naval vice-admiral? Mihawk, with his hawk-like gaze, had already spotted the injured Kazan and sensed something amiss. After all, he had faced this attack before. While its power was indeed exaggerated, it was plausible for someone of the vice-admiral's caliber to sustain severe injuries. However, to be knocked unconscious by a single blow seemed excessive. Upon hearing Mihawk's inquiry, OS wore a look of resignation. Once one reaches the threshold of a naval admiral, a one-hit knockout is simply implausible. I am not Captain Roger. Kazan's willingness to absorb all the damage stemmed from his unyielding spirit. OS had just discerned that. Although he could foresee Kazan's evasion trajectory, this proud disciple of Garp showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he stood ready to meet OS's descending fist head-on. OS clenched his somewhat stiff and unresponsive hand, reflecting on the notion that there were no overwhelming advantages in this contest, merely a decisive clash between men. Eschewing the nauseatingly limitless teleportation, and with Kazan foregoing his elemental transformation and glacial barriers, these two longtime rivals opted for the simplest and most direct method to defeat one another. Yet, Kazan overestimated the potency of his hockey-infused punches combined with his fruit abilities, while underestimating OS's monstrous growth and mastery of hockey, leading to his defeat by OS's relentless assault. If one were to ponder the rationale behind their actions, it was quite straightforward. Whoever evades is deemed a lesser pirate. Navy. In a truly unrestricted brawl, the small locale of O'Hara would hardly suffice for their confrontation. It would require 3 days and nights to determine a victor. Not long after, as Sakazuki transformed into a volcanic eruption of lava, OS initially believed that this bout had reached its conclusion. However, in a debut heralding a new era, there was no question of retreat. Sakazuki, are you searching for me? Just as Sakazuki, unaware of OS's whereabouts, prepared to carry the injured Kazan away for treatment, a voice that haunted him echoed in his ears. Instinctively, he cast aside the wounded Kazan and unleashed a torrent of searing lava. A colossal magma fist erupted like a volcano, aimed at the source of the voice. Yet it regrettably failed to strike its target. The scalding lava splashed into the ocean, causing the previously shattered ice to completely melt and even boil in parts. So passionate, are we? Boom. Another molten fist was hurled, once more missing its mark. Do not be so arrogant, Mater OS. The justice of the Navy is not something you can toy with. The most cold-hearted of soldiers are often the quickest to ignite, especially when surrounded by bubbling lava, resembling a man infused with the powers of the red-hot fruit. Justice? Is the slaughter of innocents also justice? Was there not a refugee ship before my arrival? It seems you took care of that, Sakazuki. Upon hearing these words, an expression of fury erupted on Sakazuki's naturally stern face. Silence, you insignificant pirate. What right do you have to criticize the justice of the Navy? If there were scholars aboard, it would only amplify this massacre. As a soldier, orders are paramount. And Sakazuki had his own considerations, unwilling to explain further to OS. He deemed him unworthy of comprehension. Observing Sakazuki's refusal to communicate and his descent into a frenzy, OS lost interest in teasing Kazan, swiftly teleporting hundreds of meters away. The long black spear, previously wrapped in bandages at his waist, instantly materialized in his hand. Although the weapon lacked certain finesse, it remained functional. Having grown accustomed to using blades and fists, one might forget that, despite being world-class in martial arts and swordsmanship, Vadasi was, at heart, a sniper. With the sniper rifle gifted by Uncle Tam, a fierce crimson glimmer ignited in OS's eyes. The sea stone bullets in his pocket swiftly appeared in the chamber, enveloped in flowing haki and dark red lightning. Just as OS took aim, a surge of danger washed over him, sending chills down Sakazuki's spine as he prepared to unleash his volcanic fury. He gazed at OS, who was poised with his firearm, feeling an absurd sense of disbelief. Was OS belittling him by resorting to a gun? Had Sakazuki's limited encounters with OS led him to underestimate the gravity of this scenario? If Kazan were conscious, he would immediately recognize the perilous nature of the situation. While OS was formidable with blades and fists, it was his prowess with firearms that rendered him truly fearsome. Left shoulder, OS murmured softly, his eyes flashing crimson. The sea stone bullet, intertwined with flowing haki and conqueror's haki, shot forth at blinding speed, transforming into a red comet. What? A few beads of cold sweat broke out on Sakazuki's brow as he sensed the overwhelming haki and swiftly comprehended the bullet's terrifying nature. He raised his hand and unleashed a powerful blast of magma to intercept it. A bewildering scene unfolded. Flesh exploded from Sakazuki's left shoulder, the internal tissue unable to heal swiftly under the influence of haki. What nonsense! Did the bullet just vanish for a moment? Sakazuki's face contorted in agony as he decisively cauterized the wound with searing magma. Do you still not understand, Sakazuki? OS's cold voice resonated as he shifted position, now hovering in the distance, his eyes radiating an otherworldly crimson light, akin to a deity hunting in this world. This is the worth of the world's foremost sniper. Now, where shall I aim next? OS pondered, his gaze slowly descending. Then please, hold on a moment. Chapter 67. The Wrath of the Five Elders and OS's malicious intent. A desperate roar abruptly pierced through the chaos of the battlefield. What? With a haki-infused bullet lodged in his shoulder, Sakazuki felt a wave of weakness wash over him, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow. He glanced grimly to the side, where a figure on the warship, bloodshot eyes straining, shouted with all his might. Is that a CP agent? Sakazuki recognized this individual, a cowardly bureaucrat of the world government. Yet, here he was, brazenly risking his life by entering the fray against Black Gun OS, a clear signal of defiance. How absurd, with so many losses. How could the Navy even consider retreating at this moment? Fury ignited within Sakazuki. The magma that had been simmering within him surged once more, unleashing a terrifying wave of heat. He forcibly extracted the bullet from his shoulder, blood oozing onto his navy cloak, mingling with the molten rock beneath it, leaving him indistinguishable between blood and magma. Meanwhile, OS, hovering in the sky, displayed no surprise at this scene. He had sensed it moments earlier and could easily discern the gravity of the situation through his Kinbunchika haki. Noting Spandam's determined grip on the telephone snail, his expression grave. In light of the CP's sudden intervention, Sakazuki was unwilling to show any deference, even though Spandam was nominally in command of this operation. I am merely executing the demon order. How long will you continue this farce, Sakazuki? Spandam's voice rang out, but the authoritative tone was not truly his. It heralded the arrival of one of the five elders, Justice God, Voholik. The speed of the response was astonishing. Sakazuki's molten anger began to subside. Though the humiliation and rage still brewed within him, evident in the tension of his clenched jaw and the shadows cast by his cap. Ultimately, this was merely a consequence of the Navy's incompetence. What face did they have to proclaim their intent to continue the war? In the holy land of Mariahua, the atmosphere was heavy with authority, palpable and suffocating. Voholik's gaze was cold, his words sharp as he reprimanded the Navy's reckless actions. Such folly. Do you not regard the world government? If the celestial dragons were to appear in O'Hara, would the Navy also seek to annihilate them under the pretense of the demon order? You are nothing but the dogs of the world government. Yet, this was not the primary source of the Five Elders' ire. Had the Navy possessed the strength to eliminate Black Gun OS in O'Hara and fulfill the demon order, they would not only have refrained from reprimanding Sakazuki, but would have facilitated his promotion to admiral alongside Kazan. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the 5 representatives of the highest authority were perusing the recent reports from CP agents regarding the battlefield in O'Hara, their expressions growing darker with each word. The summary of the situation was painfully clear: overwhelming, powerless, defeat. With Kazan incapacitated and wounded, how could they continue to fight? Was Sakazuki truly intent on ruining the world government? As the 5 elders' condemnation echoed in his ears, Sakazuki recalled his own resolve to fight to the death. Bloodshot eyes, obscured by the shadow of his cap, were nearly bursting with fury. A glance around revealed the fallen comrades and the severely injured subordinates, juxtaposed against the unscathed CP agents and the commanding presence of the 5 elders. After a prolonged silence, rationality ultimately prevailed. The general, who had intended to fight to the bitter end, stood resolutely in silence, an answer in itself. There was no need for further words. The 5 elders, Lord Voholik, understood the unspoken truth. At some point, a towering figure appeared on the deck of the warship, standing unflinchingly before the kneeling CP agents. His crimson eyes locked onto the telephone snail. Intelligent as he was, he understood the intent behind the 5 elders' public rebuke of Sakazuki. It was merely a means to save face, a last shred of decency in preserving their cordial relations. Had the tables been turned, with OS at a disadvantage, the content of the call would likely have signaled an execution rather than a negotiation. The capture of the next-generation king, renowned across the seas, would serve as a potent tranquilizer for this tumultuous era. OS observed the slowly opening crimson eyes of the telephone snail, exchanging glances with the 5 elders, who wore expressions of resignation. Why, after such a long absence, had he chosen this moment to appear in O'Hara under the demon order? Despite their exasperation, the 5 elders remained adept in the art of negotiation. Their earlier reprimand of Sakazuki was a gesture of goodwill towards OS. However, when it came to actual discourse, the 5 elders would not relent. Why? OS mused, stroking his chin and gazing skyward. It must be for a journey, for after the demon order is enacted, such sights will be lost. Then, as if struck by a revelation, he feigned surprise and exclaimed, "Could it be that you gentlemen believe I am studying the 20 nations?" And the 5 elders' simultaneous roar interrupted OS, their faces clouded with dread and sweat. There was no need for study. They were acutely aware of everything. This nefarious individual. The CP agents present were equally horrified, nearly stumbling upon a secret of monumental proportions. Were it anyone else who had stumbled upon such sensitive information, the 5 elders would have swiftly dispatched a demon order to eliminate them. Yet, OS, this troublesome entity, warranted a reassessment of his priority level, surely higher than that of the demon order. Chapter 68. 4,490,000,000 berries. The might of Black Gun has become increasingly terrifying. This was the most immediate impression the 5 elders had after receiving first-hand intelligence and footage from the battlefield. They had originally thought that Oz could remain safe for a while in the Sabaody archipelago, and over the past 2 years, they had nearly forgotten this maritime threat. However, they were taken by surprise when Oz once again stepped onto the world stage, delivering an astonishing revelation. Understanding that they were about to enter a negotiation phase, the 5 elders solemnly commanded Spandam, CP9, all of you withdraw. Upon receiving the order, the CP members departed as if granted a pardon, leaving only Spandam, who remained with a grim visage, holding the Den Den Mushi while kneeling before Oz. Oz smiled and slowly extended his palm, and the Den Den Mushi instantly appeared in his grasp. Spandam then displayed a grateful expression and respectfully vanished from the warship. Oz, are you intending to wage war against the world government? After the unrelated personnel were dismissed, the financial warrior, Nezashiro, spoke coldly. He was known for being the most ruthless among the five elders. In response, Oz merely raised an eyebrow, questioning the premise of the statement. What leads you to that conclusion? I was already on the island before the Navy arrived. If anyone were to desire war, it should be you. But you were fully aware that the Buster Call would be unleashed upon O'Hara. Nezashiru countered. How do you know I was aware beforehand? Upon hearing this, Nezashiru fell silent. He had no way of knowing how Oz had obtained that information. He certainly could not claim it was leaked from within the world government, as that would be a disgrace. Enough. The events have transpired. Discussing them is now futile. At this moment, the environmental warrior, Mazashira, interrupted. You must understand, Oz, that the world government maintains a zero-tolerance policy towards O'Hara. Even with your presence, the outcome of O'Hara's disappearance from the map cannot be altered. This was indeed the truth. Although Oz was formidable, he could not contend with the multitude of experts within the world government. They might not be able to capture Oz, but they would never be obstructed. This was the foundation of the world government, which had ruled these seas for 8 centuries. They proudly believed that Oz had appeared here to advocate for O'Hara, leading to a confrontation with the Navy, unaware that Oz had no such intentions. I have never harbored any thoughts of protecting O'Hara, Oz shrugged. Sometimes, I am simply perceived as a hypothetical enemy, as if my actions are always driven by ulterior motives. Yet, often, I act purely on impulse. Now it was the 5 elders' turn to be bewildered. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they exchanged glances, seemingly hearing news they found hard to believe. There is but one reason for engaging in combat with the Navy, Oz smirked, and that is to announce my return to this era. Madman. This was the first word that sprang to the minds of the 5 elders. They had not anticipated that such a large-scale conflict would arise solely for the purpose of proclaiming his return to the seas. However, they also received a signal. Black Gun, Oz, upon reaching adulthood, had indeed re-emerged on the stage of these waters. The 5 elders felt a mixture of reluctance and willingness. They were pleased that Oz could be considered relatively amicable and manageable compared to the pirates who were solely driven by destruction and chaos. Despite his troublesome temperament and erratic nature, his overwhelming potential and power would undoubtedly crush the new generation of pirates. After all, in their extensive lifetimes, only a handful of monsters could rival Oz, the most recent of whom had already been eliminated. His name was Rox. Yet, their reluctance stemmed from Oz's unpredictable nature, which posed a significant threat to the world government. Allowing him to roam the seas could disrupt countless plans, much like the current Buster Call. We understand your feelings, Oz, but you must recognize that the Buster Call cannot serve as a tool for your fame. The agricultural warrior, Biter, spoke with gravity. This is not akin to an assault on the Navy headquarters. The Buster Call is the world government's ultimate deterrent against the seas, not a mere concession for the sake of appearances. The implication was clear. Oz could not rely on the dismantling of the Buster Call to reclaim his status as a top figure on the seas. This was the world government's bottom line. After a moment of contemplation, Oz chose to compromise. As previously stated, if the world government extended him courtesies, he would generally reciprocate. Should they betray their word and become adversaries, how could he hope to become the next wielder of the Gomu Gomu no Mi? The 5 elders had publicly reprimanded Sakazuki, thus granting Oz a measure of respect. He was not one to disregard the importance of timing. Since you have all stated this, it would be remiss of me not to reciprocate, Oz concluded. Let this matter rest here. I have no interest in O'Hara. You may proceed as you wish. Despite being severely injured by Oz and Mihawk, the remaining strength of the Buster Call was more than sufficient to obliterate O'Hara. A complete CP unit, numerous warships, and the injured Sakazuki posed no significant threat to O'Hara's destruction. The difference was merely a matter of speed. Perhaps they did not expect Oz to acquiesce so readily, as the 5 elders were momentarily taken aback. They had anticipated that someone as troublesome as Oz would use the Navy's aggression as a pretext to impose numerous conditions, and they were prepared to tolerate and compromise. However, Oz seemed unusually agreeable this time. After much deliberation, the 5 elders decided to extend an olive branch. In that case, Oz, let it be known that the world government owes you a favor. As long as it is not excessive, the world government will maintain a friendly stance towards you. A public dispute would be detrimental to both parties. Thus, what could have escalated into a devastating war was resolved in just a few exchanges. Additionally, at Oz's request, the 5 elders granted a minor favor by issuing a decree. Henceforth, the bounty for Black Gun, Oz would be modified to a staggering 490 million berries. Chapter 69. OS. I found you thus, after a brief pause. The devastation resumed. Sakazuki seemed to unleash all his pent-up fury and frustration upon this island, which did not exist in the world. The ignorant islanders, who thought they were safe, plunged back into panic at this moment. The sky rained down magma projectiles like a volcanic eruption, crashing to the ground and causing violent explosions and unbearable heat. No one could survive under such a cataclysmic force. After all, not everyone was named OS. Why? How could the Navy slaughter innocents? This is outrageous. I merely came to O'Hara for supplies. I am a noble from the neighboring island. You? Disregarding one's status or innocence, indiscriminate destruction ensued. Amidst this apocalyptic scene, two figures passed through, witnessing this land obliterated by arrogance and ideals. Occasionally, they recorded with a din mushy, but no one cared, nor dared to intervene. After all, OS had promised the Gorosei that he would merely check in and not disclose the recorded content. Consequently, whether it was the CP or the Navy, even the falling magma projectiles, intentionally or not, maintained a distance of 10 meters from the two individuals. In this erasing territory, a 10-meter safety zone was forcibly established around them. This extraordinary sight was soon realized by the surrounding populace, who, driven by their survival instincts, frantically squeezed together, trampling over former friends and family, all to enter that safe haven. Witnessing this, neither the Navy nor CP9 dared to approach any further, standing awkwardly at the periphery, only able to eliminate those who were pushed out. The people, seeing this, became ever more convinced that as long as they remained near these two unidentified figures, they would be safe. Hey, I am no savior. Observing the desperate refugees crowding towards him, almost brushing against him, OS raised an eyebrow. He was no saint, willing to stand against the world government for the sake of inconsequential lives. Their demise could only be attributed to those audacious scholars, or at worst, the world government. In any case, the blame could not be placed on him, OS. With a sharp snap of his fingers, the clamor within a 10-meter radius around OS and Mihawk was silenced, the throng of people instantly finding themselves 10 meters away. Once the Navy and CP realized what had transpired, they immediately sprang into action. However, as the crowd attempted to rush back into the safety circle, they despairingly discovered that every time they approached, they were inexplicably teleported to distances ranging from dozens to hundreds of meters away. Yet, even so, some refused to give up, stubbornly charging again and again. What a tenacious will to survive, Mihawk observed coldly, unable to suppress a sigh. However, with his naturally aloof demeanor, he would not involve himself at this moment. It was about time to depart. The next visit to O'Hara would be in several months, by which time this place should have turned into a deserted island. OS tucked the din mushy back into his cloak and, sensing something, glanced at Mihawk with a peculiar expression. Moreover, it seems a little brat has snuck onto our ship, Little Eagle. 1 hour earlier, on O'Hara. In the forest behind the island, a giant with a pained expression was currently racing across the land. Occasionally, cannon fire rained down upon the mountains. Yet it could not hinder his stride. Cradled in his palm was a little girl, who was weeping inconsolably. Please, Saul, I want to be with my mother. No, Robin, you must survive. Tell everyone that O'Hara once stood against the world. Saul was determined to fulfill Alvia's last wish. Yet, relying on the towering figure of the giant race, he could clearly see that O'Hara was completely surrounded. Sakazuki, leading the Demon Slayer Order, would not allow any ship to escape. Originally, they had relied on Kuzan's confusion and compassion to evade disaster while Sakazuki did not land on the island. But now, Sakazuki was solely intent on annihilation to complete his mission. What to do? What should I do? Saul opened his mouth, glancing around in confusion. Suddenly, he spotted a glimmer of hope beneath a cliff. The Oro Jackson was not docked at the harbor, but rested below the cliff, covered by OS's vast observation hockey, thus not fearing theft. At this moment, Saul envisioned a bold plan upon seeing the ship. Though fraught with risk, it was the last opportunity. After all, encountering Black Gun might just allow them to survive. Remaining on the island was a certain death. Resolutely making his decision, Saul took a running leap, plunging into the sea below the cliff as little Robin gasped in shock. Half submerged in the ocean, Saul placed Robin onto the deck of the Oro Jackson, his face etched with worry as he urged, "Robin, quickly hide in the cabin." Hearing this, little Robin clung to the ship's railing, her face streaked with tears. "No, don't leave me here. However, despite Robin's desperate pleas, Saul steeled his heart, gradually retreating, moving away from the Oro Jackson. Listen carefully, Robin. Right now, the only one who can protect you from the world government and the Navy is Black Gun OS. You must stay on this ship. They wouldn't dare harm you. You must survive, Robin. Thus, Saul departed. Robin had no idea where he had gone. All she could do was follow Saul's last instructions, stealthily slipping into the ship's cabin and finding a wooden barrel to hide in. Her small body curled up, tears still streaming down her face, and she eventually cried herself to sleep. Time passed, and she was awakened by the sound of footsteps, her heart racing in fear as she remained motionless. For the footsteps seemed very close, and she could faintly hear voices. Next stop, let us go see the old man. After all these years, it's time to return to the new world. Do we need to go through Reverse Mountain and Fishman Island? No need, just came from Sabaody Archipelago. We need to go back for coding and such. It's too troublesome. Let us just go through the comm belt, or if there's a shorter route, we can fly the ship over the red line. The conversation continued for a while, followed by the sound of doors opening and closing. Little Robin thought the two had left and let out a sigh of relief, feeling momentarily at ease. But in the next instant, the lid above her was suddenly flung open. A mischievous, handsome face appeared above her, causing little Robin's face to turn pale as she nearly fainted. Just kidding. I found you Chapter 70, the contract of surrender? It seems acceptable on board the Oro Jackson, amidst the shadows of despair looming over O'Hara. OS gazed at the trembling figure of little Robin with a mischievous smile, perhaps leaving an indelible psychological scar on the child for life. In the kitchen, Robin stood quaking, her fear palpable, while OS lounged in a chair, legs crossed, sipping orange juice through a straw with an air of amusement. Meanwhile, Myhawk stood upright nearby, his hawk-like gaze fixed coldly upon Robin. What should be done? Should she be cast off the ship? To Myhawk, Robin elicited no particular sentiments. She was merely another face among the crowd, indistinguishable from the inhabitants of the island. His hesitation to expel her stemmed solely from OS's apparent interest in the girl. To cast her away. That doesn't seem entirely out of the question, OS intoned, drawing out the syllables as if genuinely contemplating the matter, which only served to frighten little Robin even more. Memories of Saul's sacrifice flooded her mind, along with her mother's last wishes amidst the devastation of O'Hara, compounded by her own desperate desire to survive. Please, I beg you, do not cast me off the ship. I will do anything if you spare my life. Robin cried, tears brimming in her eyes as she faced the towering youth, her voice rising in desperation. I want to live. Anything you say. OS's interest piqued at her proclamation. Had she remained silent, merely sobbing in a corner, he might have entertained the notion of returning her to O'Hara, to witness whether fate would still favor her in the absence of Akiji. But since she had voiced such a plea, OS, not devoid of compassion, was inspired by an intriguing idea. With a mere thought, paper and pen materialized in his grasp. Swiftly, he began to write, drawing the curious gaze of Myhawk, who crossed his arms, intrigued. However, as Myhawk deciphered the content OS had inscribed, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed his face. The words contract were boldly written atop the page, and as he continued to read, he discerned the true nature of the agreement, a bond of servitude. You claimed you would do anything to survive, did you not? OS grinned as he extended the paper toward her, his fingers intertwined atop his crossed legs, eager to witness her reaction. Sure enough, Robin received the document with a dazed expression, but as she read its contents, her complexion drained of color. The essence of the agreement was stark. Doritol OS would preserve Nico Robin's life amidst the ruins of O'Hara, and upon her reaching adulthood, her life would belong to him, at his whim. OS was nothing if not equitable. He made no distinctions in the treatment of others. In this regard, Robin was akin to the likes of Sabo, Doflamingo, Myhawk, and even the future crocodile. The debts of rescue, mercy, and protection were to be repaid over a lifetime. While OS may have harbored ulterior motives, his approach was undeniably fair. At this moment, Robin, already accomplished in the field of archaeology and an avid reader, could not fail to comprehend the implications of the contract. The realization struck her with dread. This was tantamount to selling herself into slavery. With trembling hands, she clutched the paper, her body swaying as she sank to the ground. Yet, she found herself devoid of options, biting her lip and holding back tears as she inscribed her name at the bottom. I understand. I will repay your kindness in saving my life. With utmost respect. Robin returned the contract to OS, who casually glanced at it before tucking it away. Observing that OS remained silent, she lowered her gaze and moved to a nearby table, picking up a rag to clean the floor, reminiscent of her days at her aunt's house. "You need not do that," Mihawk interjected coldly, watching Robin scrub the floor. "OS will handle these tasks." Although uncertain of OS's intentions in allowing her aboard or how long she would stay, Mihawk's character dictated that he would not question her presence. For now, she was merely a part of the crew. "Is there anything I can do?" Robin asked, her gaze timidly seeking the stoic Mihawk, desperate for a semblance of safety through purpose. With his black blade resting at his side, Mihawk looked down at her, arms crossed, causing Robin to feel a flutter of anxiety. After a moment's pause, he finally replied, "You may wash the vegetables." As she followed Mihawk into the kitchen, bustling about, OS watched quietly. Unlike the grown-up Robin, fair-skinned and elegant, little Robin was slender and dark, hardly fitting the mold of an adorable child. Moreover, unlike his previous experiences aboard Roger's ship, OS had no intent of recruiting an intern. Thus, little Robin would not remain for long. He planned to drop her off at a safe town soon. Sipping his orange juice, OS guided the Oro Jackson away from the cliff. As they departed, he glanced back at the mountainside, where a conspicuous head peeked out, and he called out, "Hey, Sol, I saved Nico, Robin. Don't forget to send my regards to Uncle Jabba." In the kitchen, while washing vegetables, Robin heard OS's voice, and tears began to flow. Despite her sobs, she continued scrubbing the leaves meticulously. Suddenly, a large hand offered her a tissue. Startled, she looked up to see the impassive Mihawk. "Clean your tears and snot. We wouldn't want them contaminating the vegetables," he stated matter-of-factly, offering the tissue without any further concern before returning to his task of chopping. "See, though he appears aloof, Little Eagle is quite gentle," Robin mused to herself. Unbeknownst to her, OS had crouched beside her, his towering figure now close as he smiled. Little Robin nodded in a daze, glancing at the flustered Mihawk, who, upon hearing OS's words, began to chase after him, their banter creating a light-hearted atmosphere. In that moment, Robin felt that perhaps signing the contract of surrender was not as dire as it initially seemed. Chapter 71. The Nurtured King. Old Kike, wielding the power to command the Oro Jackson, sat calmly on the deck, observing the warships encircling O'Hara as they advanced steadily. At the helm of the nearest vessel stood Spandam, who watched with keen eyes as the Oro Jackson approached the perimeter. With a composed demeanor, OS did not evade or teleport away. Instead, he smiled warmly at Spandam. With a grand gesture, the ships parted to allow him passage, and Spandam bowed deeply, appearing as though OS were his superior, oblivious to the curious glances from his subordinates. Seeing Spandam's eager compliance, OS's lips curled into a slight smile as he produced a din mushy from his pocket, placing it on the ship's railing before Spandam. "This is a means to contact me. I trust this will not be our last encounter, Spandam." The latter hastily tucked the din mushy away, feigning a smile as he watched OS's ship fade into the distance. Once alone, the smile vanished, replaced by exhaustion. Both the Gorosei and OS were figures he could not afford to offend. Despite the din mushy's presence, it was not an open line for his convenience. Its significance was akin to that bestowed by the Gorosei, meant to command his compliance during OS's amicable dealings with the world government. Should conflict arise due to his actions, he knew the Gorosei would be the first to demand his head. OS was singular, but the number of dogs at his command was limitless. During the O'Hara massacre, in OS's homeland, Delamos Island in the New World, old Mayor Kike puffed on his cigarette, his face etched with deep wrinkles. Inside his home, a gathering of anxious townsfolk murmured amongst themselves. A burly middle-aged man could no longer contain his impatience and approached Kike. "Uncle Kike, what should we do?" "Alas, there is little we can do," Kike replied, his frailty more pronounced than when OS had left. His features had become a tapestry of age, his hair completely white. He had grown so old that even the most basic use of hockey eluded him, despite his initial mastery being rudimentary. Observing his declining strength, Kike lamented that King Karali would no longer exempt the town from taxes. Though not a member of the world government, the desires of the nobility were insatiable. When Kike first returned to his homeland, he was still in the prime of his 40s, a capable fighter aboard Rock's crew, wielding a dual-color hockey that earned him respect from the king. To appease him, the king had arranged for his comfortable residence in the town, exempting it from taxes for nearly 2 decades. Consequently, Kike had managed to support OS, a ravenous boy, through those years. But now, With Kike's advanced age, the new king intended to collect the long-overdue taxes all at once, alongside other domestic levies, to secure the status of a world government affiliate and eliminate threats from powerful pirates like Kike. However, the townspeople lacked the means to pay such sums, leaving them in a dire predicament. If there is no solution, I shall stake my life on it, Kike declared resolutely. Though aged, he was not yet defeated. His youthful vitality and combat experience remained. It would take at least dozens, if not hundreds, of ordinary soldiers to subdue him. At that moment, a young man named Jesse burst through the door, breathless and clutching a newspaper. "Big news, Dad. Grandpa the mayor." "What is it, Jesse?" Kike inquired, raising his gaze to the young man, who was also the son of the burly man, a childhood companion of OS. "It's news about OS." "What?" Kike exclaimed, and before the others could react, he sprang up with a vigor unexpected for his age, snatching the newspaper to peruse it closely. The front page featured a photo that stirred his emotions. Indeed, it was OS, looking as dashing as ever. Kike chuckled, and the townsfolk, hearing the long unmentioned name, gathered around. Black Gun OS, after 2 years of silence, has re-emerged aboard the Oro Jackson, engaging the Navy in fierce conflict. Due to his perilous actions, his bounty has been updated. Black Gun OS, a contender for the world government's highest military power, the Marine Admirals, a king among the younger generation. Cultivated by Pirate King Roger, destined to rule the coming era. The next generation's king. The new maritime overlord. As the townsfolk eyes zeroed in on the bounty amount, shock silenced them, their mouths agape, eyes wide with disbelief. Only Kike, seasoned in the ways of the world, managed to retain some composure, though his face flushed crimson. After several attempts to speak, he suddenly leapt 3 feet into the air, exclaiming, "OS. He has done it." Ha ha ha. Kike felt as though his life had reached its zenith. A maritime sovereign like Shiki or Whitebeard had indeed sprung forth from his nurturing. He always knew that OS, with his monstrous potential, would soar to great heights, and now Kike would finally be swept along in his wake. "Fear not, everyone." Kike beamed, rejuvenated as if he had returned to his youthful vigor. "OS has become a maritime overlord. How splendid." The townsfolk, who had watched OS grow, were equally exhilarated, their eager gazes fixed on Kike. "Let us contact OS, Mayor." "Yes." However, upon hearing this, the once joyous Kike suddenly appeared as if a noose had tightened around his neck, rendered speechless. His face clouded with confusion. He stammered, finally slapping his thigh. "That rascal. I don't have his den mushy." Chapter 72. No, you should disembark now, little Robin. Unbeknownst to him, at this moment, OS, who was pinned by old Kike to the title of Forgetful, wore a serious expression, reclining in his chair with one leg crossed over the other. Intently focused on the battle unfolding before him, his countenance slightly grave. "Hey, you two, are you masters at cards?" Looking at the utterly unplayable hand before him, OS felt a pang of regret for having taught them how to play do di ju. After sailing beyond the waters surrounding O'Hara, OS, feeling rather bored, took out a series of entertainment items prepared by Sammy, among which was a deck of playing cards. With newfound enthusiasm, he called out to Mihawk and Little Robin, and the 3 gathered around a table. OS briefly explained the rules of do di ju, and being as clever as they were, Mihawk and Little Robin quickly grasped the game. However, OS soon found himself on a losing streak. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he watched Mihawk, who had already played all his cards, with an expression of disbelief. Again, the new round was tense. By the end, OS held only 2 cards, while Mihawk and Little Robin each had just 1. "If only one of my cards can outplay both of theirs, victory would be mine." After multiple losses, OS nervously swallowed, determined to cheat. Moments later, Little Eagle, "You actually..." OS's face was painted with disbelief. Sitting upright, Mihawk cast a sidelong glance at him, a subtle smirk forming at the corners of his mouth, his eyes sharp with insight. "Indeed, OS, you have resorted to cheating after all." "Damn." Little Robin looked curiously at the two, bewildered by their odd exchange. However, the seemingly simple card game concealed numerous ulterior motives. Due to his familiarity with OS, Mihawk had anticipated this tactic when he received his cards. During the previous rounds, while OS was on a losing streak, Mihawk had been vigilant against OS's potential use of observation hockey. Indeed, as the final round approached and he noticed OS's unusual demeanor, he understood that OS intended to cheat. Thus, He resolved to delay playing his cards for at least a minute after OS made his move. As expected, OS foresaw a future where Mihawk would continue holding his cards without playing, not admitting that he was unable to do so. It was impossible to discern whether Mihawk's hand was strong or weak. So, you can foresee the future, can you? I can predict your predictions of the future. OS felt a flush of embarrassment, exclaiming, I'm done playing. This is utterly pointless. He tossed his cards aside, causing the table to instantly clear of all cards. Mihawk, observing OS's childish antics, simply shook his head and strode toward the ship's edge to practice his swordsmanship, facing the sea. Little Robin, smiling, mused that Lord OS was quite an amusing character. With his hands cradling the back of his head, OS, feeling somewhat melancholic, detected a movement within the realm of observation hockey, prompting him to open one eye. He snapped his fingers, conjuring a messenger seagull that appeared in his grasp. At that moment, the bewildered little seagull wondered, what just happened? Wasn't I flying in the sky moments ago? What am I doing here? After a brief moment of confusion, the messenger seagull turned its gaze to the man holding it, recognizing him with a jolt. In a flurry of movement, it retrieved a newspaper from its satchel, swiftly extending its wings in a gesture of respect as it presented the newspaper to OS. I didn't see that coming. OS was taken aback. Are today's messenger seagulls so polite? They even adhere to the etiquette of a defeated nation. He felt a twinge of guilt for snatching it, and his earlier frustration dissipated. Well, I might as well pay up this time. It can't be easy for them to fly around selling newspapers all day. However, before OS could teleport some money from his treasury, the seagull raised a wing in a gesture requesting a pause, then, from its little wallet, produced a single coin. Waving it in front of the astonished OS and Robin to ensure they saw it clearly before placing it back with utmost seriousness. The gesture seemed to convey, boss, this signifies that you've already paid. Please spare the seagull. OS's mouth twitched slightly as he watched the seagull, all business and eager to deliver its next newspaper. Eventually, he decided to let it go. Has Morgans trained every seagull? They all seem to recognize me. Quite the savvy creature. Evidently, the last warning was well received. I suppose I'll let it live whenever I see it. Shaking his head, OS reflected that as his status rose, the pleasures of the world became increasingly scarce, necessitating personal effort to seek out joys. Little Robin, read the newspaper with passion and emotion. All right, Lord OS. OS reclined in his chair, closing his eyes. Fond of listening to stories and novels, particularly enjoying live readings. Little Robin, clutching the newspaper, began to read aloud with great care. A few days ago, 490,000 berries, a life or death matter. Most heinous crimes. OS slowly turned his head to gaze at Robin, who was reading with such fervor, and asked, why do you read most heinous crimes with such weight and hatred? Little Robin was perplexed. Wasn't Lord OS asking for an emotional reading? She noted that the phrase, most heinous crimes, life or death matter, was bolded and underlined with exclamation marks. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Carry on. OS shook his head and continued listening. The great pirate, Gold Lion, has escaped from Impel Down. That fellow finally broke free? OS suddenly recalled that he had a comrade from years past. Yet, he found it curious why it had taken 1,500 years for the escape. It might be worthwhile to seek out that old friend for a chat. With OS's abilities enhancing their voyage, the ship swiftly reached the edge of the West Sea, where a quaint little town came into view, bustling with life. OS and Mihawk disembarked, followed closely by a small figure, barely reaching OS's knee. Let's grab some snacks. Eating proper meals all the time gets rather monotonous, OS said, hands in pockets, gazing upward in thought. You're free not to eat if you don't want to. Mihawk remarked coldly, heading towards the meat and vegetable vendors. Hey, can I eat? OS replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice as he quickly teleported to catch up. Suddenly recalling something, he snapped his fingers, conjuring a pouch of berries, which he tossed to Robin. Little Robin, excited and flushed, thought she might finally be of use. Is there something you need me to buy, Lord OS? And no need, OS replied, raising an eyebrow, his gentle smile contrasting with the chilling nature of his words. This is your severance pay. You shall disembark here in this town. Chapter 73, Setting a Small Goal, Mastering the Entire Underworld. It's been a while since I last played, and I promised my fans an update. Is it truly all right? She has placed herself on this island. The evening breeze caressed the hem of Mihawk's white shirt, gently swaying as he drifted further from the coastline. In the distance, He could barely make out a dark figure still fervently waving goodbye. "You seem quite concerned about that little one," remarked OS, crunching on potato chips, observing Mihawk's silhouette facing the shore with a teasing tone. Mihawk remained silent, opting not to respond, instead making his way towards the stern of the ship with a blade in hand. OS's voice echoed behind him. "I left her a life card. And I've sensed the area. There are no notorious gangs in this town. Besides, we must trust in her will to survive, Little Eagle." Mihawk did not turn to reply, but his previously leisurely pace quickened after OS finished speaking. "Quite the stubborn one, aren't you, Mihawk?" OS chuckled lightly. Life aboard the Oro Jackson had not altered significantly due to the presence or absence of Little Robin. After finishing their meal at the dining table, OS lounged back in his chair, rubbing his belly, when he suddenly recalled something, glancing at his notebook. "Oh right, Little Eagle, remember not to discard the pointer from O'Hara. It will still prove useful." Upon hearing this, Mihawk frowned, appearing somewhat puzzled. Though he had not yet disposed of the pointer, O'Hara had been destroyed. What purpose would a pointer to a deserted island serve? OS propped his legs on the table, which had now become remarkably clean. "I'll spend a few months back home and then visit O'Hara again. Some intriguing individuals will be present there. I've already informed Sammy to have her subordinates watch over O'Hara. It's not every day you can gather two people I wish to find." Mihawk listened attentively, refraining from inquiring about the reasons or the identities of those individuals, for they were men he respected. As long as it was a destination OS wished to visit, he would accompany him anywhere, even to Mariewa. You can decide on such matters. However, I am more curious about whether there exist swordsmen in the New World who surpass you. Mihawk's keen gaze was fixed on OS. He had heard rumors about the New World long before, but prior to witnessing OS's prowess, he had thought he had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. However, encountering OS had revealed to him the vastness of the world beyond his imagination. If there were swordsmen stronger than OS, then life ahead would surely not be dull. Contemplating Mihawk's words, OS stroked his chin, reflecting for a moment. Well, in the New World, there are certainly swordsmen who could be called Grand Masters, but to find one stronger than I, there are perhaps very few. In OS's mind, if he were to consider those who might possess swordsmanship superior to his own, only a handful like Rayleigh or Galen Saint came to mind. The Golden Lion was likely a shadow of his former self, his head lodged in a ship's helm, with his sword tied to his feet. His swordsmanship would have dwindled significantly. As for other New World anomalies, most of them seemed not to be swordsmen at all. It could be said that the young Little Eagle, in his 20s, with his remarkable talent in swordsmanship, was on the verge of entering the elite ranks of swordsmen. He merely needed to awaken the Conqueror's haki and refine his techniques further. When the conversation turned to the New World, OS appeared to have many ideas brewing in his mind, or perhaps he had long harbored the seeds of such thoughts. "You know, Little Eagle, I've had a notion for quite some time." He leaned forward, elbows resting on the table, capturing Mihawk's attention once more as he savored his wine. "What is it?" "Well, I aspire to control the entire underworld," OS expressed, showing little interest in the four emperors. Dividing the New World and reigning over a territory to compete did not suit his character. Upholding Captain Roger's dying wish and using his formidable strength to balance the sea was already being accomplished by Shanks. OS's involvement would merely be a gilding on the lily. Despite possessing the talent and strength, OS did not wish to become the next rocks of the New World, controlling the world's trade and economic lifeblood. Becoming the true puppeteer of the underworld, with an influence rivaling that of the world government. Able to indulge in excess while maintaining an air of sophistication. OS was quite pleased with his plan. Upon hearing OS's grand design, Mihawk couldn't help but break into a slight sweat. If this were to come to fruition, he would likely face the weight of the world's scrutiny. Not that he feared it. Rather, Mihawk often found himself astonished by OS's extravagant ideas, while OS seemed blissfully unaware of such reactions. OS chuckled, seemingly unconcerned. "What does it matter? Do you not trust in my strength? Besides, there's no need to recruit an army to conquer the world." Clenching his fist, a faint black-red lightning flickered. "As long as I can subdue the leaders of the underworld, they won't escape, will they?" A subtle smirk graced the king's lips, his gaze dark and fierce, with a hint of crimson swirling in his pupils. "I refuse to believe that anyone in this world can slip from my grasp." Mihawk held no doubts regarding this, for he understood that if OS truly sought someone, it was highly improbable anyone could elude capture, unless they remained on a desolate island, isolated from the world. Once OS established his intelligence network, complemented by the powers of observation hockey and the ability to instantaneously move, even those hiding in the depths of the ocean would be unearthed. Mihawk had faith in OS's capabilities, but he also believed in his own strength. He placed his wine glass upon the table, gazing at OS with a smile. Then along this journey, we shall undoubtedly encounter many formidable swordsmen. Perhaps it was fate. Or perhaps history simply repeats itself. In mere exchanges, a matter that would determine the future of the world was casually resolved by these two powerful men. Akin to the previous masters of the Oro Jackson. Reflecting on his initial reasons for joining Roger's crew, OS realized he had not been dishonest. After all, he indeed possessed the qualifications to stir the world into chaos. The crux was that this did not conflict with Captain Roger S. legacy. The inheritor of Roger S. could sail freely, fulfilling his dreams, while OS pursued his ambition to dominate the world. Chapter 74. The growth story of young OS. Two ambitious young men, fresh from their beginnings, navigated their vessel through the calms of the West Sea, heading towards an uncharted world. Indeed, the doldrums were devoid of wind. This marked OS's first encounter with such a tranquil expanse, having previously traveled alongside Roger, visiting nearly every corner of the globe, from paradises to the New World. However, the stillness of the doldrums, which separated the seas from the New World, was seldom traversed by the Oro Jackson due to its lack of advanced energy propulsion. Most journeys were along Fishman Island or the Twin Gorges. Moreover, it seemed that Amazon Lily lay within the confines of the doldrums. As OS maneuvered the Oro Jackson halfway through the calm, he recalled this detail. The real-life Kingdom of Women. He had heard that Uncle Rayleigh had visited there, since he was already on his way to see the old man. A detour to Amazon Lily didn't seem like a bad idea, considering he was out at sea for leisure. With this thought, OS inquired about the direction to Amazon Lily from Mihawk, only to be met with a scathing reprimand. Are you a fool? Amazon Lily is in the southern doldrums, while we are presently in the western calm. Not only is it out of our way, but it is also separated by a vast expanse of red earth. Mihawk sighed deeply, feeling a headache coming on. Upon hearing this, OS reluctantly abandoned the idea, reasoning that he could always visit later, especially since the Empress had not yet been captured. Reclining in his chair, he perused his notebook, which chronicled significant events he had noted throughout the years. As he read, he unconsciously released a palpable conqueror's haki, causing the sea creatures that attempted to assault the Oro Jackson to fall into a deep slumber before even nearing the ship. Mihawk stood at the bow, unleashing a tremendous green sword aura that cleaved the unconscious sea creatures in two, their surfaces perfectly sliced. Some were disposed of to clear the path, while others were selected by the little falcon for future provisions. As the Oro Jackson recklessly surged forward, a colossal black shadow suddenly emerged from the depths of the sea. An enormous sea creature? OS paused in his reading, anticipating the sight. He slowly turned his head to find a monstrous being resembling a tiger fish, now surfacing and eyeing the intruder in its territory with predatory intent. It was easily dozens of times the size of the Oro Jackson, and while OS felt certain his pupils were not larger than the creature's, it was still within the range of his observation haki. What a magnificent fish! However, I have no plans for fishing today. OS's expression remained calm. Ordinarily, he would have relished the chance to showcase his fish-taming prowess. Yet, with his impending return home, he felt quite content and had no desire to engage in a playful chase with such a colossal creature. After all, maneuvering the Oro Jackson thousands of meters in an instant would merely be a trivial effort before this giant. Therefore, he declared, "Begone." With piercing eyes, OS unleashed a nearly tangible conqueror's haki, which surged like lightning across the sea towards the gargantuan sea creature. The creature, struck by the dark red lightning, exhibited a remarkably human-like fear as its house-sized eyes quivered violently. Slowly, it retreated, then flipped over and plunged rapidly into the depths. The turbulence it stirred nearly capsizing the Oro Jackson. It was only thanks to OS's instantaneous maneuvering of the ship into the sky that they escaped this monumental whirlpool. It seemed that naval vessels were indeed more astute, equipped with sea-floor stones and stealth radars. Nevertheless, the Navy possessed technology, while we had brute force. I shall charge ahead with my conqueror's haki. Hooray, homeward bound. OS reclined contentedly in his chair, reminiscing about the time before he joined Roger's crew. What? Who is this little brat? I have no time to babysit you. I'll only keep you for one night until I find your dreadful parents. Then you're out of here. No laughing, for I am a great pirate. Just a bit of milk. Ow, ow, ow. Let go. Are you some kind of monster? This little child has turned my arm red. How do you know what's in the birthday gift box? Tell me clearly. Ah, little brat. You will surely become the world's most formidable monster, just like the captains I once followed in my youth. Let me tell you, once they made their move, you will be my grandson, carrying my surname, Doltal, the future monster, Doltal OS. When OS was quite young, Old Keek transitioned from piracy to nurturing, often lamenting and advising OS. OS, when you become a great pirate, do not forget your grandfather. In my youth, I too dreamt of becoming a sovereign of the seas. But alas, I lack the conditions you possess. Little OS, listening to these familiar words, found himself unable to refute them, given Old Keek's talent. Even with rigorous training and attempts to learn hockey aboard, he could only contend with the likes of junior officers at best. Even after a lifetime of effort, he had not achieved a starting point as high as his beloved grandsons. If memory served him right, OS had likely been capable of defeating a Navy captain by the time he was 12 or 13. No wonder Old Keek wished for his unfulfilled dreams to be realized through OS. After all, nurturing a maritime sovereign must be more gratifying than becoming one himself. Due to OS's monstrous talent, even the simple act of eating posed a significant challenge. Though Old Keek had saved a considerable sum in his youth, he had to find ways to earn extra income and gather contributions from the townsfolk. The residents were well aware that it was thanks to Old Keek that they could escape the oppression of the nobility, so they were willing to assist in raising the child. Even if their children were bullied by OS, as long as it wasn't excessive, they turned a blind eye. Thus, OS truly grew up on the kindness of many families, occasionally hunting fierce beasts to share with the entire town. Now that he was returning, he felt a sense of gratitude. What should he do? Perhaps conquer a nation for fun? After all, the nobility were nothing but gluttonous fools. Who occupied the throne mattered little, especially since the world government still owed him a personal favor. Chapter 75. How wonderful it is to see you dressed well on Duramos Island. In the coastal town, the once tranquil atmosphere has vanished, with every household tightly sealing their doors and windows. Outside the town, the kingdom's regular army, led by several nobles, is slowly advancing. Though they may crumble at the sight of the new world's pirates, fleeing 3 miles at the mere sight of a pirate flag, they transform into warriors armed with blades and guns when confronting unarmed civilians. Refuse to pay taxes? Will shatter your spirit of independence. In his youth, Old Keek was confident he could navigate through such rabble, but age has rendered him feeble, unable even to summon his once mighty hockey. Hey, old man, surrender now. The leading noble squinted, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. My lord, the king has commanded us to swiftly resolve this issue. The world government officials will be arriving shortly. Another noble whispered to the elder. I understand. The old noble adjusted his collar. Then, let the entire army advance. Just as his command echoed, a cloud of dust suddenly billowed from the front of the ranks, prompting the elder's brow to furrow. What is happening? But no one answered him. In their line of sight, a frail figure gradually emerged, clutching the lifeless body of a soldier, swaying into view. It was Old Keek. Where did this old man come from? He looks like he's too brittle to even chew tofu. Yet he dares to act tough. He must be seeking death. The old noble regarded Keek as if he were a mere ghost. At your age? What are you still dreaming about? He commanded all soldiers to raise their weapons and advance towards the frail figure, dismissing him as just another old pirate. Wondering why the king was being overly cautious. Recalling the king's instructions before their departure, he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. The world government suspects there are irregularities in this town and may need further intelligence. Nonsense. If we seize this town, we'll have ample funds to join the world government, ensuring the longevity of our rule. The old noble gazed at the town, still displaying traces of its former vibrancy, calculating how many berries he could embezzle. Meanwhile, the robust soldiers approached Old Keek, increasing his pressure. Behind him, a group of young townsfolk trembled, brandishing machetes and blades, knowing full well they stood no chance. Damn it! How dare these little men take advantage of the situation? Old Keek gritted his teeth, observing the elite soldiers encircling him. Such rabble would scarcely withstand a proper pirate's assault on the high seas. Had OS been here, you insects would never have dared to act so arrogantly. Have you lost your wits, old man? I will. However, before he could finish his threat, the previously menacing soldiers began to collapse in droves. The old noble's words caught in his throat, and his expression froze. What? As his consciousness faded, the noble fell to the ground. And this strange scene momentarily stunned old Kike, who had been prepared to fight to the death. Yet, possessing a wealth of experience, he quickly regained his composure, his face flushing as he began to scan the area. Hey, you little brat, is that you? But no matter how he looked, he could not find the elusive figure he had longed to see. Unbeknownst to him, that very brat was thousands of meters away at sea. Arriving not too early, but just in time, OS witnessed all that transpired on the island and breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Amazon Lily was not on the southern coast. Otherwise, the old man and the neighbors would have faced dire straits. Your conqueror's hockey control is becoming more precise. OS, Myhawk remarked, observing the lightning of hockey released from a distance, effortlessly incapacitating a group of foes. Yet, OS hardly paid attention. A few black lines appearing on his forehead. Yours is the precise one. Searching in vain for familiar faces, the coastal residents informed old Kike of a red ship appearing on the shoreline. A red ship? After a brief moment of contemplation, he dashed towards the coast and indeed spotted the unmistakable sharp prow and mermaid emblem. Hey, old man. On the ship's bow, OS waved at the jubilant figure on the shore. In an instant, the Oro Jackson teleported to the dock. It truly is OS. After so many years, I hardly recognized you. Hey, Jesse, is this really the same OS? He must be over 3 meters tall. The townsfolk erupted in unprecedented excitement and joy at OS's arrival, while old Kike, once lively, suddenly fell still. He simply gazed at the vibrant figure before him, struck by a profound resemblance, not in appearance, but in the sheer aura of strength reminiscent of the man he once followed. The towering figure of 3 meters now stood beside old Kike, evoking a surreal feeling in him. Yet, gazing upon the face that bore a striking resemblance to the child he had nurtured, he felt tears welling up, despite his best efforts to contain them. Finally, he managed to utter, "It seems you've dressed well and grown quite sturdy. How wonderful it is." Chapter 76. The usurpation let us conquer this island. OS's casual statement, delivered with a nonchalant tone as if discussing the most trivial matters, instilled a sense of surrealism among the townsfolk. They gazed at the child they had watched grow up, now a figure of considerable influence capable of determining the fate of a nation, their hearts swelling with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Among them were girls who had grown up alongside OS, whispering to each other as they admired his striking presence and formidable prowess. "I always thought OS was quite handsome when we were young," one girl remarked. "Remember, Yuli, how you once gifted him a handkerchief, which he ended up using as toilet paper?" Another chimed in. The townspeople buzzed with excitement, but old Kike furrowed his brow, voicing his concern. "You must be aware, young rascal, that the king of this nation has contacted the world government. You may be young and unaware, but the world government possesses immense power." Captain Rox, with his legacy spanning 800 years, was a formidable force. "OS, heed my advice. Do not act impulsively," he cautioned. As Kike elaborated, seemingly fearful of OS making a foolish mistake, OS chuckled lightly. "Rest assured, old man. While the world government is indeed powerful, I am not foolish enough to confront them head-on. If I wish to depart, there is no place in this world that can restrain me. Furthermore, the world government owes me a favor. I doubt they would mind the affairs of a mere small nation in the New World." Kike was momentarily taken aback by OS's words. The world government owed him a favor? While he sensed that OS had grown considerably stronger, he had no clear understanding of just how formidable he had become. Perhaps he was on par with the previous captains? But even that might not withstand the onslaught of the world government's knights. "Well, you shall find out tomorrow. The day is growing late. Let us rest for now." OS replied with a shrug. Upon hearing this, the gathered townsfolk, despite their excitement and curiosity, prudently dispersed, while Kike guided OS and Myhawk back to his home. Along the way, Kike discreetly glanced at the strikingly handsome youth with the imposing sword at his back and could not resist patting OS's thigh, asking in a hushed tone, "Is this your recruited crew member?" "Crew member?" OS paused, stroking his chin. "Not quite, as I have yet to formally announce the formation of my pirate crew, more like a companion. By the way, he is an exceptional swordsman." "Oh, I see. So, he is akin to Captain Shiki, then?" Upon hearing this, Kike's earlier doubts dissipated. The delicate, pristine youth could not possibly be a product of OS's questionable tastes. After all, someone capable of producing such exaggerated sword energy could not be a mere fraud. Thank goodness he wasn't an oddity like a strange granddaughter-in-law. If he were indeed someone of Captain Shiki's caliber, serving as OS's first mate would not be out of the question. Having been a latent supporter of OS since childhood, Kike held him in high regard, envisioning him as the next Rox. Thus, when he first saw the note indicating that OS had been whisked away by Roger, he nearly succumbed to frustration. From then on, he developed a habit akin to OS's, frequently perusing newspapers to keep abreast of the Roger Pirates' movements, hoping to find any news or bounties concerning OS. Heaven knows how elated he was when he learned of Roger's capture 2 years prior, thinking that OS would finally return. Little did he know, 2 years passed without a word, leading him to lament that OS had forgotten his roots. Young rascal, how long are you planning to stay this time? Kike inquired, stooping slightly, his hands clasped behind his back, casting a sidelong glance at OS. Though his tone appeared casual, his grip was tense. Perhaps a few months. I have matters to attend to afterward, OS replied. Ah, busy then. It is good to be busy, Kike nodded knowingly. He had never expected OS to linger at home for long, given that he was a top figure on the seas, destined to roam with grandeur. Unbeknownst to him, however, OS's busyness was not as he envisioned. It did not revolve around conquering territories or recruiting subordinates. Aside from battling the Navy, OS was neglecting every proper undertaking that a pirate should engage in. The following morning, an invigorated Kike donned a new outfit, reminiscent of his days as a combatant, though it now appeared somewhat oversized. OS, observing from his room through his observation hockey, stifled a laugh at the sight. Was such formality truly necessary for what was, after all, a mere moment? Young rascal, this marks my first expedition since my retirement. Kike exclaimed. Do as you wish. It is merely a fleeting moment, OS shrugged, heading toward the kitchen where Mihawk had prepared the meal. Outside the courtyard, numerous townsfolk had gathered at the door. Kike, brimming with enthusiasm, opened the door. And the humble residents, well aware of their impending endeavor, expressed their concerns. Is it really safe, old mayor? That is the royal army and the world government. Ha. There is no cause for alarm. Kike replied, his laughter hearty. OS is incredibly strong. Meanwhile, within the opulent palace, a group of noblemen whispered amongst themselves. On the elevated dais sat a young man adorned with a crown, inquiring of his guards. There has been no word. The old earl who has been unreachable since last night's operation. Fool. The king's brow furrowed upon hearing this, his voice rising in agitation. The dignitaries of the world government are soon to arrive, and we have yet to gather the promised tribute. If necessary, we shall further burden the residents surrounding the royal city. Report. Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out from outside the palace. Nanny? The young king sprang to his feet, descending the steps to face a soldier. What did you just say? To his astonishment, the soldier, who had just raised his head to respond, suddenly widened his eyes in shock, his mouth moving soundlessly. Following the soldier's bewildered gaze, the king turned to behold a dark figure reclining upon his throne, legs crossed, one hand supporting his head, the other forming a finger gun pointed at him. A smile playing upon his lips as he emitted a sound effect. Bang. Chapter 77. Indulge in extravagance, but you must possess strength. Who are you? The young king, seated upon his throne, found himself momentarily bereft of anger and skepticism, instead voicing a question that seemed to escape him. Yet, no one responded. The tall youth, casually perched with one leg crossed over the other, mockingly pointed his index finger at the king's head. Bang! Before the multitude of terrified nobles, their sovereign appeared to topple over in a display of deference, collapsing to the ground, lifeless and without a single wound or trace of blood. Bang! The brief silence shattered once more as a corpulent middle-aged noble fell inexplicably to the floor. Thus commenced the grotesque feast of slaughter. The nobles, who had once prided themselves on lineage and appearance, trampled over their own kin and friends alike, hastily fleeing toward the palace exit. The man at the pinnacle of the throne, reminiscent of a child playing with a weapon, nonchalantly tapped his fingers forward, perhaps having grown accustomed to their privileged existence. The nobles found themselves unable to escape the palace, collapsing one by one, their bodies merely stepping stones for their fleeing companions. Dismissing the slowness of a handgun, the man upon the throne, grinning, raised both hands, not just his index fingers, but also his middle fingers. The sounds of gunfire quickened, rat-a-tat-tat, akin to a skilled stunt performer, as bodies soon littered the ground, some individuals succumbing to the brink of mental collapse. A strikingly beautiful noblewoman, in her despair, shouted hoarsely at the figure, "Do not be so arrogant. How dare you slaughter nobles so recklessly? Are you not afraid of invoking the wrath of the world government? You lowly scoundrel, merely fortunate to have consumed a devil fruit. Observing the man's attire, clad in an unidentifiable black military uniform adorned with weaponry, she deemed him a mere pirate or brigand, a class she held in contempt, often permitting her guards to deal with them mercilessly. In her eyes, his ability to fell others stemmed solely from some devil fruit power, a petty revenge against those born to nobility who had once bullied him. Such individuals were troublesome. Yet she believed that once the might of the world government arrived, these lowly beings would be swiftly dealt with. Oddly enough, her panicked and enraged words struck a chord, compelling the figure upon the throne to pause. OS, intrigued, found himself drawn to her frantic demeanor. Ah, a commoner, it appears you are quite accustomed to your lofty position. He mused, contemplating his own attire, which he found rather dashing. Perhaps her words had influenced him, for OS suddenly felt inclined to prolong their suffering. Let them experience the pain they once inflicted, he thought. With a light chuckle, OS snapped his fingers, and in an instant, those ministers attempting to flee the palace, as well as the panicked noblewoman, froze in place as if turned to stone. The slaughterous banquet had concluded. The bullets had ceased fire, and the ensuing spectacle was the noble version of Don Quixote descending. Watching the nobles bound to the city walls, their helpless rage or pitiful pleas for survival elicited little sympathy from Mihawk, who found the scene perplexing. There is nothing to concern oneself with, little eagle, remarked the seasoned Keek, imitating OS style of address, oblivious to the dark lines forming on Mihawk's face. Their fates had long been sealed since their oppression of the populace and indulgence in excess. Indeed, the term indulgence struck a chord with Little Eagle, prompting him to glance toward OS, who observed the unfolding drama from above. Noticing the gaze, OS turned to meet Mihawk's piercing eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. Why do you look at me? Do you believe I will always indulge in such excess? OS replied coolly, surveying the farce below. The uprising against tyranny was undoubtedly gratifying, but it was merely a fleeting satisfaction. Perhaps their demise was deserved, yet it was not the true reason for their deaths. On the other side of the wall, a general prepared to massacre the residents and rescue the nobles, yet upon spotting OS, he refrained from acting. Their true downfall stemmed solely from their lack of strength. Alongside the wall where the nobles were being slaughtered, figures clad in suits approached briskly. The nobles, barely coherent from their burns, erupted with desperate cries upon seeing these figures. Help! Esteemed members of the world government. There is a riot. Save us. We will pay any price. They beseeched the figures draped in cloaks and suits, yearning for them to eradicate the commoners and return with them to the palace to discuss their alliance with the government, even if they had to grovel for it. They were determined to secure their place within the alliance and gain the protection of the world government. Yet, their hopes were dashed when the so-called representatives of the world government paid them no heed, instead walking past the rioters and ascending the wall. Their expressions were a mix of panic and caution. The leader, sweating profusely, spoke up. There must be some misunderstanding, Mr. OS. However, before he could finish, OS, who had been observing the fallen noblewoman, raised a hand to interrupt. I am aware. Out of respect for the Gorosei, I will not hold this against you. OS had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with these minor players and promptly dialed Spandon's snail phone. Such trivial matters did not warrant troubling the highest echelons of the world government each time. Given Spandon's standing and influence, he was more than capable of handling it. As the minions of the world government watched in trepidation, the voice of their superior slowly emerged from the snail phone, lacking its usual authority. Moshi Moshi, it is Lord OS. How may I assist you? Chapter 78. The elderly gentleman soared, his lips curved in uncontainable delight upon hearing this greeting laced with flattery. OS felt a surge of pleasure. Am I interrupting you by calling out of the blue? How could that be possible? It is indeed an honor for someone of your stature to seek me out. The face of the phone bug, Spandam, was a masterclass in sycophancy, betraying his ambition to ascend the ranks, which undoubtedly pleased the five elders. However, OS did not contact him merely to bask in compliments. He had heard similar sentiments from the ladies of the night countless times in the red light district. I have two matters to discuss with you. One is that I wish to replace the king and nobility of the Duramos kingdom and, while I'm at it, join the world government alliance. By the way, this does not involve any heavenly gold. Upon hearing OS's words, Spandam raised an eyebrow, feeling relieved. He had anticipated something more serious. But it turned out to be a mere change of royalty? Wait a moment. Spandam's realization struck him like a lightning bolt. His eyes widened, as if they might leap from their sockets, and his mouth gaped in shock. It took him a while to regain composure before he respectfully and nervously replied, This is beyond my purview, Mr. OS. It must be reported to the highest authorities of the world government. Spandam wore a forced smile, internally shaken. Other matters were trivial, but the legendary Black Gun OS was poised to become a king of a member nation. Could the round table of the world government truly accommodate such a formidable figure? No. OS waved his hand, directing the phone bug towards the elderly kike beside him, which left the old man somewhat bewildered, unsure of OS's intentions. The one who will truly become the king is this esteemed gentleman by my side. Wait. Before Spandam could react, old kike was already startled, hastily stepping back while muttering, How can I occupy such a position? I am but an old man. OS found kike's reaction amusing but refrained from further persuasion, simply addressing the phone bug. The new king of Duramos will be my most revered Dodo Sauce, the great pirate, and a member of the Rocks Pirates, Doder Kike. OS proudly introduced the old man's title, momentarily rendering Spandam speechless. While not as shocking as OS himself, the new king's 3 titles seemed to carry an ever-increasing weight, especially the last one. He was the uncrowned king of a bygone era, a formidable figure who had withstood the combined might of the world government, the navy, and the pirate king. If that is the case, I can take the liberty to draft an application, but it will ultimately require the approval of the 5 elders, Spandam said, his voice dwindling. OS understood the underlying implication. The subsequent steps were beyond the authority of someone like him. He hoped OS would not take out his frustrations on him if they were to refuse due to Kike's identity or concerns about heavenly gold. However, OS appeared confident. Smiling as he spoke, You need not worry about this. You simply need to convey one message when submitting the application. Please, do tell. Spandam swallowed hard. Directly inform them that the world government owes me a favor, and this is the opportune moment to repay it. He believed the 5 elders could not possibly refuse. Considering Duramos was situated in the New World, where the grasp of the world government could not extend amidst the great pirate era, the absence of heavenly gold or protection meant that all he truly sought was the title of a member nation, with the real protection stemming from OS's renowned reputation that echoed across the seas. As for the reasoning, OS mused that it was simply for the sake of amusement. In the future, they could participate in world conferences under legitimate pretenses, and he and the old man, one a remnant of Roger's crew, the other of Rox's, would be escorted by the Navy to attend. Just envisioning that scenario brought OS immense joy. Beyond that, it was about providing a foundation of stability for old Kike and the townsfolk. At least for the next 20 years, those who had cared for OS would be secure. The village's stray dogs could even be integrated into the royal patrol, receiving their share of royal sustenance, honoring their ancestral duty as guardians of the town. What is this called? It is the phenomenon of one achieving greatness, elevating even their dogs to prosperity. After enduring a colossal upheaval, Duramos miraculously stabilized swiftly. This was attributable to OS's awe-inspiring presence and the staggering bounty figures that left onlookers aghast. Did one not notice how even the representatives of the world government departed with their tails between their legs? Oh dear, it is merely a matter of ascension. How long will you continue to hesitate, old man? Within the royal palace, old Kike persistently declined the kingship, citing his unsuitability due to age. The townsfolk, however, were desperate, urging him on. If you refuse to be king, how shall we become nobles? You see, I think this position is best suited for OS. I am far too old for such responsibilities. Old man, I have no time to be a king. My aspirations lie in conquering the seas. OS fibbed, coaxing old Kike. Occupy the position for now, and I shall assume it later when time allows. Moreover, you can select a spouse nationwide, and there will be no need for furtive endeavors. Truly understanding old Kike, OS's words struck a chord, causing a flicker of uncertainty. If it were to establish a foundation for OS, perhaps the old man could entertain the thought. He was adamant that it was not for the sake of a spouse. With such thoughts, he found himself swayed, albeit still feigning reluctance. Oh dear, this is quite the farce. Ultimately, OS could no longer contain his impatience, snapping his fingers. Instantly, Kike's attire transformed into that of a king, and he found himself seated upon the throne. OS and Mihawk stood beside the throne, glancing at the townsfolk awkwardly bowing, sharing a knowing smile. You all, oh dear, at my age, You truly have put me in a difficult position. Kike struggled to suppress the grin that threatened to break free, glancing at OS, who stood guard beside him, feeling a swell of contentment. Finally, he had been lifted to new heights. Thus, the King Kike was born as he contemplated. End of Chapter 3. More to come tomorrow and the day after. With 4 updates each day. Enough of that. Enjoy the read. Bring forth your gifts and hurl them towards the author with great fervor. Chapter 79. As long as I wish, none shall survive within the opulent expanse of the palace. The once carelessly adorned old Kike now donned spectacles, his countenance grave as he scrutinized the reports in his hands. Quite the dignified appearance, indeed, old man. Upon hearing this voice, old Kike lifted his gaze to find a young man clad in a dark crimson suit, draped in a black overcoat, standing before him. Towering at over 3 meters with long, powerful legs and a well-proportioned physique, complemented by jet black hair and a strikingly chiseled visage, he was more than merely handsome. At that moment, he sat beside the desk, casually gnawing on a piece of royal fruit. Noticing the young man's attire, a smile finally broke through old Kike's stern demeanor. The new outfit suits you well, you little rascal. It's about time you change your style. OSS nonchalantly picked up a sheet of paper from the desk, which contained mundane matters regarding taxes and public safety. Hey, old man, you were made king to enjoy yourself, not to wear yourself thin. No matter how lax your governance might be, it's far better than the oppression of the previous monarch. The people will be grateful to you. True enough, old Kike replied, stretching his sore shoulders as he descended from the throne. To be honest, he didn't concern himself too much with it. After all, reviewing documents merely involved writing as he pleased. For instance, during the recent transition of power, when a group of commoners revolted, old Kike's response was simply, damn it. Furthermore, he noted the increasing number of young people from the kingdom taking to the seas as pirates, replying with, good for them. Tell them to visit home more often. Such whimsical responses often left his subordinates bewildered, compelled to act as instructed. Let us go outside for a stroll. I actually prefer a more carefree life, he suggested. The elderly man and the youthful one sat at a table in the palace garden. So, you little rascal, you must have experienced that, right? Old Kike leaned forward, resting his hands on the table, gazing at OSS, who was meditating with his eyes closed. What? OSS opened his eyes, somewhat perplexed. You know, that black and red lightning that strikes down in a flash. Old Kike struggled to articulate. Yet the memory of those cataclysmic battles from his youth lingered vividly in his mind, where those powerful beings often clashed with such force that he was swept away by the residual energy. Oh, you mean that? OSS, eager to satisfy the old man's curiosity, slowly extended his hand, forming a fist as an overwhelming aura began to emanate. Old Kike's pupils trembled, his body involuntarily shivering with excitement. Yes, that's the aura. It sends chills down to the core. OSS then reined in his energy, condensing it into his fist, as dense black and red lightning coalesced around it. Old Kike felt the immense pressure of that power, struggling to breathe, yet unable to suppress his admiration for OSS, who seemed to embody the essence of a ruler. What incredible strength. So, OSS, can you defeat Whitebeard, Edward Newgate now? Old Kike asked, his enthusiasm palpable. OSS exuded a formidable presence, reminiscent of the strength Whitebeard had once displayed. Amusingly, old Kike found himself unable to discern which was superior. It was akin to comparing a 1,000-ton boulder to a 10,000-ton one. Both were unmovable, their disparity too vast. However, old Kike's question momentarily stumped OSS. He stroked his chin, contemplating. In terms of sheer power, I would certainly fall short. I have witnessed Whitebeard's monstrous strength, his devil fruit abilities, and his conqueror's hockey, nearly on par with Captain Roger. I am still too young. This response left old Kike feeling somewhat disappointed yet comforted. After all, OSS was indeed still young, and it was only a matter of time. Yet, what OSS said next rekindled his joy. But that's merely a matter of numbers. If we were to engage in unrestricted combat at sea, I am confident that not a single member of the Whitebeard pirates would survive. Not even the fishmen. OSS's nonchalant tone resonated in old Kike's ears like thunder. He instinctively did not question it, knowing OSS had caused quite the stir even during his youth in the Navy headquarters. Old Kike felt a growing sense of reassurance. If even such a monster could not contend with OSS, the young rascal would likely remain safe in the future. He would no longer need to anxiously read the reports about OSS, fearing for his well-being. Afterward, OSS and Mihawk spent a few months residing on Duramos Island, cherishing their time with Old Kike and taking a well-deserved break. During this period, OSS managed to obtain Morgan's contact information through a news-seeking seagull. With the call connected, a bird-like face materialized on the transponder snail, the figure grinning widely. "Pleased to meet you, Black Gun, OSS. This is Morgan's from the World Economic Journal." "Of course I am aware of that. After all, you have been publishing about me for years," OSS replied, a sheepish smile gracing his lips as he observed the flustered transponder snail. He was keenly aware that a significant portion of his current fame was due to this very individual's embellishments. Although much of it was indeed true, he had not consented to it. "Haha. Speaking of which, what brings such a renowned figure to contact me?" Morgan's hastily shifted the topic, feeling a tinge of embarrassment recalling the myriad of articles he had fabricated over the years. "I'm calling you today regarding two matters," OSS stated casually, sipping orange juice through a straw. "Firstly, the Kingdom of Duramos, located in the New World, will be under my protection from now on. Please publish this. Anyone who dares to attack, be it a pirate or an allied nation, should prepare for complete annihilation. That is simple enough. Black Gun, OSS has his own territory. For us, that's big news." Morgan's grinned mischievously, already crafting headlines in his mind. The titles would read, "Shock. The legendary pirate begins territorial conquest in the New World. What is the man with a bounty of 4 billion intend? All who come shall perish. The New World's new ruler declares strongly." Chapter 80. Announcement to the Underworld, the King's Arrival. Observing Morgan's inability to conceal his discomfort, Owls raised an eyebrow, sensing an underlying discord, yet chose to remain silent. He had no doubt that this individual would not dare to defy him openly. Otherwise, he would discreetly follow the messenger seagull back to its headquarters and eliminate him without hesitation. As Morgan's continued to ponder, Al spoke again, his voice steady. "The second matter at hand is my desire to govern the entire underworld. Would you care to join me, News King Morgan's?" Upon hearing this, Morgan's previously pleasant demeanor instantly froze. He scrutinized Al's expression, realizing that there was no ominous threat in his tone, merely a slight smirk and eyes that seemed to peer into the very depths of one's soul. "Ah ha ha. You, a person of such stature, are indeed interested in our modest enterprises? The underworld is no trifling matter, Morgan's." As a ruler well-versed in various industries within the underworld, Al's understood the vast empire that encompassed lucrative maritime ventures, entertainment, gambling, funerary services, transportation, media manipulation, lending, warehousing, arms dealing, and brokering. This colossal cake comprised the world's most profitable sectors. While it may not shake the foundations of the most powerful figures, it could undoubtedly destabilize the very essence of this world. Consider this. Do you truly believe you can hide behind that flock for eternity? Al's words possessed an inherent persuasive power, leaving Morgan's momentarily speechless. Yet he remained unperturbed, confident in his own covert methods, even if he had to relocate his base of operations to an airship. "Nanny." A bead of cold sweat trickled from his feathers, pooling onto the ground, as the avian visage before him twisted into an expression of discomfort. "How could you possibly know? You work in intelligence, so you should be quite familiar with me, Morgan's. Therefore, I need not elaborate further." Al's eyes glowed with a crimson brilliance, fixating on the phone bug before him, exuding an intangible sense of pressure. "I can always find you, whether you are in the skies, the depths of the sea, or underground. Should you choose to join me now, I will refrain from interfering with your business. On the contrary, I can offer you protection and share with you some world-shattering secrets. However," Al's gaze sharpened, "if it requires significant effort for me to locate you, the consequences are not something you would wish to contemplate." Unspoken yet profoundly impactful, his silence echoed louder than any threat. Morgan ceased to smile, enveloped instead in contemplation. He found himself unable to counter, for the more he understood Al's capabilities, the more he recognized the sheer terror of such power. Concealing himself while disseminating subversive pamphlets was already a formidable endeavor, but in comparison to Al's, he was woefully outmatched. As long as he aspired to disseminate news and expand his enterprise, avoiding this entity who could traverse the world without restriction and perceive truths from great distances was an impossible feat as one of the world's top intelligence operatives. Morgan's had encountered numerous sea monsters, yet even they would acknowledge the legend of Black Gun, Torals. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that he had long anticipated this day. A plethora of intelligence indicated that whether it was the extensive development of the Mama, Sammy S. red light district, or the emergence of the new underground intermediary, Joker, the shadow of this individual loomed large. While others may have overlooked these signs, Morgan's did not. Every maneuver he observed pointed to one undeniable truth. Lord Ouz was genuinely intent on claiming a stake in the vast riches of the underworld. Not merely as a participant, but as a master. He sought to consolidate the fractured and chaotic underground market under his singular authority, rendering any opposition futile and instilling fear in all who dared resist. It was a tide of inevitability, a matter far too significant to be dismissed lightly. After a moment's reflection, Morgan's ultimately capitulated. Resistance was only viable with sufficient leverage. But his cards were insufficient to challenge Ouz, a titan who had left even the world government battered and bruised. In that case, I am willing to join your ranks. Lord Ouz. Had his opponent been the likes of Big Mom or Whitebeard, Morgan's would have dismissed them outright, but the man before him was different. His unmatched abilities and terrifying potential transcended mere matters of power. Do not worry, Morgan's, Ouz replied, evidently pleased by his compliance. I generally do not interfere with your affairs. Whatever news you wish to disseminate shall be yours to control, as long as I receive the information I desire. Moreover, I can divulge a few secrets to you. Indeed, one could hardly underestimate a man who instilled such apprehension in the world government. How many shocking secrets did he possess? This was merely the tip of the iceberg. Morgan's felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his temple, simultaneously exhilarated and curious. Following such a king of the underworld, he would surely uncover many more hidden revelations. Unbeknownst to him, the initial hesitation in his heart had dissipated, replaced by an eager anticipation for the monumental news that was about to surface. Of course, Ouz had no need to concern himself with their so-called loyalty. After all, he lacked the foresight of a person like Ryder Field, who could discern one's innermost thoughts. As long as they complied, he relied solely on his overwhelming strength, not on the fickle nature of human sentiment. Also, do not forget to inform the other heads of the underworld to hasten their surrender. Tracking them down one by one and forcibly subduing them is quite time-consuming. At the conclusion of their conversation, Ouz smiled as he imparted this instruction. Especially that Stussy from the recent emergence of Happy Street. If she is willing, I can have her collaborate with Sammy on this venture. If she refuses, Ouz's smile widened further. Then I shall no longer concern myself with the world government SCP agency, and will have Vegapunk personally approach her. Chapter 81. Farewell. Departure to O'Hara. After giving his instructions to Morgan's, OS did not dwell on the matter any longer, as he believed that defiance was simply inconceivable, provided those so-called rulers of the underground world wished to survive. Having subdued Morgan's, he possessed unparalleled intelligence, unrestricted teleportation, and overwhelming control, transforming him into an absolute eraser of existence. The days of reunion must inevitably come to an end. This was something old Kike understood well. At the port of the Duramos coastline, a massive crimson vessel was currently docked. Old Kike gazed up at the ship, shaking his head disapprovingly. Roger's belongings were indeed a harbinger of misfortune. By the port, OS, clad in a dark red suit and draped in a black coat, had just hung up a call. Cargo containers were being loaded onto the ship, with Old Kike personally overseeing the operation when a shadow loomed over him. Are we setting sail again? Old Kike did not turn around, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression obscured by the shadow as he rasped the question. Indeed, time is of the essence. We should depart within half a day. OS nodded in affirmation. Mihawk remained silent, already boarding the Oro Jackson and commencing the inventory of supplies. When will you be too busy to return and pay a visit? You are the scion of this nation. This will one day be your legacy. Upon hearing this, OS could not help but chuckle. It was intended for the old man's retirement. I wouldn't even glance at a small kingdom. After all, even the likes of Crocodile and Doflamingo aspire to conquer grand nations like Alabasta and Dressrosa. What interest would I have in a mere island? Ah, then you must take care. Old man, do not fall easily. Old Kike, perhaps catching the underlying meaning in OS's words, suddenly burst into laughter. Of course, I am waiting for you to return and provide for me. That is good to hear. I shall take my leave now. OS crouched down, embracing Old Kike's shoulder, prompting the old man to express his disdain and urge him to set sail quickly, lest he spoil his mood. Enough with the embraces, hurry along. You're a ruler of the seas now, yet you still act like a child. Your subordinates will surely mock you. Watching OS's departing silhouette, old Kike remained silent. The ship soon set sail, gliding slowly away from the port. His solemn expression finally began to waver as the Oro Jackson faded from view, murmuring, "Do return often, OS." As if in response, a voice echoed from the distance, "I certainly will. Take care, old man." Amidst the observation of the future, OS chuckled merrily, witnessing old Kike. Somewhat embarrassed, cursing at the impudent boy. Noticing OS's cheerful demeanor, Mihawk took a sip of red wine and cautioned, "If you wish to catch up with them, it would be best to arrive before noon. One can never predict when they will depart." "Understood. I shall set off now." OS snapped his fingers, summoning the eternal pointer into his grasp. The individuals he was about to meet were two characters who would only gain prominence later on. OS anticipated meeting them. One was Monkey D. Dragon, the son of Garp, future leader of the Revolutionary Army, with whom OS had shared a brief encounter in Rogue Town. The other was Vegapunk, a scientist whose technological prowess transcended centuries, suspected to be the true possessor of the brain fruit, akin to a pirate version of Einstein. OS held little interest in Dragon, viewing him merely as an idealistic youth with dreams of toppling tyranny, an archetype not uncommon throughout history, yet often unable to escape the cyclical nature of power. In OS's perspective, as long as there existed formidable forces monopolizing power, absolute equality was unattainable, regardless of fleeting moments of it in any region. However, if one wished to strive for ideals, it was not his concern. He was disinclined to meddle in such affairs. Yet, he found himself intrigued by Dragon's subordinate, a pivotal figure for his amusement, the Okama King, Emporio Ivankov. Even if OS could not acquire him, he was determined to harness his abilities for his own ends. Not only could he perform surgeries for pirates and those who offended him, but he would also provide a constant stream of technicians for the Red Light District, saving on manpower costs. Moreover, it was crucial that Ivankov did not transform his formidable ally, the Okama Queen, into a brutish figure, indifferent to the world. As for his interest in Vegapunk, OS's curiosity stemmed from a desire to witness those high-tech creations. If he could fortuitously enhance his weaponry, that would be even better. Contemplating the delightful prospects ahead, OS could not restrain a gentle smile, his gaze drifting toward the side where a small hawk practiced its swordsmanship. Perhaps not. I would surely be pursued to the ends of the earth by that proud fellow, if OS were to become a fragile, alluring woman, thereby missing the chance to engage with the world's greatest swordsman. He would undoubtedly face dire consequences, for even as her closest companion, Ivankov would likely be met with a gruesome fate. "What are you gazing at?" Mihawk, with the keen intuition of a swordsman, noticed OS's wandering gaze and directed his icy stare upon him, sensing something amiss. "Nothing much. I was merely contemplating that perhaps a new companion is soon to join us." "Is that so?" Mihawk returned his focus to his sword, continuing to unleash his sword energy towards the sea as neatly bisected fish floated to the surface. He cared little for who OS might bring aboard, as long as it did not interfere with his practice. Regardless, no matter who that individual was, they could not escape OS's amusement. Thus far, nothing OS had endeavored had gone awry. As for the means employed, it would be up to the new crew member to fend for themselves. Then let us set our course at full speed for the West Sea. It will not be long before we return to the New World. Like a phantom ship, under the bright sun, the Oro Jackson traversed the ocean, sailing through the calm belt towards O'Hara. In just a couple of hours, a vague black appeared hauntingly along the coastline of the O'Hara Seas. Chapter 82, Childhood Memories. The white trampoline in the West Sea, O'Hara, what was once a lush and thriving forest island, has now fallen into ruin. The towering trees, once symbols of knowledge, lie toppled. The world government's demon-slaying orders have long retreated, leaving this place seemingly desolate. Yet, at this moment, several large ships are anchored nearby. A group of giants are using nets to fish out something from a lake. Books, many of which, despite being soaked, remain remarkably intact and are being packed and transported in batches. At this time, a figure with an exaggeratedly large head is peering from behind a rock, tongue lolling out. Behind him stands a long-haired man, draped in a dark green cloak and holding flowers. "You haven't changed a bit, have you? It's been a while." Vegapunk, the scientist, Vegapunk, slowly turns his head upon hearing his name, relieved to see Dragon. "It's you, Dragon. What brings you here?" "Well, I have some connections with Uncle Clover. However, I can't quite understand why there are still people monitoring around O'Hara. Is it safe?" Dragon, ever vigilant, has already noticed the figures stationed around O'Hara. While he refrains from revealing anything, the presence of those giants cannot remain concealed and may have already alerted certain individuals. Is it the world government? Vegapunk expresses concern. If so, these valuable books could be exposed. Dragon shakes his head. It doesn't seem so. They appear to be lackeys sent by some maritime faction, lacking the semblance of a regular army. Is that so? Dragon gazes towards the giants retrieving the books. You care deeply about those giants? Indeed. Those books are of great value and must not be taken away. They are not thieves. I've done my investigation. They are. As they converse, Dragon suddenly halts, staring toward the distant sea. What is wrong, Dragon? Vegapunk asks, puzzled by his reaction. But Dragon remains silent, gritting his teeth, his expression darkening as he fixates on a distant shadow on the coastline. A cold sweat trickles down his brow as the ominous vessel draws closer. How can this be? Is that the team of watchers left by that person? Yes, I left them. With a clang and a thud, OS, dressed in a dark red suit and a black trench coat, brandishes a weapon at Dragon, who instinctively reacts, his arm poised to strike. However, as he feels the immense pressure of OS's grip, he realizes the futility of his effort. Is this how you greet someone, Dragon? How rude. OS, seemingly unfazed, observes the tense Dragon while Vegapunk has already retreated to a safe distance, unable to withstand the potential fallout of such a confrontation. Fortunately, Dragon's response is merely instinctive. As he shows no intention of escalating the conflict, the tension in his arm dissipating, OS relinquishes his hold, knowing that Dragon's strength pales compared to his own. Black Gundoder OS, why are you here? Dragon inquires somberly. Yet, OS chooses not to answer, instead turning to Vegapunk, examining his oversized head with curiosity. How can your head be this large? OS murmurs, contemplating how many brains must have been stored to achieve such size, understanding now why such a large container is necessary. Black Gun OS. Vegapunk exclaims, his expression a mix of surprise and apprehension as he meets OS's gaze. Don't be alarmed. I'm not here to kill you. Perhaps sensing their heightened anxiety, OS attempts to reassure them. However, as he lifts his head to speak, his words catch in his throat. Oh, so there are female giants in O'Hara too? It's been ages since I last saw one. He notices a group of giants nearby, one of whom is a strikingly beautiful female giant. The last time he saw her was during his childhood visit to Elbaf with Captain Roger. In his youth, he had even jumped on a trampoline with Buggy and Shanks, a time when he was under the protection of innocence. As he stands, a flash of movement brings him before the female giant, greeting her with a smile. Yet, the three giants are startled, especially Halting, who instinctively throws a punch. Yet, mere inches from OS, the blow halts as if striking an immovable wall. Is this how you all greet strangers? It is understandable that they would react so dramatically. The sudden appearance of a figure, akin to a small insect, would trigger an instinctive defensive response. Stop. He is not our enemy. Perhaps due to her keen perception, Gers recognizes OS and quickly calls for Halting to cease her movement. Yet, Halting finds herself unable to move, as OS has already immobilized her with his powers. Without overwhelming Haki, unless one possesses extraordinary strength surpassing OS, even the might of a giant will find itself utterly powerless against his spatial abilities. Are you Mr. OS? I've heard of you from Mr. Jabba and have seen your bounty notice. The female giant Gers exclaims with delight. Oh, Uncle Jabba has spoken of me. OS expresses interest, releasing Halting from her immobilization. Indeed, Mr. Jabba often shares his seafaring tales with us. Gers beams, but OS seems distracted, his gaze fixated on the enormous, swaying white trampoline. A symbol of his youthful exuberance, testing the limits of his adulthood. End of the 4th installment. The author has been drained, exhausted. Gifts to revive the author are welcome. Thank you. Chapter 83. The Wealthy OS, who treats money as trivial thanks to Uncle Jabba's connections in Elbaf, coupled with OS's formidable strength and status. The giants exhibited no hostility. In fact, they warmly invited OS to visit Elbaf again in the future. OS readily accepted, knowing he would return, though not immediately, as he had numerous pressing matters to attend to. Under the peculiar gazes of Dragon and Bartholomew Kuma, OS quickly bonded with the giants. His high emotional intelligence and eloquence soon had Gers engaged in lively conversation, leading the bold and free-spirited warrior to embrace OS, nearly causing him to lose his breath in a delightful overwhelm. OS could have resisted, but why would he? However, The giants had come with a purpose. So OS did not linger. He bid farewell, reassuring Saul that there was no need to worry about Robin. She was thriving. After exchanging pleasantries with the giants, OS pivoted and returned to Dragon and Kuma, accompanied by a stoic young man bearing a black sword. My apologies, Little Eagle. I momentarily teleported without you and the ship, OS remarked. Mihawk simply crossed his arms, silently closing his eyes, dismissing the oversight. As they strolled across the desolate land of O'Hara, Dragon, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "What brings someone of your stature to seek us out?" He studied OS intently, his expression grave. "It's merely a trivial matter," OS replied as they reached a flat area amidst the ruins of O'Hara. A massive stone materialized behind him, and he sat upon it with a light chuckle. "I heard that one of your subordinates possesses quite an intriguing ability. Are you referring to?" Dragon's demeanor shifted, his excitement palpable. "Indeed, it's Ivankov. He is my comrade, and I will never hand him over to you." Observing the dark aura coiling around Dragon's hands and the swirling winds, Mihawk unsheathed his sword, prepared for a confrontation. "There's no need for such tension," OS calmly placated, gesturing to ease the atmosphere. I haven't expressed an intention to take him away. I merely wish to clarify a few matters. Perhaps sensing OS's lack of hostility or noticing Kuma's subtle cues, Dragon gradually relaxed, releasing his grip on his power. "I am not an evil pirate. There is no need for alarm. While I possess the confidence to subdue you by force, it is unnecessary. And I prefer not to create enemies for no reason." With a smile, OS snapped his fingers, and a multitude of treasure chests appeared before them, all ajar, revealing stacks of berries that shimmered blindingly. Dragon's eyelids flickered as he exchanged a glance with Kuma, who was panting with excitement, before approaching. He casually plucked a bundle of berries from the chest, all marked with the highest denominations, pristine and reeking of fresh ink. Though the scent was somewhat pungent for Dragon, it was sweeter than the finest delicacies. "Our revolutionary army is too impoverished." Meanwhile, Kuma's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although funded by the world government, his resources were constrained. If it weren't for the dire state of Dragon's territory, he would prefer not to work under the government's thumb. After all, what scientist would disdain financial resources? Without money as a foundation, even the brightest minds cannot flourish. A skilled artisan cannot craft without materials. "I lack nothing but money." Observing the gleam in their eyes, OS smirked, crossing his legs and producing a thick wad of cash, tossing it into the air, letting the wind carry it away without a hint of regret. This spectacle left Dragon seething with envy. Curse it! That gesture must have cost at least several 100,000 berries. He quickly summoned his powers to gather the scattered berries back. OS, however, remained unfazed, reiterating, by mastering the realms of entertainment, gambling, funeral services, special services, transport, public opinion, lending, storage, and arms dealing, one might discover that money can indeed transform into an almost infinite figure. Though he had yet to seize the entirety of the underground world, with the assets managed by Morgans, Sabo, and Doflamingo, OS had already established himself as a billionaire, and that figure would multiply several times once others joined his cause. With the power of the entire underground world, it was inevitable that money would never run out. "Knowing your financial struggles, consider these chests as my investment." Before Dragon could express his gratitude, OS, still lounging casually, added, "However, I have conditions." With another snap, the treasure chest sealed shut, all locks clicking into place. There is no such thing as a free lunch. If it exists, it is surely laced with poison. Dragon seemed to anticipate this, patiently awaiting OS's next words. "I want Ivankov to refrain from performing any gender transformations without my permission and to provide unconditional assistance for any procedures I require." Dragon paused, momentarily taken aback. "No, it's not that I find it unacceptable. It's just, is that all?" His surprise grew. He had not expected Ivankov's seemingly modest ability could attract such investment for the Revolutionary Army. "I can speak on behalf of Ivankov and agree to your terms." Dragon eagerly responded, fearing OS might reconsider. Not only could they secure funds, but they could also forge a connection with such a powerful ally, greatly benefiting the future of the Revolutionary Army. "Don't celebrate too soon," OS cautioned, narrowing his eyes. "Of course, if I discover he has secretly conducted any procedures, the consequences will be severe. Disbanding would merely be the lightest punishment." Meanwhile, Kuma, who had been observing the exchange, sighed in exasperation. Dragon is still so young. His economic lifeline is in someone else's hands. While he revels in this bargain, he may face significant repercussions later. Chapter 84. The newly appointed Supreme Being. The Seraph OS, after all, possessing the most formidable intellect. He perceives not only the intricacies of science and technology, but also the nuances of human relationships and the interplay of interests with crystal clarity. Nevertheless, he must concede that the allure of wealth is indeed hard to resist, especially when wielded by those of great power. Was not Vegapunk himself ensnared by the world government through such means? Certainly, Vegapunk's conjectures hold merit. If the Revolutionary Army, or even the future iterations thereof, finds its military expenditures and various funds controlled by OS, the sovereign of the underworld, while lacking the strength to challenge him, the situation becomes rather intriguing. Is the Revolutionary Army truly the Dragon's revolutionary force, or is it, in fact, OS's? Crucially, OS maintains a cordial relationship with the world government, even being the heir apparent of one of its member nations. The shadowy puppeteer, uninterested in vying for global supremacy, appears to bet on both sides. Will the established world government be toppled by this upstart, or will this nascent force dismantle the decaying regime? It is a conundrum that defies easy resolution. Regardless, it seems unlikely that he would incur losses. After resolving the matter with Dragon, OS's gaze shifted to Vegapunk, who stood nearby. So, Dr. Vegapunk, do you require financial support? Vegapunk hesitated, for although OS's smile seemed benign, it instilled within him a sense of foreboding, akin to making a pact with a demon. The degree of discomfort he felt surpassed that of his dealings with the world government. Perhaps I should ponder this, he mused. Unlimited funding, provided I can utilize some of the research outcomes. Rest assured, the world government shall remain oblivious. OS coaxed, fully aware of the implications of boundless resources for a scientist. To draw an analogy, it would be akin to placing a solitary man, who has remained unattached for 30 years, into a complimentary red light district. Once conditions are met, it is improbable he would cease until thoroughly exhausted. Indeed, after a brief moment of hesitation, Vegapunk ultimately succumbed to temptation. For a fleeting instant, he even contemplated betraying the world government in favor of OS, given that the funds collected by the world government primarily cater to the celestial dragons and naval expenses, while the budget for scientific research, though substantial, is not limitless. OS, in contrast, was extravagantly wealthy, treating money as mere trifles, with his methods of amassing wealth at sea rivaling those of the world government, making him the dream patron for every researcher. OS's first commission to Vegapunk was to enhance the black gun he possessed. There was no need to modify it toward laser weaponry. Rather, the goal was to ensure comfort in handling, maximize range, and disregard recoil. To state it plainly, there should exist no firearm that OS cannot master. And even if it seemed undignified, he could effortlessly wield a naval cannon. As for subsequent funding for Vegapunk, OS would dispatch emissaries periodically. With such copious financial backing, should any remarkable technological innovations arise, Vegapunk pledged that OS would be among the first to benefit, rivaling even the world government. Mr. OS, I have a research project that may pique your interest, Vegapunk ventured. What is it? OS inquired, curiosity awakened as he observed Vegapunk secure his firearm. This is merely a preliminary concept regarding a breakthrough in cloning technology. Since the creation of Stussy, I have persistently sought a more perfected cloning method, one that incorporates the original's power alongside certain unique racial traits and the burgeoning research into the abilities of the devil fruits. If you are willing, your blood could yield a pinnacle of this technology. Upon hearing this, OS's expression shifted to one of realization. His countenance became peculiar. The Seraph OS? Inheriting OS's current talents and fruit abilities, augmented by the advantages of the Lunarian race. With OS's endowments combined with the terrifying regeneration and defense of the Lunarians, he would emerge as an unparalleled entity, perhaps even surpassing conventional might at the tender age of 10. However, he preferred to avoid having anyone overshadow his striking visage while ostentatiously navigating the seas. Let's discuss this later. First, I wish to see your successful results. Vegapunk, understanding, recognized that skepticism toward unproven research is a natural inclination. Progress unfolded more smoothly than OS had anticipated. Perhaps the abundant funds or the disparity in capabilities played a role. Everything appeared harmonious. Observing Dragon, Vegapunk, and his subordinates tallying their riches, Mihawk, disinterested in such matters, turned to OS and asked, Where do we go next? OS pondered momentarily, retrieving a snail phone from his pocket and dialing. That depends on whether Morgans has disappointed me as the new boss. Click. How has the matter I entrusted you with progressed, Morgans? Lord OS, are you referring to those other underworld figures? All are accounted for. Several underworld magnates have pledged their allegiance, such as Yumit. However, a few have refused, declaring OS to be insignificant. They fear antagonizing those with greater influence. Oh, pray tell, who are these significant figures? OS inquired, feigning interest, his demeanor shifting to one of intrigue. Upon seeing OS's curiosity, Morgans became animated, a malicious grin spreading across his avian face. Finally, you ask. Haha. When I made those calls, some scolded me for becoming OS's lackey, claiming I was regressing. But the joy I feel now is immeasurable. Those rustic fools cannot fathom my capabilities in intelligence gathering. The terror of OS is beyond what those rodents, who only know to hunker down in their domains, can comprehend. While Morgans could handle some minor nuisances, many remained beyond his grasp. There are many, Lord OS. Most notably, the one who is subtly emerging as a new hegemon in the New World, the former captain of the Rocks Pirates, Charlotte Linlin. Chapter 85. The Plan to Capture Crocodile. Supplement to the weekend's third chapter. The world's strongest woman? Upon hearing this familiar name, OS felt a mixture of surprise and acceptance. In his youth, he had often seen this stunning beauty aboard the Rock ship in the newspapers, though he had heard rumors that she had begun to gain weight in recent years. However, that was of little concern to him. OS had no habit of washing pots, but preferred to claim things as his own. Had it been the youthful version of Lingling prior to joining Rocks, he might have felt a flicker of interest, but now, his heart was devoid of any waves. It seemed like in a past life anime. The lady had been quite keen on mingling with individuals from the underworld. He anticipated such inclinations would surface so early. Well, if it's something I can't solve, I will take action, he resolved. Very well, Lord OS. I will send you the information on those individuals right away. Morgans, with a mischievous grin, was mixing in quite a bit of private information, some of which defied OS's recruitment efforts, and some were mere obstacles in his business dealings. OS was fully aware of Morgan's untrustworthy nature, yet he was too apathetic to concern himself with the details, as long as Morgan's remained broadly loyal. Assisting him in resolving troubles was, in fact, a way of alleviating his own burdens. As for the second matter, the information you requested on Crocodile has been located. He is currently situated in Alabasta. Alabasta, you say? After being defeated by Whitebeard, it seems to have taken a turn for the worse, Little Sand. Understood. Thank you for your hard work. Serving Lord OS is my honor. With a click, OS returned the transponder snail to his pocket, loosened the button of his suit at the neck, and turned back to Myhawk. We have work ahead of us. Myhawk nodded, to be honest. He was also intrigued by the upcoming new companion. The Oro Jackson was rather desolate lately. It had been more lively when Little Robin was aboard, but now it was just him and OS, leading to an undeniable sense of monotony. The eternal pointer for Alabasta should be on the ship, OS remarked, looking at Myhawk. His observation hockey was quite handy, allowing him to access items aboard the ship at will, but the recording pointers all appeared similar, making it difficult for him to distinguish between them. Myhawk nodded slightly. In the future, simply inscribe the names of each island on the pointers. Unlike the innate observation hockey of Princess Odoheim and Raidenfield, OS did not emphasize the spiritual and psychological aspects. If their innate observation hockey pertained to the psychological realm, OS's was rooted in the physical. He possessed a natural precision, a natural subtlety. Even if a letter were inscribed on the pointer's handle in the cabin, OS could swiftly identify it among the heap of pointers. Thus, even in the minutiae, be it the wind direction sensed from a distance of 10,000 meters, OS could become a world-class sniper without relying on his devil fruit abilities. Let us set sail for Alabasta. Paradise, Alabasta, Rain Banquet. Within the raucous casino, throngs of gamblers gathered, some cheering while others lamented, with many driven to madness by losses, contemplating acts of violence. Amidst the chaos, a graceful figure sat smoking a cigar, her beautiful eyes disdainfully surveying the crowd outside. Such frail bodies, she mused, extending her delicate hand, a swirling miniature sandstorm gradually forming before sweeping outward. In an instant, a desiccated corpse lay sprawled on the ground, instantly silencing all those with ulterior motives present. That woman must be a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, right? Indeed. I've heard her bounty is astronomically high. It seems the intelligence holds true. After being bested by that legendary Whitebeard, she has come to this small place? Crocodile, too, sensed the myriad gazes upon her, but she dismissed them with a cold snort as she retreated to her office. Recently, she had received intelligence about a group of individuals active on the seas, one of whom possessed a fruit ability that could alter gender. If I could transform into a man, I would surely become even stronger. As she contemplated her next expedition to seek out this so-called self-heroic army, two uninvited guests abruptly entered her newly established casino. Hello, esteemed guest. What would you like to play? Well, what do you have here? This is my first visit to such a place. A man clad in dark red attire, his face obscured by sunglasses, inquired with a smile. Behind him stood a man in a white shirt and sunglasses, carrying a cross, his expression twitching with disbelief. What an odd getup. Yet, it must be said that despite encountering numerous individuals along the way, none had been recognizable. Due to modifications by Vegapunk, he bore no signature black gun, and his dark red suit, paired with a sword at his waist and a flowing black overcoat, gave him the appearance of a gang heir rather than a pirate. Meanwhile, Mihawk, despite carrying a cross, exuded an innate noble aura and demeanor that seemed worlds apart from the image of a marauding pirate. Upon seeing the two dressed in such a distinctive style, the casino manager greeted them with utmost respect, treating them as though they were deities, while internally reveling in glee. Judging by their attire and demeanor, it was evident they were wealthy novices, a rare find indeed. Observing the composed and gentle smile on OS's face, it seemed to scream the words, naive, wealthy, come quickly. Following the casino manager deeper into the establishment, their first task was to exchange some chips. After listening to the manager's explanation, OS leisurely reached into his pocket and pulled out 100,000 berries note. What? The casino manager's forehead instantly broke into a sweat, a flurry of black lines appearing. What is this? A penniless fool? Although dressed elegantly, it seemed he was destitute. However, OS remained unfazed, casually taking a seat at a standard gambling table. So what are the rules? Under the waiter's introduction, OS quickly grasped one of the casino's unique games. 10 cards were drawn at random and distributed to 2 players, each selecting one card to compare values. In the event of a tie, they would each select another from the remaining 4 cards. The winner took all. OS settled at the table, fingers interlocked atop the surface. While Little Hawk stood behind him with keen interest, his sharp eyes fixated on the game. Let us commence. I happen to have a knack for card games, OS said with a bright smile. Chapter 86. Crocodile. Let me join you in your game, Black Gun. Upon hearing this, both the casino staff and the seasoned gamblers chuckled inwardly. Before the games commenced, everyone harbored fantasies of being favored by Lady Luck. After all, when they first entered the gambling scene, they too, like OS, were filled with confidence, often winning several rounds in succession. The allure of such an easy, exhilarating way to earn money soon rendered mundane jobs utterly unappealing. Even with the knowledge that gambling often leads to loss, they still clung to the hope that they might be the rare exception. To them, OS appeared to be just another naive rookie, despite his apparent wealth. They believed he would soon gamble away his entire fortune. As the opponents took their seats at the table, the first round began. Each player was dealt 5 cards, and without a moment's hesitation, OS casually revealed 1-6. As expected, in a bid to lure the inexperienced lamb, the opponent swiftly played a small 4. 100,000 berries became 200,000. Congratulations, sir. It seems fortune smiles upon you. The alluring waitress cooed, her sultry figure swaying as she fed OS fruit with a fork. This act undeniably served to enhance the atmosphere. OS grinned widely, affirming, indeed, my luck is typically quite splendid. He conjured a handful of berries, seemingly worth several million, and with a hearty laugh, stuffed them into the waitress's decolletage. Pleased by his generosity, she became even more attentive. Perhaps taken aback by OS's lavishness, the casino manager, hands clasped behind his back and a sly smile creeping onto his face, whispered to his subordinates, arrange for him to play at a bigger table. A few sweet wins will ensnare him completely. With a nod from his underlings, the manager's face gleamed with cunning satisfaction. Once he accrued a massive debt, it would matter not if he were a wealthy merchant or noble, he would forever remain within the grasp of the casino. Soon, OS's voice rang out, urging, hurry up. I've had a fortune teller predict my luck today. It's remarkably good. A guaranteed win. Yes, sir, we will arrange your next game immediately, came the reply. Laugh now, soon enough. You shall weep. The subsequent rounds unfolded similarly to the first, with victories of 8-1 and 5-4. Regardless of the margins, OS continued to triumph. Starting from 100,000 berries, his winnings swiftly escalated to an astonishing 496 million berries. Such a sum was monumental. Observing OS's apparent wealth, the casino manager felt emboldened to raise the stakes even higher, for the next round would feature a double leverage, a crucial moment for the trap. Should OS lose, not only would he forfeit his previous winnings, but he would also be compelled to stake an additional 400 million berries. With the prearranged cards swiftly dealt, the man facing OS, exuding confidence, flipped over his second card, a jack. 11 points. The onlookers collectively held their breath, for while they relished seeing others lose, they reveled even more in witnessing a comeback from despair. As the saying goes, in a game of Russian roulette with just one bullet, everyone wishes to see you perish. Yet, if 5 bullets are present, they will root for your survival. OS, however, remained unfazed, unperturbed by the tension around him. Behind his sunglasses, a glimmer of crimson flashed. Your future holds no promise of victory. He extended his hand, slowly revealing the middle card, a king. 13 points. The second highest card after the Joker. How is this possible? To place such a high card in the least likely position? A bead of cold sweat trickled down the manager's face as he realized the implications of a potential loss. 496 million berries multiplied fourfold. Over 1 billion berries. Should he incur such a loss, even selling his entire family would not suffice to cover it. Just as he clenched his jaw, preparing to command his subordinates to shut down the game and force OS to keep playing, the sound of polished shoes echoed from above. What? The manager stammered, attempting to speak. Boss, grant me a chance. Silence, came the commanding voice as a gust of wind swept down, coalescing into a whirlwind before the manager. A striking woman. With a cigar clamped between her teeth, she exuded an air of authority, her scar enhancing rather than detracting from her allure. Her sleek black hair cascaded down her back, and she wore a black dress, adorned with a matching coat. I cannot fathom how you failed to see this deception. How much more do you intend to lose? She expressed with palpable frustration. The manager stuttered, but the moment he met Crocodile's gaze, he fell silent. Ignoring the ineptitude of her subordinate, Crocodile approached OS, her demeanor serious, her dark aura palpable. May I request a favor? Please take your winnings and depart. I vouch in the name of the underworld, no grievances will arise, nor will there be any trouble. The onlookers, initially assuming the notorious pirate queen intended to resort to violence, were taken aback by her unexpected concession. What? Do you regularly evict guests? Or is it that you cannot afford the loss? OS's ambition was not merely to accumulate a trifling sum of a few billion. Upon hearing Crocodile's words, he resolutely declined her offer. I am not motivated by money. My singular ambition is far greater. Crocodile's expression darkened, anger flaring within her. Yet, she was no longer the naive youth she once was. After confronting Whitebeard, she had come to comprehend the staggering combat prowess of the world's top monsters. Moreover, with her intellect, she was well aware of OS's true capabilities. A confrontation was feasible, but victory was impossible. Presently, she sought to transition smoothly into a position of power, aiming to locate the legendary ancient weapons to establish a secure and independent nation, free from external influence. Thus, she chose to bide her time. However, this did not imply a lack of means for retaliation. Very well, if you wish to play, then allow me to join you in this game. The legendary pirate. The king of an era, Black Gun OS. Chapter 87. Let us make it big, 16 billion. What is this? I thought it was someone important. But it's just that Black Gun OSI. Indeed, it was the infamous figure. In an instant, the previously raucous casino fell into a profound silence, akin to a library, before the lively atmosphere returned. Hey, are you joking? Did that crocodile guy just say that it's the notorious OSI? Even amidst the paradise, there were those well-informed souls who couldn't possibly be unaware of that legendary name. Everyone who heard it was struck with astonishment, and a few timid souls were reduced to tears, collapsing in fear. The intelligence agents and undercover operatives mingling in the crowd trembled as they swiftly contacted their superiors. Beep, 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 reporting a major incident. It concerns the legendary pirate with a bounty of 4 billion. Countless individuals fled in panic, while only a handful of audacious souls remained. Trembling yet resolute, some even daring to approach and plead to become OSI subordinates, but were halted by Mihawk's menacing presence. Upon having his identity revealed, OSI exhibited little reaction, leisurely turning his gaze towards Crocodile, who was as clever as anticipated. Crocodile, with a grim expression, sat opposite OSI at the gambling table, a cigar clenched in his mouth. Since you have such refinement, allow me to join you in this game. The surrounding gamblers watched as the two, both relaxed with legs crossed, settled at the table, feeling a mix of tension and exhilaration. Black Gun, I never expected a man like you would be interested in such games, Crocodile remarked, her long, white legs nearly distracting OSI, risking his composure. Indeed, I find all intriguing matters fascinating, including, but not limited to, games, OSI replied, a glint of mischief in his eyes, his lips curling into a smile as he regarded the formidable woman before him. Since we are to gamble, why not make it a grand affair? Although instinctively aware that he might not outmatch the person before him, the man known as Little Sand had never known the meaning of surrender. He calmly lit another cigar, exhaling smoke with an air of confidence. As the wind carried the smoke towards Little Eagle, he raised an eyebrow, using his hand to disperse the drifting haze. Through the curling smoke, OSI perceived a sense of fearless determination on Crocodile's face. So what shall the stakes be? She was not one to seek trouble, yet neither was she one to shy away from it. She had faced Whitebeard. After all, OSI was merely a minor concern. What she did not realize was that this very stubbornness and commanding aura only heightened OSI's interest in her. If she were merely compliant, OSI could indulge in the pleasures of the red light district for a lifetime, with the likes of Sammy, Little Six, and Little Seven treating him like royalty. Encountering a woman like Little Sand occasionally added flavor to life, did it not? This might well be the essence of a man's desire to conquer. Since I have doubled my wager to 1.6 billion berries, let us continue to double it. 2 billion? Crocodile's expression darkened. While it was not impossible for her to gather that much from her total assets, it would undoubtedly strain her resources. No. Observing Little Sand's shocked countenance, OSI shook his head lightly, mischief gleaming in his eyes. Having finally met someone intriguing, doubling it is simply insufficient. It must be this amount. He extended his right hand, raising a finger. 10 times. Little Sand's complexion grew solemn. 160 billion berries. If she were to lose, how long would it take to recover in Alabasta? 5 years. 10 years. She was a genius in business, her methods for making money unparalleled, her intellect among the finest in the pirate world. Otherwise, she would not have been able to lend a significant amount to Buggy for starting a company, nor would she have received an additional bounty from the Navy due to her leadership skills. Thus, this gamble appeared exceedingly unfavorable to her, though she felt confident of winning. What if she lost? Even if she won, such a colossal sum might evoke OSI's ire should he feel unwilling to pay. Having spent considerable time in Alabasta, her intelligence sources were outdated, and she did not believe OSI could casually stake over 100 billion for a game. Just as she was about to refuse, OSI interrupted her, a glimmer of disdain and mockery in his eyes. 10 times? Are you sending me off to beg? What I mean is 100 times, 160 billion berries. OSI's seemingly mad proclamation left Little Sand aghast. Just hearing that figure caused her head to spin, her eyes bloodshot, nearly biting through her cigar in astonishment. Impossible. That number is outrageous. It cannot be true. Even someone of your stature could not easily part with such an amount. 160 billion berries could potentially drain the treasury of some mid-sized nations. It was enough to sustain decades of extravagant living. How do you know I don't have it? Suddenly, her excitement was interrupted as OSI reached into his pocket and slowly produced a piece of paper. World Government Member Nation Certification. The Dota royal family is the sole royal family of the Duramos Kingdom. Is this for real? OSI brandished the document, waving it before Little Sand as if it were but a mere scrap of currency. I could wager an entire nation on this. That should suffice, right? Even if it were merely through taxation, a century's worth would be ample. Fearing Little Sand might doubt him, OSI retrieved several more documents from his dimensional pocket, bank certificates, proof of ownership for his enterprises. Don't be surprised. I could produce not just 160 billion, but 1 trillion if needed. Though he currently lacked such funds, he was certain he would acquire them soon. In the underworld, 1 trillion was not an impossible sum. Well then, the question is whether you dare to play, OSI said. His gaze fixated on Little Sand like a predator eyeing its prey, causing her to break out in a cold sweat, her eyes ablaze with fervor. Crocodile. Chapter 88. The most luxurious showdown in the world. Black Emperor versus Sand Crocodile in the midst of the rain banquet. Countless gamblers stared with bloodshot eyes at the seemingly casual fluttering of the paper in OS's hands, an astonishing sum of 160 billion. The very sound of this figure sent waves of disbelief coursing through them. Yet, none dared to act recklessly. They merely watched the gambling table with a sense of dread, witnessing this unprecedented spectacle of high-stakes betting. However, Crocodile's reaction was clearly disappointing to them. She bit her silver teeth tightly together, her previously crossed, delicately white legs now lowered. Her face shrouded in an unprecedented dark aura. How could she possibly wager such an amount? Even if she had confidence in her ability to win against OS at the table, she instinctively knew that this was a sum beyond her reach, 160 billion. A figure that could justify murder and thievery. In the merciless seas, the strong often determined life and death with little regard, and even she, at times, resorted to unscrupulous means to achieve her goals. Not to mention, she was not guaranteed victory, even with her confidence that the chances of losing were minimal should she lose. She would likely carry an insurmountable debt for the rest of her life. OS squinted, fixing his gaze on the increasingly agitated Sand, whose hands were crossed beneath her head. Are you worried I might default on my debts with my strength? Or a brief pause ensued, as OS's expression morphed into one of mocking disbelief. You don't dare, do you? Before Sand could respond, OS snapped his fingers. Mihawk. At this, Mihawk produced a din mushy from his pocket with a resigned look. After a brief awakening process, the snail's eyes aligned with the gambling table, capturing the figures of the two participants within its view. Sand was taken aback. It was a din mushy, one that broadcasted live to the entire world. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the World Economic News, a humanoid bird flitted through the operators, urging them to make arrangements with palpable excitement. Big news. Big news. The world's first luxurious gambling live broadcast. Lord OS surely did not deceive me. This din mushy is indeed invaluable. Although the News King Morgans had yet to establish an omnipresent business, over the years he had still managed to install din mushy screens in numerous countries and regions worldwide, including some major nations. Hey, look at the screen in the central square. Is that real? That looks like. Report. Lord Buggy, regarding the live broadcast of Lord OS. It's not in the newspapers. Shanks, look. That seems to be the friend you mentioned. Is that the kid from Roger's ship? Marco. My. He has certainly grown into a fine young man, hasn't he? OS? Come on. What is this? Stop playing house, and let's get to fighting. Black Gun. Upon the transmission of the live feed, even areas where the World Economic News had yet to permeate scrambled to find a way to witness the broadcast after hearing about OS. Thus, the forthcoming gambling match would be witnessed by the entire world, a fact that should ease any concerns for Sand. No longer preoccupied with OS's nickname, Crocodile stared in shock at the din mushy. She had hidden herself here, not out of secrecy, but to pursue the legendary ancient weapon. And now she had inadvertently gained notoriety before the entire world. As this realization dawned on her, a flow of sand began to coalesce in her hand. Don't move. Sand. The flowing sand suspended in the air before returning to Crocodile's side, as OS calmly stated. In this game, no one can withdraw halfway. At that moment, all viewers of the live broadcast heard a voiceover. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the World Economic News, bringing you the first luxurious gamble of the century. First, on the left side of the screen, we have the once active pirate of the Grand Line, who battled the devil's descendant, Douglas Bullet, and narrowly lost to one of the world's rulers, Whitebeard, Sand Crocodile. Oh, Sand's fiery aura and attire, combined with her fierce gaze directed at the din mushy while biting a cigar, instantly captivated the hearts of many men across the seas. Next, on the right side of the screen, is someone you must be familiar with. Yes, indeed, the legendary pirate, the crew member of the Pirate King, the new maritime overlord with a bounty of 49 billion berries, who single-handedly fought against the entire marine headquarters. At the tender age of 17, he possesses absolute dominion over the seas, the next generation king, the Black Emperor, Lord OS. After this lengthy introduction, those unfamiliar with OS quickly gained clarity about him, particularly the title of Black Emperor, which emanated an aura of oppression and suffocation. Old Kike, watching the live broadcast, was flushed with excitement, shaking the shoulder of a nearby guard. Did you see that? That is my grandson. Ha ha ha. What followed was a confrontation with the largest stakes in history. The wager was a brief silence, pulling at the hearts of every viewer. 160 billion berries. The announcer's enthusiastic voice echoed through the den mushy. Nanny? 160 billion. How many zeros is that? Is this for real? That much berries must be piled high like a mountain. The screen then focused on the two participants. On the right, OS appeared relaxed and joyful, seemingly unfazed by the world's attention or the staggering wager. He merely observed the already tense sand across from him. In truth, he had made the right move. For someone as proud as she, to admit in front of the world that she dared not take the bet would be more painful than death for a person with dreams of becoming the Pirate King. Whether it was the pressure of public opinion or OS's mockery, Sand felt her body tense. Her face flushed as emotions surged within her. After a long moment, she slowly lit another cigar, her expression returning to one of detached indifference. Exhaling a puff of smoke, her sharp gaze pierced through the haze as she locked eyes with OS. Though I do not know your motives behind all this, do you believe you have me cornered? Come on, let us gamble, OS. Chapter 89. Unable to repay? Then spend a lifetime paying it back. Is this truly how the elite of the world behaves? 160 billion, without a hint of concern. Indeed, who could ever exhaust such an endless fortune? Let the games begin. Lord OS is truly dashing. In the East Sea, in an obscure little town, within a building, a group of performers dressed as circus characters sit in a row, intently gazing at the image transmitted through a videophone bug. At the forefront, a jester grins widely, brimming with excitement. Hey, you lot, watch closely, as my dear friend triumphantly claims victory in this monumental gamble. Ha ha ha. Yes, Captain Buggy. The pirates below, equally wide-eyed with exhilaration, cheer wholeheartedly, despite their uncertainty about why Captain Buggy is so confident that Black Emperor will emerge victorious. As for Buggy himself, he feels a mix of envy and joy. After all, OS is indeed a force to be reckoned with, boasting a staggering 160 billion berries, more extravagant than Captain John's treasure. He seems entirely convinced of OS's inevitable victory. The notion that OS could possibly lose does not even cross Buggy's mind. How could someone so formidable ever face defeat? In the North Sea, at the Don Quixote family stronghold. Hey, Doflamingo, if Lord OS were to lose, we would definitely bear a share of this debt, right? On a lavish sofa, a tall, robust young man draped in a pink feather cape lounges casually, his leg crossed, a devilish smirk on his lips as he watches the live broadcast. Unfazed by the anxious concerns of those nearby, he chuckles softly. Ha ha ha. It seems you still do not grasp the essence of this affair, Treble. If that scoundrel Crocodile dares to win, we shall eliminate him for Lord OS's sake. It would be a twofold victory, wouldn't it? Now, let the cards be dealt. Under the watchful gaze of the world, a colossal wager exceeding 1 trillion begins. Little Shasha beads with sweat, her expression grim as she observes the equally tense dealer. To ensure fairness, a freshly unwrapped deck is randomly selected by both Shasha and OS, each choosing 5 cards face down, their surfaces impeccably smooth, rendering any attempt to sense their texture through observation utterly futile. With gentlemanly grace, OS allows Crocodile to select first, donning an air of calm confidence. Observing OS's certainty, Shasha does not hesitate and seemingly randomly picks her 5 cards. Such trivial antics. In the realm of acute observation, OS effortlessly discerns that among the seemingly new cards, 5 exhibit subtle irregularities, as if dusted with fine particles, grains of sand, perhaps, so minuscule that one might not even perceive them when rubbed between fingers. Yet, when compared to the impeccably clean others, these 5 stand out to OS like candles in the night. Special markings? What a childish method of cheating. Meanwhile, Crocodile maintains a composed gaze fixed on OS, still convinced of his impending victory. At this moment, she cannot even dare to dream of securing that vast sum of money. Merely sending OS away is the best outcome she envisions. Well then, the highest card is already in my hands. What will you do now, Doflamingo OS? Under her disdainful glare, OS casually selects 5 cards from the deck, showing no signs of hesitation as he places them face down before himself. Who shall emerge as the ultimate victor in this upcoming game? The promotional commentary resonates at just the right moment. The excitement palpable as it grips the hearts of every spectator, all holding their breath as they gaze at the table displayed on the broadcast. After this round, I shall not demand your money. I simply require you to vacate Alabasta. Shasha's countenance turned somber, as if delivering a final ultimatum. That won't do. I am a man of my word. Moreover, how can you speak as if you have already won? Shasha's forehead furrows with irritation. What a troublesome man. Ultimately, she can only consider retreating from Alabasta. This is your own doing. As both players simultaneously reveal their cards, the camera captures the moment with unwavering focus. Well then, I win, Shasha. Upon hearing that teasing remark, Shasha's eyes widen in disbelief as she stares at the table. The card she had marked as the highest suddenly transformed into. How is this possible? Crocodile's cigar tumbles to the ground, his expression twisted with sheer disbelief. A small 3? Looking up once more, OS grins as he lifts his cards, flipping them to reveal a card adorned with a jester's face, crowned with a regal diadem. The king, unbeatable. With OS revealing his trump card, silence envelopes the crowd, both on-site and across the globe watching the live stream, before erupting into a fervent uproar. 160 billion berries. The Black Emperor, OS, has undoubtedly become the wealthiest man upon the seas. You ignorant lot. That is a figure befitting someone who has encountered the One Piece. The world ignites with fervor, celebrating the largest gamble in history, and OS, amidst this wave of public adoration, ascends to become the pinnacle of maritime renown. The most handsome man in the world, the wealthiest man in the world, the strongest of the younger generation, the uncrowned king reigning over the seas, in stark contrast to the external excitement and OS's elation. Shasha is engulfed in disbelief, her delicate features etched with horror. That card should have been in my possession. So, this means I am now burdened with a debt of 160 billion berries. What a jest! How could one ever hope to repay such an amount? As she grinds her teeth in frustration, no words can express her turmoil. What could she say? That king should rightfully belong to her. That would only be an admission of cheating. No matter how one looks at it, it's a dead end. Just when her sanity teeters on the brink, OS's gentle smile and words pierce through, like the final straw for a drowning crocodile. What's wrong? Are you unable to pay? Fear not. You simply need to spend a lifetime repaying it. Chapter 90. I have successfully tamed Little Shah. What a jest. Perhaps it was due to OS's words. Or perhaps the staggering figure of 16 billion weighed heavily on her mind. She simply could not allow herself to spend the latter half of her life shackled by some absurd debt. Sandstorm. With a furious motion, she overturned the table, and a swirling tempest of sand rapidly formed, suffocating everything within her line of sight. To the outside world, it appeared as though a sudden cloud of yellow dust had engulfed the screen, followed by an abrupt blackout. The report concluded there, and for further details, please follow the World Economic News. Let us momentarily set aside the repercussions of this incident at sea. Within the rain banquet, the sky was consumed by a violent sandstorm, engulfing the entire structure and reducing it to mere fragments and dust. The surrounding residents fled in all directions, while some unfortunate souls, drawn by curiosity, found themselves caught in the vortex, unable to escape. In Alabasta, there was an abundance of yellow sand, yet a scarcity of everything else. At the town's periphery, many fled to distant places, while others, believing they had reached a safe zone, turned back only to witness the towering sandstorm that seemed to reach the heavens. With just a glance, they resumed their desperate flight. Goodness, this is truly excessive. If one were to be swept away, survival would be utterly impossible. Clang, boom, suddenly, with a resounding rip of the air, a massive emerald sword aura, spanning 100 meters, erupted from the eye of the sandstorm. Its sharpness cleaved through the earth and buildings with effortless grace. A path was brutally carved through the storm, revealing a young man of noble bearing wielding a blade. Such an assault, however, would scarcely suffice to vanquish the man before him. Without a backward glance, he proceeded outward, moving unhurriedly. For OS had once stated that if confrontation were inevitable, he would face it himself. At the heart of the storm, amidst the ruins of the rain banquet, perhaps due to being in the eye of the storm, the effects of the sandstorm were markedly less pronounced. So, are you contemplating defaulting on your debts, Little Shah? OS gazed at his opponent, who was now ensnared in yellow sand, her cold gaze fixed on him. The heavy cloak she once wore had vanished, revealing her slender, alluring form, juxtaposed against the calamity of the swirling sands, a striking contrast. You've been aiming for me from the very beginning, haven't you? Little Shah's words pierced through the tension, her fury unabated. She was far too astute not to grasp the current predicament. Yet, even if she could not overpower this insufferable adversary, she refused to capitulate without a fight. After all, a person of her stature could not simply be subdued, not even by Whitebeard. Truly, a recognized genius. Then I shall speak plainly. As the wild sands whipped around him, OS remained unyielding, his coat billowing in the wind, a serene smile upon his face as he extended a hand, inviting, "Join me." Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden thrust of sand, formed into a lethal blade, surged forth from the tempest, aimed directly at OS's waist. Yet in the next instant, an astonishing scene unfolded before little Shah's eyes. The sand blade had failed to draw any blood, striking only a fleeting shadow, not even allowing me to finish my words. "You are indeed different from other pirates." His figure materialized 5 meters in front of little Shah, still exuding an air of grace. "You are worthy of joining my ship. Come, little Shah, let us explore the pinnacle of this world together." OS felt a surge of fervor at his own words. Had he been addressing an ordinary pirate or a naive fool, he might have swayed them. But alas, little Shah was neither of those. Reincarnation, erosion. Possessing the courage to face Whitebeard, she was unwilling to be subservient. "Very well. It appears I must take you back to repay your debts. Debts are debts, but it is time to collect." OS's strategy was well-founded. Confronted by a world transformed into dust, red light ignited in OS's eyes as he slowly held his breath. Clang! The glossy black hue of his armed hockey enveloped him, flowing like a garment as he navigated the desert with ease. Armed hockey, you might say, but surely one can exhaust their strength when faced with an endless onslaught of yellow sand. A chorus of voices echoed around him, laced with temptation and confidence, as if seeking to undermine OS's resolve. Yet OS, a seasoned veteran against nature types, would not yield to a single widespread natural assault. He remained attuned to the fluctuations of the wind and sand, gradually drawing his long blade, the flowing black and red energy coiling about it, compressing into a devastating torrent of black and red lightning that wreaked havoc, momentarily halting the world around him. You should be aware, with sufficiently powerful hockey, even elemental transformations. Puff! Before his words could fully escape, his figure, shrouded in swirling cherry blossoms and conqueror's hockey, suddenly appeared at the edge of the sandstorm, poised to strike. The tip of his blade glistening with droplets of blood. With a swift motion, the blood vanished, the blade sheathed. A silhouette, stained with blood on its back, knelt before him, facing away. "I have you now." To prevent this individual from merging with the storm and slipping away as sand, OS, enveloped in hockey, firmly grasped her slender neck and lifted her from the ground. "You scoundrel!" Little Shah, blood pooling in her mouth and her face contorted in pain, attempted to maintain her defiance. Yet in the next moment, she felt a sudden weakness wash over her. "You've been quite unruly. Perhaps it's time to calm down." With a snap of his fingers, a sea stone bracelet appeared around little Shah's ankle. Although he could not directly touch the sea stone, his ability to teleport allowed him to manipulate its spatial position within the scope of his observation hockey. Thus, the sea stone posed no threat to him. Unable to exert her strength and suspended in the air by OS's grip, little Shah's face quickly flushed crimson. "Private matters aside, it seems I may have exerted too much force. Then, let us return. We shall set sail together." With one hand securing her, OS hoisted her onto his shoulder, and with the powerless little Shah in tow, he vanished from the scene. Chapter 91. I want to be the most free and joyful person in the world. OSS sat there, observing the motionless Xiao Sha sprawled on the recliner, and playfully poked her cheek. "Move a bit, eat something. You wouldn't want to starve aboard the Oro Jackson, would you?" With a snap of his fingers, a plate of seafood fried rice materialized on the table before them. OSS continued to gaze at her, while she returned his stare with a look of utter disdain for the world. "Perhaps you're simply too hungry to endure any longer. Or perhaps you've been tormented by my antics to the point of no return," OSS mused, as Xiao Sha, with great effort, finally managed to speak. "You scoundrel. I can't even lift a finger. How am I supposed to eat?" Upon hearing this, OSS's eyes lit up. "Oh, how could I forget? If I release you, can you promise to behave?" Xiao Sha nodded in resignation. OSS remained skeptical, not out of fear, but rather concerned that if she suddenly went mad, she might wreak havoc on the Oro Jackson, which he held dear. A flash of crimson light flickered in his eyes, and after confirming her compliance, he nodded and snapped his fingers. The sea prism stone bracelet binding her ankles vanished in an instant. To his relief, she exhibited no erratic behavior. Instead, silently picked up a spoon and began to eat. OSS, fingers interlaced beneath his chin, watched her with keen interest and gently probed. How about it? Would you like to join us? I understand your thoughts. Upon realizing that you could not seize power through your own strength, you became disheartened, yearning to create a utopia free from any threats. So, you are in search of that, aren't you? OSS wore a gentle smile, resting his chin on his hand while ignoring the dazed expression on Xiao Sha's face. It's precisely that. Ancient weapon, Pluto. How could you possibly know that? Crocodile lowered his spoon, his gaze dark and frosty. Well, perhaps it's due to my prophetic abilities, OSS replied nonchalantly. Prophetic? Crocodile repeated incredulously, while Mihawk, approaching with a bottle of red wine, paused, both men drenched in cold sweat as they regarded OSS. What other hidden capabilities does this monster possess? I can assure you that Alabasta indeed harbors great secrets. However, you could never uncover the ancient weapons there, so you might as well give up, OSS stated matter-of-factly. Hearing this, the last vestige of Xiao Sha's defenses crumbled. So it was true. Her meticulous plotting and years of planning had ultimately been in vain. She slowly bowed her head, shadows obscuring her face, rendering her expression unreadable. Is this truly all there is? To rely on external forces while the great pirate sand crocodile remains merely this? OSS's provocative words instantly shattered her composure. Just as she was about to lash out in anger, an overwhelming sense of weakness washed over her, causing her to collapse back onto the recliner. In a swift motion, OSS appeared behind her, looking down at her delicate face. With ambition and strength, she seemed to be someone as reliable as the little eagle. Watching this alluring and formidable woman, now powerless and blushing, surrendering to him, OSS felt an unexpected sense of achievement. However, recalling her transformed appearance and contrasting it with her current seductive and beautiful visage, he couldn't help but feel a bit perplexed. If you have any ambitions you wish to fulfill, perhaps my place would be a fitting destination. Just my name, Black Gun, holds more weight than any fanciful title of Pluto. Unaware of having been bestowed a new title by his subordinates, OSS maintained confidence in his old renown. Whenever you tire of the current situation, I can assure you of a position in a world government affiliate, one where you can enjoy retirement. Upon hearing such enticing words, Xiao Sha maintained her composure, unfazed by OSS's grandiose promises. She coldly gazed at him and softly inquired, "Are you saying that you will never lose? Not even against Whitebeard, the world government, or any other entity?" "Of course not," OSS replied, sensing her sudden seriousness. He shifted back to his original seat. "Is that so?" Xiao Sha exhaled a plume of smoke, perhaps seeing in OSS the potential to reach the pinnacle of the world. Or perhaps it was the innate desire for stability that women often possess. Or maybe she realized escape was futile, as she was already burdened with immense debt. "If one day you are defeated, I will be the first to eliminate you." All right. OSS could easily discern her tsundere acceptance. With a snap of his fingers, the sea prism stone bracelet disappeared completely. Crocodile stretched his limbs, observing OSS lounging with a juice in hand, revealing his true nature, and involuntarily twitching at the corners of his mouth. Is this how he usually is? Xiao Sha glanced over at the little eagle, who had just drawn his sword, ready to practice swordsmanship against a sea king. The latter seemed completely unfazed, as if accustomed to such eccentricities. As she looked around at the increasingly bizarre individuals, doubt crept into her mind. Had she boarded the wrong ship? Ultimately, she decided to begin exploring the Oro Jackson, the vessel of the Pirate King. She examined the ship, which had traversed the entire world and reached the final island, Raftel, with an inscrutable expression. "It's a beautiful ship, isn't it?" Before she knew it, OSS had approached her, towering over her and compelling her to look up. "Let us embark on this ship and explore the world together." Noticing the nostalgic glimmer in OSS's eyes, Crocodile, almost unconsciously, asked, "What is your dream, OSS?" "Huh?" OSS paused, taken aback. "My dream? I once deceived others into believing it was to create chaos in the world, but honestly, that doesn't align with my character. I wouldn't want to expend effort without motivation just to disrupt the world. Even if one day I did create chaos, it would surely be for a reason, perhaps for amusement. My dream is to become the most free and joyful person in the world, whether through indulgence or mischief. None of that matters. My life requires no judgment from others, for this world is inherently one of survival of the fittest." "The most free and joyful, you say?" Crocodile mused, knowing well that while the sentiment seemed simple, achieving it was akin to scaling the heavens for an ordinary person. Without the might of the strongest or the greatest power, the so-called happiness and freedom would remain elusive. You possess such ambitions, do you? Chapter 92. Breaching Defenses. A bride price for us. Then, let us embark. At the dining table, the crew of us, who had yet to form a pirate crew, held a small meeting while feasting. Us slammed the table and declared decisively, "You, ever since we set sail, have been restless, haven't you?" Mihawk lamented, slicing his steak and bringing the fork to his mouth. "Is war all you can think of? Have you made no preparations?" The girl with a tick mark on her forehead, Xiao, found the situation absurd. "What preparations are necessary? We can just charge in directly." At that moment, Us, with a tick mark on his forehead akin to crocodiles, wore a grim expression as he spoke. 2 hours earlier, aboard the Oro Jackson, which was gently departing from Alabasta, Xiao, the brains of Us's group, had taken stock of the current territories under Us's command and the forces at his disposal, jotting down suggestions for future actions. As she wrote fervently, Us was perusing a free newspaper. It was a stolen freebie, now turned into a venture of his own, requiring no payment. After all, even seagulls salute us before taking flight. Newspapers were delivered promptly. "Hey boss, you ought to have some plans of your own. The underground world is vast beyond your imagination." Xiao, with a cigar in her mouth, regarded the slacker with a serious expression. "You think this is all fine? I have a great deal of faith in you." Us nonchalantly nodded. After all, he had brought Crocodile aboard for her intellect and cunning, along with a dash of attractiveness. With someone to handle the details, he could easily take a back seat. Speaking of which, that Morgan's fellow, adding buffs to me without my consent, Black Emperor? That does sound rather impressive. Hearing Us still mulling over titles sparked Xiao's ire. "Us, you." But before she could vent her frustration, the ringing of a snail phone interrupted the atmosphere. Mihawk, holding his knife and fork, Crocodile, ready to explode with frustration over the plan, and Us, engrossed in the newspaper, all turned their gaze towards the snail phone on the table. Beal. It had just been used to call Morgan's and had yet to be put away. Now ringing again. What does she want from me? A flash of red light appeared, and Us, seeing the real-life VIP pre-screening, raised an eyebrow before answering the call. Instantly, a pair of fiery red lips and long eyelashes materialized on the snail phone, draped in a crimson cloak. A smiling voice, tinged with arrogance, echoed, "Mama Sasinadana Us." In the New World, in the Tarrant Sea, a colossal figure sat shrouded in shadow on an enormous chair, drooling with a corrosive sound as her terrifying gaze fixed on the snail phone. Indeed, the last time we met was with Captain Roger. It was Charlotte Linlin. Mama, I'm pleased you remember me, Us." That little oddball with the observation hockey aboard Roger's ship has now become a significant figure in the world. Roar. "You aren't here just to reminisce, are you? We only share the bond of having once battled." Us regarded the familiar Linlin on the other end of the call with intrigue. Although he was prepared to visit the nations of the underground world soon, he hadn't yet made any moves. Why was she contacting him first? Was it possible that the underground lords were seeking her assistance? The three of them, intrigued, regarded the phone, wondering what this rising figure, poised to become a sovereign of the new world, wanted. Mama, perhaps our past grievances stemmed from Roger. But they were merely historical friction. In truth, we bear no deep-seated enmity. Linlin's tone remained amicable as she brought up their youthful encounters when Us was still an intern. That was indeed the truth. It was Us's first and only interaction with Linlin, who had been strikingly beautiful back then. At that time, Roger's crew was tirelessly traversing the New World in pursuit of historical texts. As one of the most crucial pieces, the document Linlin possessed was invaluable, prompting Roger's crew to sneakily make a copy before sailing away. It was then that the formidable young Us caught Linlin's attention. An adolescent capable of holding his own against Katakuri, especially with his terrifying observation hockey, had for the first time instilled in Katakuri a sense of despair when facing someone else. "What I can foresee is far beyond your comprehension." The combination of terrifying strength and a clearer vision of the future had rendered Katakuri's advantages moot. He, who had yet to awaken his fruit's powers, could only retreat in disarray. There is little animosity, but recent events have rekindled it. Us drained his orange juice and remarked coolly, while he had indeed admired the image of the youthful Linlin, resembling a half-giantess, and acknowledged her strength and beauty, he would not abandon his ambitions for a mere childhood infatuation. especially knowing how formidable Lin Lin had become. You must have received word, right? Those underlings of yours in the underground world are my target for subjugation. This alone creates an irreconcilable conflict between us. Mama, is that all? Lin Lin's candid response left us momentarily stunned. For a territorial overlord like her, how could such a significant matter be brushed aside? Us sensed something was amiss. Then, Lin Lin's subsequent statement shattered us's defenses completely. As long as you are willing to father a child with me, I can bestow upon you the entirety of the underground world shares as a bride price.